Chapter 1: The Arrival of the Supreme Assassin, Awakening of the Spirit. Dear students, today marks the day of your spiritual awakening, a pivotal moment that could change the course of your lives. As the principal, I reiterate that regardless of the level of your awakened spirit, do strive to choose the contracted saintess, the which is not something an ordinary individual can handle. Once, there was a genius who awakened a high-level spirit. Instead of contracting the esteemed level Xianyin saintess, he chose the witch, only to suffer a backlash and become a murderous demon. What a pity. This is certainly not a path we should emulate. In Longhua, in Songnan City, at Songnan No. 1 High School. On the vast awakening square, Principal Lin Baiyuan delivered his pre-ceremony speech. His voice resonated clearly, reaching the ears of every student present. Spirit? Contract? What is this? Am I not on an assassination mission? What happened to the dagger in my hand? Why has it transformed into a fruit knife? Where did this apple come from? Ye Ming tossed the apple away. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, he adopted a serious demeanor, his expression tinged with vigilance. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity surged through him. Ouch, my head hurts. In the next instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind, complemented by the words of the surrounding students. Ye Ming realized that as a top-tier assassin, he had traversed realms. He had arrived in the realm of Gao Wu launching. This world bore a resemblance to his previous life in terms of technology and civilization. However, several centuries prior, fearsome and brutal beasts had descended upon launching. They were bloodthirsty and savage, mercilessly slaughtering humanity and seizing control of the civilizations humans had established. Fortunately, in Gao Wu launching, humans were far from weak. Upon reaching adulthood, everyone could awaken their spirit. In the divine space, they could contract with powerful saintesses or witches to gain immense power. Through centuries of accumulated experience, humanity discovered that contracting a saintess led to rapid early-stage enhancement and ease of cultivation, remaining stable even in later stages. Conversely, contracting a witch resulted in slow early-stage growth and challenging cultivation, although a witch possessed greater combat prowess at the same level. Progression was arduous. Moreover, the risk of backlash from slaughter often led them to devolve into soulless demons. Consequently, throughout launching, very few chose witches. Those who did often faced skepticism and misunderstanding. Even a witch adorned in black silk would not escape such scrutiny. Contracting a witch results in slow enhancement, weak early-stage strength, and susceptibility to backlash, yet offers greater combat power at equivalent levels. Ye Ming furrowed his brow, his expression becoming somewhat nuanced. Why did it feel as though these perceived shortcomings of contracting a witch were, in fact, not shortcomings for him? In his previous life, he was the pinnacle of assassins, proficient in combat, and possessing elite assassination techniques. Faced with hundreds of lions and tigers, he could easily prevail, transcending the limits of the human body. Thus, he was confident in his early-stage strength. Furthermore, the notion of backlash from slaughter? Ye Ming had been raised by an assassin organization since childhood, accustomed to bloodshed and violence. The number of lives he had claimed exceeded 90,000, all of whom were ruthless individuals responsible for countless deaths. His heart had long been filled with the essence of slaughter, rendering him impervious to any backlash. I sensed that I might be quite suitable for contracting a witch, Ye Ming contemplated quietly. Now, let the awakening ceremony officially commence. The first participant, Han Xiaoya. As Principal Lin Baiyuan's voice resonated, a charming and demure young woman stepped forward from the crowd. The moment she placed her hand on the awakening platform, a green pillar of light shot skyward. It is a medium-level spirit, capable of contracting an A-level saintess. Principal Lin Baiyuan nodded in satisfaction. Simultaneously, two pillars of light descended before Han Xiaoya. One radiated with golden brilliance, akin to divine light leading to the celestial realm. The other was shrouded in darkness, exuding an aura of bloodshed and slaughter. The recognition of both the saintess and the witch has manifested that I hope she heeded my earlier words. Principal Lin felt a twinge of anxiety. In the next moment, the golden pillar emanated ripples of power. Behind Han Xiaoya, a silver-armored, orange-haired saintess raised her sword high, calling out with vigor and elegance. Han Xiaoya awakens a medium-level spirit, successfully contracts an A-level armored saintess, gaining the spiritual technique Song of Sword and Shield. A-level armored saintess, quite impressive. With diligent training, her future achievements will surely be remarkable. Lin Baiyuan gently patted Han Xiaoya's shoulder, his face adorned with a warm smile. Han Xiaoya nodded, leaving the awakening platform with a beaming expression. Next, Zhang Hu. Another student took the stage. However, this time, fortune was not on his side. He awakened a low-level spirit. He opted for the Blevel Earth Saintess despite the choice between a witch and a saintess. Next, Zhou-san. Next, Guming Fan. Next, Chen Daming. Students continued to take the stage, awakening spirits of varying levels, but the highest was merely medium level, with no one achieving a high-level spirit. This was expected, as only a few high-level spirits emerged annually in Songnan City. As for the legendary S-level super spirits, none had manifested in the past decade. Notably, regardless of their awakened spirits, all students uniformly chose to contract with saintesses. The pillars of recognition for the witches descended each time, but they consistently departed in solitude. It was as if they were cast aside by the world, with no one willing to spare them a glance. The treatment of witches resembles my existence as an assassin. Even though I only slay criminals, the mere mention of my title as an assassin causes society to instinctively distance themselves from me. Ye Ming clenched the fruit knife in his hand, a hint of solitude blossoming within him. Next, Wang Haoyang. A confident young man with his nose held high approached the awakening platform. Upon hearing this name, Ye Ming paused momentarily. If my memory serves me correctly, the original owner and this fellow seem to have had some past grievances. Never mind, I have arrived. Such unnecessary conflicts should come to an end. Before long, Wang Haoyang concluded his contracting luck was decidedly on his side. He awakened a high-level spirit and contracted the S-level Lightning Saintess. Typically, those named after lightning boasted commendable offensive capabilities. A.S. Wang Haoyang descended from the awakening platform. He cast a proud glance at Ye Ming. Ostentatious display. Boring. Ye Ming shook his head. Boom. At that moment, a violet beam of light shot up into the sky from the awakening platform. Ye Ming turned to look. He beheld a stunningly beautiful young girl, standing gracefully, who had awakened a super spirit. Wow, the campus beauty of Songnan No. 1 High School, Lu Yuxuan, has actually awakened a super spirit. Spirit levels: low B, intermediate A, advanced S, super SS, top tier SSS, max level. Being beautiful is one thing, but having such a high spirit level. Super spirit. Does this mean she can contract an S-level saintess? The principal, Lin Baiyuan, quickly reminded. Yuxuan, remember to contract a saintess, do not choose a witch. Understood. Lu Yuxuan's consciousness entered the divine realm. In the next moment, ripples of golden light spread out. A sacred phantom enveloped Lu Yuxuan. She possessed 4 pure white wings, donned a magnificent robe, and held a scepter, resembling an exalted angel, untouched by the filth of the mortal world. Lu Yuxuan awakened a super spirit, contracted the S-level Radiant Saintess, and gained the spirit technique Radiant Descent. S-level, it's S-level. Songnan No. 1 High School can finally stand tall this year. Seeing Lu Yuxuan successfully contract the S-level Saintess, Principal Lin Baiyuan trembled with excitement. The students below cast envious glances. Contracting an S-level Saintess and being the campus beauty, her future achievements are boundless. If only I could marry such a woman. I would gladly live in a mansion and drive a sports car. Hey, what are you thinking? She has a boyfriend, from the Ye family. The Ye family. That's impressive, a well-known family in Songnan City. What does it matter that the family is famous? Her boyfriend is a timid and weak fellow. If I contracted an S-level Saintess, I wouldn't even look at him. The Ye family? Hearing the words of those around him, Ye Ming furrowed his brow slightly. He gripped the fruit knife in his hand, sensing that something unpleasant was about to transpire. Indeed, in the next moment, Lu Yuxuan stepped away from the awakening platform and approached Ye Ming directly. Her expression was cold, her fists clenched, as if she had made a momentous decision, declaring, Ye Ming, I have awakened a super spirit. From now on, we are no longer on the same path. Thank you for your care over the past 3 years, but we will part. Shut up. Before Lu Yuxuan could finish her sentence, Ye Ming abruptly interrupted her casting, his tone icy. Parting, is it? I agree. But remember, it was I who ended this. Now, please keep your distance. I fear being misunderstood. Just a moment ago, Ye Ming recalled everything. Lu Yuxuan, the nominal girlfriend of the original host. They had never held hands, never exchanged kisses, and even a few sweet words would be met with disdain. She merely regarded the original host as a pawn. When she needed something, a simple gesture would suffice, but when she no longer required his presence, she would cast him aside. Finding even his breath bothersome, now that she had contracted the S-level Saintess, she was eager to sever ties to maintain her pure persona. Such a person is not only a schemer, but also foolish. She rushed over to break up before even awakening herself. Isn't that a sign of foolishness? Ye Ming, what did you just say? You broke up with me. Lu Yuxuan seemed to have heard the most amusing joke in the world. I have contracted the S-level campus beauty, a being adored by all. You, Ye Ming, what right do you have to break up with me? It is only I who can break up with you. You have no right to end things, Ye Ming. I hope you recognize your position. Now, apologize to me, and I might begrudgingly be willing to remain friends. Lu Yuxuan maintained her lofty demeanor. Ye Ming frowned. What an idiot. He turned and walked away, not wishing to engage with Lu Yuxuan at all. Chapter 2. The Contract. The Super Godfall Knight Demon Emperor. Stop right there. On what grounds do you act this way? Lu Yuxuan exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she stamped her foot. Calm down, Yuxuan. Why bother with someone of his ilk? Does he truly deserve your ire? At that moment, Wang Haoyang approached, regarding Ye Ming with disdain. With such a character, it remains uncertain whether he can even awaken his spiritual essence. He feigns an aloof demeanor, yet he may soon find himself groveling for your forgiveness. Suddenly, a flicker of cold light flashed. Like a specter, Ye Ming appeared before Wang Haoyang in less than a breath's time, his fruit knife poised with deadly accuracy against Wang's throat. Wang Haoyang's laughter abruptly ceased. What is the matter? Why the sudden silence? Is it distaste I see in your eyes? Ye Ming's grip tightened on the blade, piercing Wang Haoyang's skin. His gaze was dark and frigid, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, instilling terror in all who beheld him. Wang Haoyang's pupils dilated in shock. Even the onlooking students gasped in astonishment. His movements, so swift, even Wang Haoyang, who has contracted with the lightning saintess, failed to react. Do not allow conflicts during the awakening ceremony. Next, Ye Ming. Principal Lin Bai Yuan's voice resonated. Only then did Ye Ming retract his knife, leaving a dangerous glare. If you dare call for me again, bloodshed will be the least of your concerns. With that, he ascended the awakening platform amidst the astonished, bewildered, and fearful gazes of the crowd. What arrogance! He might be nothing more than a waste incapable of awakening even a low-grade spirit. Wang Haoyang sneered as Ye Ming moved away, emboldened by his earlier bravado. However, the very next instant, boom, as Ye Ming placed his hand upon the awakening platform, an unparalleled crimson beam of light shot skyward. A powerful force radiated outward, the blood-red column resembling a majestic conduit connecting heaven and earth. What? A blood-red beam. It signifies a peak spiritual essence. My heavens! Principal Lin Baiyuan could hardly contain his excitement, nearly collapsing to the ground in exhilaration. Meanwhile, the students and teachers below widened their eyes in disbelief. Goodness, this is astonishing. The peak spiritual essence, previously thought to exist only in theory, has truly been awakened by Ye Ming. It is said that one who awakens a peak spiritual essence may choose any saintess. I am nearly numb with envy. Impossible. Wang Haoyang's eyes blazed crimson with rage, his fists cracking ominously. A peak spiritual essence, with any saintess at his disposal. Such a person is an absolute pinnacle of existence within the entire Dragon Kingdom. Wang Haoyang could scarcely believe that the typically meek and ineffectual Ye Ming had awakened a peak spiritual essence. By what right? What qualifications does he possess? Peak spiritual essence. Lu Yuxuan stood in a daze, her heart filled with regret and unwillingness. Did I truly err? Why is he so formidable? No, it is not my fault. It is Ye Ming's. If he had awakened sooner, I would not have had to part ways with him. Yes, it is all his fault. Surrounding students. What? How can this possibly be blamed on Ye Ming? Quickly, choose a saintess. Remember, select a top-tier saintess. The principal urged fervently from the side. Ye Ming paid no heed to his words as his consciousness entered the divine seat space. The divine seat space, a realm of ethereal beauty. Before Ye Ming lay spheres enveloped in golden light. As he approached, the sacred figures within each sphere eagerly reached out to him. All were top-tier saintesses. Is this the treatment afforded by a peak spiritual essence? Ye Ming felt a twinge of surprise. Yet, a wave of doubt began to rise within him. Why are there only saintesses and no demonesses? This space should encompass both, yet all I see are top-tier saintesses. Is it because of humanity's choices that the demonesses have dwindled? Just then, Ye Ming noticed a dark sphere cowering in a remote corner, seemingly frightened, refusing to emit even a scintilla of light. What is this? Ye Ming approached the dark sphere. Along the way, several saintesses extended olive branches toward him, but he paid them no mind. He was a top-tier assassin. Among equals, demonesses were more suited to him. His preference lay with the demonesses. Upon reaching the dark sphere, he found it trembling in fear, inching closer to the corner as though terrified of being discovered. Upon closer examination, within the dark sphere was a petite girl clad in black, her beautiful dark hair cascading down, the hem of her starry gown trailing on the ground. She hugged her knees, timidly burying her head between her thighs. The girl quivered slightly, every external disturbance sending her heart racing, much like a wary fawn. She was terrified of everything around her. Ye Ming extended his hand, yearning to touch her. "Do not approach me. I am a witch and could bring you harm." Upon sensing Ye Ming's proximity, the girl in the black dress became utterly flustered. Her voice, as delicate as a chime, was melodious and enchanting. In that moment, Ye Ming felt a sense of disorientation. Once upon a time, as an assassin, he had crouched in the corners during rainy nights, weeping as he uttered similar words. What a pitiable soul, so reminiscent of my own childhood. Ye Ming chuckled softly, shaking his head as clarity dawned upon him. He had made his decision. It was her. His gaze hardened with determination. As an assassin, he could not save himself, but now, as a fully realized spiritual being, he had the power to save the witch. You are a distinguished, fully realized spiritual being. You possess the right to initiate a contract. Would you like to contract with the level witch? Information will be disclosed post-contract. Ye Ming clenched his fists resolutely. Yes. Contract successful, as the words echoed in the air. The next moment revealed the introduction of the girl in the black dress, leaving even Ye Ming, despite his composure, wide-eyed in astonishment. Name: Dark Knight Demon Empress. Real name: Yu. Gender: female. Level: upgradable. Talent: Emperor's demeanor, invincible presence. Description: mysterious and beautiful, elegant and powerful. Born of the night and rising from the shadows. Wherever she treads, darkness descends, order collapses. In her prime, she was unimaginably powerful, and should a deity encounter her, they would surely fall. Comprehensive evaluation. The identity of the Demon Empress is esteemed. I have no authority to comment on her. Not merely a witch, but a Demon Empress. Ye Ming's eyes sparkled as he could not help but chuckle wryly. Could this be considered a fortunate mistake? The title of Demon Empress certainly carried a weight far beyond that of a witch. No, as a distinguished, fully realized spiritual being, you chose the witch first, which is why the Demon Empress emerged. Indeed, Ye Ming nodded slightly. Had he not resolutely chosen the witch, he might never have discovered her true identity as the Demon Empress. He then perused the details regarding Yu, each entry delivering an unparalleled impact. She seemed far more formidable than a level saintess. Especially her level. He had believed level was the limit, yet it could be upgraded. Ye Ming felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration he had never experienced before. Even the moment he attained the title of top assassin paled in comparison to this. At that moment, the dark auras surrounding the girl in the black dress dissipated entirely. Sensing the change within her, she suddenly lifted her head, her stunningly beautiful face etched with disbelief. "Why you contracted with me?" Her eyes sparkled like vast stars, beautiful, mysterious, and captivating, yet filled with sorrow and solitude. Ye Ming nodded gently, confirming her question. "Why?" The girl's eyes shimmered with tears as her voice trembled. "Why would you contract with me? I am a witch, born to bring misfortune and calamity, destined to live a solitary life. Contracting with me will only bring you pain and death. Please, do not pity me or feel sorrow. I have grown accustomed to loneliness." In her final words, Yu buried her head in her thighs, emitting soft sobs, retreating into a corner, shrouded in eternal solitude. Just then, Yu felt as if she had lost weight, warmth enveloping her thighs and back. Ye Ming had crouched down and effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry. "Why you?" The girl was alarmed, her astonished gaze fixed on Ye Ming, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yet, on Ye Ming's stern face, there appeared a hint of warmth and resolve. "What witch or demon? I have chosen you, and your refusal is inconsequential. Now, close your eyes and rest. I shall take you away." With that, he embraced the girl in the black dress and strode forward. The level saintesses on either side looked down upon them with disdain and authority, their gazes akin to judging a felon guilty of grave crimes. Yu, intimidated by their piercing stares, buried her head in Ye Ming's chest. Faced with their scrutinizing gazes, Ye Ming smirked disdainfully and continued onward, his heart as tranquil as still water. Once the saintess's gazes finally shifted away, Yu wrapped her arms around Ye Ming's neck. Gazing at his face as she softly spoke, "Ye Ming, thank you for choosing me." Ye Ming responded with a smile. "No, It is I who should express gratitude. Thank you for granting me this choice. Chapter 3. The Contract of the Level Saintess, Wang Haoyang. Instant kill. In the Awakening Square. All eyes were fixed on Ye Ming atop the Awakening platform, especially Principal Lin Baiyuan, who trembled nervously, his legs shaking like a bulldozer. If he were 10 years younger, the ground would surely bear the marks of his anxiety. Please, let nothing go amiss. It must not happen. Ye Ming. You must heed the principal's advice and sincerely choose the saintess. Do not be reckless and select the witch, for the principal's frail heart may not withstand such a shock. Lin Baiyuan's gaze was fixed intently on Ye Ming. Boom. In the next moment, movement finally erupted. As the crowd held their breath in anticipation, an unexpected event unfolded. The golden beam of light remained still, while the dark beam stirred waves of ripples. In an instant, the heavens trembled, and the once bright sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, where crimson lightning roiled, emanating a terrifyingly powerful aura from Ye Ming. A shadow filled with darkness and mystery materialized behind him. She resembled the very embodiment of night and shadow. A dark sovereign descended upon the world, enigmatic and formidable. Beyond comprehension, her figure was tall and graceful, so beautiful that it was difficult to behold. Her flowing robe resembled a night sky adorned with stars, and the shadowy scythe in her hand seemed capable of severing all light in existence. A witch. Indeed, Ye Ming had forged a pact with a witch. Madness. He truly believed that awakening to such a high-level spirituality would grant him the liberty to act without restraint. Contracting with a witch at such a high level, my goodness. This will undoubtedly be the most sensational headline of the Dragon Kingdom this year. Alas, someone come quickly. The principal has fainted and is convulsing. We need help. In an instant, chaos erupted among the students and teachers below. No one had anticipated this outcome. The principal had repeatedly emphasized not to choose the witch. Yet Ye Ming had defied all expectations. How foolish. The timid and inept young master of the Knight family had, at a critical moment, committed the most rebellious act. At that moment, Wang Haoyang was overjoyed, unable to conceal the delight radiating from his face. He had thought his future was limitless. Little did he know, this fool had just ruined his own prospects. Contracting with a witch might even prevent him from acquiring any spiritual abilities. Just as Wang Haoyang's mocking words echoed, a voice emanated from the Awakening Stone. Ye Ming awakens to full-level spirituality, successfully contracts with the level Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor, acquiring the spiritual abilities of Dark Domain. Godfall Demon Armor, an Eternal Knight descends. What? 3 spiritual abilities right from the start? How is that even possible? Throughout the history of the Dragon Kingdom, no one has ever begun with 3 spiritual abilities. Such a phenomenon should not occur. The crowd felt as though their heads had been struck by a hammer. A dull ache emerging. Starting with 3 spiritual abilities is already an unprecedented miracle. Moreover, Ye Ming had contracted with a witch. According to the records, contracting with a witch typically grants only 1 spiritual ability, and most do not receive even that. Yet Ye Ming, against all odds, contracted a witch and obtained 3 spiritual abilities. Spiritual abilities are the primary means of power for a contractor. This equates to him starting 3 times ahead of others. What nonsense is this? What do 3 spiritual abilities matter if he has contracted with a witch? His life is essentially over. Wang Haoyang clenched his fists, a sneer on his face, his eyes fixed on Ye Ming, viewing him merely as a cowardly clown. To think he could draw attention by contracting with a witch. A character like him is someone I could easily defeat. As Wang Haoyang's words left his lips, the surrounding students looked upon him with disdain. Everyone knew that immediately after contracting, the saintess's contractor would gain significantly more power, while the witch's contractor would see little to no noticeable growth, even with more spiritual abilities. This fact cannot be altered. Wang Haoyang was merely seeking to take advantage of another's misfortune. He was enraged. Just as everyone was processing this, Ye Ming had already clenched his fists, taking a swift step toward Wang Haoyang, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Who gives you the courage to think you can defeat me now? Bang! In a moment of sheer terror on Wang Haoyang's face, Ye Ming landed a solid punch on his head. A powerful force surged forth, sending Wang Haoyang flying like a kite, soaring dozens of meters away. Ye Ming raised his gaze, charging forward once more to catch up with Wang Haoyang, then firmly grasping his head. Bang! He slammed Wang Haoyang's head into the ground, creating a massive crater. Blood gushed from Wang Haoyang's head, and he fainted from the pain. I warned you, if you bark again, it won't be as simple as drawing blood. After completing his actions, Ye Ming dusted himself off, his expression calm and indifferent, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. However, the watching teachers and students were far from calm. Instantaneous kill? Wang Haoyang was actually defeated by Ye Ming? He was the contractor of the level lightning saintess. Something is amiss. Everything feels off. Why is Ye Ming's power so exaggerated? Wasn't he contracted with a witch? How can this be? Could it be due to the immense disparity in levels? But that is not what the books say. Everyone was in disarray, their perceptions profoundly shaken. In truth, they were not entirely incorrect. If Ye Ming had contracted with an ordinary level witch, the power he received would indeed be lesser than Wang Haoyang's. However, the knight contract binds the Demon Emperor. She is no ordinary entity. Moreover, he is the most formidable assassin, possessing combat skills and physical prowess that far surpass Wang Haoyang. Torturing him is akin to tormenting a mere chicken. There is absolutely no pressure. Ye Ming, I am truly sorry. I should not have broken up with you. Can we return to how things were? At that moment, the previously indifferent Lu Yuxuan approached. Lowering her head, she feigned a pitiful demeanor. Ye Ming's lips twitched. Return to how things were. To be your obedient servant again? Dream on. I have stated it clearly. We are finished. Do not entangle me further. His expression was cold and unyielding. Lu Yuxuan felt a jolt in her heart. She could hardly believe that the once compliant Ye Ming was now rejecting her entreaties. Was it merely a contract with a high-level sorceress? What was there to be so arrogant about? Ye Ming, you are being unreasonable. I have come to seek you out. What more do you want from me? Lu Yuxuan felt aggrieved and angrily shouted at Ye Ming. You have merely contracted a high-level sorceress. It's not like you have ascended to greatness. I have contracted a high-level saintess who is far superior to you. In tomorrow's preliminary test, I will undoubtedly surpass you. And even if you apologize, I shall not forgive you. I will make you aware that you and your sorceress are nothing but trash. Silence. With a swift motion, Ye Ming brandished a glimmering dagger that narrowly missed her eye. Had it been but a fraction off, she would have been blinded. Ye Ming glared at Lu Yuxuan, his voice laced with menace. Dare to utter another word, and I assure you the next dagger shall pierce your eye. You. Lu Yuxuan wished to retort, but upon meeting Ye Ming's dark gaze, fear gripped her. She sensed that Ye Ming was indeed capable of blinding her. Foolish and arrogant. Ye Ming shook his head in disdain and turned away, finding her presence utterly vexing. She had been the one to initiate the breakup, and now she clung on, exhibiting a complete lack of reason. Was that not repulsive? Could she not possess a modicum of self-respect? It was truly exasperating. Just as Ye Ming stepped out of the crowd, a luxurious supercar materialized before him. A red-haired woman emerged from the vehicle. She was strikingly beautiful, adorned with a lace cap, dressed in a printed white shirt, and a baseball jacket cinched at her waist. Her long, fair legs glimmered under the sunlight. Upon seeing Ye Ming, her expression turned grave. Ye Ming, you foolish boy. Do you understand the foolishness of your actions? What did I tell you before coming here? I instructed you to contract the saintess, yet you? What have you done? Contracting a full-level sorceress is nothing short of self-sabotage. I am eager to see how you will explain this to your uncle. Confronted by the fierce demeanor of the red-haired woman, Ye Ming instinctively blurted out, Ye Xingxin, you audacious little brat. Ye Xingxin seized Ye Ming by the ear, displeased. You dare to call me by my name so casually? Clearly, you have not been disciplined in days. Get in the car. We will address your transgressions later. With that, she forcibly shoved Ye Ming into the passenger seat of the car. Meanwhile, Ye Xingxin cast a glance at Wang Haoyang, who was writhing on the ground. Frowning, she turned to Ye Ming and inquired, Did you kill that second-rate heir of the Wang family? Ye Ming shook his head. No, I merely injured him. Then it does not matter. The Wang family is tough-skinned. I often used to beat his brother, Ye Xingxin replied, deftly dialing for an ambulance before driving off with Ye Ming in the supercar. Once she departed, the other students snapped back to reality, bewildered. What just happened? Who was that woman? You don't know? That Ye Xingxin, Ye Ming's older sister. She is also a high-level flame saintess contract master with a notoriously fiery temper. With a full-level sorceress and a hot-tempered sister, I hear the Ye Ming family members tend to resolve matters with their fists. In my opinion, Ye Ming is in serious trouble. He will surely face repercussions. He deserves it. He brought this upon himself by contracting a sorceress. Chapter 4. Strength will speak for itself. On the way back, Ye Ming leaned back in the passenger seat, seizing the opportunity to check his status panel. Name, Ye Ming, Spirit, Full Level, Realm, First Level Contract Master, 010000. Mental Power, 100. Vitality, 100. Contract Spirit, Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor, Contract Spirit Level, High-level, upgradable. Spirit skills, Dark Domain. Godfall Demon Armor, Eternal Night descends. Dark Domain. Level 1 creates a 5-meter radius of influence centered on oneself, instilling fear in others within the domain. You can merge into darkness, achieving absolute invisibility. Godfall Demon Armor. Level 1 a top-tier battle armor that fuses the powers of shadow and night. Wearing it significantly enhances strength, speed, and physical resilience. Eternal Night descends. Level 1 Darkness envelopes. Death descends. You possess the ability to unleash a judgment strike, inflicting tenfold damage upon a singular target. You can also shroud multiple adversaries in darkness, dealing area damage. Spiritual Talent. Talent 1. Growth through slaughter. Growth through slaughter. The blood and death invigorate you. Any creature that perishes by your hand will transform into your strength, allowing your ascension to transcend previous limitations. Talent 2. War Intent of the Demon Emperor. War Intent of the Demon Emperor. When battling contract practitioners of the same realm, your capabilities will amplify tenfold. My goodness, is this the advantage of being a contract Demon Emperor? After reviewing the panel, even Ye Ming, renowned for his composure, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. This is truly outrageous. Initially, let us consider the mental energy and vitality. Both stand at 100 points. While this may seem unimpressive, Ye Ming recalls that even a level Saintus contract practitioner possesses an initial vitality and mental energy of merely 50 points. He has effectively doubled that. Furthermore, examining the 3 spiritual techniques, whether it be the Dark Domain that enables absolute invisibility, the Godfall Demon Armor that enhances attributes and combat prowess, or the multifaceted combat method of Eternal Night's Descent, their descriptions undeniably encapsulate one word: comprehensive. Utterly comprehensive. Moreover, they align perfectly with Ye Ming's skills. The absolute invisibility of the Dark Domain is a coveted divine skill for an assassin. As for the final spiritual talent, it is one that all contract practitioners awaken. Yet Ye Ming's spiritual talent evidently ranks high, especially the War Intent of the Demon Emperor, which grants him a tenfold strength increase when contending against practitioners of the same realm. How is this any different from being invincible within his tier? Ye Ming increasingly felt that choosing the witch was the wisest decision of his life. Sensing Ye Ming's excitement, the ethereal shadow residing within his sea of consciousness also revealed a smile. However, the one driving the vehicle, Ye Xinshin, held a contrasting opinion. She cast a sidelong glance at Ye Ming and scoffed, "You little rascal, do you still have the mood to smile? A fully awakened spiritual contract witch. Your actions have even made me furious. When we return home, your second uncle and the others will surely give you a sound thrashing. Additionally, I must inform you that your most dreaded fourth uncle has also returned. Prepare for your doom." Prompted by his elder sister's reminder, Ye Ming's memories of the Yi family became vividly clear. The Yi family, one of the renowned clans in Songnan City, boasts 10 large enterprises, controlling 40% of the city's industries, standing alongside the Wang family, where Wang Haoyang belongs, as one of the 2 prominent families of Songnan. While the Yi family appears to have numerous spokespersons, Ye Ming is well aware that the true reins of power lie within the hands of his 3 uncles. The second uncle, Yi Jun, is deeply loyal and skilled in political maneuvering, managing the entire Yi family with impeccable order. The third uncle, Yi Wan, is astute and oversees the family's finances, proving to be a shrewd and capable individual. The fourth uncle, Yi Zheng, is powerful and principled, a man of few words but ruthless methods. As for Ye Ming's biological parents, they perished shortly after his birth while combating ferocious beasts during an attack. Over the years, it has been his 3 uncles who raised him, treating him exceptionally well, devoid of the tragic narratives often found in novels concerning parental loss and familial betrayal. Among the 3 uncles, Ye Ming is closest to the second uncle, Yi Jun, who dotes on him the most. Conversely, he harbors disdain for the third uncle, Yi Wan, due to his high education and penchant for critiquing every small mistake Ye Ming makes, which could be considered a bit pedantic. The one he fears the most is the fourth uncle, Yi Zheng, captain of the 3rd Border City Guard, a 5th-tier contract practitioner with the level of a rock saintess as his contracted spirit. His formidable strength ensures that each visit home is accompanied by rigorous training. Failing to complete his training tasks often results in Ye Ming facing hunger and physical punishment. Of course, while each uncle possesses a distinct personality, they all adhere to one principle: strength is paramount. With strength, as long as one does not commit heinous acts, Any action is justified. Am I causing you trouble? The ethereal shadow in the sea of consciousness inquired, a hint of embarrassment in its voice. Ye Ming waved his hand dismissively. What trouble is this? It's merely dealing with a few elders. With a confident demeanor, he entered the opulently adorned courtyard of the Yi residence. The moment he stepped through the door, he could sense the chilling aura emanating from the training room. A palpable sense of murderous intent lingered. His three uncles were ill-suited for the role of assassins. Ye Ming mused habitually. You still have the time to discuss this? Yi Xinxin shot him a strange look before urging, hurry up. Your three uncles are waiting for you in the training room. Upon entering the expansive 300-square-meter training room, he noticed his three uncles seated in prominent positions, silently observing him. Humph. Ye Ming, you have the audacity to return? Do you even comprehend what you've done? Hurry and come over to apologize to our ancestors and your parents. The speaker was the third uncle, Yi Wan, his gaunt face stern, eyes wide as if ready to devour him. Ye Ming lifted his gaze and instantly furrowed his brow. How amusing. His three uncles had even brought forth the ancestral tablets of his parents. Approaching the tablets, Ye Ming stood before his three uncles. However, no action was taken. Yi Wan furrowed his brows and shouted angrily. Can't you hear me asking you to apologize? I am not in the wrong. Why should I apologize? As soon as Ye Ming's words left his mouth, Yi Wan and the others were momentarily taken aback, their expressions darkening simultaneously. Outside the door, Yi Xian sighed, pressing her forehead. Well, it's completely over now. What a rascal, awakened with full-level spirituality. Now he's grown wings and refuses to heed his uncle's words. Yi Wan was so furious that his body trembled. Throughout his childhood, Ye Ming had always complied with his guidance. Today, in front of his elder brother and ancestors, he dared to rebel. How can he even question what wrong he has done? Before stepping out, we told you that regardless of the spirituality you awaken, you must choose the Holy Maiden. Our Yi family has some standing. By choosing the Holy Maiden, we could pave the way for you. But what have you done today? Contracting with a full-level magical, which is nothing short of wastefulness. What difference is there between that and feeding ginseng to pigs? Yi Wan's words grew increasingly intense. His face flushed with rage, especially when he saw Ye Ming's unyielding demeanor, which incensed him further. All right, third brother, do not get so worked up. This matter cannot be resolved in haste. Yi Jun patted Yi Wan's shoulder. Second brother, at a time like this, you still indulge this brat? Do you wish to witness him ruin himself? Their elder brother and sister-in-law entrusted Ye Ming to us. We cannot fail him, or it would betray their trust in us. Yi Wan pounded his chest, his voice trembling. He looked again at Ye Ming, his eyes filled with a sense of frustration. I just cannot comprehend. We have not treated you poorly over the years. Why do you choose this path? What benefit does a magical witch bring you? Do you not understand what choosing a witch signifies? Child, you are not only destroying your own future, but also shattering your parents' expectations of you. Enough, third uncle. At that moment, Ye Ming, who had remained silent, suddenly lifted his head to look at his third uncle Yi Wan. He clenched his fists, a surge of fighting spirit bursting forth from his chest. Isn't it simply because I contracted with a witch that you fear I will ruin my future? If that is the case, let strength speak for itself. I presume you have been prepared for this. Chapter 5:13. It is merely a matter of annihilation. Ye Ming's sudden interruption left Yi Wan momentarily stunned. Yi Jun beside him also gaped, appearing incredulous. What has gotten into this lad today? Why is he so resolute? Where has the weak Ye Ming, who only knew how to apologize when faced with problems, gone? It feels as though he is transformed entirely. Speaking of using strength, that does not seem like something you would utter. The ever-silent fourth uncle Yi Zheng chuckled. If that is the case, then let it be. Clap, clap. He applauded his hands. Shortly after, a soldier clad in outdoor combat attire walked in from outside the training room. The soldier was tall, with bulging muscles beneath his short sleeves, sporting a crew cut and a square jaw, exuding an air of formidable strength. His name was Li Jiangming, a new recruit of mine this year. A second-tier contract master, his contracted spirit is a level battle Saint Maiden. If you can defeat him, I shall no longer pursue the matter regarding your contract with the witch. Yi Zheng crossed his arms, his sharp gaze fixed on Ye Ming, his expression inscrutable. Ye Ming scrutinized Li Jiangming, and then turned to fourth uncle Yi Zheng. Bring in two more. I can take on all three. 1 against 3? Yi Zheng and the others could not miss the implication in Ye Ming's words. This lad intends to use this battle to silence these 3 old geezers completely. Very well, truly ignorant of your own limitations. Do you think that because you contracted with a level witch, you are invincible? Bring in the two strongest second-tier contract masters in the courtyard. Yuan would not indulge this brat. As his words fell, two bodyguards dressed in training attire immediately entered the training room. They were second-tier contract masters, with contracted spirits also being level Saint Maidens. 3 second-tier contract masters. Will this not harm Ye Ming? What if something goes wrong? Before Ye Jun could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Ye Zheng beside him, second brother. This is all of Ye Ming's own volition. If he wins, it proves his capability. If he loses, it will teach him a lesson about the cost of boasting. Exactly. Yuan raised both hands in agreement. Ye Ming has been spoiled by you. If he does not learn a lesson, he will truly think he can turn the world upside down. Saying this, he suddenly looked at Ye Ming, waving his hand. Ye Ming, the battle was proposed by you. If you lose, you must unconditionally obey every word we say, and you must obtain our permission for anything you do, even eating. We will dictate what you eat. Ye Ming countered, and if I win? If you win, we shall apologize to you and grant you everything you desire. Deal. Ye Ming confidently stepped onto the training ground. Li Jiangming and the two bodyguards surrounded him in a triangular formation, enclosing him in the center. Do you need a weapon? I can provide the divine fallen scythe. It is quite formidable. A soft, ethereal voice echoed in the night, resonating through the depths of the divine sea. The divine scythe? No need for that. With a serene smile, Ye Ming grasped a dagger nearby, the weapon tightly held in his hand. This will suffice. Li Jiangming's expression darkened as he witnessed this scene, realizing the disdain Ye Ming held for them. Onward, together. With an explosive intensity, his eyes gleamed with fervor, and radiant crimson runes emerged upon his arms as a spectral warrior, wielding twin metallic fists, materialized. The 3 second-tier contract practitioners advanced with remarkable speed, their fists slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. Ye Ming stood at the center, and as he sensed their proximity closing in, merely a meter away, he activated the shadow domain. Instantly, a darkness began to creep forth from every corner, enveloping him in a sphere of shadow with a 5-meter radius. With arms outstretched, just as the trio's fists were about to land upon him, he leaned back and fell, a mocking smile gracing his lips. The assassination begins. He melded seamlessly into the darkness. What is happening? Where did he go? A guard, clad in icy armor, searched frantically, fists clenched. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed past him. Before he could react, a tremendous force struck his neck, sending him crashing into the abyss of shadow. This brat can turn invisible. A back-to-back tactic. Li Jiangming exchanged a knowing glance with another guard, both instinctively covering each other's backs, ever vigilant of their surroundings. In the realm of darkness, all was silent and devoid of light. Yet, a true assassin can locate the optimal position for a strike from any angle, waiting for the opportune moment to enact their lethal intentions. This battle was nearing its conclusion. Ye Ming's voice resonated above them. The two guards immediately heightened their alertness. But it was already too late. Whoosh! 2 more beams of cold light darted through the air. The immense force rendered another guard unconscious. Li Jiangming's contracted warrior endowed him with formidable physical strength, comparable to steel. Yet, when Ye Ming's dagger pressed against his neck, he felt his limbs weaken, his mind succumbing to a state of paralysis, collapsing to the ground with eyes wide open. He simply could not endure. Ye Ming's strength was already considerable, and furthermore, he had targeted the carotid sinus, a delicate area that, when subjected to significant pressure, could easily induce unconsciousness or even cardiac arrest. Such was the experience of a seasoned assassin. As Li Jiangming fell, the confrontation came to a definitive close. Ye Ming glanced at the time. 1 minute? How lengthy? By his estimation, it should have taken no more than half that time to dispatch these 3. Ultimately, this body was too weak. At this moment, Ye Wen and his companions stood in stunned silence, their expressions vacant as if struck by lightning, their eyes trembling with shock and excitement. They had believed that Ye Ming defeating even a single second-tier contract practitioner was implausible. Yet now, he had triumphed over 3, dispatching them within a minute without any chance for retaliation. What is happening? Was it not said that contract witches have little combat capability in the early stages? How could this be? Ye Wen found the unfolding events surreal. His nephew was far from the expectations he had held. Ye Jun rushed forward to thoroughly inspect Ye Ming's physique, confirming that no underhanded methods had been employed. Everything was derived from sheer strength. How extraordinary! Ye Ming, how are you so powerful? You must have contracted a saintess. Ye Jun, overwhelmed with astonishment, began to question the information he had previously received. Only when Ye Ming assured him that it was indeed a witch did Ye Jun begin to accept this revelation, albeit with increasing skepticism about his own understanding. Could it be due to your maxed-out spirit affinity? What is your innate talent, Ye Ming? Does it confer combat bonuses? Combat bonuses? Yes, but only against opponents of the same tier. The three I faced were all second tier, so it didn't apply. His top-tier assassination techniques allowed him to conceal his presence. Coupled with an acute awareness of the body's vulnerable areas, Yi Zheng approached Ye Ming, scrutinizing him for a prolonged moment before shaking his head. Had I not witnessed your growth myself, I would suspect you were a product of some assassin organization. Oh, you discerned that already? Ye Ming smirked, acknowledging his uncle's perceptiveness. Indeed, you are the most formidable among the Yi family. Let us hope so, Yi Zheng replied, placing a hand on Ye Ming's shoulder, an uncommon smile gracing his face. Chapter 6. Not 100 ferocious beasts, but a relentless pursuit. This confrontation unveiled the true potential of Ye Ming to his uncles. My nephew appears to be rather different from the ordinary. So, does this serve as proof of my capabilities? Ye Ming smiled faintly as he glanced at his three uncles. The fourth uncle, Yi Zheng, waved his hand, indicating his approval. The second uncle, Ye Jun, has always been quite indulgent towards Ye Ming. And upon witnessing his contract with the witch, coupled with his extraordinary abilities, he would not dwell on the matter any further. He quickly responded with a cheerful, "It's proven indeed. Defeating 3 second-tier opponents with first-tier strength, what else could be deemed as proof?" He turned to the third uncle. "What say you, old three?" Ye Wen's expression suddenly stiffened, his lips twitching slightly. Ever since Ye Ming returned home, he had been the sole bearer of the black cloud. Having previously boasted that if Ye Ming were to win, he would not only cease to interfere in his affairs, but also offer an apology. Having raised the stakes so high for himself, he found it difficult to retract his words now. "Hey, why is everyone looking at me as if I were a criminal? I was just worried about that little brat, Ye Ming." Ye Wen glared discontentedly at Ye Jun and Yi Zheng before posing one final question. "Ye Ming, I shall ask you one last question. It is widely said that the witch's contract grants weak initial combat power, which you have demonstrated. However, what about backlash? The witch's contract is known to be susceptible to lethal retribution." Indeed, both Ye Jun and Yi Zheng exclaimed in unison. Their curiosity piqued as they gazed at Ye Ming, hoping he would provide a reasonable explanation. "Dear uncles," Ye Ming declared with unwavering confidence in a tone neither servile nor arrogant, "I can assure you that the so-called lethal backlash is of no concern to me. This is a proof that requires time to establish, and I hope you will trust me." The three elders fell into a momentary silence. "All right." It was Ye Wen who rose first, nodding at Ye Ming with an approving gaze. "You little rascal. Based on your earlier display of strength, I am convinced. Furthermore, I must apologize for my earlier tone." Ye Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His third uncle could be quite vexing at times, yet his sudden change of demeanor often left one both amused and bewildered. With the most troublesome uncle pacified, the second uncle Ye Jun and the fourth uncle Yi Zheng had nothing further to say. "According to your third uncle's previous wager, from this day forward, we three old fellows shall no longer meddle in your affairs. However, should you encounter any danger outside or require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to us. As your uncles, we will steadfastly stand by your side," Ye Jun proclaimed, thumping his chest with conviction. Yi Zheng nodded silently, and though he did not speak, Ye Ming understood that he now had the protection of a fifth-tier contract master. Once everything was settled, Ye Ming hurriedly retrieved his parents' spirit tablets and brought them back to the ancestral hall. During this time, he received a message from his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen. "Yang Jinwen, Ye Ming, I am aware of your contract with the witch. However, I know you are a child of strong will, so whatever path you choose, I will wholeheartedly support you. Teacher Yang is truly a good person." Ye Ming recalled how the original owner was timid and often bullied by classmates. Yet she would patiently guide him. He continued to check the messages. "Yang Jinwen, by the way, tomorrow the school will hold a preliminary test, which is of great importance. The location will be at the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall, so do remember to participate." The mention of the preliminary test caused Ye Ming's expression to darken. Before the official martial arts examination 1 month later, the school would organize 3 essential assessments. Martial arts examination, a crucial test that determines the fate of contract masters. The preliminary test primarily evaluates student strength, speed, and combat abilities. The intermediate test assesses whether students possess the conditions and courage to confront genuine ferocious beasts. The simulated test serves to familiarize students with the examination process and predict potential challenges. If memory serves, Liu Yuxuan had confidently claimed today that she would crush him in the preliminary test and demand an apology from him. How naive of her. Nonetheless, I could take the opportunity to test my strength at the Cangnan Martial Arts Hall beforehand. The Cangnan Martial Arts Hall, an institution officially established for all contract masters, offers professional training and the chance to engage in combat with simulated ferocious beasts to gauge one's abilities. It holds significant authority in Cangnan City. Uncle, did you not just say that you would grant all my requests? Ye Ming turned to his third uncle, who was assisting him in moving the spirit tablets. Ye Wen furrowed his brow, surprised that the boy had planned so soon. Speak, what do you desire? I need you to secure a spot at the Cangnan Martial Arts Hall for me. The Martial Arts Hall? Very well. I will arrange it for you tomorrow. No, I want it right now. Ye Wen paused momentarily, realizing that processing this immediately would incur an additional fee of 10,000. Uncle, Ye Ming urged. All right. I'll take care of it right now. You cheeky rascal, why are you so intrigued by violence and combat? According to the tradition of Cangnan No. 1 High School, during the preliminary assessment, students are pitted against first-tier ferocious beasts. Slaying one earns a passing grade, 2 for a commendable performance, 5 for excellence, and 10 for a perfect score. Whether achieved in a single blow or simultaneously, both counts. Under the guidance of his elder sister, Ye Xin, Ye Ming arrived at the Cangnan Martial Arts Hall. The hall's architecture is a magnificent hemisphere, sprawling over an area equivalent to 20 football fields. It comprises 3 levels, each featuring 30 small rooms dedicated to testing and training. Ye Ming and Ye Xin entered the administrative hall on the first floor. Before them hung a colossal screen emblazoned with the title, Cangnan City Record Board. First-tier contract master, Lin Feng. Kill record, 60 first-tier ferocious beasts. Second-tier contract master, Mu Qingyi. Kill record, 50 second-tier ferocious beasts. Third-tier contract master, Shanggong Mingwei. Kill record, 43rd tier ferocious beasts. If you're interested, you might try to challenge the records. Rewards await those who break them. Ye Xin raised an eyebrow at Ye Ming, encouraging him. Although his expression remained impassive, excitement stirred within him. The division of realms applies equally to ferocious beasts and contract masters, first tier, second tier, third tier. However, due to the innate simplicity of lower-tier beasts, they are generally far easier to confront than contract masters. Ye Ming could effortlessly dispatch second-tier contract masters. Dealing with several first-tier ferocious beasts was child's play for him. Moreover, considering that the record for first-tier contract masters is merely 60 beasts, this seemed rather simple. If I were to challenge it, I should be able to. Ye Ming glanced at his fist, ultimately extending a finger. 100? Ye Xin interjected. No. Ye Ming replied with a calm smile. I mean continuous kills. Chapter 7. The Soaring Record, aiming for 500. Hello, I am the staff member Xiao Yu. According to regulations, first-tier contract masters are restricted to using the training rooms on the first floor. Please follow me. A young woman clad in professional attire led Ye Ming and his sister to room 102. Upon opening the door, they found a simply furnished training room equipped with holographic simulation facilities and a data control center, separated by a safety wall and glass. This lad aims to challenge the record. Remember to activate the professional recording, Ye Xin instructed. Xiao Yu, the staff member, displayed a hint of surprise. According to the information in her hands, Ye Ming was merely a newly contracted novice, and yet he was already seeking to challenge the record? Did this newcomer possess such confidence? Was he not rushing things a bit? Such haste might dull his edge and zeal. Xiao Yu shook her head, deciding it was not her concern and choosing to remain uninvolved. Once the professional recording commenced, a hum resonated through the training room, signaling the start of the challenge. Challengeable beast level, first tier. Challengeable beast quantity, unlimited. Let's begin with 10 beasts to test the waters. With Ye Ming's command, 10 robust black-striped tigers materialized around him. Their dark bodies were adorned with blue patterns, and their powerful claws could shatter rocks. With a thunderous roar, the 10 black-striped tigers charged, mouths agape, their sharp teeth glinting menacingly. Standing at the center, Ye Ming's eyes glimmered with a blood-red light. Divine fallen demon armor. A shadowy aura enveloped him. And as he clenched his fists, dark energy radiated outward, instantly sending the tigers sprawling to the ground. In stark contrast, Ye Ming donned an impressive suit of black battle armor, his greaves, bracers, and breastplate forged from dark energy, exuding a chillingly powerful aura. With a swift step forward, he delivered precise, crushing blows to the tigers' heads, shattering their skulls and dispatching them with ease. Goodness, this lad is even wearing battle armor? What exactly has he contracted? A sorceress? Yi Xinxin's astonished voice caused Xiao Yu to pause momentarily, scrutinizing Ye Ming anew. A sorceress? Had this youth contracted a sorceress? Yet the combat prowess he displayed surpassed even that of the revered saintess. Wasn't it said that newly contracted sorceresses lacked combatability? Xiao Yu mumbled to herself in confusion. Within the training room, having eliminated 10 black-striped tigers, Ye Ming felt no fatigue whatsoever. As he prepared for another round, a prompt echoed in his mind. Talent for slaughter growth activated. Kill first-tier black-striped tiger, realm experience 1, spirit technique experience 1. Kill first-tier black-striped tiger, realm experience 1. Spirit technique experience 1. Kill first-tier black-striped tiger, realm experience 1, spirit technique experience 1. The simulated beasts can also grant experience. Ye Ming narrowed his eyes, as if he had discovered a new realm, and continued to challenge himself, this time against 21st-tier ferocious beasts. As his voice fell, a blue figure swept overhead, spreading its wings, its sharp eyes glinting like swords. It was the blue-blade eagle, with claws as tough as steel and incredible speed. Even a typical first-tier contract master would struggle to slay a single one. Xiao Yu covered her mouth, her eyes widening in astonishment. In the next moment, dark energy coiled around Ye Ming's hand, transforming into a dagger approximately 20 centimeters long. He flickered like a shadow in the air, his speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, weaving through the flock of blue-blade eagles. With swift strikes, countless feathers scattered in the chaos. One by one, the blue-blade eagles fell. Kill first-tier blue-blade eagle, realm experience 1, spirit technique experience 1. Kill first-tier blue-blade eagle, realm experience 1. Spirit technique experience 1. Kill first-tier blue-blade eagle, realm experience 1, spirit technique experience 1. Excellent. Ye Ming gazed at his hands with satisfaction, feeling increasingly attuned to this body. While it was somewhat weaker, its elongated form and explosive speed made it ideally suited for assassination. Onward. Another 30. Ye Ming's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Clad in his divine battle armor, he resembled a deity of death descended upon the mortal realm. His power and speed surged to their zenith, an insatiable urge for slaughter coursing through him. Soon, another 30 ferocious beasts appeared. Undoubtedly, upon their arrival, Ye Ming continued his merciless assault, wielding his petite dagger throughout. This indicated he had yet to unleash his full potential. 30, 60, 90, 150. The numbers climbed relentlessly. Meanwhile, in the hall of the martial arts arena, an increasing number of spectators began to notice the changes on the large screen. Songnan record board. First-tier contract master, Ye Ming kill record, 151st tier ferocious beasts. First-tier contract master, Ye Ming kill record, 181st tier ferocious beasts. First-tier contract master, Ye Ming kill record, 201st tier ferocious beasts. The data on the screen updated in real time. Incredible. 200? And still rising? What on earth is going on with this Ye Ming? Could his contract spirit be a level saintess? This data is utterly astounding. Where are the staff? Come and see. Your record board must be malfunctioning. Hurry and find someone to fix it. Calm down, I am the staff member. I've already checked it several times since earlier. And it's not broken. Is this for real? It's over 300. This Ye Ming is truly defying the heavens. At that moment, the majority of the crowd in the hall was fixated on the screen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Since the establishment of the Songnan martial arts arena, no first-tier contract master had ever achieved a kill record of over 100 ferocious beasts. Yet now, it was not merely over 100. Ye Ming's count had soared to 300, and it continued to rise at a frenzied pace. It seemed destined to breach 500. In the training room, both Ye Xinxin and staff member Xiao Yu stood in awe. Just how many secrets was this brat hiding from me? Slaying hundreds of ferocious beasts in one go is more impressive than contracting a level saintess. Ye Xinxin's mouth fell agape. In her 20-plus years of life, she had encountered many prodigies, but Ye Ming was a first. He was not merely a genius. He was a prodigy. At that moment, the door to the training room was abruptly kicked open. A middle-aged man in a white robe rushed in, his face stern. Who called for Ye Ming? Is he still testing? Upon seeing the white-robed man, staff member Xiao Yu trembled and quickly bowed respectfully. Greetings, directorly? A lightning bolt seemed to strike in Ye Xinxin's mind. Memories flooded back. her chest heaving as her breath quickened. The director of Tsangnan Martial Arts Arena, a formidable 5th-tier contract master with a contract spirit of the Storm Saintess, ranked among the top 3 in combat prowess in Tsangnan City, Li Sufeng. This little brat, Ye Ming, has actually attracted such a figure. Is he the one being tested? Li Sufeng turned to Xiao Yu, asking urgently. Xiao Yu nodded hastily. Yes, it is him. How many ferocious beasts has he killed now? Reporting to the director, he has already slain 350 ferocious beasts without resting for a single minute. Moreover, his contract spirit appears to be a witch. Which? Li Sufeng furrowed his brow, pondering deeply as he rubbed his chin. After he finishes this batch, tell him to come to my office. No, I will wait for him here. It was evident he had something to discuss with Ye Ming. Ye Ming's count of ferocious beasts slain has reached a total of 400. The Godfall demon armor adorning his body seemed to possess a life of its own, expanding and contracting with his breath, expelling the heat generated within. With the kill count now at 400, he felt a profound sense of adaptation to this body. It was time to orchestrate a perfect conclusion. Suddenly, Ye Ming lifted his gaze, his eyes flickering with a crimson glow. This time, he would challenge 100 ferocious beasts. Chapter 8. Ascension to Spirit Level, Star Demon Academy. What a bold lad. 100 ferocious beasts, and all at once. I am eager to see how you manage this. Li Sufeng leaned in closer, his eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. In no time, within the training ground, 100 ferocious beasts emerged. A flame eagle circled overhead, its fiery wings flapping, its fierce gaze fixated intently on Ye Ming. On the ground, various beasts appeared, a rock-fisted gorilla, a poisonous armored lizard bristling with thorns on its back, a springing creature, and a toothy beast with serrated jaws. These ferocious beasts surged towards Ye Ming like a frenzy. Despite knowing they were mere simulations, Ye Ming felt the ground tremble beneath him. Beasts charged from every direction, including above. There was no escape. It was time to fight. Why? I shall borrow your Godfall long scythe. With that, Ye Ming reached out into the air, and a black long scythe materialized in his hand. The scythe was entirely obsidian, its elongated handle adorned with sparkling starlight, surrounded by an eerie black aura. At the end of the handle was a blood-red gem that pulsed as if it were the very heart of a reaper in the night. The crescent blade exuded a deep crimson hue, seemingly infused with endless stillness and coldness, its edge glimmering with a chilling light, sharp enough to effortlessly sever the boundaries between soul and void. The power of the Godfall long scythe was formidable. As Ye Ming wielded the scythe, his aura transformed. If he had once been a killer in the shadows, he now resembled a god of death amidst the darkness. His presence was overwhelming and audacious. With a swift motion, Ye Ming swung the Godfall long scythe, unleashing a blood-red arc that sliced through the horde of beasts. Slashing, wherever the strike landed, the ferocious beasts were cleaved instantaneously. Even the rock-fisted gorilla, known for its defense, was effortlessly severed in two. Indeed, it was impressive. His earlier casual strikes had already dispatched 10 beasts. This further clarified Ye Ming's understanding of the scythe's prowess. Boom. Immediately after, Ye Ming propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, charging into the swarm of beasts. The scythe blur in his hands. From his center, darkness began to spread outward, activating the dark domain. With each slash, blood-red shadows flickered in the dark. Horizontal cuts, diagonal slashes, vertical cleaves, and piercing strikes. Within Ye Ming's grasp, the long scythe became the ultimate instrument of slaughter, the cold blade slicing through the beasts' bodies. Mingling with their searing blood, Ye Ming sensed the Godfall long scythe trembling slightly. It was exhilaration. The thrill of slaughter coursed through it. This overwhelming emotion surged into Ye Ming's mind, threatening to seize his consciousness. No wonder it is said that contract witches are susceptible to the backlash of slaughter. Such exhilaration is not easily controlled by the average person. Ye Ming tightened his grip on the Godfall long scythe, resolutely suppressing the bizarre excitement that sought to dominate him. He then plunged back into the fray. As he swung the scythe, ferocious beasts continued to be cleaved apart. Their flesh flew in all directions, and the simulated blood pooled into rivers. Ye Ming resembled a crimson whirlwind, engulfed in slaughter and carnage, leaving behind only bones and fragments. 3 minutes later, all 100 ferocious beasts lay slain. Ye Ming surveyed the area, watching the corpses dissolve into streams of data, and his exhilaration soared to its pinnacle. His total kill count successfully reached 500, far surpassing the previous record held by Lin Feng, who had only slain 60 beasts. Well done. The test concludes here. I must seek an opportunity to venture into the secret realm and test the spirit technique Eternal Night Descends. This technique encompasses both single target and area effects, and the scale of the training ground cannot fully unleash its might. As he prepared to leave, Ye Ming took a moment to check his gains. Realm: First Level Contract Master, 100,010,000. Vitality, 100,102. Mental Power, 100,102. Dark Domain, Level 1 to Level 2. Radius expanded to 51 meters. Enemies within the domain will experience a reduction in strength. Godfall Demon Armor, Level 1 to Level 2. Enhanced power and speed. Not bad. While his realm remained unchanged, both spirit techniques had upgraded. Clearly, to gain more experience, one must slay true ferocious beasts. The simulated beasts of the martial arts observatory may seem realistic, but are still vastly different from genuine ferocious beasts. This is precisely why, in this era, practical combat is so highly valued. Click. As Ye Ming pushed open the door, the first sight that greeted him was Li Sufeng, clad in a flowing white robe. This man is extraordinarily strong. Not quite as formidable as my uncle, but certainly not far behind. He remains an entity not to be trifled with. Greetings. I am Li Sufeng, the head of the Tsangnan Martial Arts Academy. With a smile, Li Sufeng approached and extended his hand to Ye Ming. Ye Ming shook it in return, offering a smile. Hello, I am Ye Ming. From the Ye family? Indeed. Haha, I guessed correctly. Li Sufeng let out a hearty laugh and invited. Would you care to join me in my office for a chat? There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Rest assured, it poses no danger. I have encountered your uncle Yi Zheng a few times. Ye Ming nodded discreetly, confirming the truth in Li Sufeng's words. The circle is indeed small, and the strong often have mutual acquaintances. Under Li Sufeng's guidance, Ye Ming arrived at his office, where they took their seats across from one another. Care for some tea? No, thank you, Director Li. Please, let us get straight to the point. Ye Ming replied candidly. Haha, splendid. I appreciate your straightforwardness, Li Sufeng said with a cheerful smile, dropping any pretense. I just reviewed your battle footage. I must say, your combat skills, physical control, and timing are far beyond that of a novice. You resemble a seasoned assassin, navigating the battlefield and striking unseen. Have you practiced assassination techniques from a young age? Li Sufeng inquired, his eyes filled with skepticism. I was compelled by my uncle to train from a young age and learn some rudimentary martial arts, Ye Ming replied, raising an eyebrow before adding. As for assassination techniques, does watching movies count? I find the assassins in films quite admirable. At that moment, Ye Ming's heart was as still as water, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Thus, through his observation of Ye Ming's micro-expressions, Li Sufeng discerned that he was not deceiving him. A pure novice, yet capable of executing assassination techniques with such finesse in real combat. His skills nearly reached a masterful level. Your talent is remarkable, Li Sufeng exclaimed in admiration. Ye Ming nodded with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, Director Li. Do you have a university in mind? Li Sufeng shifted the conversation. Ye Ming shook his head, indicating no. You might consider Star Demon University. Their program in assassination is quite fitting for you. It dawned on Ye Ming that Li Sufeng had summoned him for this reason. If memory served, Li Sufeng was an alumnus of Star Demon University. Was this an attempt to recruit for his alma mater? Nevertheless, Star Demon University was indeed an excellent choice. Star Demon University, Starry Sky University, Star Sea University, and Qingbei University. These are currently the four most prestigious institutions in the Dragon Kingdom. Among them, Qingbei University focuses on cultural education, while Star Demon, Starry Sky, and Star Sea Universities emphasize martial arts. Though martial arts-centric, each university has its unique focus with clear distinctions. Notably, Star Demon University specializes in assassination. They cultivate 90% of the professional assassins in the Dragon Kingdom, who play a crucial role in both contract wars and beast attacks. The assassination program at Star Demon University seems quite suitable for me, Ye Ming mused, already formulating a plan in his mind. Very well, thank you for the suggestion. Director Li, I will consider it. Chapter 9, a test? What more is there to test after breaking records? Li Sufeng had achieved his objective. He then retrieved two exquisitely crafted small wooden boxes from his drawer. Upon opening them, each contained a peculiar fruit. One was a deep crimson, adorned with strange runes, while the other was a frosty blue, resembling a crystal, palm-sized and surrounded by wisps of frost. The Blood Soul fruit contains ferocious energy, significantly enhancing attack power upon absorption. The ice crystal fruit has a milder energy, effectively boosting physical strength when consumed. Choose one as a reward for breaking the record. Li Sufeng placed the 2 boxes before Ye Ming. Both fruits held substantial value, capable of fetching 200,000 Dragon Kingdom coins in the market. Typically, breaking a record would not yield such a reward. This was purely Li Sufeng's appreciation for talent, a personal gift from his own pocket. Choose the red one. It will be more beneficial for you. A gentle voice echoed in Ye Ming's mind, reminiscent of a delicate bell. Oh, Ye Ming raised an eyebrow, recognizing the voice of the esteemed Dark Knight Demon Empress. Then I shall select the Blood Soul fruit. Excellent choice. This fruit is indeed well suited for a witch contractee. After a brief conversation, Li Sufeng escorted Ye Ming to the door and shook his hand. Ye Ming, I hope you and your contracted witch can transcend societal perceptions. What do you mean by societal perceptions? That is, the belief that contracted witches lack prospects. Of course, we will strive for success. Watching Ye Ming's figure gradually fade from view, Li Sufeng crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if deep in thought. If I recall correctly, that fellow Sun Hoyuan seems to be in Songnan City recently. Perhaps I can arrange for him to meet Ye Ming and see if he can directly recommend him to the teacher. If a person of even modest discernment were to overhear these words, they would undoubtedly be struck dumb with astonishment. The reason is simple. The Sun Hoyuan mentioned by Li Sufeng is a member of the admissions office at Star Demon University, and the teacher he refers to is the vice president of the same institution. On the way back, Ye Ming sat in the passenger seat of a sports car, holding a Blood Soul fruit, intently examining it from various angles. A Blood Soul fruit, a remarkable item indeed. This directorly seems quite generous towards you. I must caution you. This fruit can only absorb energy. It must not be ingested, lest it provoke adverse reactions in your body. In severe cases, it could lead to poisoning, fainting, or even death. Ye Xinshin shot a glance at him, quickly offering her warning. However, before her words had fully settled, a faint whisper emerged, suggesting that one could consume it directly for even better effects. As for the toxins, I can absorb them entirely. It can be done that way? Ye Ming smiled as he tucked the Blood Soul fruit away. He had no intention of swallowing it in front of Ye Xinshin, who was currently driving. He feared that his actions might startle her and result in a traffic mishap, which would be rather unfortunate. What are your plans next? You currently possess strength that far exceeds your peers, yet it is crucial to have a clear strategy and not squander time, Ye Xinshin inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Ming recalled a conclusion he had derived earlier at the martial arts hall. Thus he replied, I wish to explore the secret realm tomorrow. The secret realm? Ye Xinshin's brows knitted together. But you have the preliminary test tomorrow, don't you? I won't be attending. I have already tested. I will send the data to the homeroom teacher shortly. Given my results, I believe she will understand, Ye Ming stated, unwilling to waste time. That makes sense. Ye Xinshin nodded, pondering for a moment before suggesting. If you are to explore the secret realm, you might consider the entry-level Blood Demon Tower. It is densely populated with fierce beasts, making it ideal for someone of your experience, albeit you are not a novice. A concentration of fierce beasts in a large quantity sounds promising. Yes, it's decided. I shall go to the Blood Demon Tower, Ye Ming resolved firmly. Meanwhile, in a modest residential complex, Lu Yuxuan lay in bed, having just sent her final message to Ye Ming. With a sudden motion, she hurled her phone to the ground, exclaiming in frustration, Damn Ye Ming, why hasn't he replied to my messages? Does he take delight in playing the aloof, cold hero? Does he think that by creating distance, I would shamelessly seek him out? Why should I? Just because he has contracted a seemingly unremarkable level sorceress? Since Ye Ming rejected her today, Lu Yuxuan had been seething with pent-up anger. She had intended to return and chastise him through her phone, but alas, he had not responded at all. The little princess's unmet emotions left her feeling utterly vulnerable. She glared at her phone on the floor, clenched her fists, and muttered, Ye Ming, just wait. In tomorrow's preliminary test, I shall slay 50 fierce beasts and trample you underfoot. I will make you realize how foolish your indifference towards me is. The next day, at the Songnan Martial Arts Hall, students from Songnan No. 1 high school gathered at the entrance, including Ye Ming's class. Most of the students had arrived, yet Ye Ming's absence was conspicuous. Why hasn't Ye Ming arrived yet? It's already 8:29. We have just 1 minute left before the test begins. I wonder if he overslept? Doesn't he have a special vehicle to pick him up? Some classmates glanced around, puzzled. The recently healed Wang Haoyang snorted derisively, taunting. He has awakened his full-level spirit and contracted a level sorceress. Of course, he expects us to wait for him. He is a young master, after all. By the way, Yuxuan, are you confident in your abilities? I heard that contracting a level Holy Maiden allows one to slay at least 30 fierce beasts. I plan to kill 50. Lu Yuxuan replied coldly, her gaze scanning the crowd. As the clock struck 8:30 and Ye Ming still had not arrived, she scoffed inwardly. Ye Ming must be afraid of being surpassed by me, hence his absence. A smug smile crept onto her lips. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwan, approached them. Let us go, students. It's time for the preliminary test. But Ye Ming hasn't come yet. Wang Haoyang feigned concern. Oh, about Ye Ming. There's no need to wait for him. He sent me a message yesterday, saying he has already completed the test. He achieved a perfect score, having slain 500 fierce beasts, breaking the first-tier contract master record at the martial arts hall. You should all aspire to follow his example. What? Upon hearing this, every student present erupted like ignited powder, completely astounded. 500 fierce beasts, a record-breaking achievement. Wang Haoyang's pupils constricted in disbelief, loudly questioning, impossible. 500 fierce beasts? Even contracting a level Holy Maiden could not yield such results. Teacher Yang, are you sure Ye Ming isn't deceiving you? Yang Jinwen frowned, responding, don't believe me? Go check the martial arts hall for yourselves. All the students rushed into the martial arts hall, their excitement palpable as they beheld the large screen suspended in the air. It felt as if a heavy hammer had struck their heads, leaving them in a state of dazed bewilderment. Record board. First-tier contract master. Ye Ming, kill record, 500 first-tier beasts. How could this be possible? Upon seeing this astonishing figure, Wang Haoyang's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. His pupils quivered uncontrollably in fear. The most complex expression belonged to Lu Yuxuan. Her eyes widened as if they were two brass bells, her mouth slightly agape, rendering her frozen in place as if under a spell. Her heart felt ensnared by an invisible hand, her breathing quickening and becoming erratic, her mind a blank slate. After a long moment, she murmured to herself, 500. 500. How can this be? In that instant, she felt as if her earlier ambition to slay 50 beasts had rendered her a mere jester. Chapter 10. Entering the Blood Demon Tower. Meanwhile, within the teleportation hall, Ye Ming received a message from his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwan. Yang Jinwan. Ye Ming, your record-breaking achievement has become an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of your classmates, suffocating them with pressure. Ye Ming offered a wry smile. He could hardly be blamed. His prowess was evident, and any attempts at modesty were futile. Thus, he replied with a hint of bravado. Ye Ming, the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. It is our duty to serve our classmates. After completing his tasks, Ye Ming glanced at his panel information. Name: Ye Ming, Spirit, Max Level, Realm, First-Tier Contract Master, 100-010000. Vitality, 110. Mental Power, 110. Contract Spirit, Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract Spirit Level Upgradable. Spiritual Skills, Dark Judgment, Level 2. Godfall Demon Armor, Level 2. Eternal Night Descends, Level 1. With the help of Yu last night, he had successfully devoured the Blood Soul Fruit, resulting in enhancements to both his vitality and mental power. He was now only a mere 9,000 experience points away from becoming a second-tier contract master. As he gazed at the grand teleportation gate to the Blood Demon Tower, anticipation surged within him. Please do not let me down. According to his elder sister, Ye Xinshin, the Blood Demon Tower was teeming with countless ferocious beasts, far exceeding the numbers found in ordinary low-level secret realms. Ye Ming possessed the unique spirit talent of slaughter growth. The more beasts he killed, the more experience he would gain. Theoretically, as long as there were sufficient ferocious beasts, he could achieve unlimited breakthroughs. Naturally, the higher the realm of the beasts, the greater the experience acquired. Attention, the secret realm is now open. Please wear your wristbands. In case of danger, press the button on the wristband to teleport out of the secret realm. As the staff's voice echoed, a blue light suddenly flickered from the teleportation gate. Ye Ming's gaze became unfocused, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in the low-level secret realm of the Blood Demon Tower. The sky was shrouded in heavy clouds, and blood-red lightning flickered ominously. Crows with blood-red eyes and black feathers swept across the sky, their cries resonating like mournful funeral bells. On the expanse of the crimson earth stood a towering ancient tower, entirely black, swirling with blood-colored energy. The Blood Demon Tower comprised 9 levels, with the quantity and strength of beasts increasing as one ascended. Although it was a low-level secret realm, safety wristbands were provided, yet each year, no fewer than 50 contract masters perished within the Blood Demon Tower. Everyone, the Blood Demon Tower is filled with numerous ferocious beasts. To earn substantial rewards, one must venture into higher tiers. Is there anyone willing to form a team? We need one more for a group of 3, requiring a second-tier contract master with a contract spirit of level or higher. By the way, it must be a saintess. Know which should apply? A professionally dressed man shouted. His requirements modest, quickly attracting responses. Team formation. First-tier contract masters are welcome. Contract spirits of level or higher. The usual refrain echoed, emphasizing the exclusion of witches. The understanding was mutual. First and second tier witch contract masters were seen as no different from ordinary people, merely a burden in a team. Hey, handsome. Would you like to team up with me? I'm a first-tier contract master, and my contract spirit is the level poison mist saintess, capable of unleashing area damage. A soft, melodious voice called from behind Ye Ming. He turned to find a sweet, charming girl, clad in a white hoodie and loose jeans, exuding an air of innocence. Handsome, what is your contract spirit? I see you're not teaming up with anyone. Could it be that your contract spirit is a level saintess? Su Xiao's clear. Sparkling eyes brimmed with anticipation. Ye Ming replied nonchalantly, my contract spirit is a witch. Ah, a witch? I'm so sorry. I must have mistaken you for someone else. The smile vanished from Su Xiao's face in an instant. Her gaze turned cold as she approached a handsome man behind Ye Ming without a hint of hesitation. As she passed by, Ye Ming caught her low mutter, TCH. I thought I'd find a strong ally, but ended up contracting a witch. No matter the level, a witch is far inferior to a saint. I can't fathom why anyone would contract a witch in this day and age. In the collective subconscious, contracting a witch is akin to self-sabotage. They not only fail to understand but also criticize, mock, and berate, wielding palpable disdain. Ye Ming felt a shadow of melancholy. With a calm smile, he remarked, it's all right. The world is rife with such foolishness. Our task is to use our strength to slap their smug faces. His playful words lifted the gloom from the atmosphere, eliciting a laugh from Ing Yu. Boom. Just as the group finished forming their teams and discussing strategies, the towering 10-meter iron gate of the Blood Demon Tower swung open. A crimson mist spilled forth from the tower, saturating the air with a foul stench. Ye Ming looked up to see an endless darkness within the iron gate. Charge! The Blood Demon Tower has opened. Those who enter first feast, while those who follow gnaw on the bones. Whoosh! As the gate opened, the crowd rushed into the Blood Demon Tower, and Ye Ming naturally would not lag behind. As a top-tier assassin with exceptional agility, he quickly surged to the forefront, despite starting late. Hey, isn't that kid contracted to a witch? How can he move so fast? Is his contracted spirit a rabbit witch? Some marveled at Ye Ming's speed. Su Xiaoyu, who had previously sought him out only to leave him coldly, scoffed. What's the use of running fast? Haven't you heard the saying about the bird that stands out getting shot? Whoosh! Ye Ming felt the wind at his heels, disregarding the chatter behind him as he raced to the first floor. Before him lay a vast enclosed space adorned with bizarre runes on the walls and ceiling, while the ground was littered with dried blood. A large door, 100 meters ahead, led to the second floor. However, to enter the second floor, one must fulfill the requirements of the first. Blood Demon Tower activated. Second floor entry condition. Eliminate 50 first-stage blood beasts, 050. The prompt echoed in Ye Ming's ears. With a sudden sound, the dried blood on the ground transformed into flowing crimson, coalescing into grotesque creatures. They were peculiar in shape, standing at 1 meter 30, their bodies bubbling with blood, their arms sharp as blades, and their lower halves resembling 2 robust thighs. Hey, kid, why are you running so fast? You contracted a witch. And at the first stage, with your abilities, it's nearly impossible to clear the first floor. 3 figures appeared behind Ye Ming. The leader, adorned with tattoos, was a muscular man with a shaved head and eyes like those of a fierce beast. With a menacing tone, he addressed Ye Ming, but I must admit, your courage is commendable. How about this? Pay me 20,000, and my team will escort you to the 5th floor. Chapter 11, a single blow? Is this kid truly contracted to a witch? Glancing at the burly man beside him, Ye Ming furrowed his brow. No need. As he spoke, he dismissed any further entanglement with the muscular man. This was the first floor, where most contractors would gather, with so many vying for glory. He needed to kill as many beasts as possible to stay ahead. Whoosh! Ye Ming propelled himself directly into the throng of blood beasts. Captain, this kid seems to look down on our team. Should we teach him a lesson? One of the team members suggested, seeking the burly man's opinion. The tattooed man, named Zhang Guanghu, crossed his arms and scoffed. A waste who contracted a witch? Does he even require our intervention? He'll be oblivious to how he meets his end in that horde. As they conversed, more and more contractors arrived on the first floor. When they saw Ye Ming charging alone into the crowd of blood beasts, everyone paused in astonishment. Is this kid completely devoid of sense? A first-stage contractor charging into the beast horde is simply courting death. What an arrogant fool. Thank goodness I didn't team up with him. I'd be suffering now. Su Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, in the next moment, whoosh, a dark aura enveloped Ye Ming, wrapping around every part of his body. Divine fallen armor. Boom. Clad in the divine fallen armor, Ye Ming descended from the air, striking the ground with such force that it created a deep pit. Some blood beasts charging towards him stumbled, momentarily losing their balance. Now's my chance. A glint of cold light flashed in Ye Ming's eyes as the divine fallen scythe manifested in his hand. With a swift motion, he swung it, and the crimson blade energy sliced through the air, ruthlessly reaping the heads of the blood beasts before him. Upon vanquishing a first-tier blood demon beast, one accumulates 5 points of realm experience and 5 points of spiritual technique experience. With a casual flick of his hand, Ye Ming effortlessly dispatched 15 first-tier blood demon beasts. Much to his astonishment, in the real world, slaying a single first-tier blood demon beast grants a remarkable 5 experience points. This was far more exhilarating than his previous endeavors in the martial arts arena. A glimmer of excitement shone in Ye Ming's eyes. Ye Ming, 10 blood demon beasts are approaching from behind you. Shadow Yu timely alerted him. Ye Ming swiftly turned and, with another sweep of his scythe, effortlessly felled another 10 blood demon beasts. This time, in addition to the experience gained, he acquired 5 blood demon eyes. A valuable beast material that has a chance of dropping, which can be sold for a handsome sum. Captain, what on earth is happening with this kid? ISNT has contracted spirit a witch? How can he be this formidable? The members of the Mad Tiger Squad expressed their astonishment, their voices trembling. This first-tier contract master excels even beyond my own second-tier capabilities. I find myself struggling against dozens of blood demon beasts, yet he handles them with such ease. Zhang Guanghu, perplexed, scratched his bald head, utterly bewildered. Could it be that he is truly a genius? Su Xiaoyu was consumed with regret. Had she known Ye Ming possessed such strength, she would never have distanced herself. He was undeniably a colossal asset, and she lamented the missed opportunity to ally with him. Enough dawdling. There are only 1,000 blood demon beasts on the first level. If we do not slay at least 50, we will be forcibly ejected from the blood demon tower. Observing Ye Ming's fervor, several contract masters hastily joined the fray. Instantly, the entire first level erupted into a cacophony of chaotic energy. Fierce wind blades, vehement fireballs, towering waves, and indiscriminate poison filled the air. Who unleashed the poison? Is there no conscience in releasing such toxins in this place? And indiscriminately at that? Some contract masters cursed as they covered their mouths and noses. In a hidden corner, Su Xiaoyu, secretly administering poison, flinched and muttered under her breath, "Humph. This poison isn't aimed at you. Just because you tell me not to release it, I won't. This secret realm belongs to everyone. I will unleash my poison, and it's none of your business." With that, she sought a more concealed spot and continued to amplify her efforts. No wonder no one wanted to team up with her. It seemed she was a liability. Ye Ming shook his head, then heard a voice resonate in his mind. You have slain 150 first-tier blood demon beasts. Objective exceeded. The entrance to the second level has been unlocked for you. Ye Ming surveyed his surroundings. As all contract masters engaged in battle, the blood demon beasts were quickly growing scarce. With merely 1,000 first-tier blood demon beasts on the first level, remaining there would only squander time. Let us proceed to the second level. Ye Ming communicated to Shadow Yu in his mind. Understood. In the next moment, he darted towards the gate leading to the second level, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Brothers, keep up. Do not allow this lad to seize the advantage. Zhang Guanghu directed 2 of his team members to follow suit. Ye Ming glanced back, a smirk gracing his lips, and accelerated through the gate. Just as Zhang Guanghu and his team attempted to join Ye Ming in entering the second level, the gate crashed down like a guillotine, leaving them with no means of escape. The foot of one team member was crushed into a mangled mess. Damn it, this kid is too fast. We can't keep up. Zhang Guanghu sighed, resigned to continue battling the blood demon beasts. As for the injured team member, He had no choice but to activate his wristband and exit the Blood Demon Tower. Upon entering the second level, Ye Ming noticed the space was conspicuously smaller, reduced by a ninth compared to the first level. The walls emanated a soft green glow. Is this the second level? I've heard there are 2,000 blood demon beasts here. Anticipation swelled within Ye Ming as he mused about the potential for a simultaneous appearance. As if responding to his thoughts, the second level suddenly trembled violently. From the walls on both sides surged forth hundreds of blood demon beasts. These creatures were markedly different from those in the first level. They were larger, their bodies a deep green hue. Their arms had transformed from blades into hands, gripping iron wolf-toothed clubs, charging towards Ye Ming with alarming speed, resembling a horde of goblins ensconced in slime. Second level activated. Conditions to enter the third level. Slay 100 greenskin blood demon beasts. 0-100. The greenskin blood demon beasts possess greater strength, excel in group attacks, and wield tools with finesse. Their power is twice that of ordinary blood demon beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of green-skinned blood demon beasts surged forth like two torrents of green, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire grand hall of the second level. However, Ye Ming felt no trepidation. Instead, a profound smile graced his lips. Ye Ming, it is time for the eternal night to descend. The voice of Ing Yu resonated with excitement. Ye Ming smiled nonchalantly, and in the next moment, he plunged the long scythe in his hand into the ground. A terrifying darkness began to brew. Centered around him, the dark matter spread ceaselessly, enveloping the entire floor in an eerie blackness, akin to a monstrous entity that devoured everything in its path. The entire floor of the second level transformed into a dread-inducing dark swamp. The green-skinned blood beasts within this domain found their feet ensnared as if glued to the ground, rendering them immobile. At that moment, demonic minions emerged from the shadows, entwining the green-skinned blood beasts and gradually dragging them into the abyss. Spirit Technique. The Eternal Night Descends. Area Damage. Chapter 12. Experience Achieved. Breakthrough. Second Tier Contract Master. In a matter of seconds, hundreds of green-skinned blood beasts were consumed by the darkness. As they slipped into the abyss, their vitality was utterly extinguished, leaving only scattered blood magic eyes behind. Kill First Tier Green-Skinned Blood Beast. Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. Kill First Tier Green-Skinned Blood Beast. Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. Kill First Tier Green-Skinned Blood Beast. Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. Ye Ming took a deep breath, gazing at the darkness that enveloped the entire floor, unable to suppress a gasp. His current realm was merely first tier, yet the power unleashed by the eternal night far surpassed that of most second-tier beings. An area technique that could instantaneously eliminate foes was, for Ye Ming, a divine skill. However, what delighted him even more was the acquisition of realm experience. He glanced at his panel. Realm, First-Tier Contract Master, 400, 010000. Each greenskin blood beast offered him 6 points of realm experience. Previously, he had slain approximately 400 or 500. And with 2,000 beasts in the second level, Ye Ming calculated quickly. A glimmer of realization dawned upon him. If he annihilated all the beasts on the second level, he could break through to the second tier. This was undoubtedly monumental news for Ye Ming. Boom, boom, boom. Another throng of green-skinned blood beasts surged forth from the walls, displaying heightened ferocity, speed, and strength. 2 waves of green crashed towards him. Ye Ming's eyes sparkled with determination. The eternal night was once again invoked. The grand hall fell into a profound silence as the dark swamp expanded, engulfing every corner of the second-level hall. As the demonic minions dragged the green-skinned blood beasts into the darkness, they transformed into experience points to aid Ye Ming's growth. Kill First-Tier Greenskin Blood Beast. Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. Kill First-Tier Greenskin Blood Beast. Realm Experience 5. Spirit Technique Experience 5. Kill First-Tier Greenskin Blood Beast. Realm Experience 4. Spirit Technique Experience 4. Has the experience gain begun to diminish? Is it due to the repetitive nature of the combat? Ye Ming furrowed his brow in contemplation. With his long scythe in hand, he charged into the horde of green-skinned blood beasts, engaging them in close combat. Blades of light flickered, and blood pooled upon the ground. Kill First-Tier Greenskin Blood Beast. Realm Experience 1. Spirit Technique Experience 1. Kill First-Tier Greenskin Blood Beast. Realm Experience 0. 9. Spirit Technique Experience 0. 9. even after altering his combat strategy. The decline in experience remained unpreventable. It seemed that a breakthrough to the second tier on the second level was no longer feasible. Ye Ming sighed in resignation. He concluded that there was a cap on experience acquisition based on the number of beasts. Once the limit for slaying a specific type of beast was reached, the experience gained would gradually decrease until it reached 0. This was consistent with growth logic. Thus, it was time to advance to the third level. Ye Ming felt no discouragement. Rather, he welcomed the change. Battling the same adversaries had long lost its allure for him. A true warrior should grow through diverse battles. Without hesitation, Ye Ming stepped into the third level. Before departing, he once more glanced at his panel. Realm, First Tier Contract Master, 600, 010000. 1,200 greenskin blood beasts exchanged for several thousand experience points. Worth it. Ye Ming felt satisfied with this outcome. He then turned back, smiling, anticipating that when others entered the second level and discovered the drastic reduction in beasts, they would undoubtedly be grateful to him for alleviating their peril. Meanwhile, Zhang Kuanghu and his companions successfully met their requirements and arrived at the second level. The empty grand hall bore no traces of life, the lingering scent of blood hinting at a prior fierce battle. Unaware of the previous events, they continued their search for Ye Ming's whereabouts. Where's that kid? He couldn't have possibly entered the third level already, could he? Questioned a man clad in work attire, perplexed. What are you thinking? Scoffed a member of Zhang Kuanghu's team. Retorting immediately, a first-tier contract master, entering the third level without a team and with a contracted spirit that is merely a witch? That would be tantamount to courting death. I believe he must have encountered danger and fled long ago. This arrogant young man. I have encountered many like him throughout my life. Wouldn't you agree, Captain? The crowd turned their gaze towards Zhang Kuanghu, the most formidable among all the contract masters. His judgments and words carried immense weight. A first-tier contract master venturing alone into the third layer is akin to seeking death. However, let us first eliminate the fierce beasts. Zhang Kuanghu intended to assert that Ye Ming had undoubtedly teleported out of the Blood Demon Tower. Yet, recalling Ye Ming's earlier performance, he hesitated to draw conclusions. He had an inkling that Ye Ming would not depart so easily. Perhaps he truly had entered the third layer. The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed relentlessly. As the fierce battle commenced, Su Xiaoyu sought out an unnoticed corner once more, unleashing her poison with fervor. The poison contract master, the toxic fierce beasts, damn it. She has started poisoning again, hasn't she? Who is responsible for this? You should have warned us when releasing the poison, not sneaking it in. Do we harbor some enmity against you? Why enact this revenge upon us? Damn it, just wait. If I find out who you are, you shall have no good fortune. Perhaps the dosage this time was too potent, as it forcibly repelled several first-tier contract masters. The vibrant spiritual techniques illuminated the grand hall of the second layer. And in an instant, all contract masters were wholly immersed in combat, their blades rising and falling, reaching a crescendo. Their blood began to boil, eyes widened, and the spirit of battle surged within their chests. They had just entered the optimal fighting state, but in the next moment, the hall fell silent. No fierce beasts appeared any longer. Not even 10 individuals met the requirements to enter the third layer. Wait, how could this be? Wasn't there supposed to be 2,000 blood demon beasts in the second layer? Why do I feel as though we have encountered only a few hundred? Damn it. Could it be that all the fierce beasts were slain by that contract sorceress? Upon voicing this thought, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They had killed several hundred fierce beasts. Does that not imply that Ye Ming had slain over 1,000? In such a short span of time? Such a vast number of fierce beasts? He is merely a first-tier contract master. How could this be possible? Do not jest. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed loudly, her jealousy and resentment preventing her from believing that Ye Ming could have killed over 1,000 fierce beasts. Zhang Kuanghu concurred, saying, indeed, the young lady is correct. That lad is but a first-tier contract master, lacking such capability. Perhaps there is an issue with the Blood Demon Tower. It is an old and secretive realm, and errors in monster spawns are not uncommon. Let us proceed to the third layer. Upon arriving at the third layer, the prompt sounded once more. The challenge of the third layer has commenced. Conditions to enter the fourth layer. Eliminate 200 first-tier, giant-arm blood demon beasts, 0-200. The moment the announcement faded, rumbling sounds echoed as colossal creatures descended from the ceiling. They fell like a torrential meteor shower, crashing down and creating deep craters in the floor. Armed with the divine fallen scythe, Ye Ming awaited the dust to settle before finally discerning the appearance of these fierce beasts. They resembled the ordinary blood demon beasts of the first layer, their bodies of vivid crimson, yet they were significantly larger, boasting a massive arm as solid as a boulder. The giant arm blood demon beasts possessed greater attack and defense capabilities, but lacked speed. Giant arm blood beasts. I hope you can survive for a little longer in the darkness. Even if just for a second. As the words left his lips, the dark domain unfolded. Ye Ming moved like a wraith, wielding his scythe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold light sliced through the darkness, and each of Ye Ming's strikes was accompanied by the sound of severed heads. Thud, thud, drip, drip, gurgle, gurgle, the blood dripped. Heads rolled, and bodies fell in succession, blending into a mournful symphony of death, haunting and tragic. Ding. Experience achieved. Breakthrough in realm attainable. Shall I commence the breakthrough now? Yes, no. Chapter 13. Not a single fierce beast remains. All have been exterminated. After Ye Ming vanquished 2,000 giant arm blood demon beasts, information began to flood his panel. Vitality, 110,115. Mental power, 110115. Dark domain, level 2 to level 3. Radius increased to 52 meters. Enemies within the domain will experience reduced speed. Divine fallen armor, level 2 to level 3. Possessing significantly enhanced defensive power. Eternal Night descends, level 1 to level 3. Broader coverage, faster kills. Unlocking the capability to automatically collect materials, vitality, mental power, and spiritual techniques have all been enhanced. Of course, the most exhilarating news for Ye Ming was that he had now fulfilled the requirements for a realm breakthrough. Realm. First tier contract master, 12,010,000. Breakthrough possible. My current strength far surpasses that of most second tier contract masters. Once I break through to the second tier, even third tier contract masters may not stand a chance against me. A surge of joy welled up within Ye Ming. It must be said, the power acquired through extensive slaughter is truly intoxicating. In the depths of his mind, Ye Ming felt the incessant whispers of demons urging him to abandon reason and immerse himself in a sea of slaughter and bloodshed. Yet, as a preeminent assassin, he merely smiled at these temptations. He did not need to succumb to carnage. He was, in essence, the embodiment of death and blood. Now, it was time to transcend his limits. A fierce glint ignited in Ye Ming's eyes as he resolutely broke through. Boom. A crimson pillar of light soared into the sky. Beneath the enchanted armor, Ye Ming's eyes blazed with a scarlet hue, and enigmatic dark runes surfaced on his skin. He felt every fiber of his being dismantled and reconfigured. The once frail physique transformed at a visible pace, revealing a sculpted musculature. Some one-armed blood beasts, attempting to ambush him, were obliterated by the shockwave produced during his breakthrough, reduced to mere mist. When Ye Ming reopened his eyes, a vibrant crimson light flickered. He seized his scythe and charged into the throng of one-armed blood beasts. His speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of black lightning, unleashing a torrent of energy wherever he went. As his blade cleaved through the beasts, they were instantly severed in twain, their formidable defenses proving utterly futile. On the third tier, all 3,000 one-armed blood beasts fell before him. However, due to reaching the experience cap, he did not gain any experience this time. With his elevation in rank, his perception, tactile sensitivity, and control over his body ascended to an entirely new echelon. His vitality and mental strength surpassed the 200 mark. Ye Ming clasped his scythe, a smile gracing his lips. 200 points of vitality and mental fortitude were exceedingly remarkable. It is worth noting that for a level saint as contract master, surpassing 100 upon reaching the second tier is commendable. Yet, Ye Ming had directly exceeded 200, eclipsing all others. You have slain 3,000 one-armed blood beasts. Requirements exceeded. The gateway to the fourth tier has been unlocked for you, without hesitation. Ye Ming surged toward the fourth tier. Shortly after his departure, Zhang Guanghu and his companions arrived at the third tier. They were acutely aware that the difficulty here had escalated. This tier was no longer suitable for first-tier contract masters, should danger arise. One must withdraw to avoid hindering the others. Do not naively assume that others are obligated to rescue you in times of peril. Zhang Guanghu's harsh gaze fell upon the 3 first-tier contract masters lingering at the back, seemingly pressuring them to leave at once. One among them, Su Xiaoyu, lowered her head in silence, her thoughts filled with disdain. What is so impressive about being a second-tier contract master? Does he truly believe himself a leader? How dare he demand others to depart? What right does he have? Of course, She only dared to voice such sentiments in her mind. As she remained mute before Zhang Kuanghu, "Stay vigilant. I sense danger approaching." Zhang Kuanghu and his comrades prepared for battle, awaiting the impending crisis. However, 10 minutes passed in tense silence, with no signs of movement. It was as if the beasts of the third tier had been completely eradicated. What was going on? Where were the beasts? Could it be that the Blood Demon Tower had malfunctioned? Zhang Kuanghu furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings with suspicion. A second-tier contract master clad in black pondered aloud. Could it be that the lad has slain all the beasts on the third tier? Impossible. What a joke. Zhang Kuanghu scoffed in anger, finding the assertion ludicrous. 3,000 first-tier beasts would be an insurmountable challenge even for a level Saintus contract master. Did a mere demon contract master possess such capability? In my view, the Blood Demon Tower must be experiencing issues. Damn it. The personnel managing the secret realm merely consume rations without fulfilling their responsibilities. They remain oblivious to the tower's malfunction, yet still dare to charge me 1,000 for entry. Come, let us confront them. With no beasts remaining, lingering was rendered pointless. Zhang Kuanghu decided to leave the Blood Demon Tower with his team. Once the mightiest among them had departed, the others followed suit, choosing to exit as well. Su Xiaoyu cast a glance at the tightly shut door ahead, her eyes narrowing before she coldly shook her head. What a fool. No matter his talent, he is still but a first tier. Perhaps he has long been forced to flee the Blood Demon Tower by the beasts. Humph. A demon contract master attempting to play the vanguard? Serves him right. After a moment of airily deriding the empty space, Su Xiaoyu pressed the button on her wristband and teleported out of the secret realm. Unbeknownst to her, Ye Ming, having ascended to the second tier, was akin to a sword unsheathed, effortlessly dispatching the foes of the fourth tier. To him, the beasts appeared to have lost their very essence, reduced to mere fodder for his experience. The fourth, fifth, and sixth tiers fell before him in swift succession. For Ye Ming, exterminating thousands of first-tier beasts was as simple as crushing a swarm of ants, effortless and straightforward. His realm experience continues to accumulate, reaching 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, until it finally hits 10,000. The level of his spiritual techniques consistently ascends. Realm, second-tier contract master 10000000. Dark domain, level 3 to 4. With its radius extended to 55 meters, enemies within this domain will suffer from fatigue effects. Divine Fallen Demon Armor, level 3 to 4, enhances the legs of the battle armor, granting greater speed. Eternal Night descends, level 3 to 4, increases coverage and damage, capable of simultaneously slaying up to 500 ordinary second-tier ferocious beasts, or 1,000 first-tier ferocious beasts. He is still 90,000 experience points away from breaking through to the third tier. Currently, the experience gained from slaying first-tier beasts yields less than 2 points. It is imperative to eliminate second-tier beasts, as his realm elevates. Defeating low-tier ferocious beasts offers little to no enhancement to his power. This was something Ye Ming had anticipated. Thus he pressed onward towards the 7th level. Upon reaching the 7th level, Ing Yuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Ye Ming, all the ferocious beasts on the 7th level are second tier. Furthermore, I can sense something powerful awaiting you on the 9th level." Chapter 14. Not quite. There is another person in the secret realm. Outside the secret realm. In the teleportation hall. All right, Oldly, I've got it. Once I finish this pressing matter, I will certainly check out the genius you mentioned. Sun Hoyuan hung up the phone, rubbing his temples in frustration. Old son, what is the matter? You seem troubled, inquired a middle-aged man beside him. His name was Jiang Qingyi, bearing a square face and dressed in a sleek black trench coat, walking with an assured stride that suggested he was no ordinary individual. It's the head of the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall, Li Sufeng. He wants to introduce me to a newcomer, and just as I glanced at the information he sent, he insisted on dragging me to meet this newcomer right away. Sun Hoyuan sighed, feeling somewhat vexed. Rarely does he take a break to stroll through Tsangnan City, only to be met with a barrage of business. There's no choice. After inspecting the secret realm, I must rush to the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall. Jiang Qingyi smiled upon hearing this, reflecting, it truly is remarkable. The awakening ceremony was only held yesterday, and already a newcomer is emerging. This is good news for our Dragon Nation. Indeed, Sun Hoyuan nodded, then surveyed the surroundings before stating, well, I see your teleportation hall is well equipped and properly maintained. Remember, whether it's an artificial or natural secret realm, we must not let our guard down. Just yesterday, In the neighboring Songbei city, a ferocious beast riot occurred, with over a dozen third-tier beasts rampaging through the streets, resulting in 23 civilian fatalities. Sigh. In any case, stay vigilant. As the person in charge of the Cangnan secret realm, you must pay close attention to these matters. Jiang Qingyi solemnly nodded, thumping his chest in assurance. Rest assured. Old Sunday. As the head of the Cangnan secret realm, I will not overlook any responsibilities. If anything goes awry, I, Jiang Qingyi, will take full accountability. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a boisterous voice pierced through the air. Is anyone in charge here? Is there not a single person to address this issue? The secret realm is malfunctioning. And what about our entrance fees? His loud outcry caught the attention of a majority of those present in the teleportation hall. Jiang Qingyi's previously confident demeanor instantly darkened as he furrowed his brows and headed toward the source of the commotion. Outside the Blood Demon Tower's teleportation portal, Zhuang Guanghu glared fiercely, shouting, "Is there anyone competent? The secret realm has encountered problems. Is there no one responsible?" A nearby staff member attempted to calm him down, stating, "Sir, please refrain from causing a scene. The data indicates that the Blood Demon Tower is functioning without issues. If you insist on creating a ruckus, I will have to call security." "Security? You'd better call them now. I will stand right here. Unless this matter is resolved, I fear no number of security personnel." Zhuang Guanghu retorted defiantly. As a seasoned veteran, he was well acquainted with such tactics. Today, he had finally seized an opportunity to exploit the secret realm's malfunction, and he intended to leverage this to demand greater compensation. "Can someone in charge come here?" "Enough." Jiang Qingyi approached Zhuang Guanghu with an impassive expression, then turned to the nearby staff member. "What transpired?" "Director Jiang, here's what happened." The staff member recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing the title Director Jiang, Zhuang Guanghu's pupils dilated in shock, and he scrutinized the unexpectedly authoritative middle-aged man before him, feeling a sudden wave of trepidation. Director Jiang? Only those held in high regard by the teleportation hall staff would be addressed in such a manner. Zhuang Guanghu felt as if struck by lightning, his mind momentarily clouded. He silently cursed himself. "Damn, I've provoked a formidable opponent." Initially seeking merely to find someone accountable and extract a bit of compensation, he had unexpectedly encountered the head of the Cangnan secret realm. "Zhuang Guanghu, is it? No need to be nervous. Let's address the issue at hand." Jiang Qingyi took the tablet from the staff member's hand and placed it before Zhuang Guanghu. According to the displayed data, all indicators of the Blood Demon Tower were normal. However, data alone cannot encapsulate the entirety of a situation. "I wish to inquire. You mentioned there were issues within the Blood Demon Tower's secret realm. What led you to that conclusion?" At this moment, Sun Hoyuan approached. He cast a glance at Zhuang Guanghu and then turned to Jiang Qingyi, inquiring, "What is the matter, Lao Jiang? Has something gone awry?" Jiang Qingyi nodded lightly and continued. "Zhuang Guanghu, please elaborate on the issue you encountered." "The number of ferocious beasts is incorrect," Zhuang Guanghu faltered, his previous bravado dissipating. "According to regulations, there should be 1,000 on the first level, 2,000 on the second, and 3,000 on the third. Yet, there are only a few hundred on the second level and not a single one on the third." Jiang Qingyi frowned slightly, directing his gaze toward the staff. "Is this true? If memory serves, the Blood Demon Tower is an artificial secret realm, and the allocation of numbers is strictly controlled." "Yes, Director Jiang, that is accurate," the staff member quickly replied. "Upon receiving the information, we contacted the technical department immediately. They assured us that the quantity allocated is flawless. I personally reviewed the data, and it indeed shows no discrepancies." Zhuang Guanghu pressed on. "But does that mean the data is infallible? After we entered the third level, we encountered not a single ferocious beast. Isn't that sufficient to indicate a problem? Seeing is believing. No ferocious beasts means none exist." Jiang Qingyi refrained from responding to Zhuang Guanghu and instead glanced at the others behind him. "Is what Zhuang Guanghu said true?" "It is," came the reply. "Aside from the issue with the number of ferocious beasts, are there any other concerns?" Jiang Qingyi asked with clarity. "Furthermore, aside from your group and those forced to leave the secret realm, are there any others who entered the Blood Demon Tower?" "No," Zhuang Guanghu asserted, almost with certainty. A subordinate tugged at his arm. "Captain, there is one more." "Oh right, there's also the little ghost who made a pact with the witch," Zhuang Guanghu scoffed. "But that little ghost is only at the first level. Although somewhat capable, he is isolated from the main group. He must have been forced to leave the secret realm long ago. Surely, he couldn't have single-handedly taken down 3,000 ferocious beasts on the third level. What nonsense." Not only did Zhang Guanghu find it hard to believe, but even Jiang Qingyi regarded it with skepticism. A first-level witch contract master slaying thousands of ferocious beasts, such a feat is utterly implausible in reality. Wait, Lao Jiang, does the Blood Demon Tower have surveillance systems? Sun Hoyuan's expression suddenly grew grave. Jiang Qingyi was momentarily taken aback before promptly responding. As an artificial secret realm, it is equipped with surveillance. I was just about to check. What's the matter, Lao Sun? Sun Hoyuan lifted his head, recalling what Li Sufing had previously mentioned to him. Earlier, Lao Li wanted to introduce me to a newcomer, also a witch contract master. Moreover, he shattered the first-level contract master record at the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall by slaying 500 ferocious beasts. Lao Li told me that he doesn't regard first-level ferocious beasts as a threat. At this, Jiang Qingyi's pupils constricted, and a conjecture formed in his mind. Without hesitation, he took action, and within a minute, he accessed the surveillance footage of the Blood Demon Tower. A virtual screen, the size of a television, unfolded before them. The images swept through the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth levels of the Blood Demon Tower, revealing no trace of any figures. I told you. That kid must have left the secret realm. A first-level contract master cannot cause such upheaval. It must be an issue with the Blood Demon Tower, Zhang Guanghu sneered quietly, suggesting that he was merely seeking compensation. Sun Hoyuan's brows furrowed as doubt began to creep in. However, just as uncertainty loomed over them. On the seventh level of the Blood Demon Tower, there appeared Ye Ming, clad in divine fallen armor. He stood tall in the shadows, wielding a long scythe, resembling a reaper of life, a mysterious and eerie presence. Before him, 1,000 second-level single-eyed blood demon beasts licked their lips, steadily advancing toward him. Chapter 15. Annihilating over 1,000 second-level ferocious beasts. Are you even human? Zhang Guanghu exclaimed in disbelief. Does he intend to slay them all alone? 1,000 second-level ferocious beasts? How could a mere first-level contract master possibly survive this? Zhang Guanghu's eyes widened in shock. He could hardly fathom that Ye Ming, as a witch contract master, was still alive and had breached the 7th level. Is he not aware of his limitations? Can he truly handle this situation? Beside him, Su Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, feeling that Ye Ming was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Could there be a hidden danger? She voiced her concern to the staff, who looked to Jiang Qingyi with trepidation. With arms crossed and an impassive expression, Jiang Qingyi glanced at Sun Hoyuan. Lao Sun, I suspect this young man may be far more formidable than he appears. Indeed, responded Sun Hoyuan, his keen perception honed over years of experience. Watching Ye Ming on the screen, he felt a flicker of anticipation. This young man is the one Li Sufing specifically mentioned. He should possess more acumen than a mere fool. Furthermore, his calm demeanor suggests he is confident in his capabilities. Yet, he hesitated, pondering whether this confidence would suffice. His thoughts trailed off. Meanwhile, within the unfolding scene, Ye Ming made his move. Within the grand, shadowy hall, 1,200 one-eyed blood beasts surged forward with crimson eyes fixed upon him. Though their bodies were diminutive, they were covered in sharp spikes laced with deadly poison. One touch could spell instant demise, even for a colossal creature like an adult elephant. Small yet swift, they possessed an overwhelming desire to attack, and their numbers were formidable. As they charged toward Ye Ming, the scene was nothing short of monumental. The divine fallen armor offered exceptional defense, capable of resisting the onslaught of toxins. Ye Ming, unleash your fury, shadowy whisper urged. Ye Ming nodded, grasping the divine fallen scythe. And like a bolt of black lightning, he plunged into the fray of beasts. With a swift motion, the scythe cleaved through the dark air, transforming into a horizontal crescent. And with a spray of blood, dozens of beasts were severed in an instant. Then, as another wave of one-eyed blood beasts lunged at him, Ye Ming planted one foot on the ground and darted sideways, resembling a flash of light as he entered another cluster of the beasts. Once more, the crescent arc struck out, and yet another wave of beasts fell lifelessly to the ground. Viewed from above, Ye Ming appeared as a black ray of death weaving through the horde, each strike leaving behind a trail of dark crescents and ethereal afterimages, crafting a vivid tableau of death intertwined with darkness. In a mere 3 minutes, all 1,000 one-eyed blood beasts lay defeated. Kill of the second-tier one-eyed blood beast. Realm Experience 7, Spirit Technique Experience 7. Kill of the second-tier one-eyed blood beast. Realm Experience 7, Spirit Technique Experience 7. Kill of the second-tier one-eyed blood beast. Realm Experience 7, Spirit Technique Experience 7. What is this? How can it be possible? Exclaimed Zhang Guanghu, his eyes wide with disbelief. He is merely a first-tier contract master. How could he possibly slay 1,000 second-tier beasts? Such a feat is unimaginable, even for a contracted saintess. This boy must be concealing his true strength. Jiang Qingyi's words left the onlookers stunned. A second tier? This boy is a second tier? How can that be? I interacted with him before entering the secret realm. His aura was distinctly first tier. It was unmistakable. Su Xiaoyu retorted, her neck craned in a display of intense jealousy. Momentarily overlooking Jiang Qingyi's esteemed position as the head of the Cangnan secret realm. Old Jiang, I believe Ye Ming must have broken through within the secret realm. Let us review the previous surveillance footage, suggested Sun Hoyuan. Promptly, Jiang Qingyi accessed the earlier recordings. Indeed, it was revealed that during the third layer, Ye Ming's strength had undergone a remarkable enhancement, accompanied by various extraordinary phenomena. This is a breakthrough. How amusing, truly amusing. He awakened yesterday, and today has become a second-tier contract master. This lad is undoubtedly a prodigy. Jiang Qingyi's laughter rang out, his appreciation for talent evident. More importantly, this talent hailed from Cangnan City. From all appearances, he qualifies as a super genius. Even a saintess contract master would find it challenging to match him. However, Sun Hoyuan's brow furrowed slightly. The information provided by Li Sufing indicated that Ye Ming not only possessed high talent, but also formidable combat capabilities. More crucially, his assassination skills were top tier, marking him as a natural-born killer. Yet, thus far, Ye Ming had not exhibited any assassination techniques. On the contrary, his combat style was fiercely aggressive, starkly contrasting with the stealthy nature of an assassin. Based on his current performance, he appeared ill-suited for joining an organization. Sun Hoyuan sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed. However, since Li Sufing had spoken, he doubted he was jesting. Hence, he resolved to observe further. Within the Blood Demon Tower, after conquering the 7th layer, Ye Ming swiftly advanced through the 8th layer, which boasted a staggering 1,500 beasts. In a bid for efficiency, he unleashed the arrival of Eternal Night, swiftly vanquishing all the beasts. This display once again intensified Sun Hoyuan's grave expression. A potent area of effect spirit technique. This was the hallmark of a battle god charging headlong into combat. To become an assassin, one would ideally possess a robust single-target spirit technique. Perhaps Oldly had erred? Compared to others' interpretations, Sun Hoyuan trusted his own eyes. However, as Ye Ming entered the 9th layer, he realized that even the eyes could deceive. The Blood Demon Tower, 9th layer. In the vast hall, flickering candle flames adorned the walls, their blue light dancing in the absence of wind, casting eerie shadows that clawed at the surfaces. At the center of the hall rested an exquisitely carved wooden box, inside which lay a pulsating black heart, the heart of the Blood Demon King. Ye Ming. This item would greatly assist in my elevation of rank. Could you help me acquire it? Shadow Yuyo implored earnestly. Ye Ming waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for such formality with me. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a quick step toward the heart of the Blood Demon King. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Two colossal shadows materialized ominously from the sides of the wooden box. Towering at 5 meters, they were robust figures wielding massive axes. Swinging down towards Ye Ming. Cautioning, he realized they were Blood Demon Kings, formidable second-tier beasts. As Shadow Yuyo called out, dark energy coalesced, resembling tendrils that ensnared the axes of the two Blood Demon Kings, restraining their movements. Quick as a flash, Ye Ming secured the heart of the Blood Demon King. Simultaneously, with his back turned to the two beasts and wielding the Godfall scythe, he turned momentarily, his eyes flashing crimson. The dark domain unfurled. The assassination commenced. Chapter 16, A Natural-Born Killer. Centered around Ye Ming, darkness spread relentlessly, ultimately forming an absolute realm of silent blackness. Within this dark domain, the two Blood Demon Kings found themselves seemingly bound by an unseen force, their speed, strength, and reflexes all severely diminished. With furious glares, they swung their axes at Ye Ming. Emotionless, Ye Ming's body descended vertically into the dark domain, vanishing without a trace, not even a whisper of presence exposed. What is this? Sun Hoyuan, spectating from the sidelines, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. He rushed to the forefront, his expression turning grave as he beheld the dark domain conjured by Ye Ming. His fingers trembled. If the spiritual techniques exhibited earlier by Ye Ming were crafted for a warrior's charge into battle, This dark domain was the quintessential tool of an assassin. The heavy expression on Sun Hoyuan's face began to ease. He finally understood why Li Sufeng had so fervently recommended this young man to him. Setting aside Ye Ming's prowess, the mere existence of this dark domain already placed him above many professional assassins. In the Grand Hall on the 9th level, the two Blood Demon Kings furiously swung their massive axes, engulfed by terror and anxiety in the pitch-black surroundings. They attempted to break free, but once ensnared within the dark domain, escaping proved exceedingly challenging. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed without warning. The Blood Demon King on the left, sensing danger, instinctively raised a claw and unexpectedly grasped a small dagger. Startled, it felt a sudden, excruciating pain in its feet. In the shrouded darkness, Ye Ming's scythe swung in a full arc, swiftly severing the ankles of the Blood Demon King. Boom! The left Blood Demon King collapsed instantly. The right Blood Demon King, wide-eyed, began to breathe rapidly. Gripping its axe, it frantically scanned its surroundings, occasionally swinging its weapon unpredictably. It sought to defend itself through this erratic randomness to thwart Ye Ming's assault. Another flash of cold light. The Blood Demon King reflexively raised its claw, and upon realizing it was yet another dagger, it did not hesitate to slash downward behind it. Had Ye Ming followed his previous approach, his head would have surely been cleaved in two. However, the Blood Demon King's attack missed. Splatter! Blood gushed forth as the Blood Demon King was decapitated, its head falling to the ground, ultimately consumed by the darkness. Ye Ming, scythe in hand, gradually revealed himself, astonishingly hanging upside down, within the dark domain. He possessed extraordinary freedom, impervious even to the force of gravity. The two Blood Demon Kings were effortlessly dispatched by Ye Ming. Old son, this fellow is exceptionally impressive, Jiang Qingyi exclaimed in excitement after witnessing the battle. Sun Hoyuan narrowed his eyes, his serious demeanor reflecting a less than cheerful disposition, yet inside, he was elated. Oldly did not deceive me. Ye Ming is indeed a remarkable talent. Sun Hoyuan observed every detail of Ye Ming's final confrontation with the Blood Demon Kings. On the surface, it appeared to be a one-sided massacre, yet the intricacies were abundant. A completely concealed presence. An aura so restrained that even the beasts could not detect it, decisive and ruthless actions, and of course, the clever misdirections. All of these attributes are essential for becoming a top-tier assassin. Ye Ming possesses them all. Not only does he possess them, but he also skillfully applies them in combat. In Sun Hoyuan's eyes, Ye Ming is a natural-born assassin. When he emerges, ensure you keep him with us. I need to contact someone significant. Sun Hoyuan whispered to Jiang Qingyi in a tone only they could hear. A significant person. Jiang Qingyi understood that Sun Hoyuan hailed from the Star Demon University, a place of prestigious standing. The fact that he referred to someone as significant implied a background of considerable weight and influence. In a secluded place, Sun Hoyuan dialed a number. A frail, somber voice emerged from the other end, inquiring about the matter at hand. Sun Hoyuan succinctly replied, "Teacher, Old Li and I have discovered a promising talent in Songnan City. I have sent you his information. Yes, he has yet to undergo the martial arts examination, but Old Li has had contact with him. Very well, I shall inquire about it shortly. You need not worry about my affairs." Successfully defeated the second-tier Blood Demon King. Realm Experience 20, Spirit Technique Experience 20. Successfully defeated the second-tier Blood Demon King. Realm Experience 20, Spirit Technique Experience 20. Indeed, this was no ordinary second-tier beast. The experience points were over double that of usual. As Ye Ming's thoughts stirred, he perused his panel. Vitality, 200. Mental Strength, 200. Realm, Second-tier Contract Master, 2132-110-0000. Spirit Techniques, Dark Domain, Level 4. Divine Fallen Demon Armor, Level 4. Eternal Night Descends, Level 5. His vitality, mental strength, and spirit techniques had all received significant enhancement. More importantly, his realm had ascended to the second tier. The Blood Demon Tower was truly an exceptional place. A satisfied smile graced Ye Ming's face. Beyond the growth in power, he had also acquired a plethora of beast materials, with the Blood Demon King's heart being the most crucial. As Ying Yu had subtly indicated, this item would aid in her level advancement. Curiosity piqued. Ye Ming pondered what level she would attain post-enhancement. However, he was well aware that a mere Blood Demon King's heart could not single-handedly elevate Ying Yu's level. "Let us depart, Ye Ming. There is nothing of value left here," Ying Yu softly suggested. Ye Ming nodded, and pressed the teleportation button. Upon stepping through the portal, he was met with Zhang Guanghu and his companions, their faces stern and expressions serious as they approached. Ye Ming furrowed his brow, a dagger slipping from his sleeve, revealing a glimmer of its blade. Upon reaching a meter's distance, Zhang Guanghu halted, his serious demeanor evaporating into a sycophantic grin. Ah, Ye Ming. We had a bit of friction in the secret realm earlier. I am here to apologize. My sincerest regrets. I had no idea of your strength. Had I known, not even 100 of me would have dared to provoke you. Zhang Guanghu's earlier reprimanding by Director Jiang and his subsequent realization of his missteps were evident. He slightly turned his body, and behind him, Jiang Qingyi and Sun Hoyuan offered Ye Ming cordial nods. Although their identities were unclear to Ye Ming, he understood that anyone addressed as Director surely held significant stature. Very well, let it be, Ye Ming replied expressionlessly, nodding. Zhang Guanghu exhaled in relief, eagerly grasping Ye Ming's hand. Excellent. I knew you possessed a magnanimous spirit. Do visit me when you have the chance. I have some renown on North Tiger Street, and would be delighted to treat you to a meal. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Guanghu and his team exited the teleportation hall, still bowing to Jiang Qingyi and the others as they departed. Once they left, only one person remained before Ye Ming, Su Xiaoyu. She had changed into a pristine white dress, her flowing hair cascading around her shoulders, a light touch of makeup accentuating her features, exuding an innocent charm reminiscent of many aspirations on the internet. Ye Ming, I was in the wrong earlier. I apologize, Su Xiaoyu said, biting her lip, her cheeks flushing with practiced embarrassment. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and extended her hand with a gentle tone. Shall we get to know each other anew? My name is Su Xiaoyu, and you are? Ye Ming furrowed his brow, bewildered. What is this charade? Are we amusing a child? As a top-tier assassin, Su Xiaoyu's feigned innocence was as ineffective before him as a diluted bottle of body wash. I'm sorry, but I do not know you, nor do I wish to. He brushed past her, ignoring her emotions, and strode directly towards Jiang Qingyi and Sun Hoyuan. Su Xiaoyu glared at Ye Ming, irate and humiliated. She had donned a dress designed to captivate, yet it failed to ensnare him. Infuriated and vexed, she ultimately retreated in silence. Ye Ming approached Jiang Qingyi and Sun Hoyuan, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed seniors." Ah, quite the sweet talker, Jiang Qingyi chuckled. You are from the Yi family in Songnan, correct? Ye Ming nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I am acquainted with your fourth uncle, Yi Zheng, Sun Hoyuan said, patting Ye Ming's shoulder. May I discuss a matter with you? Chapter 17. The Elite Assassin Organization, the Purge Hall. In a tranquil room, Ye Ming sat across from Sun Hoyuan. The windows were tightly shut, and the drawn curtains enveloped the space in darkness, isolating it from the outside world. Greetings, Ye Ming. I am Sun Hoyuan, a faculty member at Star Demon University. Sun Hoyuan regarded Ye Ming with a serious tone. What I am about to disclose may alter the course of your life. Before we proceed, you have the right to choose whether to listen or not. If you wish to listen, you must sign a confidentiality agreement. If you choose not to listen, you may leave at any time, but please forget this conversation. Ye Ming was taken aback, his breath quickening. He was acutely aware that the middle-aged man before him, Sun Hoyuan, was not jesting. The ensuing dialogue was indeed a matter of undisclosed secrets. Reflecting on Li Sufing's prior recommendation of Star Demon University, and recalling how Sun Hoyuan had witnessed his prowess in the Blood Demon Tower, Ye Ming surmised that Sun Hoyuan had recognized his capabilities, thus leading to this discussion. Since he was here, he might as well listen. Ye Ming inscribed his name on the confidentiality agreement. Sun Hoyuan tucked the document away, his expression noticeably easing. Ye Ming, do you know? Your talent is exceptional. This talent does not pertain to your spiritual aptitude, but rather to your assassination skills. Ye Ming's brow furrowed. Indeed, as a top-tier assassin, his displayed abilities could not be concealed from a figure like Sun Hoyuan. Even with restraint, traces would inevitably surface. Have you ever considered becoming an assassin? Sun Hoyuan inquired, gazing at Ye Ming. Ye Ming remained non-committal, maintaining his composure as he replied, In my youth, I admired assassins, finding them quite cool. Furthermore, Director Li mentioned yesterday that I have a keen interest in the assassin program your esteemed university offers. I will certainly prioritize it when applying. The assassin program at Star Demon University is renowned, a highly competitive field. Ha! Sun Hoyuan laughed heartily, waving his hand. The assassin program merely teaches a new combat methodology. The truly elite assassins emerge from perilous missions, not from classroom instruction. Ye Ming wholeheartedly agreed. He had previously joined the largest assassin organization of his time and had witnessed numerous individuals striving to become assassins through academic study. They became engrossed in textbook techniques and the statistics provided by dummies, forgetting the most essential requirement for an assassin: real combat experience. To become an assassin, one must undergo rigorous practical training, not merely honing professional skills, but also cultivating one's mindset. Mr. Sun, I must admit I am somewhat perplexed by your intentions. Have you summoned me to reveal the true essence of assassination? Ye Ming, wishing to cut through the pleasantries, directly posed his question. Sun Hoyuan understood his meaning and smiled calmly. Interlacing his fingers behind his head, his gaze fixed on Ye Ming, glimmering with profound insight. Do you wish to join the Hall of Slaughter and become a true assassin? Ye Ming was taken aback. The Hall of Slaughter? He frantically searched his memories. Yet despite his best efforts to dredge up any recollection from his past, he found no trace of this entity. There was no need to ponder further. The Hall of Slaughter is a highly confidential formal assassin organization known to only a select few. Sun Hoyuan proceeded to introduce the Hall of Slaughter's general information. The Hall of Slaughter, the largest and most prestigious assassin organization in the Dragon Kingdom, was proposed and founded by Star Demon University 50 years ago, boasting hundreds of assassins across the entire nation. It not only undertakes assassination missions against ferocious beasts, but also accepts contracts against criminal forces, foreign spies, and prominent families from other nations. It serves as a shadowy blade, wielding significant authority in managing dark affairs. There are only two pathways to join the Hall of Slaughter: being recognized or being recommended. There is no option for voluntary enlistment. The Hall of Slaughter operates without rigid regulations. As long as one does not violate fundamental principles, one enjoys the same freedom as at home. Joining the Hall of Slaughter also grants a special status, bestowing additional legal rights. Sun Hoyuan smiled meaningfully, leaving Ye Ming to grasp the implications. Special status? A figurative golden ticket. Perhaps not as extravagant as a golden ticket, but certainly not far from it. Aside from the special status, are there any other advantages? Ye Ming inquired. You are quite straightforward. Sun Hoyuan chuckled, pointing at Ye Ming before producing relevant materials. A full sheet of paper listing numerous benefits. 35 advantages in total. Sun Hoyuan emphasized a few key points. First, an exceptionally high salary, not less than 5 million Dragon Kingdom coins. According to Sun Hoyuan, the highest annual salary among the Hall of Slaughter's assassins exceeds 1 billion, rivaling the annual net profits of large enterprises. Second, resource allocation. The Hall of Slaughter was established by Star Demon University, in addition to state funding. 60% of Star Demon University's annual resource expenditure is concentrated on the Hall of Slaughter. The significance of this resource allocation is self-evident. Sun Hoyuan's explanation left Ye Ming astounded once more. 60% of Star Demon University's annual resources. It is worth noting that Star Demon University is the premier university in the Dragon Kingdom, with its resource expenditure translating into astronomical figures. The implications of the Hall of Slaughter's share of those resources underscore its critical importance to both Star Demon University and the entire Dragon Kingdom. Certainly, we will grant you a lifetime of complimentary services. Upon your entry into the Assassin's Guild, whether it be in the Abyss or the Assassin's Hospital, everything will be entirely free. Sun Hoyuan maintained a confident smile, a smile that exuded assurance. Ye Ming couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable benefits of joining the Assassin's Guild, which could only be likened to the pinnacle of privileges in the Dragon Kingdom. However, the sole drawback is the inherent danger. A killer, no need for elaborate introductions. The mere mention of the word assassin suffices to convey its peril. Moreover, we will provide covert support for your family. Sun Hoyuan glanced at Ye Ming with a smile. If memory serves me correctly, the Wang family and your Yi family have quite the rivalry in Songnan City, do they not? Ye Ming understood the implication behind Sun Hoyuan's words. Once he joined the Assassin's Guild, Songnan City would no longer be dominated by the Yi and Wang families. Instead, it would be the Yi family that reigned supreme. Our Assassin's Guild offers additional benefits to new members. Sun Hoyuan raised a finger, smiling. You may make one reasonable request. Ye Ming found himself momentarily at a loss. He furrowed his brow, although he was reluctant to return to his former profession. The offers from the guild were simply too enticing to decline. Furthermore, as a top-tier assassin, joining the Assassin's Guild would undoubtedly allow him to thrive. Ye Ming, why not inquire if he has black dragon bone marrow? Just as Ye Ming was about to speak, Yu interjected. After a brief moment of silence, Ye Ming asked, Mr. Sun, May I request the Black Dragon Bone Marrow as part of the new member benefits? Chapter 18. A Visit from Starry Sky University. Black Dragon Bone Marrow. Upon hearing Ye Ming's request, even Sun Hoyuan, known for his composure, appeared somewhat taken aback. Black Dragon Bone Marrow is a rare material obtained only from slaying the 7th-tier ferocious beast, the Dark Tyrant Dragon. Its value reaches tens of millions of Dragon Kingdom coins per drop, and both inventory and market availability are exceedingly scarce. Sun Hoyuan was astonished that Ye Ming, merely a newly awakened contract master, possessed such a clear intent regarding beast materials. However, given that the Yi family was a prominent family in Songnan City, it was only natural for one of their lineage to have considerable knowledge. Yes, if you officially join the Assassin's Guild, I will provide you with Black Dragon Bone Marrow. Sun Hoyuan declared with utmost sincerity, thumping his chest in assurance. With this commitment made, Ye Ming felt no further hesitation. He resolved to join the Assassin's Guild. However, gaining entry was not simply a matter of signing a contract. The most crucial aspect was the assessment. Only upon successful completion of the assessment could one truly become a member of the Assassin's Guild. Failure in the assessment meant no opportunity for membership. Of course, Ye Ming had anticipated this. A killer organization without assessments would hardly be deemed a true assassin guild. What does the assessment entail? Ye Ming inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Hoyuan replied, the entrance assessment comprises 4 requirements. First, you must achieve a score above 700 in the martial arts exam, with a maximum score of 1000, which should not be difficult for you. Second, a test of strength and physical fitness. I have already submitted your combat video against the Blood Demon Beast, so you may be exempted from this. Third, you must navigate the mechanical tunnel in the solo dungeon, with a performance rating of excellent. Lastly, you must execute a solo assassination mission. I will provide you with the specifics regarding time and content. There is approximately 1 month remaining until the martial arts exam, so there is no immediate rush for the first requirement. Currently, Ye Ming needs to complete the assessment by navigating the mechanical tunnel and executing an assassination mission. The difficulty of these tasks is not particularly high. However, Mr. Sun, if I recall correctly, the mechanical tunnel is a part of the dungeon, and I do not yet possess the qualifications to access the dungeon, Ye Ming said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. This refers not only to membership, but also to the challenge involved. Even within the low-level dungeons, the difficulty would be several-fold greater. To enter the dungeon, 2 conditions must be met. First, one must spend 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins to unlock access. Second, one must have been a contract master for over 2 months. Although Ye Ming could afford the 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, he had only just become a contract master yesterday, leaving him far from the 2-month requirement. He turned to Sun Hoyuan, a faint smile gracing his face. Sun Hoyuan, of course, understood his implication. Do not worry, I will speak to old Jiang about this. The conditions are not set in stone. Thus, the matter was settled. Ye Ming now had a clear objective, to pass the assessment and join the Assassin's Guild, ensuring that he did not waste his exceptional abilities as a top assassin. After concluding their conversation, Sun Hoyuan led Ye Ming to Jiang Qingyi's office. Finished chatting? Jiang Qingyi inquired with a smile. Sun Hoyuan nodded and directly stated his purpose. I need you to assist this young man by granting him access. I will cover the cost. Ye Ming cast a surprised glance at Sun Hoyuan, thinking to himself that this senior was quite generous, offering to cover the 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins without hesitation. Jiang Qingyi may not have been privy to the specifics of Sun Hoyuan's request, but he understood that such a proposal must have merit, so he promptly granted Ye Ming the access. After diligently registering the information, Jiang Qingyi rose to his feet and declared, all right, from now on, you may also enter the secret realm. Remember, this is not a privilege for ostentation. The secret realm signifies a higher level of difficulty, so do exercise caution. He patted Ye Ming on the shoulder and earnestly cautioned him. Ye Ming nodded in agreement, understood. After exchanging a few more words, Sun Hoyuan escorted Ye Ming out of the teleportation hall. At the last moment before departing, he voiced a question that had long lingered in his mind. Ye Ming, you have contracted with a level witch, correct? Indeed, Ye Ming affirmed. Sun Hoyuan pondered for a moment, resting his fist against his chin as he contemplated. Contracting with a witch may render one weak in the early stages. But that does not apply to you. My current concern is the issue of backlash. Witch contractors are easily susceptible to retaliatory harm. I hope you will take this seriously. Ye Ming thumped his chest in assurance. Rest assured, teacher's son, I will be vigilant. Good, Sun Hoyuan replied, giving Ye Ming's shoulder a reassuring pat. I hope you can change the prevailing perception of witch contractors in society. Go for it. I have faith in you. As Ye Ming approached his home, he noticed several sleek black luxury cars parked at the entrance, all bearing unfamiliar license plates. A group of burly bodyguards, their muscles straining against their suits, stood beside the vehicles. Realizing that guests had arrived, guests of considerable stature, Ye Ming thought, goodness, you finally returned. Where have you been? Why didn't you answer my calls? I was worried sick. The moment Ye Xinshin spotted Ye Ming, she hurried over and slapped him playfully on the back of his head, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. I went to the Blood Demon Tower, Ye Ming explained. My phone was off, and then some unexpected events occurred. What is going on, sis? Sigh, Ye Xinshin lamented, gesturing toward the reception room behind her. People from Starry Sky University are here. You should hurry inside. I overheard them mentioning something about changing your contracted spirit. Change the contracted spirit? Is that even possible? Aren't contracts immutable once established? Ye Ming asked, puzzled. Ye Xinshin shook her head. I don't know. You'll find out once you go in. Uncle and the others are waiting for you. Under Ye Xinshin's guidance, Ye Ming entered the reception room. Upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted by two unfamiliar faces. One was an elderly man with graying hair and beard, garbed in loose-fitting martial arts attire, resembling a retired gentleman practicing Tai Chi in the park. Yet, the invisible pressure he emanated made Ye Ming's breathing quicken. Behind the elder stood a capable young man, impeccably dressed in a suit and donning gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the aura of a young business magnate. These two individuals were certainly not ordinary folk. You rascal, you finally returned. Come here. Uncle Ye Jun beckoned Ye Ming over, then began introducing him. This is Teacher Wang Changkong from Starry Sky University, and this is Assistant Zhang. Starry Sky University? One of the 4 top universities in the Dragon Kingdom? Why would a teacher from Starry Sky University come here? Ye Ming pondered, though out of courtesy. He extended his hand and greeted, Hello, Teacher Wang. Wang Changkong smiled and nodded, expressing admiration for Ye Ming, a promising talent indeed. We must not let it go to waste. Head of the Ye family, I believe I can now disclose my previous proposal, Ye Jun said with a smile. Turning to Ye Ming. Ye Ming, Teacher Wang is here to inquire whether you have considered the possibility of changing your contracted spirit. Change the contracted spirit? Isn't it said that once a contract is made, it cannot be altered? Ye Ming asked. Wang Changkong gestured, and Assistant Zhang immediately understood. He opened the documents and explained in detail. Typically, once a contract is established, it cannot be modified. Even the highest level spirits lack the power to support a second contract. However, with a fully leveled spirit, and assisted by a 7th tier or higher contractor, it is possible to recontract. Yet, upon doing so, your spirit will drop from full level to top level, at which point you will forfeit the right to choose your contracted spirit. After finishing his explanation, Assistant Zhang discreetly stepped back. Both Ye Ming and Ye Jun exchanged astonished glances. They had not anticipated such possibilities. Indeed, having a high-level spirit conferred significant advantages. I come bearing the wishes of the Vice-Chancellor of Starry Sky University, Wang Changkong continued, maintaining a warm and friendly demeanor. Ye Ming, if you so desire. The Vice-Chancellor himself will assist you personally. At that time, you could contract with a level Sanctus. I hope you will give this serious consideration. In the eyes of most contractors, witches were deemed inferior to Saintesses, even a level which would fail to garner their respect. Wang Changkong shared this sentiment, believing that Ye Ming would likely acquiesce to his suggestion. After all, the drawbacks of witch contracts would soon become apparent. However, Ye Ming's response took him by surprise. Apologies, Teacher Wang, but I have no intention of altering my contract spirit. From the moment I chose the witch, my fate is intertwined with that of my spirit. Wang Changkong was momentarily taken aback. Assistant Zhang, perplexed, interjected, Classmate Ye Ming, you possess maximum spiritual potential. Contracting with the Holy Maiden would be the wisest choice. The drawbacks of a witch are too numerous. You will regret it. No. Ye Ming shook his head, his gaze resolute. I will not regret it. As he spoke, the aura of a 2nd-tier contract master was unleashed without reservation. The entire reception room was enveloped in a dark power, a unique essence that invoked an involuntary sense of dread and trembling within those present. Is this the aura of a 2nd-tier contract master? Wang Changkong asked, astonished. Ye Ming nodded affirmatively. Yes, I just broke through today. Contracting yesterday and breaking through today. I believe such speed surpasses even that of a Holy Maiden contract master. Does it not? A single day to ascend from the first to the second tier. This has never happened in the history of Dragon Country. Wang Changkong nodded gravely, a humorless smile gracing his lips. It seems, classmate Ye Ming, that you're contracted, which is quite exceptional. Whether she is exceptional or not, I cannot say. But she fits me well, Ye Ming replied, maintaining an air of calm politeness. I understand, Wang Changkong mused, his eyelids drooping in contemplation. Now that you have ascended to the second tier, altering your contract spirit is no longer feasible. Moreover, I see that you possess no desire to do so. He suddenly turned to Knight Jun, smiling as he waved his hand. Master Yi, I apologize for the intrusion today. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and departed without hesitation. As a professor at the Starry Sky University, Wang Changkong had arrived brimming with confidence, but the outcome left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Before leaving, he patted Ye Ming on the shoulder, offering a smile without uttering a word. Once they returned to the luxurious car, Assistant Zhang sighed, voicing his thoughts. I never expected Ye Ming to refuse. Furthermore, I was astonished to learn he has become a second-tier contract master. What a waste of such maximum spiritual potential. Wang Changkong sat in the back seat, arms crossed, gazing pensively out the window. Teacher Wang, what shall we do next regarding the special recruitment spot originally intended for Ye Ming? One cannot hang all hopes on a single tree, Wang Changkong replied, waving his hand dismissively. I heard a prodigy has emerged in neighboring Songbei City. Let us investigate. If he meets the criteria, we can offer him the special recruitment spot. Surely, Starry Sky University need not fear the lack of talent. Afterward, Ye Ming briefly conversed with his second uncle, who was quite excited, showering Ye Ming with praise for bringing honor to the Yi family. Ye Ming could discern that his uncle was genuinely pleased for him. Upon returning to his room, Ye Ming retrieved the heart of the Blood Demon King obtained from the Blood Demon Tower and inwardly inquired, how should I utilize this? Simply hold it in your hands. The rest is up to me, Ing Yu replied gently. Ye Ming complied, and tendrils of black energy coalesced from his chest, entwining with the heart of the Blood Demon King as they voraciously absorbed its latent energy. Only when it was drained to desiccation did the black aura gradually dissipate. Before Ye Ming's eyes, a new panel materialized. Contract Spirit, God-Fallen Knight, Demon Emperor. Name, Ing Yu. Level, Tier, Progress, 005. Revival Progress, 1. What is this? Ye Ming was momentarily stunned. He scrutinized the new panel before him, his curiosity reaching its zenith. For this panel was a secret that no other contract master could possess, an exclusive bond between him and Ing Yu. Ye Ming. Regarding the Black Dragon Bone Marrow I previously inquired about, it can enhance my revival progress. I sense that when my revival progress reaches 5, I will attain greater autonomy to assist you in battle. Ing Yu's voice, as gentle as water, resounded. Ye Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Can it truly be done? Others may not know, but I believe I can, Ing Yu responded. Following her words, she attempted to summon a flicker of dark power, forming a shield upon Ye Ming's arm. This power was derived from Ing Yu herself, not from within Ye Ming's body. However, this effect was fleeting. In other words, the higher the revival progress, the greater your autonomy. Correct? Ye Ming inquired. Ing Yu nodded eagerly. Yes, indeed. I wish to ask, when the revival progress reaches 100%, does that signify you would possess complete freedom? For instance, could you detach from my body and become an entirely new being? Upon hearing his question, Ing Yu fell silent. In the sea of consciousness, she lowered her head, her enchanting eyes clouded with melancholy, leaving Ye Ming uncertain of her thoughts. Ing Yu, are you still there? Ye Ming asked. Ing Yu, hugging her knees, lifted her head, her eyelashes fluttering as she replied wistfully, I do not wish to leave you. In response, Ye Ming delved deeper into the sea of consciousness. He crouched beside Ing Yu, gently ruffling her hair, and with a warm smile reassured her, Are you a fool? I never said you should leave. Complete freedom does not equate to separation. I merely desire for you to become a whole entity. Even contract spirits possess life. You are not a mere tool. Night Ming's voice was tender, and Ing Yu gazed at him with wide eyes, feeling warmth flooding her heart, thawing the coldness within. Listening to his words, her eyes glistened with tears as she nodded. Choking out, MHM, I understand. Chapter 20, Intermediate Test? Of course, I shall not attend. Subsequently, Night Ming delved into the information concerning the mechanical tunnel of the secret realm. This was a low-level secret realm, where the most formidable beasts reached the 3rd tier. These creatures were predominantly intelligent life forms crafted from metal, endowed with remarkable defensive and offensive capabilities. Within the tunnel, numerous mechanical traps lay in wait, laser beams on the walls, gun-mounted vehicles, and various technological perils. I am currently a second-tier contract master. However, my true strength far surpasses even that of a third-tier contract master, Ye Ming mused confidently. Thus, the mechanical tunnel should pose little challenge for me. The beasts can be dealt with. As for the mechanical traps, bullets are lifeless while I am alive. As a top-tier assassin, if I cannot evade bullets, I might as well return home to raise chickens. What surprised me, however, was that this mechanical tunnel was, in fact, a natural secret realm. Ye Ming was taken aback. Logically, with the abundance of mechanical weaponry, it should be classified as an artificial secret realm. Yet, according to the records, the mechanical tunnel was indeed a natural secret realm that had descended upon Songnan City 30 years prior. At that time, the sight of the plethora of mechanical arms had stirred public discourse, with some claiming the beasts were hyper-intelligent extraterrestrial beings wielding terrifying technological prowess. Others suggested that the beasts were an advance guard sent by aliens to invade Earth. However, such debates eventually faded into obscurity. That shall suffice for today. It is time to rest. Ye Ming lay on his bed, stretching his limbs. At that moment, his elder sister, Ye Xin, called from outside. Ye Ming. Teacher Yang just called me. She said to prepare for tomorrow's intermediate test organized by the school. Ye Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Intermediate test? Oh, I do recall something about that. Before the martial arts examination, Songnan No. 1 High School would conduct preliminary and intermediate tests, along with mock exams, to enable students to better assess their own capabilities. Ye Ming picked up his charged phone and glanced at it. Intermediate test. Test details. Enter the low-level secret realm of Windless Forest and collect materials from the beasts. 10 hurricane claws for a passing grade, 20 for a satisfactory grade, 30 for an excellent grade, and 50 for full marks. Slaying the first-tier beast, Hurricane Eagle, has a high probability of yielding hurricane claws. This intermediate test presents a certain level of difficulty, but for Ye Ming, it is merely child's play. I wonder if my blood demon eyes will suffice, he pondered, contemplating the thousands of blood demon eyes stored in his ring. Soon after, he sent a message to his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen. Ye Ming. Teacher Yang. I would like to skip tomorrow's intermediate test. Here are my reasons. Image, some videos. Yang Jinwen, who had just settled down to rest, frowned upon seeing Ye Ming's message. Skipping the preliminary test was one thing, but the intermediate test too? What on earth was Ye Ming thinking? Although somewhat displeased, she opened the images and videos. The moment she finished watching, her eyes widened in shock, and she immediately forwarded it to the principal. The principal promptly responded. Yang Jinwen, all right, Ye Ming. I have noted your outstanding performance. Your request has been approved. Yang Jinwen. However, I hope you can balance work and rest, and do not overexert yourself. By the way, the principal mentioned that if you have time, you should return to school. He has a small surprise to help you become a second-tier contract master. Second-tier contract master? Ye Ming chuckled helplessly, thinking, isn't this just coercing me to show off? He replied promptly. Ye Ming. Okay, thank you, teacher. Please inform the principal that I am already a second-tier. Yang Jinwen, you're already second-tier? Meanwhile, in a nearby apartment, a man lying in bed reading suddenly sat up with a start. His abrupt movement roused the woman sleeping beside him. What are you doing? Why the fuss? Is something wrong at Songnan No. 1 High School? Something's happened. Something serious. Principal Lin Baiyuan exclaimed, his expression animated as he looked at the message from Yang Jinwen, his mind buzzing. Second tier. In just one day, he has broken through to the second tier. It is known that even a saintess would require at least 2 weeks to achieve such a breakthrough. The next day, in the teleportation hall, Yang Jinwen led her students in registering the relevant information. As it was their inaugural entry into the secret realm, most students felt a surge of excitement, already envisioning their valiant feats of vanquishing ferocious beasts. However, in reality, it would be quite commendable merely to avoid being pursued and slaughtered by these creatures once they entered the realm. Before stepping into the secret domain, I advise you to form teams. Pairing up will not only mitigate danger, but also provide invaluable experience. As Yang Jinwen's voice resonated, students began to seek their partners. Wang Haoyang approached Lu Yuxuan, grinning as he asked, Yuxuan, shall we team up? Your contracted spirit is the radiant light saintess of level, and mine is the lightning saintess of level. If we join forces, we are bound to achieve full marks. Lu Yuxuan remained silent, not immediately acquiescing to his proposal. Her gaze swept across the crowd, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Wang Haoyang discerned her thoughts, pondering the absence of Ye Ming. It was one thing to skip the preliminary test, but to forego the intermediate one as well? Such disregard for school regulations was truly astonishing. Just as he voiced his sentiments, a familiar figure approached them. The students recognized him instantly. Was that not Ye Ming? Oh, look, Ye Ming is here. Is he participating in the intermediate test? I thought he wouldn't come. Don't be ridiculous. The intermediate test is a splendid opportunity for honing skills. How could Ye Ming possibly miss it? Wang Haoyang interjected with a derisive smile. Even if Ye Ming is formidable, he cannot possibly complete the intermediate test ahead of schedule. We are all first-tier contract masters. Does he dare enter the secret realm alone? The beasts there are no mere simulations and are far from easy to handle. Whether Ye Ming attended or not, Wang Haoyang found ample reasons to mock him. Upon seeing Ye Ming's arrival, Lu Yuxuan's serious expression softened. She maneuvered through the crowd, hastily reaching Ye Ming's side, her face radiant with a cheerful smile. Hello, Ye Ming. It's been a while. Are you here for the intermediate test? Our teacher just asked us to form teams, and you don't have a partner yet. I deliberately refrained from teaming up, waiting for you. Lu Yuxuan's face radiated a youthful sweetness. Ye Ming furrowed his brow slightly, politely responding, I'm afraid I'm not here for the intermediate test. I have other matters to attend to. After nodding at Yang Jinwen, Ye Ming was escorted away by an approaching staff member. As Lu Yuxuan watched Ye Ming's departing figure, her smile abruptly faded. Chapter 21. The Solo Secret Realm Mechanical Tunnel. Not here for the intermediate test? What does that mean? The students were perplexed by Ye Ming's statement. Could it be that he had forgotten to inform everyone that he had already visited the secret realm the day prior? He had ventured to the Blood Demon Tower, collecting over 1,000 blood demon eyes. You all must learn from him and not harbor any jealousy, Yang Jinwen remarked, her words creating ripples of astonishment among the students. Over 1,000 blood demon eyes? Is that truly the case? I've heard the Blood Demon Tower is far more challenging than the Windless Forest. No wonder Ye Ming opted out of the intermediate test. If I possessed his prowess, I wouldn't even regard the martial path examination. Isn't it said that contract witches lack potential? Why is Ye Ming so formidable? Is this the terrifying aspect of a fully awakened spirit? The students exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with shock and envy. Just then, a student exclaimed, wait. Isn't the direction Ye Ming is heading toward the secret realm? At this, all eyes turned toward Ye Ming. When they saw where he was headed, they were left speechless. Incredible. It truly is the secret realm. If I remember correctly, one must be a contract master for at least 2 months to gain access. How is Ye Ming permitted entry? Among the students, there were those with discernment. Wang Haoyang furrowed his brow. Could it be that Ye Ming has taken a wrong turn? A staff member in uniform promptly corrected him, pushing up her glasses with a stoic expression. Mr. Ye Ming has been granted special privileges by Director Jiang. Furthermore, today Director Jiang announced a new regulation. If you can slay 1,000 ferocious beasts, you may also gain early access. Wang Haoyang seemed momentarily choked. His words caught in his throat. However, he grasped the key words from the staff member's explanation. Director Jiang, privileges, new regulation. Could it be that Ye Ming had caught the attention of Jiang Qingyi, the head of the Cangnan secret realm? Was this new regulation established because of him? Wang Haoyang was taken aback, his pupils contracting as he suddenly felt the chasm between himself and Ye Ming widen. Beside him, Lu Yuxuan scoffed. Humph. What is so impressive about that? Just 1,000 ferocious beasts? I could do it too. Mr. Ye Ming, the mechanical tunnel poses high difficulty. If you encounter any danger, please ensure to promptly press the button on your wristband. For your safety, we will monitor your actions throughout the process, and we hope for your understanding, said the staff member with a smile, hands resting on their abdomen. Ye Ming nodded and stepped into the portal. In a concealed observation room, Jiang Qingyi's eyes lit up with surprise. Wow, this kid is quite eager. He just opened yesterday, and today he is already delving into the secret realm? Sun Hoyuan chuckled silently, choosing not to speak. He knew that Ye Ming was determined to complete the palace assessment as swiftly as possible. Old son, how long do you think it will take for Ye Ming to clear the secret realm? Jiang Qingyi inquired with keen interest. Sun Hoyuan replied with a smile. Who can say for sure? What if Ye Ming is unable to pass at all? Oh, come now. Jiang Qingyi waved dismissively, a look of disdain crossing his face. Anyone you, old son, deem significant would surely not struggle with the mechanical tunnel. I am well aware of Ye Ming's prowess. The greatest threat in the entire mechanical tunnel is the Tier 3 mechanical Tyrannosaurus. This boy is quite adept at concealing his strength, possessing the ability to defeat foes beyond his level. As someone of his caliber, I have long been cognizant of Ye Ming's combat capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Hoyuan ventured a guess, half an hour. The first part of the palace assessment involves traversing the mechanical tunnel with a rating of excellent or higher. Completing it in half an hour is deemed excellent. Half an hour? Jiang Qingyi's expression shifted to one of seriousness, realizing the challenge ahead. In my estimation, this lad will require at least 40 minutes. Sun Hoyuan smiled. Then let us await the outcome. Within the mechanical tunnel, when Ye Ming opened his eyes, he found himself in a passageway. The ground beneath his feet was laid with sheets of metal, and the alloy walls and ceiling radiated a silvery sheen. A strip of lights extended forward from the junction of the walls and ceiling, casting a cerulean glow that illuminated the entire tunnel. Everything around him exuded a futuristic technological ambience. So this is the mechanical tunnel, Ye Ming remarked as an informational prompt echoed through the tunnel. Secret realm, mechanical tunnel, type, solo secret realm, difficulty, low, maximum beast realm, tier, 3, rating criteria, 2 hours is passing, 1 hour is good, half an hour is excellent. 10 minutes is full marks. Full marks reward. Electromagnetic gloves. Half an hour equates to excellence. Ye Ming pondered, sensing the challenge to be somewhat lenient. Nevertheless, for the sake of safety, he resolved to exert his utmost effort. As a top-tier assassin, each battle necessitates complete dedication. Only then is success more readily attainable. With a focused thought, Ye Ming summoned the power of darkness, enveloping his entire being in a shroud of immense mist. Amidst this darkness, a flicker of red light appeared. With a swift motion, Ye Ming, clad in the Godfall demon armor, burst forth from the black fog, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. Akin to a fleeting ray of light, the mechanical tunnel spanned 10 kilometers, rife with peril and trials. Just as anticipated, while Ye Ming surged ahead, the once smooth walls of the tunnel revealed countless laser gun barrels extending outward, gathering energy to unleash a barrage of lasers toward him. The lasers crisscrossed, overwhelming in number. Ye Ming deftly maneuvered his body, twisting and turning to evade the incoming lasers. However, some lasers still grazed him, leaving small dents on the Godfall armor, which vanished within a second. The lasers possessed a degree of potency, yet that was all. Engaging his dark domain, Ye Ming expanded the shadowy space around him. His speed surged, resembling a dark light as he darted through the lasers. As Ye Ming advanced for a kilometer, a sudden explosion of flames erupted before him, generating a billowing cloud of black smoke that obscured his path. The sound of mechanical gears whirring echoed as 10 combat robots emerged from the smoke, armed with rifles and heavy artillery. Their metallic components gleamed, and their overall structure resembled skeletal humanoids, with bulging eyes connected by various wires that emitted a crimson glow. Ye Ming halted, gazing at the 10 combat robots. He reached for the Godfall scythe, gripping it tightly. As he moved, the dark domain enveloped the combat robots. They were tier 2 mechanical warriors, with their eyes being their weak points. As the revival progress increased, Shadow Wraith also gained the ability to discern more weaknesses. Chapter 22. Clearing the mechanical tunnel, full marks. As soon as Ye Ming made a move, the 10 mechanical warriors opposite him immediately raised their weapons, directing their gun barrels towards him. In an instant, a burst of gunfire erupted, with countless bullets tracing lines through the air, speeding toward Ye Ming. However, when the dark domain fully expanded, Ye Ming spread his arms and reclined backward, allowing all the bullets to whiz past his abdomen. He vanished into the darkness. Losing their target, the mechanical warriors ceased firing and quickly formed a circular formation, back to back. They raised their weapons, and the mechanical shells behind them burst open, revealing small rocket launchers and various mechanical appendages. Once Ye Ming appeared, they would not hesitate to open fire. These mechanical warriors are remarkably intelligent. If I hadn't witnessed this with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe that such entities could also be ferocious beasts, Jiang Qingyi remarked in the observation chamber. He had seen this mechanical tunnel numerous times, yet each encounter left him in awe of the technological marvels within. The mechanical warriors immediately formed a circular formation, making it somewhat difficult for Ye Ming to strike. Sun Hoyuan's eyes gradually narrowed. In the dark realm, an unexpected shift occurred. Countless dark daggers shot forth, sharp as blades, raining down upon them. The mechanical warriors decisively opened fire. Bullets and daggers collided, neutralizing each other's assaults. Yet, at that moment, a dagger pierced through the hail of gunfire and appeared before the mechanical warriors. It suddenly glimmered with a dark light, transforming into Ye Ming. With a swift motion, he wielded his scythe, cutting through the eyes of 3 mechanical warriors in an instant. Then, with a flicker, he reappeared among other dark daggers, evading bullets while systematically dispatching the mechanical warriors. In less than a minute, all 10 mechanical warriors lay on the ground, sparks emanating from their severed eyes. Killed second-tier mechanical warrior, realm experience 6, spirit skill experience 6. Killed second-tier mechanical warrior, realm experience 6, spirit skill experience 6. Killed second-tier mechanical warrior, realm experience 6. Spirit skill experience 6. After dispatching the mechanical warriors, Ye Ming did not pause, but continued to charge forward, moving with incredible speed and deftly dodging all lasers. Suddenly, 3 rockets came hurtling towards him from directly ahead. Caught off guard, Ye Ming had no time to evade and could only slice through them with his scythe. Boom! The explosion erupted, and from the smoke emerged Ye Ming, unharmed. He then discerned that before him stood 3 colossal mechanical crocodiles, clad in steel armor, their sharp teeth glinting as they charged at him with crimson eyes. As they approached, countless iron spikes extended from their tails, cracking like thunder against Ye Ming's body. The force was immense, akin to being struck by a boulder, forcing Ye Ming to retreat several meters. Ye Ming, they are mechanical crocodiles, renowned for their brute strength. Their robust exoskeleton serves as an excellent defense, but you may attempt to strike at their underbelly. Ing Yu promptly reported their weakness. Armed with this knowledge, Ye Ming tightened his grip on the scythe and surged forward with the dark realm enveloping him. As the shadows cloaked the 3 mechanical crocodiles, Ye Ming slipped into the darkness once more, launching rapid, lethal strikes from below. The underbellies of the mechanical crocodiles were sliced open, releasing a cascade of electrical sparks. Successfully killed second-tier mechanical crocodile, realm experience 7, spirit skill experience 7. Successfully killed second-tier mechanical crocodile, realm experience 7, spirit skill experience 7. Successfully killed second-tier mechanical crocodile, realm experience 7, spirit skill experience 7. In less than a minute, the 3 mechanical crocodiles succumbed to Ye Ming's prowess. To hasten his passage through the mechanical tunnel, Ye Ming quickened his pace, darting through the barrage of gunfire like a shooting star, evading danger with impeccable timing. Naturally, along the way, Ye Ming encountered other ferocious beasts, an octopus with 8 mechanical tentacles, a giant crab, and a half-biological, half-technological mechanical werewolf. These beasts were formidable, requiring an ordinary second-tier contractor at least several minutes, if not longer, to defeat. Yet, Ye Ming struck decisively, concluding each battle with efficiency and precision. The mechanical tunnel stretched for 10 kilometers. Ye Ming reached the end in just 5 minutes, traversing the distance while evading traps and beasts. One can only imagine the extraordinary physical prowess he possessed. At the tunnel's end, a towering mechanical tyrannosaurus, standing 10 meters tall, descended from above. Its serrated teeth bared. It roared, sending shockwaves reverberating through the tunnel, shattering light fixtures. Is this the lion's roar technique? Ye Ming muttered in bemusement. Before he could react, the previously roaring mechanical tyrannosaurus suddenly lunged at him without warning. Its head struck the ground like a falling meteor, creating a deep crater in the iron-plated floor. With a powerful leap, Ye Ming evaded the attack. The mechanical tyrannosaurus, sensing his movement, whipped its head around, swinging it like a flail, and with a resounding crash, sent Ye Ming crashing into the left wall. Goodness, this mechanical tyrannosaurus is a 3rd-tier beast. I hope Ye Ming is all right, Jiang Qingyi remarked nervously in the observation room. Sun Hoyuan clasped his hands in silent calmness. Whoosh! Within the mechanical tunnel, Ye Ming's legs, having been struck, directed their focus towards the wall and propelled himself towards the mechanical tyrannosaurus. With his scythe raised high above his head, he prepared to deliver a crescent strike. At that moment, the mechanical beast lifted its head and opened its mouth, revealing a long-anticipated laser cannon. Zzz. The laser shot forth like a pillar, instantly creating a gaping hole in the ceiling. The mechanical tyrannosaurus scanned the opening with its crimson eyes, finding no signs of life, leaving it momentarily bewildered. Big clumsy dragon. Are you looking for me? Ye Ming's voice echoed from behind the mechanical beast. At the instant of the laser's discharge, he had utilized the speed enhancement of the divine fallen armor to instantaneously reposition himself onto the back of the mechanical tyrannosaurus. Roar! The mechanical beast, enraged, thrashed its body, attempting to shake off Ye Ming. Yet, Ye Ming stood firmly atop the creature, his feet seemingly glued in place. With his right hand gripping the scythe, he steadily advanced towards the Tyrannosaurus's neck, declaring the time for play was over. Now it was time for judgment. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Ye Ming surged forth like a released arrow. The divine fallen scythe sliced through the void, dark energy surging wildly, leaving a black trail in the air, while the blood-red eyes on the blade radiated a fierce crimson glow, permeating the atmosphere with a sense of impending doom. All the strength within Ye Ming converged into his arms, transmitting into the scythe. Amidst the intertwining darkness and crimson light, Ye Ming unleashed his spiritual technique, Eternal Night Descends. This time, it was not a wide-area attack, but an exceptionally high single-target burst. Within the flickering mechanical tunnel, lights flickered erratically, gradually dimming until everything succumbed to an impenetrable darkness. In that moment, the dazzling blood-red crescent sliced through the silence of the darkness, the scythe severing metal with a unique sound, as if orchestrating a symphony of night and death. Thud! The mechanical Tyrannosaurus's head crashed to the ground. Deprived of its energy source, the creature's crimson eyes gradually lost their luster. Judgment rendered, Ye Ming landed steadily. With a wave of his hand, both the scythe and the armor vanished like smoke, leaving no trace behind. The battle concluded, a celebratory announcement resonated. Congratulations to contestant Ye Ming for successfully clearing the solo secret realm, mechanical tunnel. Time taken, 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Score, full marks. Reward obtained, electromagnetic gloves. Chapter 23 Ye Ming. You cry, and I give way? On what grounds? The secret realm challenge concluded. Full marks. Excellent work, Ye Ming. You have successfully completed a segment of the entrance examination. Yu smiled. Ye Ming nodded, though he was now more curious about when he could accept assassination missions. It had been a while since he had taken a life, and his skills felt a bit rusty. Upon exiting the secret realm, Ye Ming received his reward, electromagnetic gloves. A cutting-edge technological weapon capable of delivering formidable electromagnetic shocks. Even second-tier ferocious beasts could not withstand 10 strikes. Naturally, the electromagnetic shock could also induce a mild paralysis effect on enemies. While it might be useful for others, for him, it was little more than a talisman. Just as Ye Ming stowed away the gloves, 2 figures approached him. Congratulations, Ye Ming. You successfully navigated the mechanical tunnel. I never imagined you possessed such strength. Many third-tier contractors would struggle to achieve full marks. Jiang Qingyi showered him with praise, his admiration for Ye Ming growing. Truly a talent from Tsangnan City. Indeed, I must admit, I was not expecting the final third-tier mechanical Tyrannosaurus to be so weak, Ye Ming quipped playfully. Sun Hoyuan and Jiang Qingyi exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. All right. It seems you are becoming quite proud in front of us. But pride is acceptable. Just do not become complacent. The martial arts examination is only a month away. You must prepare thoroughly to achieve outstanding results. Jiang Qingyi clapped Ye Ming on the shoulder. Brimming with confidence, Ye Ming nodded earnestly. After a brief conversation with the 2 esteemed figures, he chose not to linger. As he departed, Jiang Qingyi crossed his arms. His eyes filled with curiosity. Old son, tell me, what do you think makes this young man so formidable? Is it the prowess of the contracted witch? Or is he simply endowed with maxed-out spirit? After a moment of silence, Sun Hoyuan shook his head. It is a mystery. Perhaps it is the maxed-out spirit that grants him such formidable strength in the early stages. But let us not forget, the greatest danger of the contracted witch is the backlash of slaughter. Ye Ming is just beginning. Who knows what fate awaits him with the bloodshed? In truth, this concern weighed heavily on Sun Hoyuan's mind. He valued Ye Ming's assassination talent, which led him to join the assassination hall. Yet he feared that a life of relentless killing might cloud Ye Ming's judgment, leading to a fatal backlash. For Sun Hoyuan and the assassination hall, recruiting Ye Ming was indeed a gamble. Victory brings joy to all. Defeat merely reaffirms that the choice of the contract which was a grave error. When Ye Ming arrived at the teleportation hall, the homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen, was preparing to depart with her students. In stark contrast to their earlier exuberance, nearly all the students now hung their heads, their spirits visibly dampened. This intermediate test had starkly illuminated the cruelty of the ferocious beasts, forcing them to confront their former naivety and folly. Many students had exerted every ounce of their strength merely to scrape by with a passing grade. However, not all were disheartened. Wang Haoyang, the scion of the Wang family, had undergone rigorous training from a young age and thus performed commendably in the face of the beasts, successfully collecting 30 hurricane claws and achieving an excellent result. As for Lu Yuxuan, who had previously boasted of slaying 1,000 beasts, she now wore a grim expression, her anger simmering beneath the surface as she clenched her fists. In this test, she had utterly failed to showcase her true potential. As a level Saint contract master, she ought to have dispatched at least 300 beasts, yet she had only managed a mere 100, suffering significant injuries in the process. It's all right, Yuxuan. Yang Jinwen gently patted Lu Yuxuan's shoulder, offering comfort. This was your first encounter with true ferocious beasts. Mistakes are only natural. I hope you can learn from this experience and strive to demonstrate extraordinary strength in the martial arts examination. But teacher Lu Yuxuan looked up at Yang Jinwen with pleading eyes, questioning. Ye Ming also entered the secret realm for the first time. Yet he managed to kill over 1,000 beasts and even advanced to the second tier within a single day. Everyone is working hard. Why is his progress so swift? I refuse to accept this. Yang Jinwen fell silent, withdrawing her hand from Lu Yuxuan's shoulder, ultimately letting out a sigh. There is no merit in comparing oneself to others. Yuxuan, do you understand? I do not understand. Lu Yuxuan retorted, her frustration evident. Just then, she turned abruptly and spotted Ye Ming, who was preparing to leave. Clenching her fists, she stormed towards him. Ye Ming, who had deliberately kept his distance, felt exasperation upon being noticed. Damn it. I must consult the almanac before going out next time. Ye Ming. Lu Yuxuan glared, shouting, as classmates, don't you think your actions are selfish? Ye Ming, taken aback, responded with confusion. What do you mean? You clearly possess a method to rapidly strengthen yourself. Yet you conceal it from us and deliberately avoid both the basic and intermediate tests. Does this serve any purpose? Lu Yuxuan, brimming with pent-up rage, found herself blaming him for everything. Why can't you share your method of becoming stronger with everyone? Why do you enjoy showing off in front of us? Without waiting for Lu Yuxuan to finish, Ye Ming swiftly drew a dagger from his pocket, pressing it against her neck with determination. Lu Yuxuan, who had been so aggressive just moments ago, now trembled, her pupils dilating, as her unfinished words choked in her throat. What do you intend to do? Lu Yuxuan's voice quivered. She had never anticipated that Ye Ming, who had previously acquiesced to her whims, would now dare to threaten her with a dagger. Did he not remember their past camaraderie? The thought brought a wave of injustice to her, causing her eyes to sting with unshed tears. Stop putting on that pitiful act before me. Who are you trying to impress? Ye Ming's demeanor was icy. Didn't you want me to divulge my method for gaining strength? Come, let me stab your neck. As long as you survive, I will share everything I know. Are you brave enough to accept this challenge? As he spoke, he slightly advanced the dagger. Lu Yuxuan, frightened, retreated several steps, frantically waving her hands. And no, I don't want that. I don't want that anymore. Ah, so now you're cowardly? You were so bold when using me as a punching bag. But now that you face a real blade, you begin to tremble? I thought you were a warrior unafraid of death. Ye Ming scoffed, losing interest in further entanglements with someone like Lu Yuxuan, and walked away from her. Having encountered enough foolishness, he felt as if his eyes had been sullied. To be candid, Ye Ming had never been one to disdain women. However, Lu Yuxuan's behavior was simply intolerable. She was utterly insufferable. Left behind, Lu Yuxuan's legs buckled, and she sank to the ground. Her mind replayed the scene of Ye Ming threatening her with the knife, filling her with anger and indignation as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. He threatened me. How could he do this? From a distance, Yang Jinwen could only sigh helplessly at the unfolding drama. Such matters were indeed challenging for a teacher to manage. After leaving the teleportation hall, Ye Ming resumed his journey home as if nothing had transpired. Just then, a message from Sun Hoyuan pinged his phone. Opening the message, Ye Ming's eyes brightened with anticipation. This is one of the assassination tasks for the palace examination. The time is set for tonight. Chapter 24. The assassination assessment officially commences. Upon returning home, Ye Ming found it was already 6 in the evening. He hurried into his room to check the messages sent by Sun Hoyuan. Mission name, elimination plan, I. Assassination target, Zhou Kueishui. Target level, Tier 3 contractual master. Contracted spirit, level Fission Saintus. Danger level, low. Is this an assassination mission targeting a contractual master? Quite intriguing indeed. Ye Ming continued to peruse the details. Zhou Kueishui, 45 years old, is the third in command of the Qingyun Society. The Qingyun Society is a local underground organization in Songnan City, surviving on activities such as managing venues and debt collection, and has gained some notoriety in the area. According to the records, Zhou Kueishui is involved in the sale of prohibited substances known as intensified grass. Intensified grass, a unique natural plant, induces hallucinations and temporary euphoria in ordinary individuals. For a contractual master, its consumption results in a dramatic surge in power over a short period, placing the nervous system in a heightened state of excitement. However, it inflicts severe harm on the body. Prolonged use can lead to nerve damage and complete brain death. Hence, the sale of intensified grass is strictly prohibited for any organization or enterprise. It is surprising that a small group like the Qingyun Society dares to dabble in illegal substances. Ye Ming clenched his fist, his gaze turning fierce. He harbored no goodwill towards those who peddled prohibited goods. Ding ding ding. Just as Ye Ming finished reading the information, his phone rang. It was a call from Sun Hoyuan. Hello, Ye Ming, have you received the items? Yes, I have. Good. I will now provide you with the specifics regarding time and location. Sun Hoyuan's voice was low. Tonight at 10 o'clock. The address is Shui Miao Bar on Nanfeng Street. Remember, during the execution of the assassination, you must not be seen by any unrelated parties. Understood. Ye Ming nodded. Additionally, Sun Hoyuan pondered for a moment and cautioned. Since this is your first assassination task, it undoubtedly presents a significant challenge for you. Regardless of what occurs, prioritize your own safety. It is perfectly acceptable if the mission fails, as we will have professionals to handle the aftermath. It is an assessment and also an assassination mission. The assassination hall would not place the entirety of the task on the shoulders of a newcomer preparing for evaluation. Being well prepared is fundamental for any qualified assassin or organization. I understand. Ye Ming's eyes gleamed with determination, brimming with confidence. As a top-tier assassin, he had executed tens of thousands of assassination missions in his past life. With a failure rate of less than 1%, he was a paragon in the industry. Now, taking down a Tier 3 contractual master seemed almost trivial. However, despite his confidence, Ye Ming remained humble. He was a very cautious individual. Moreover, during your execution of this assassination task, we will assign a professional assassin to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of your performance. The higher your score, the more resources you will acquire in the assassination hall in the future. Of course, do not attempt to seek out this professional assassin with your current abilities. Even with all your might, you would not be able to locate him. Therefore, Ye Ming, perform well to strive for an excellent score. Sun Hoyuan had great faith in Ye Ming. He had assessed at least 50 assassins, but had only ever expected a good rating. Yet, his expectations for Ye Ming were excellent. Excellent. Ye Ming felt this standard somewhat mismatched with his own. Teacher's son, tell me, if I managed to find that professional assassin, would that not guarantee me a perfect score? At this, Sun Hoyuan on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback. Ha! After a long pause, laughter echoed from the other side. Very well, Ye Ming, what you just said was heard by someone else. I hope you can perform admirably and not disappoint him or me. After hanging up the phone, Sun Hoyuan gazed at the shadow before him. The figure stood with arms crossed and legs crossed, stating, "This Ye Ming fellow seems a bit arrogant." Sun Hoyuan chuckled wryly. After breaking records and achieving maximum spiritual potential, a bit of pride was only natural. The shadow let out a soft huff, a smirk playing on its lips. I wonder if his strength can support his arrogance. Captain Sun, let me be clear. I will not show any mercy for your sake. If Ye Ming fails, do not blame me. Sun Hoyuan nodded earnestly. If you go easy on him, I will not spare you either. Just based on the challenge he has issued to me, I certainly will not take it easy. The shadow's eyes glimmered with amusement as it whispered Ye Ming's name several times before smiling nonchalantly. You wish to find me? Ye Ming. You should simply focus on completing your task obediently. Why must you issue a challenge? If this continues, do not blame me for shattering your illusions. As night fell, the desolate streets were illuminated by dazzling lights, a scene of vibrant nightlife. Dressed in casual attire, Ye Ming arrived at Shui Miao Bar. According to the information he possessed, his target, Zhou Kuei-shui, was inside the bar. However, Ye Ming had no intention of taking action in the bar, for it was crowded and ill-suited for such a deed. After some exploration, he naturally found himself seated at a roadside vendor's small table. Hey, handsome. What would you like to eat? My fried noodles and rice are exceptional, called the vendor, clad in a checkered apron. Without hesitation, Ye Ming replied, I'll have a portion of fried noodles. Coming right up, the vendor busily began his work. Seated on the small stool, Ye Ming appeared to gaze straight ahead. Yet he was discreetly observing the entrance of the water ripple bar from the corner of his eye. He was waiting for his target to appear. Furthermore, Ye Ming had previously conducted a brief reconnaissance of the area. The bar had no back entrance, only the main door, and behind him lay a dead-end alley. Thus, should the target choose to leave the bar, he would have to exit through the front and pass directly in front of Ye Ming. Therefore, while Ye Ming's choice of position seemed arbitrary, it had been meticulously calculated. He had positioned himself in the optimal spot for visibility. However, Ye Ming frowned. The task of eliminating Zhou Kueishui was nearly foolproof. What truly piqued Ye Ming's interest was the professional assassin who had assigned him this mission. He needed to ascertain the whereabouts of this individual. "Ah, Mr. Zhou, you must come tomorrow. We have even more exciting programs planned for you," boomed a voice, followed by laughter. Just then, Zhou Kueishui exited the bar, his face flushed as he bid farewell to 4 or 5 young women. Dressed in a suit and tie, with slicked back hair, his rugged face revealed a dazzling pair of gold teeth when he smiled. "There he is." Ye Ming continued to observe Zhou Kueishui from the corner of his eye. At that moment, a frail, stooped young man clad in a black hoodie cautiously approached Zhou Kueishui, engaging in hushed conversation. The essence of their dialogue was clear. He sought to purchase goods from Zhou Kueishui. The transaction was set to occur in a narrow alley just 30 meters ahead. Both Zhou Kueishui and the young man were now fully within Ye Ming's line of sight. Moving steadily forward, "Your fried rice is ready," announced the vendor, presenting a steaming plate to Ye Ming. He took a spoonful, then pulled out his phone, feigning interest in a video while still keeping an eye on Zhou Kueishui. The moment they entered the alley, it would be Ye Ming's moment to strike. Chapter 25. The game of cat and mouse comes to an end. As Zhou Kueishui was about to step into the alley, a figure suddenly blocked Ye Ming's view. The newcomer, dressed in an elegant gray suit, raised his hand and called out to the vendor, "Boss, I'll have the most luxurious fried noodles." "Sure thing." After placing his order, the man turned to Ye Ming with a smile. "Brother, would you mind sharing a table? I enjoy a lively atmosphere." Before Ye Ming could respond, the man plopped down directly across from him, obstructing his view entirely, leaving Ye Ming unable to see where Zhou Kueishui had gone. Ye Ming studied the man with an impassive expression, clad in a suit, with a meticulously styled haircut and a complexion as fair as a porcelain doll. This person's presence at a food stall seemed quite out of place. Could this individual be the elusive professional assassin? A flicker of doubt crossed Ye Ming's mind. However, this was not the time for contemplation. With his view obstructed, Ye Ming could only mentally calculate the time it would take for Zhou Kueishui to enter the alley based on his previous observations. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Counting silently in his mind, Ye Ming took a few more bites of fried rice, only to suddenly furrow his brow. He abruptly stood and left. The man in the gray suit glanced at Ye Ming's unfinished plate of fried rice, smirking and shaking his head. What a hasty fellow. At that moment, the vendor approached with a lavish plate of fried rice. Noticing Ye Ming's absence, he frowned and asked, Hey, where did that handsome guy go? Where is he?" The man in the gray suit shrugged. "How would I know? Is he a relative of yours?" "Nonsense. That brat didn't pay," the vendor muttered under his breath, not pursuing the matter further. Unexpectedly, 1 minute later, Ye Ming returned. He produced a handful of coins and handed them to the vendor. "Here you go. Time to settle the bill." "What? Paying with coins? You could have just scanned your phone. I thought you had run off without paying," the vendor exclaimed. "One plate of fried rice isn't worth skipping out on the bill," Ye Ming replied, glancing at his phone and shaking his head. "Nope. I'm out of funds on my phone, so coins it is, just enough for $5. Don't refuse them, or I might report you for illegal practices." The vendor reluctantly accepted. All right, you've got me there. Just go. By the way, do you have a restroom here?" Ye Ming asked casually. "I couldn't find one after wandering around." The vendor, a bit impatient, waved his hand. "I don't know. Just use your phone to navigate." With that, Ye Ming turned away from the stall. Checking the time on his phone, he realized it was nearly time. Zhou Kueishui's transaction would soon conclude. Without further ado, Ye Ming turned into another alley, preparing for his task. Ye Ming had deliberately observed the terrain. The alley that Zhou Kueishui entered was a dead end. Meanwhile, his own alley conveniently connected to a hidden passage. Ye Ming was now set to carry out his assassination mission. As for the professional killer responsible for evaluating his performance, he had a good inkling of who that might be. In the alley, Zhou Kueishui retrieved 3 stalks of intensification grass from his pocket. The original price for these 3 stalks was 11,000, but since you are a regular customer, I shall offer you a discount. Let us make it 10,000, he said, gently patting the young man on the shoulder. 10,000? Absolutely, I'll pay you right now. For this frail young man, 10,000 was nearly half a year's living expenses. Yet, he readily produced the money. The exchange was swift, cash for goods. The emaciated youth cherished the intensification grass as if it were a treasure, nodding and retreating with a sycophantic smile. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I will definitely buy from you next time. Off you go. Zhou Kueishui waved him off with a faint smile, only breaking into a cold chuckle once the young man's figure had completely vanished. What a fool, he thought. Selling him something worth a few hundred for over 10,000, and he still feels grateful to me. Truly, I am a good person. As he lit a cigarette and prepared to exit the alley, the surroundings abruptly darkened. The distant streetlights vanished, and the walls and cobblestones beside him disappeared from sight. Zhou Kueishui immediately realized the gravity of the situation and called out without turning, "Brother, don't make a move. Let us talk this through. Do you want money or a way out? Just say a word." Ye Ming sneered, "Your life?" With a swift flash of cold light, Zhou Kueishui unleashed all his power. His body swelling, skin tearing apart as if molten lava coursed beneath the fissures. His contracted spirit was the level split Saintus, possessing a physical transformation ability that allowed him to enlarge his body, granting formidable defense and explosive strength. Boom. After evading the attack, Zhou Kueishui retaliated with a punch directed behind him. The force of his fist surged like a roaring flame, briefly illuminating the dark expanse. However, his fist met only air. Another flash of cold light pierced through the darkness. This time, Zhou Kueishui could not evade Ye Ming's strike. A deep gash appeared on his neck, blood gushing forth. His eyes widened in fury, his facial muscles quaking with rage, yet the scene before him began to blur. With a final thud, his body fell lifelessly into the shadows. Zhou Kueishui was dead. His corpse was consumed by darkness, leaving no trace behind. The mission concluded. Ye Ming vanished, and the dark realm receded. The streetlights remained dim, and the alley still shrouded in mystery. It was as though nothing had transpired. Even the cigarette Zhou Kueishui had lit was carefully taken away by Ye Ming. On a concealed rooftop, a shadow scribbled frantically in a notebook. As he wrote, he murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. Deduct 5 points for creating too much noise while tracking the target. Deduct 5 points for exposing myself to the target's line of sight. Deduct 5 points for excessive conversation during the mission. Deduct 5 points for mishandling an unexpected situation. Deduct 10 points for letting the buyer escape. Not finishing the fried rice. Wasting food. Deduct 5 points. No, let us not count that, as it's unrelated to the assessment. The shadow totaled the deductions, arriving at a final score, a perfect 100-30, yielding 70, satisfactory. Heh, this kid isn't as formidable as Captain Sun claimed, is he? What a supposed genius of assassination, merely boasting. Having completed his notes, the shadow prepared to rise and leave when suddenly, a long scythe was placed against his neck. The shadow froze. My apologies, teacher. It seems in this game of cat and mouse, I, the cat, have emerged victorious, Ye Ming's voice rang out. The shadow instinctively turned his head. Not so fast. Before you look back, let me guess your identity. Ye Ming feigned contemplation before confidently declaring, if I'm not mistaken, you must be the street vendor. The shadow trembled, his expression morphing into one of utter astonishment. Damn, how did you discover me? The shadow turned to reveal a familiar face. It was none other than the vendor who had previously sold fried rice and noodles. His real name was Su Chang'e, a professional assassin from the Silent Hall, albeit one whose skills were rather average. Through subtle details, Ye Ming smiled calmly. Subtle details? Su Chang'e furrowed his brow, pressing for clarification. Do you recall that I left briefly during our encounter? Ye Ming inquired. I remember. At that moment, I had not ventured far and overheard your conversation with the man in the suit. A subtle smile graced Ye Ming's lips. Typically, a street vendor would unleash a torrent of curses upon a customer who dines and dashes, for they toil tirelessly to earn their meager living. Thus, encountering a freeloader would understandably irk them. Yet, your response was merely a terse reprimand, far too indifferent, almost unnatural. This was the first detail that Ye Ming keenly observed. What? Is that all? No way. Su Chang'e was clearly unconvinced. But that was just the beginning. Ye Ming continued. In fact, while you were preoccupied with preparing fried rice, I noticed the payment code affixed to your stall. It was astonishingly pristine, devoid of any grease. As a food stall positioned at the entrance of a bar, it is improbable for the code to be so new given the steady stream of customers. Su Chang'e silently cursed himself for overlooking this detail. Subsequently, I posed a question to you regarding the location of the restroom. A glimmer of insight flickered in Ye Ming's eyes as he recalled your response. You asked him to check the navigation. However, The restroom was clearly less than 50 meters away from the stall. If you frequently operated your stall at the bar's entrance, you would undoubtedly be aware of its location. Even if you were unaware, a more typical response would have been to suggest using a mobile device for navigation. Teacher, your family must be quite well off. As you seem little acquainted with street vendors, Ye Ming remarked. Su Chang'e was taken aback. Indeed, he hailed from a prosperous background and had rarely encountered roadside stalls. Wait, how did you find this place then? Ye Ming smiled nonchalantly. Boss, it is illegal to refuse coins. Coins. Su Chang'e was startled. Upon inspecting the coins he discovered one was counterfeit, embedded with a tracking device. Beyond extracting information from your conversation, the purpose was also to divert your attention, allowing you to accept the coins without suspicion. Each of Ye Ming's words struck Su Chang'e's mind like ice picks, leaving him utterly bewildered. Su Chang'e glanced at Ye Ming. Suspicion etched in his gaze. Are you truly a newcomer? Your attention to detail surpasses that of someone like me, who has been in the field for a year or two. Ye Ming shrugged, offering a modest smile. It's merely luck. Oh, this is no mere stroke of luck. Well, you've caught me red-handed. I have nothing more to say. You've passed the assessment with flying colors. With that, Su Chang'e shed his fade. Ye Ming watched as he transformed from a weathered man burdened by life into a youthful, handsome figure with fair skin. Let me introduce myself again. I am Su Chang'e, a fourth-tier contract master. I previously harbored doubts about you. My apologies, but now I genuinely believe in your talent. Su Chang'e extended his hand to Ye Ming, who shook it. Please, call me by my name. Very well, Su Xiao. Ye Ming smiled calmly. Su Chang'e welcomed this address, having grown accustomed to it. Moreover, Su Xiao, there is indeed another crucial clue I have yet to share with you. It was this clue that enabled me to swiftly ascertain your identity. Ye Ming's expression turned contemplative. Su Chang'e paused. What clue? Ye Ming whispered. The fried rice you prepared had a distinct flavor, reminiscent of a rookie's culinary attempts. How dare you? Upon returning home, Ye Ming received a call from Sun Hoyuan, who was visibly excited, showering him with praise and nearly elevating him to the heavens. After all, it was the first instance since the establishment of the killing hall that someone had managed to apprehend the assessing teacher during an evaluation. Ye Ming, you only need to score 700 in the martial arts examination to join the killing hall. Keep up the good work. Sun Hoyuan encouraged him cheerfully. Ye Ming chuckled. Sun teacher, can you offer something more tangible than mere encouragement? You know, as a witch contractor, the materials I require are exceedingly hard to find. Sun Hoyuan hesitated momentarily on the other end of the line, realizing that Ye Ming was subtly requesting assistance. However, given Ye Ming's exceptional performance, the question of whether to provide help became apparent. Of course, I have a piece of blood lizard scale that should be of use to you. Come by tomorrow to collect it, Sun Hoyuan replied. Ye Ming's eyes sparkled at the mention of the blood lizard scale, a precious item derived from the formidable fifth-tier beast known as the bloody giant lizard, valued at around 500,000. It was said that when crushed into powder and blended with metal, the resulting shield would be unbreakable by any beast below the fifth tier. Thank you, Sun teacher. Your generosity knows no bounds. Ye Ming flattered, making Sun Hoyuan feel quite pleased as he reclined in his chair, grinning with satisfaction. Yet, Ye Ming suddenly shifted the conversation. A powerhouse like you, Sun teacher, would hardly feel any remorse in parting with additional materials. Enough. Do you take me for a cash machine? Your family certainly has the means. Why not have your second uncle assist you in procuring the materials? Sun Hoyuan found it difficult to provide such a significant amount, particularly when it came to materials suited for witch contractors, which were even scarcer. All right, that's enough. Focus on preparing for the martial arts examination. With that, the call concluded. Ye Ming set down his phone, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, how could I not have realized this? Our Yi family is renowned in Songnan City. Why should I trouble others for matters that can be resolved with money? With this thought, Ye Ming called his second uncle, Ye Jun, in the dead of night. Uncle, do you have any money? Can you help me procure some materials from ferocious beasts, perhaps even some rare treasures? Yes, suitable for a witch. He hung up and then dialed his third uncle. Uncle, do you have any money? Is Aunt managing all of it? Don't you have any private funds? What? Caught just yesterday? All right, I suppose it's my misfortune. Ye Ming sighed. His third uncle was, as always, unreliable. He then called his fourth uncle, but before he could speak, his fourth uncle, Yi Zheng, spoke first. You need materials? All right, I'll see what I can find. Thank you, uncle. After finishing calls with his uncles, Ye Ming couldn't help but exclaim, what a wonderful feeling it is to have money. If I were not a member of the Yi family, but an ordinary person, Acquiring materials would be a monumental challenge. Ye Ming, are you helping me? Yu asked softly. Ye Ming smiled casually. Silly, I'm helping us. Don't you understand? Understood. Ye Ming chuckled, preparing to sleep, when suddenly he sat up in bed. I almost forgot someone. His elder sister, Ye Xin. Having a sister who is not a burden is essential. He quickly dialed her number. Sister, could you do me a favor? After he spoke, Ye Xin didn't respond immediately, falling into silence as if contemplating something. After a full 3 minutes, she finally asked softly, Ye Ming, you need materials, right? Yes. All right, listen to me. 3 days from now, a new secret realm will open in Songbei City, and we just need. Chapter 27. Materials worth millions, a frenzied boost. A new secret realm in Songbei City? Sister, you're not talking about Sky Island, are you? Ye Ming inquired. Ye Xin replied, somewhat surprised, yes. I am speaking of Sky Island. It is said that the first to access Sky Island can freely choose a piece of 4th-tier ferocious beast material. I believe we should seize this opportunity. Ye Ming fell silent, not responding. He had indeed seen Sky Island mentioned online. It is a low-tier secret realm where the most formidable beast is the 3rd-tier Sky Wing King. The Sky Wing King is a flying ferocious beast, extremely agile, and possesses a fierce desire to attack, boasting combat prowess several levels above that of a mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Furthermore, Sky Island is a team-based secret realm. To enter, one must form a team of 3, and the Contract Master's rank must not exceed Tier 3. For a team of Tier 3 Contract Masters, traversing Sky Island is already a daunting task, and achieving the first access is even more challenging. Additionally, Ye Ming had heard that a prestigious Saint Contract Master from Songbei City would likely participate in this secret realm to enhance their reputation. Thus, the challenge is considerable. Ye Ming, I believe we can give it a try. Since you became a Contract Master, you have yet to encounter a formidable opponent. I think battling the Sky Wing King could provide you with greater insights. Yu acted as Ye Ming's mentor. Moreover, new secret realms often come with many treasures, and the drop rate for ferocious beasts is significantly higher. So go for it. All right, great minds think alike. Let us do it. Ye Ming immediately responded to his phone. Sister, I'm in. Good. Ye Xin's tone carried a hint of joy. Hee, we are short a damage dealer in our team, and I feel reassured with you on board. It's settled then. 3 days from now, I'll introduce you to our teammates. Make sure to rest well these next few days. After 2 days of idling at home, on a bright sunny afternoon, Ye Ming lay lazily sleeping when he suddenly heard a loud knocking on the door, as if someone were kicking it. Who is it? Ye Ming rubbed his eyes, somewhat impatiently opening the door to find his 4th uncle, Ye Zhong, dressed in military attire, holding a box, his expression extremely cold, his gaze as fierce as that of a hungry lion. 4th uncle? What brings you here? Ye Ming was momentarily taken aback, instinctively stepping back. Ye Zhong, the most serious among his uncles, handed the box to Ye Ming and briefly explained, inside is what you requested. It was gathered by your 2nd uncle, 3rd uncle, and several of your aunts. A total of 5 items, worth millions. Don't waste them. Wow. Ye Ming's eyes widened as he gazed at the box in his 4th uncle's hands, feeling a surge of emotion. This is what family means. He had initially called with the mindset of merely trying his luck, and within 2 days, they had already gathered the materials for him. Even his 3rd uncle, who claimed to have no money, had contributed, along with his aunts. Ye Ming was genuinely moved by this familial atmosphere. Don't just stand there. Take it. Ye Zhong coldly admonished. Ye Ming accepted the box, smiling broadly. Hee, thank you, 4th uncle, and thanks to all my uncles and aunts. You have a good heart. Ye Zhong crossed his arms, and for once, a rare smile appeared on his stern face. He pointed to the box and said to Ye Ming, inside this box, there are 5 materials, 1 from a 5th-tier ferocious beast, 2 heavenly treasures, and 2 4th-tier materials. Materials useful for demon contract practitioners are exceedingly rare. This is the best we have managed to gather so far. He continued, maintaining a calm and icy demeanor. Once I visit the 3rd border city, I will look beyond for better options. Ye Zhong, the 4th uncle, spoke with a monotone that belied his thoughtful nature. Ye Ming seized upon the key information in his words. Uncle, are you going to the 3rd border city again? Yes, Ye Zhong replied, lighting a cigarette. The ferocious beasts in the outer realms are growing increasingly fierce. I must return to my team swiftly, otherwise, if they breach the borders, the citizens of Longwo will be in peril. Ye Ming fell silent, feeling a deep admiration for his uncle, a man who bore the burden of happiness for others while trudging forward. Uncle, please stay safe. One day, when I grow stronger, I will join you in vanquishing ferocious beasts in the outer realms. Ye Ming declared with a smile. Ye Zheng paused, seemingly lost in thought, before finally patting Ye Ming on the shoulder. You little rascal, work hard. Do not disappoint our expectations of you. With that, he departed without looking back. Ye Ming stood there, reflecting on Ye Zheng's words. The outer realms, a land overrun by ferocious beasts, was a place where they thrived and multiplied. Sooner or later, I shall uncover its mysteries. Ye Ming harbored a deep-seated hatred for these beasts. Since their arrival on Blue Star, people's lives had been fraught with anxiety, fearing sudden attacks. Tragically, Ye Ming's parents had perished in such an assault. Daydreaming will not lead to progress. To protect what I cherish, I must grow stronger. Without hesitation, Ye Ming opened the box, a chilling aura emanating forth. Shadowy whispers erupted with excitement as they examined the materials within. The 5th tier, Crimson Demon Horn. The 4th tier, Obsidian Serpent Bone. The 4th tier, Frenzied Lion's Blood Fong. And 2 Nightshade Flowers. Ye Ming, these materials might instantly elevate my revival progress to 5%. At the very least, it will be 4%. A glint of brilliance flickered in Ye Ming's eyes. Indeed, these were meticulously selected materials, yielding excellent results. Without a moment's delay, he instructed Shadowy to absorb these materials. A dark energy surged from his chest, enveloping the materials and voraciously drawing upon their power. In the next moment, notifications flashed. Successfully absorbed Crimson Demon Horn, Obsidian Serpent Bone. Vitality, 200,210. Mental Strength, 200,210. Revival Progress, 15. My goodness. The revival progress truly reached 5%. Ye Ming exclaimed, overflowing with excitement. Does this mean you can assist me in battle now? Shadowy did not respond verbally. But behind Ye Ming, dark power materialized into a pair of wings. Transforming again, the wings morphed into sharp, dark tendrils capable of piercing steel with ease. Impressive. Ye Ming marveled at his newfound strength. With Shadowy's assistance, his power had escalated to an entirely new level. He no longer had to worry about lacking support. Hey, Ye Ming, am I formidable or what? Shadowy teased playfully, perhaps regaining her confidence with the progress. Indeed, you're remarkable, truly worthy of being my chosen Demon Empress. Ye Ming praised, giving a thumbs up. By the way, I almost forgot this. Ye Ming retrieved a translucent, sharply edged red shard from his storage ring. This is the ferocious beast material given to me by Sun Hoyuan, 5th tier Blood Lizard Scale. Chapter 28. Is a 3rd tier contract practitioner impressive? It's all about the 3rd tier. Ye Ming summoned the Godfall Demon Armor. This scale will enhance its defensive capabilities, Shadowy instructed. Following her guidance, Ye Ming immediately called forth the Godfall Demon Armor. Afterward, he placed the Blood Lizard Scale in his palm. A crimson glow flickering as blood-red patterns enveloped the scale, fervently drawing upon its power. Ye Ming felt as though the armor were a living entity, greedily consuming. Done. After absorbing the Blood Lizard Scale, even a 4th tier ferocious beast will find it difficult to breach the Godfall Demon Armor, Shadowy said, satisfaction evident in her voice. Ye Ming furrowed his brow. 4th tier? If I fashioned it into a shield, it could withstand 5th tier ferocious beasts. Why can the armor only resist 4th tier after absorption? Shadowy explained earnestly. A shield has a small defense area, concentrating power, thus offering high defense. The Godfall Demon Armor covers your entire body. With a larger area, the power is dispersed, naturally reducing effectiveness. Understanding dawned on Ye Ming. Nonetheless, he remained exceedingly content. With my current strength, I can easily tackle 3rd tier ferocious beasts. He clenched his fist, feeling an abundance of power surging within him. If previously, traversing the Sky Island posed a challenge, now, I can confidently declare it a certainty. He possesses absolute confidence. The Island of the Sky, the first to break through. A wealth of rare materials awaits. The next day, Ye Ming and Ye Xian traveled to Songbei City. The two cities were not far apart, so they chose to drive. Along the way, they needed to pick up 2 teammates. Hey, Xian, is this your brother? He looks quite handsome, remarked a beautiful woman with her hair tied up, dressed in a white top and ultra-short denim shorts. She opened the back door and plopped down beside Ye Ming, her innocent and lovely face adorned with a sweet smile. Hello, Ye Ming nodded with a smile. Ye Xian, in the driver's seat, turned around and said, let me introduce you. This is Yu Xiaosheng, a freshman at Star Demon University, a 3rd tier contract master. with her contracted spirit being the level of a wood spirit saintess. She excels in support healing and is the team's healer. Yu Xiaosheng flashed a smile at Ye Ming, saying, "Hee hee, my supportive abilities are quite exceptional. When we enter the secret realm, just charge ahead, and I assure you, you will face no danger to your life." "That's fantastic," Ye Ming replied politely. "It seems I will be relying on you, Sister Xiaosheng." Yu Xiaosheng proudly patted her chest. "Don't worry, I've got this. By the way, Xiaosheng, why isn't Zhou Qiming with you?" Ye Xin asked with curiosity as Yu Xiaosheng settled into the car. "Didn't we agree to meet here? He is the tank of our team. Without him, who will take the damage?" "Oh, I forgot to mention." Yu Xiaosheng shrugged her shoulders, looking a bit helpless. "Zhou Qiming went to Songbei City yesterday to meet a friend and told us not to wait for him. That guy is just like that. If it weren't for the lack of a tank, I'd never team up with him." After saying this, she crossed her arms and pouted, clearly displeased with Zhou Qiming. Hearing this, Ye Xin frowned slightly and chose not to say more as she drove towards Songbei City. On the road, Ye Ming took the initiative to ask, "Sister, is Zhou Qiming very formidable?" "He's all right. A third-tier contract master, a level beast saintess, he can temporarily transform into a beast, granting him formidable defense. It's hard to find a good tank these days, which is why we chose him," Ye Xin explained, suddenly recalling something. "You must have heard of the Qingyun Society in Songnan City, right?" Ye Ming nodded firmly. "I've heard of it. Not only that, I even killed one of the 3 leaders of the Qingyun Society." A speculation began to form in his mind. "Yes." Ye Xin seemed to see through his thoughts and replied immediately, "Just as you imagined. Zhou Qiming is the son of the leader of the Qingyun Society. He has a bit of standing." Upon hearing this, Ye Ming couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This world is indeed small. Everything seems to connect. He wondered what kind of person Zhou Qiming truly was. Hopefully he wasn't a fool. Ye Ming thought quietly. Songnan City and Songbei City are neighboring. And after an hour of driving, Ye Ming and the others arrived at the teleportation hall in Songbei City. Due to the opening of a new secret realm, many people had gathered. A new secret realm signifies an abundance of unexplored treasures. Everyone desires a share. Upon entering the teleportation hall, Ye Xin immediately dialed Zhou Qiming's number. Shortly after, Zhou Qiming appeared, accompanied by someone. "Zhou Qiming, we agreed to come together. Why didn't you keep your promise?" Ye Xin frowned, visibly displeased with this unreliable teammate. Zhou Qiming, standing at 1.8 meters tall with a head of permed curls, laughed heartily, as if nothing were amiss. "Ha, Captain Yi, don't be angry. I just came to meet a friend. Didn't I? To be honest, you should thank me, for I brought a 3rd-tier contract master as our deputy." Zhou Qiming stepped aside, and a man dressed in green approached, smiling at Ye Xin and the others. "Hello, I'm Su Shun, Zhou Qiming's friend. I'm a 3rd-tier contract master, and my contracted spirit is a level rain sword saintess. My spirit may not be of high rank, but I believe I qualify to be the deputy." At this remark, Ye Xin's expression froze, her face darkening. "Zhou Qiming, don't you know that the maximum number of team members for this trip to the island of the sky is 4? Zhou Qiming nodded nonchalantly. "Yes, I know. Is there an issue? If you know, then why would you bring another deputy in? I've already told you that my brother will take on that role." Ye Xin's tone turned stern. "What are you trying to do? Intentionally putting me in a difficult position? Captain Yi, please don't speak so harshly." Zhou Qiming frowned, snorting coldly. "I called my friend for the benefit of our entire team. I recognize your strength, but what about your brother? If I remember correctly, you said his contracted spirit is a witch, right? Witch contract masters are generally seen as weak, especially since he is only a 2nd tier. Ye Xin retorted angrily. "Ye Ming is different from other witch contract masters. Don't judge him through colored lenses." "Haha, what makes him different?" Zhou Qiming cast a disdainful glance at Ye Ming, his tone growing increasingly fierce. "Who in this world doesn't know that witch contract masters are worthless? Ye Xinshin, I acknowledge your strength. But if you insist on having your brother as the deputy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A single drop of rat droppings can spoil a whole pot of soup. I would rather not be part of this team. A meat shield? Let anyone who wishes to take that role do so." With that, Zhou Qiming turned to leave. Leaving after hurling insults? What gives you the audacity? At that moment, Ye Ming swiftly stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with fury, and unleashed a punch. Bang! The speed was astonishing as his fist struck Zhou Qiming's face. A tremendous force erupted, and with a crack, it shattered Zhou Qiming's nose. Clutching his face, Zhou Qiming's pupils dilated in shock. You dare to strike me? Ye Ming shouted angrily. Indeed. I aim to do just that. Bang. Another punch landed, this time in Zhou Qiming's abdomen, causing him to kneel on the ground, trembling in pain. You bastard. Zhou Qiming's face was filled with terror. He never expected that as a third-tier contract master, his physical strength would be inferior to Ye Ming's. Oh. So you do no pain? Ye Ming crouched down, mockingly regarding Zhou Qiming. Did you not enjoy boasting? Why stop now? You called me useless. Yet now you cannot endure just 2 punches. Who is the true waste here? Zhou Qiming, do you not feel ashamed for trying to act tough without the capability? Chapter 29. The third-tier contract master, Lin Feng. Zhou Qiming's eyes were fixed on Ye Ming, his teeth clenched as he attempted to rise. But the agonizing pain in his abdomen rendered him weak. He could not comprehend why Ye Ming, merely a second-tier contract master, possessed such superior physical strength. Ye Ming, you have thoroughly enraged me now. If there was any chance for reconciliation before, I now officially declare my withdrawal from your team. Zhou Qiming bellowed, his face contorted with malice. Withdrawing from the team meant that Ye Ming's group would lose their meat shield. A complete team relies on its meat shield to absorb damage. Without one, the team would be virtually incapacitated. In that moment, Zhou Qiming looked at Ye Ming with a smirk, eager to witness the expression on his face. However, Ye Ming merely scoffed, his tone indifferent. Zhou Qiming, you truly overestimate your significance. You are nothing more than a punching bag. Your absence will have no impact on us. To be frank, our current team would perform better even with a dog, for at least a dog is obedient. With that, Ye Ming turned and walked away without a backward glance. Seeing her brother at odds with Zhou Qiming, Ye Xinxin, as his sister, resolutely sided with Ye Ming. Hey, are you really leaving? You truly don't want a meat shield? Hey. Yu Shaoxing reached out, attempting to dissuade Ye Xinxin and the others. But they had already moved too far away. She cast a glance at the crumpled Zhou Qiming on the ground, then back at Ye Xinxin, ultimately sighing, Zhou Qiming, go play by yourself. I've truly had enough of people like you. With that, Yu Shaoxing followed suit. As they departed, Su Shun, a friend of Zhou Qiming, helped him up. He was momentarily at a loss. Brother Qiming, what should we do now? Did you not say that this fellow Ye Ming would surely back down? Now we are abandoned, and we fail to meet the requirement for a 3-person team to enter the secret realm. Zhou Qiming waved his hand impatiently. What is there to panic about? In this day and age, who doesn't leave a backup plan? Just wait, I have friends in Songbei City. He picked up his phone, hesitating for a moment before dialing a number. Hello, Brother Lin Feng? I heard your team for Sky Island is still short 2 members? Well, my friend and I are available. We just need a 10% cut of the rewards. Meanwhile, in the transmission hall, within the director's office, by Lin Tong, the official in charge of the secret realm in Songbei City, was conversing with 2 members of the Lin family. Lin Feng, Lin Tian, this time. The successful opening of the Sky Island secret realm relies entirely on you. The new secret realm opening is of great significance to Songbei City. It represents our city's reputation. You must not be careless. Strive to secure a swift victory. Lin Feng, sitting opposite by Lin Tong, waved his hand and laughed heartily. Ha! Director Bai, rest assured. I, Lin Feng, am a 3rd-tier contract master, and my contract spirit is the Holy Maiden of battle armor. My brother Lin Tian, although a 1st-tier, possesses the Holy Maiden of the Mystic Sword as his contract spirit, with exceptional talent and explosive spirit skills. Even when facing a 2nd-tier fierce beast, he can hold his own. With our coordination and just 2 additional teammates, victory is assured. Bai Lintong nodded with a smile, having great faith in Lin Feng and Lin Tian. These 2 were the prodigies of Songbei City, one from last year and the other from this year. With their extraordinary talents and deep foundations, he felt confident that they would successfully achieve the Sky Island opening. By the way, Lin Tian, I heard that you were specially recruited by the Starry Sky University 2 days ago. Bai Lintong inquired, gazing at Lin Tian across the table. Lin Tian, clad in a flowing green robe, possessed striking features with sharp brows and bright eyes. In response to Bai Lintong's question, he maintained a stoic expression, his tone rather indifferent. Yes, I am a level Sanus contract master. The special recruitment was not particularly difficult. Bai Lintong, unfazed by Lin Tian's demeanor, continued with a smile. It has been many years since Starry Sky University offered a special recruitment quota. I never expected that this year, a spot would be available. Especially for a genius from our Songbei City. He rose and placed a hearty pat on Lin Tian's shoulder, encouragingly stating, Go for it, Lin Tian. Work hard, and your future accomplishments will surely be remarkable. However, Lin Tian remained unmoved by Lin Tong's words of encouragement. He had heard such sentiments countless times before. Yet, Lin Tong's earlier remark piqued his interest. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression darkened. Is something wrong, Lin Tian? Are you troubled? Lin Tong asked, puzzled. Lin Feng, standing beside them, chuckled helplessly and interjected, Director Bai, you may not be aware, but that special recruitment spot was not originally intended for my brother. What? Is that true? Lin Tong's expression shifted to one of surprise. Indeed, the spot was actually reserved for a contract master named Ye Ming from Sangnan City, Lin Feng elaborated. It is said that Ye Ming awakened a full-level spirit, an extraordinary talent. However, he is quite stubborn. Despite possessing a full-level spirit, he insisted on contracting with a witch. Starry Sky University even promised to help him recontract with a saintess, offering him the special recruitment spot if he agreed, but he refused. Thus, the spot ended up with my brother, Lin Tian. Lin Tong paused, realizing the circumstances behind the special recruitment spot. It seems Sangnan City is quite fortunate to have produced a full-level spirit. What a pity that he chose to contract with a witch. He turned to Lin Tian. Though the special recruitment spot was a stroke of luck, your talent is undeniable. I have faith that you can enter Starry Sky University, even if you participate in the martial arts examination. Lin Tong gazed at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with admiration. Lin Tian nodded gently, a flicker of unwillingness evident in his narrowed eyes. So what if Ye Ming has a full-level spirit? As a level mystic sword saintess contract master, my talent is not inferior to his. My achievements will undoubtedly surpass his, and this will serve as punishment for his choice to contract with a witch. His words were laced with bitterness. Lin Tong and Lin Feng exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in silence. After concluding their conversation, Lin Feng and Lin Tian exited the office and arrived at the teleportation hall. With only half an hour remaining until the opening of the secret realm of Sky Island, most contract masters had already formed their teams. Lin Feng and Lin Tian successfully reunited with Zhou Qiming. Upon seeing Zhou Qiming approach in disarray, Lin Feng frowned. Zhou Qiming, what happened? Why do you look so disheveled? Holding your stomach, did you overeat? This inquiry was not born from genuine concern. Their relationship was merely mediocre, bordering on acquaintances. Lin Feng simply wished to avoid any delays in their team's progress due to Zhou Qiming's condition. Damn it, don't mention it. When I first arrived, I was attacked by a brat. I'll make him pay sooner or later. Zhou Qiming gritted his teeth, muttering angrily. Oh, aren't you a level 3 contract master? Your contracted spirit is a defensive level giant beast saintess. Who could possibly hurt you? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Was it a level 3 contract master? Zhou Qiming's expression darkened further as he clenched his fists, shame creeping into his voice. Damn it, he is a level 2 contract master. And his contracted spirit is a level witch. That brat is a bit peculiar. His physical strength surpasses mine. It's infuriating. Wait. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Lin Tian exchanged alarmed glances. Lin Feng placed his hands firmly on Zhou Qiming's shoulders, his expression serious. Tell me, what is that brat's name? Lin Feng. Why are you acting this way? What with the sudden intensity? Zhou Qiming queried, bewildered. Less chatter. Just tell me his name. Ye Ming, from Sangnan City. Do you have a grudge against him? Zhou Qiming was taken aback by the sudden urgency. Ye Ming. So it is indeed Ye Ming. Upon hearing the name, Lin Tian's previously silent eyes ignited with a fierce determination. Ye Ming, how coincidental. Are you coming to be my stepping stone? Chapter 30. The secret realm of Sky Island opens. On the other side, after expelling Zhou Qiming from the team, Ye Ming had no intention of seeking new members. The requirements for entering Sky Island dictated that a team must consist of 3 members. He, along with Shi Xin and Yu Shaosheng, already formed a complete trio. There was no necessity to search for additional teammates, especially if they turned out to be another liability like Zhou Qiming. Shi Xin, are we really not going to find another team member? I can't shake the feeling that we might not make it with just the 3 of us. If I cannot secure the first clear, how am I to continue gaining followers? Yu Shaosheng squatted by the wall, one hand supporting her cheek, appearing deeply troubled. Beyond her identity as a student, she was also a digital content creator, sharing training and instructional videos that combined terms like beautiful genius teaching, allowing her to amass 800,000 followers online. She had initially hoped that securing the first clear of Sky Island would propel her to the coveted 1 million mark. However, at present, her optimism had waned. No more searching. What a joke. Those with ability have already formed their teams, leaving only the inept behind. My thoughts align with Ye Ming's. Do not bring a burden. Ye Ming's resolve was unwavering. Sigh. Truly, I am at my wit's end with you two siblings. Yu Shaoxing sighed, resigned to her fate. The secret realm of Sky Island is about to open. All contract masters, please prepare yourselves. It is about to begin. Ye Ming and the others immediately sharpened their focus as the portal flickered with a brilliant blue light. Over 100 individuals and more than 30 teams were transported into the secret realm. Whoosh! The howling winds whipped past their ears. Upon successfully entering the realm, Ye Ming and his companions surveyed their surroundings. What met their eyes was not a forest, a plateau, or a desert, but a perilous void. Beneath their feet lay a floating circular platform with a 5-meter radius. On the platform, Yu Shaoxing and Ye Ming furrowed their brows. What is going on? Why have we been transported into midair? Is this truly a secret realm? Yu Shaoxing exclaimed, her eyes wide with confusion. At that moment, not far from them, another 5-meter radius platform emerged. A 4-member team composed of second-tier contract masters appeared upon it. Whoosh! More platforms continued to materialize. In the suspended space, these platforms emerged without warning, encircling one another, forming a fragmented ring. All competitors were transported onto individual platforms, allowing them to see one another. What kind of secret realm is this? How peculiar. Ye Ming, a student of Star Demon University, had encountered numerous sights. Yet this airborne secret realm was a first for her. Other contract masters voiced their bewilderment, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. Ye Ming furrowed his brow, disregarding the surrounding clamor. His gaze remained fixed on the center of the ring. In the next moment, a 20-meter radius platform appeared in the central position of all. Atop this central platform stood an ancient stone statue. The overall form depicted a fearsome winged beast crouching upon its pedestal. It possessed a beak as sharp as a hook and enormous wings folded protectively around its body, with robust arms embracing a circular disc. Its head, resembling that of an eagle, drooped as though in slumber. The Skywing King. Ye Ming, that is the Skywing King. The shadowy voice of Ying Yu suddenly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Ye Ming's heart momentarily filled with speculation. It seemed he had begun to grasp the purpose of this secret realm. In the next instant, crack! A path extended from the platform where the contract masters stood, connecting to the central platform, forming a floating bridge. A cerulean cylindrical barrier obstructed the competitors' advance. At this juncture, an ancient, weighty voice resonated within the secret realm. Sky Island Challenge. Commence. Rules. The team that reaches the central platform first and holds the sun disk for 1 minute will successfully clear the challenge. First clear reward, Crimson Sun Crystal. The Crimson Sun Crystal. How precious it is. Ye Ming exclaimed with excitement. Ye Ming turned to her. Sister, is the Crimson Sun Crystal truly valuable? Indeed. It harbors an exceptionally pure flame power, a treasure that is priceless yet rarely found. I have only encountered it in books. I never expected it to be present in such a low-tier secret realm. Ye Ming's eyes sparkled. My contract spirit is the Flame Saintess. This item aligns perfectly with me. Should I acquire it, I may harness its power to break through to the 4th tier. Wow. Ye Ming had not anticipated the profound significance the Crimson Sun Crystal held for Ye Ming. In that case, securing the first clear was imperative. The challenge is about to begin. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the final countdown echoed, the barrier blocking the competitors was lifted. Whoosh! All contract masters surged toward the central platform in a rush, and Ye Ming and his companions were no exception. However, to ensure caution, they maintained their basic formation. Ye Ming, taking the lead, charged ahead, while Ye Ming and Yu Shaoxing flanked her on either side. The central platform was no more than 1,000 meters away from them. Under normal circumstances, they could reach it in under a minute. Yet, Ye Ming sensed that matters would not be so simple. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the next moment, boom, a colossal stone figure, akin to a massive boulder, blocked the path before Ye Ming and his companions. Not only they, but also other contract masters on the floating bridge encountered stone creatures. These stone beings stood 3 meters tall, their bodies composed entirely of massive rocks, and when they struck the bridge, powerful shockwaves rippled through the air. Some first-tier contract masters, eager to join the fray, were directly sent flying by the force of the shockwave. The 3rd-tier stone general had a weakness, its rear. The reminder from Shadow lingered, yet Ye Ming had yet to convey it. In an instant, Ye Ming charged forward. Where did this stone monster come from? Begone! Flames surged around Ye Ming, and behind her, the ethereal image of the Flame Saintess materialized. She stood tall and confident, her scarlet hair resembling flames, her determined gaze radiating a valiant spirit, embodying the essence of a formidable warrior. Boom! With a fierce shout, Ye Ming unleashed a punch into the stone general's abdomen, shattering it into pieces. Press on, do not halt. Ye Ming yelled without looking back, then propelled herself forward on a wave of flames, transforming into a blazing comet. Ye Ming and Yu Shaoxing followed closely behind. Whoosh! At that moment, two ice rift eagles soared in from either side. They unleashed a torrent of frost, forming a sturdy crystalline barrier in the path of Ye Ming and his companions. The two third-tier ice rift eagles perched atop the barrier, glaring menacingly at them. Get out of my way. Yet, Ye Ming's fist struck out like cannonballs, shattering the ice barrier. Subsequently, she leaped into the air, resembling a magnificent firework, seizing the heads of the two ice rift eagles and crashing them down. Boom! The two ice rift eagles were instantly transformed into roasted fowl. Witnessing this scene, Ye Ming's mouth twitched. Sister, with such strength, why even bother forming a team? You could easily solo this. Chapter 31, Continuous Annihilation. You claim he is a second tier witch contract master? Spare me the chatter. We have only traversed 1/5 of the journey. Who knows what dangers await us? The moment Ye Ming finished speaking, boom. A rhinoceros monster with a gigantic drill horn charged towards her like a truck. A third-tier steel drill rhinoceros, it possessed immense strength. With skin as tough as armor, its drill could pierce even 10-meter-thick steel plates. No, I cannot confront it directly. Ye Ming was no fool. Upon seeing the steel drill rhinoceros barreling towards her, she gathered her strength and sprinted forward. Just as she was about to collide with the beast, she enveloped her hands in flames and elegantly spun to the side, perfectly dodging the beast's charge. She then struck a powerful blow to the beast's flank, sending the steel drill rhinoceros tumbling off the floating bridge. All done. Ye Ming clapped her hands, but before she could catch her breath, another steel drill rhinoceros appeared, larger and faster, charging at her like an armored tank. Sister, be careful. Ye Ming's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted. Yet, Ye Ming, facing sideways to the steel drill rhinoceros, was oblivious to the danger until it was almost too late. As she turned, the drill horn was less than a meter away from her. Caught off guard, Ye Ming instinctively reached for the protective button on her wristband. Just then, darkness enveloped her. She felt as if the world had lost its vibrancy, and the flow of air became eerily slow. In a moment of crisis, Ye Ming shot forward like a streak of light. Instantly, the realm of darkness unfolded, enveloping both Ye Ming and the steel drill rhinoceros. Behind Ye Ming, Shadow wielded the power of darkness, transforming it into a colossal hand that grasped Ye Ming. Ye Ming then swung the godfall scythe towards the rhinoceros's neck. With a sickening thud, the rhinoceros's head fell to the ground. As the realm of darkness dissipated, Ye Ming returned to Yu Shaoxing's side. Yu Shaoxing, witnessing the spectacle, stared in astonishment. One strike to annihilate a third-tier steel drill rhinoceros, and you even rescued her. Xing, you tell me your brother is a second tier? This is clearly more formidable than a third tier. Ye Ming, equally stunned, gazed at Ye Ming, her expression mirroring confusion. To be honest, I'm equally baffled. I remember him not being this strong just a few days ago. Both Yu Shaoxing and Ye Ming were astounded by the prowess displayed by Ye Ming. Ye Ming turned back to them, somewhat speechless. What are you standing around for? Don't you want the first clear? Right. The two women snapped back to reality and promptly followed in Ye Ming's footsteps. After the preceding battle, Ye Ming had successfully transitioned from a subordinate to the leader. Clad in the Godfall armor and wielding the Godfall scythe, darkness descended wherever he went, blood flowing like rivers. A swarm of bone-eating bees, glowing ominously and possessing combat capabilities far exceeding those of third-tier beasts, had yet to approach Ye Ming. With a swift crackle, Ye Ming activated the electromagnetic gloves he had acquired in the mechanical tunnel, temporarily paralyzing the swarm. Swish, swish, swish. Subsequently, the long scythe emitted a chilling radiance, effortlessly annihilating all the bone-corroding bees. After dealing with them, he pressed onward and encountered 3 robust third-tier golden armored tigers. They glared fiercely at Ye Ming, roaring like vengeful deities. Yet, in the next moment, Ye Ming darted forward, leaping high to deliver a scythe strike upon the central golden armored tiger. Behind him, Ing Yu wielded the power of darkness to condense into 2 sharp spears, thrusting them towards the other 2 golden armored tigers on either side. With a swift thrust, blood sprayed forth, and the actions flowed seamlessly. The 3 golden armored tigers were effortlessly dispatched. Behind them, Ye Xinshin and Yu Shaoxing stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. Is it possible? You single-handedly eliminated 3 golden armored tigers? What use are we now? Ye Xinshin remarked. We are still 500 meters from the central platform. Do you need to rest? I can take over. Having rushed through, Ye Ming had vanquished numerous ferocious beasts. Ye Xinshin realized that no matter how formidable he was still merely a second-tier contract master. His body must be significantly fatigued. Not necessary. Ye Ming firmly declined. We are just getting started. Prepare yourselves. I intend to accelerate. I just spotted a team trailing us by a mere 100 meters. He is a contract master with vitality reaching 210. There is no way he will easily succumb to exhaustion. Moreover, with Yu assisting him, dispatching a few lowly beasts is a mere trifle. Whoosh. As his words fell, Ye Ming transformed into a swift black streak, surging ahead once more. His ability to resolve battles was astonishingly rapid. As soon as a beast appeared, the scythe in his hand had already swung forth, ending its life. Xinshin. Yu Shaoxing nudged Ye Xinshin with her delicate finger. What is it? Does your brother have a girlfriend? Their essay saying, the best water doesn't flow to outsiders. I believe I would be quite suitable for him. Yu Shaoxing smiled enigmatically. Ye Xinshin replied, oh, spare me. With their brief exchange concluded, Ye Xinshin and her companions quickly matched Ye Ming's pace. As third-tier contract masters, their speed could hardly be slower than Ye Ming's, especially with him forging the path ahead. Gradually, the floating bridge of 1,000 meters dwindled to the final 100 meters before they reached the central platform. Witnessing this scene, the other teams on the floating bridge widened their eyes in astonishment. Goodness, look! Someone is nearing the central platform. Are you kidding me? How can they be moving so fast? Have they been injected with adrenaline? This is absurd. We have barely advanced 300 meters, and someone is about to reach it? What nonsense! Is someone really about to make it? The crowd gaped at Ye Ming in disbelief. Upon sensing the aura of his released spiritual techniques, many contract masters were taken aback. Wait, something seems off. That kid's contract spirit is a Demoness. How could a Demoness possess such formidable strength? By heavens! Don't tell me that aura fluctuation really is that of a Demoness. What's going on? Why are there still people contracting Demonesses in this day and age? Even if he has a Demoness, he seems to be only second tier. My goodness, a second-tier contract master with a contract spirit that is a Demoness? Isn't that akin to starting off as a complete noob? How is he so impressive? Does he think he's the protagonist of some power fantasy? This group of contract masters felt their understanding of the world being shaken. Some teams, knowing they had no hope of clearing the challenge, chose to abandon their advance and silently watched Ye Ming's performance. Damn it, I didn't expect we would fall behind by 100 meters. At this rate, the first completion will surely be claimed by Ye Ming. Lin Feng's eyes burned crimson as he shot a glare at Zhou Qiming. Whatever it takes. You must stop Ye Ming's advance immediately. I will take responsibility for any consequences. Zhou Qiming instantly grasped Lin Feng's intent. He was prepared to take action against Ye Ming and his team. Excellent. Zhou Qiming's lips curled into a sinister smile as his form began to beastify, ultimately transforming into a gorilla clad in rocky armor. His eyes glowed with a fierce red light as he seized a massive boulder from the ground and hurled it towards Ye Ming and his companions. One rock isn't enough. Throw another. Lin Feng bellowed. Zhou Qiming nodded, grabbing another colossal stone to launch. Whoosh, whoosh. The two boulders flew at incredible speed. Such a covert ambush, targeting those engaged in battle, would undoubtedly be a devastating blow. Chapter 32, Kill. Third-tier beast ascends. Winged king with a swift flash of cold light. Ye Ming had just severed the heads of 3 third-tier beasts, successfully killed a third-tier moon-eater ghost, gaining 10 realm experience. 10 spiritual technique experience. Successfully killed a third-tier moon-eater ghost, gaining 10 realm experience. 10 spiritual technique experience. Successfully killed a third-tier moon-eater ghost, gaining 10 realm experience. 10 spiritual technique experience. The beasts here were indeed powerful, yet their numbers were too few to effectively farm experience. Ye Ming's innate talent, slaughter growth, favored quantity over the quality of the beasts. To enhance his realm, he needed to venture into areas teeming with beasts. Nonetheless, his current task was to focus on successfully completing the first challenge of the Sky Island. Ye Ming steeled himself, preparing to charge forward once more. Be careful, Ye Ming. Suddenly, 2 massive boulders hurtled towards him with alarming speed, akin to a runaway truck, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Thud! The rocks crashed down, sending dust swirling into the air. Ye Xian, startled, cried out, Ye Ming, and rushed into the cloud of debris, fearing for his safety. The instigator, Ye Ming, smirked. Heh, I have imbued those boulders with special power. Even a third-tier contract master would struggle against a surprise attack. Ye Ming, no matter how strong his physique, would find it easy prey for me, a third-tier contract master. Ye Ming reveled in the thought, feeling as though he had Ye Ming underfoot. Then, out of the haze, a crimson slash erupted, striking Ye Ming and carving a large gash into his beastly form. Blood gushed from the wound, causing his body to tremble in pain. Emerging from the dust, Ye Ming wielded the Divine Reaper's scythe, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Ye Ming. Without uttering a word, he swung the scythe. Whoosh! 30 slashes sliced through the air, each aimed at Ye Ming with incredible speed. Thud, thud, thud. Blood splattered. Despite being a third-tier contract master and enhanced by beast transformation, Ye Ming found himself riddled with countless injuries from the onslaught of powerful strikes. The entire sequence transpired in an instant. Even Lin Feng, intent on intervening, could not halt Ye Ming's strikes. Having completed his assault, Ye Ming turned his back and sprinted toward the central platform. He understood that Ye Ming would retaliate, driven by personal vendetta and the interests of his team, led by Lin Feng. To launch an attack was merely to obstruct Ye Ming's path to the central platform. Attempt to hinder me? I shall press on regardless. The ground beneath Ye Ming's feet crumbled into deep craters as he surged forward, quickly distancing himself from Lin Feng and his companions. He was acutely aware that their objective was to be the first to conquer the Sky Island. Securing that achievement would leave Lin Feng and his team in utter dismay. Furthermore, as he advanced, Ye Ming unleashed the Dark Domain, enhancing his defenses. With double protection in place, even Lin Feng's attempts at ambush would prove futile. Damn it. That kid has grown vigilant. The ambush tactic is no longer viable. Lin Feng gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing they had no option but to exert every ounce of strength to close the gap with Ye Ming. According to the rules, to claim the Sun Disk, one must hold it for a full minute to complete the challenge. Thus, we still have a chance. Lin Feng unleashed his full power, leaving nothing in reserve. Before long, Ye Ming ascended the central platform, approaching the statue of the Skywing King, eager to seize the Sun Disk. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, an unexpected transformation occurred. The statue of the Skywing King suddenly animated, lifting the Sun Disk high above its head as it rose slowly, shedding rubble and dust to reveal its true form. Muscles bulged, and scales shimmering like precious gems adorned its skin. In an instant, the Skywing King underwent a significant enhancement. Doubling in size to 5 meters tall, wielding a golden spear, its expansive wings casting shadows over the ground, with feathers sharpened like blades. Has it ascended? Ye Ming gazed up at the Skywing King, certain that while it was a third-tier being, it was not far from attaining the 4th tier. Ha! The Skywing King. It's the Skywing King. I knew it couldn't be this simple. Lin Feng, not far away, wore a delighted grin, recognizing the formidable bloodline of the Skywing King, far beyond that of an ordinary third-tier beast. Ye Ming, even if you join forces with your teammates, you will never stand a chance against it. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a surge of hope as he sprinted forward, with Lin Tian closely behind. As for Ye Ming and his friends, they had long been discarded. In Lin Feng's eyes, they were mere burdens. Boom! The Skywing King unleashed a barrage of killing intent, striking at Ye Ming with its spear. Ye Ming swiftly dodged, leaving a deep crater where he had stood. Ye Ming, Ye Xian roared as she charged at the Skywing King, flames erupting around her, encasing her arms in gauntlets forged from magma. She leaped high, fists converging like a hammer, aiming to smash the Skywing King's head. Bang! A blinding flash of fire erupted, resembling an explosion. The Skywing King's head was driven into the ground. Yet, in the next moment, it abruptly raised its head, twisting its body. Its sturdy tail lashed out like an iron whip, sending Ye Xian flying. With a roar, the Skywing King raised its spear, poised to strike down upon Ye Xian. Just then, darkness surged forth, enveloping the Skywing King in a sealed domain. Ye Ming, wielding a long scythe, advanced step by step towards the Skywing King, his aura ascending wildly. The dark power coalesced upon his scythe, and a murderous intent permeated the entire domain, condensing into a scarlet stream. The Skywing King, gazing at Ye Ming, felt a surge of fear. A cry pierced the air. The Skywing King immediately acted, concentrating its power into the spear and thrusting it violently towards Ye Ming's body. Ye Ming's gaze sharpened. Spirit technique, Eternal Night descends. As a technique with extraordinary single-target damage, even the Skywing King could not withstand it. With a swift motion, Ye Ming sliced through the Skywing King's neck with one hand gripping the scythe. The blood-red crescent flashed by. The Skywing King's movements came to an abrupt halt. Scalding blood erupted from its neck as it dropped the spear, clutching its throat with both hands, ultimately kneeling before Ye Ming. Gurgling sounds followed as its head fell to the ground, rolling like a ball. The Skywing King was slain. Ye Ming removed the solar disk from its back, remaining within the dark domain without dispelling it. Time flowed steadily, second by second. Lin Feng and his companions successfully arrived at the central platform. Lin Tian, holding a long sword, was about to charge into Ye Ming's dark domain. Don't rush. Lin Feng suddenly extended his hand to stop him, a confident smirk playing at his lips. That lad wishes to duel the Skywing King. Let us grant him this chance. Once they are both exhausted, we shall reap the benefits. Lin Tian hesitated, concerned, but what if Ye Ming kills the Skywing King and prolongs the time inside? Fear not, that is unlikely. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. The Skywing King's strength far surpasses that of an ordinary third-tier beast. With the solar disk's enhancement, its power has doubled. Even I would require considerable effort to defeat it. Thus, Ye Ming cannot kill the Skywing King. He is merely helping us consume its energy. Hearing this, Lin Tian finally relaxed. However, just as he felt at ease, an unexpected announcement shattered the moment. The challenge of Sky Island has concluded. First completion, Ye Ming. Lin Feng. Lin Tian. Chapter 33. The sudden crisis. Lin Tian cast an odd glance at Lin Feng. Brother, did you not say Ye Ming could not possibly be the Skywing King's opponent? Yet now, do not question me. I am equally perplexed. Lin Feng maintained a stern expression, his eyes fixed on Ye Ming, filled with astonishment. He could hardly believe that Ye Ming had actually slain the Skywing King. In his understanding, such an event was utterly impossible. It was simply unfathomable. I must inquire further. This lad may have resorted to cheating. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, approaching Ye Ming with a menacing demeanor. Yet before he could get close, Ye Ming and his companions pressed the button on their wristbands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They instantly departed from the secret realm of Sky Island. As victors, their continued presence was meaningless. It was time to relish in their triumph. However, during the teleportation, Night Xian crossed her arms, tilting her head to cast a disdainful glance at Lin Feng, a smirk on her lips. Lin Feng. Is she mocking me? How infuriating. In the teleportation hall, Ye Ming successfully acquired the Crimson Sun Crystal. According to regulations, each member of their team could also select a material from a fourth-tier beast. Thank you, Director Bai. Night Xian smiled and clasped her fists at Bai Lintong. Oh, it's nothing, Bai Lintong replied, his smile strained. He was quite displeased that Ye Ming and his companions had achieved the first completion of Sky Island. However, as the head of Songbei City, he could not penalize them regarding the rewards. Bring them to select their materials. Under the guidance of the staff, Ye Ming and his companions left with smiles. At that moment, Lin Feng and Lin Tian trudged out of the teleportation entrance, heads bowed, hoping to leave the teleportation hall unnoticed by Bai Lintong. They had previously boasted about securing the first completion, but now, not only had they failed, but it had also been claimed by Cangnan City, their least favorable rival. It was evident that Bai Lintong would be furious. Lin Feng, Lin Tian. The more they feared, the more inevitable it became. Bai Lintong suddenly called out to Lin Feng and Lin Tian, his face darkening. You two, come to my office. It was over. Lin Feng shuddered, his heart sinking. He knew that entering the office would surely lead to a scolding. He might even face some harsh words. Having previously held himself in high regard, the fall would undoubtedly sting. Brother, you really must stop making wild guesses in the future. We actually had a chance. Lin Tian said somewhat disgruntled. What do you mean? Lin Feng frowned, displeased. A second tier witch contract master defeating a third-tier Skywing King. Who could have predicted such a thing? I was merely being cautious. Are you blaming me now? No, that is not my intention. Lin Tian shook his head. Then what do you mean? Forget it. I have nothing to say. Lin Tian sighed, weary of the ongoing dispute. Lin Feng was currently in a furious state, and nothing could penetrate his ears. However, from this moment on, certain beliefs within Lin Tian began to waver. At the very least, he would henceforth place greater trust in himself rather than in Lin Feng. On the journey back to Tsangnan City, Ye Ming scrutinized the blood fiend bear paw in his hand. A fourth-tier beast material he had selected after passing through the island of Void. The blood fiend bear paw harbored a tumultuous power that, when absorbed by a Holy Maiden contract master, could lead to a surge in vitality, often resulting in chaotic bodily strength. Yet, for a witch contract master, it bore no adverse effects. Furthermore, as Ing Yu had mentioned, absorbing the blood fiend bear paw could effectively enhance one's strength. However, as a second-tier contract master, the increase in power would be rather limited. Thus, he needed to hasten his breakthrough to the third tier. Ye Ming pondered, then glanced at his panel. Name, Ye Ming. Spirit, max level. Realm, second-tier contract master, 3150-010-0000. Mental power, 210. Vitality, 210. Contract spirit, Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level upgradable. Spirit skills, Dark Judgment, level 5. Godfall Demon Armor, level 5. Eternal Night Descends, level 5. Talent, Slaughter Growth. Demon Emperor Battle Intent. He required over 60,000 experience points to ascend to a third-tier contract master, but he hoped to achieve this before the martial arts examination. With over 20 days remaining until the exam, he felt confident in his ability to succeed. This trip to Tsongbei has concluded satisfactorily, Ye Xin asked while driving. What are your plans next? After a moment of contemplation, Ye Ming replied, I intend to seek out a secret realm abundant with fierce beasts to level up, akin to the Blood Demon Tower. Indeed, training in the Blood Demon Tower had been exhilarating. Regrettably, he had already reached the limit of beasts to slay within, rendering further gains negligible. A secret realm rich in fierce beasts? All right, I'll help you search once we return. Ye Xian responded. Ye Ming felt a surge of joy in his heart. Thank you, elder sister. Don't mention it. After concluding their conversation, Ye Xian exited the highway. With only 5 kilometers remaining until they reached the Yi family home. Just then, a sharp notification pinged from Ye Ming's phone. Upon checking, his expression immediately turned grave. Sun Hoyuan, be cautious. The son of the Qin Yun Club's leader, Zhou Qiming, has set his sights on you. Furrowing his brows, Ye Ming quickly typed a response. Ye Ming, has my identity been exposed? I left no trace when I eliminated Zhou Kueishui. He instinctively believed that something had gone awry with Zhou Kueishui's assassination. Sun Hoyuan, it's not about the assassination mission, it's something else. Think carefully. Did you have any conflict with Zhou Qiming elsewhere? My information network indicates that he is intent on harming you. If it wasn't related to the assassination mission, then it must pertain to the situation in Songbei City. Zhou Qiming, having been bested by Ye Ming, was now seeking to play the underworld card. Ye Ming, I understand the reason now. Sun Hoyuan. Yes, be vigilant. He is likely to take action in the coming days, possibly intimidation or even assassination. I lean towards the former, but the latter cannot be ruled out. Ye Ming, thank you for the warning. Sun Hoyuan, I'll keep you updated. Should he dare to act against you, the Qingyun Club will have no reason to exist. After ending the chat, Ye Ming's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. He rolled down the car window for fresh air when suddenly, beep, a truck laden with dirt careened out of nowhere, speeding towards the passenger side where Ye Ming sat. Not good. Quick, turn the wheel, Ye Ming shouted. His eyes wide with alarm. Ye Xian turned to see the truck barreling towards them like a roaring beast, its headlights glowing like crimson eyes. Terrified, she slammed the steering wheel, flooring the accelerator. The car veered left, creating distance from the truck, and with the engine roaring like a wild beast. They narrowly escaped the impending collision. Damn, what was that driver thinking? Can't he drive? After evading danger, Ye Xian intended to slow down and confront the truck driver. But at that moment, Virum, a black Jeep crashed into the rear of their car with a resounding thud. A luxury car traveling at 120 km/h had just been rear-ended. This did not appear to be a mere traffic incident. It seemed orchestrated to issue a warning to Ye Ming and his companions. Chapter 34. Zhou Qiming, a certain death gasping for breath after stabilizing the vehicle. Ye Xian displayed a look of panic, mirroring the shocked expression of Yu Shaosheng in the back seat. Meanwhile, the co-pilot, Ye Ming, clenched his fists in fury. The series of accidents had convinced him that Zhou Qiming was orchestrating these sinister events behind the scenes. This wretched individual dared to employ vehicular mishaps as a means of intimidation. Reflecting on the recent occurrences, Ye Ming felt a wave of dread wash over him. The truck laden with soil, the speeding Jeep that collided, each incident possessed a dangerously high level of risk. While contract practitioners are not easily killed, they are not immune to the perils of car accidents, especially since Ye Ming and his companions were not yet at a level that afforded them complete immunity from such harm. Contemplating this, his anger surged once more. Regardless of whether Zhou Qiming intended to issue a veiled threat or was genuinely intent on causing harm, he had already endangered Ye Ming and those close to him. Zhou Qiming must perish. How infuriating. What on earth is happening today? Do these people even pay attention while driving? Regaining her composure, Ye Xian pushed open the car door and stormed towards the jeep behind her. The driver of the jeep, who had rear-ended her, did not make any attempt to exit his vehicle. Through the rearview mirror, she observed 3 burly, bald men disembarking. Their muscles were taut, adorned with tattoos, and their rugged faces bore an ominous countenance, clearly indicating their nefarious nature. What is wrong with you? At over 100 kilometers per hour, you managed to rear-end me? Do you not know how to drive? If you can't drive, then go back and learn. After the unexpected encounter with the truck laden with dirt, and then the collision, Ye Xian was irate. In truth, anyone would feel incensed after such an event. Strangely, while the bald men were clearly at fault for the collision, they seemed unfazed, instead hurling insults at Ye Xian. What do you mean, kid? Just because we rear-ended you, it's our fault? The road is so wide. Why did you have to stop in front of us? Perhaps it was you who intended to block us. Ye Xian was taken aback. This was her first encounter with individuals who, after causing an accident, still had the audacity to argue their case. All right, you want to play games? Just wait. I'm calling someone to handle this. She realized there was no point in reasoning with these thugs and prepared to make a phone call. Call someone. Who has time to wait for you to call? We deal in millions here. Do you really think you can make us wait? The leader of the bald men crossed his arms, exuding impatience. Forget it. Forget it. You're just trying to extort money from us, aren't you? Here's $250. Take it and see if you can buy yourself some common sense. What did you say? The moment those words left his mouth, Ye Xian halted, her hand clutching the phone frozen in midair. Flames of fury ignited in her eyes, and the rage within her surged. Initially, she had hoped to resolve the matter through proper channels, but now, she had changed her mind. She was ready to take action. Bang! Just then, a shadowy figure emerged. Who the hell are you calling 250? Ye Ming delivered a powerful kick to the bald man, sending him crashing to the ground. Whoa, bro! The other 2 bald henchmen, sensing the shift in the situation, quickly grabbed iron rods from their vehicle and swung them at Ye Ming. Bang! Before they could strike, Ye Ming retaliated with 2 swift punches to their faces, the force of which shattered their noses. What the hell are you barking about? What right do you have to yap in front of me? With another 2 kicks, Ye Ming targeted their knees. The sound of one knee shattering echoed as they crumbled to the ground in agony. In disbelief, they stared at Ye Ming, astonished by the strength he possessed. Damn! You can solve your problems without resorting to violence. Even if you are a contract practitioner, you shouldn't treat us like this. The leader, still maintaining a defiant posture, gritted his teeth, cursing Ye Ming's humanity. Slap! Shut your mouth. Ye Ming raised his hand and delivered another resounding slap. He was uninterested in their grievances. He was a genius, and with genius comes privilege. Moreover, he was in the right in this situation. Fine, you think you're tough? Just wait. One day you'll regret today's events. The bald leader knelt on the ground, no longer daring to speak against Ye Ming. He awaited the arrival of those handling the traffic incident. Regret? The ones who should be regretting now are you. Ye Ming crouched down, delivering yet another slap to the leader's face. Haven't you heard that you don't hit someone in the face when you're fighting? The bald leader, visibly irritated, cursed at him. Yet, Ye Ming's next question rendered him utterly speechless. Tell me honestly, were you sent by Zhou Qiming? The bald leader's pupils dilated in shock, his brows twitching uncontrollably. This matter was deeply concealed, known to but a few. He could not comprehend why Ye Ming would so bluntly pose such a question. Had the matter been exposed? The bald, burly man stammered, while what Zhou Qiming? I've never heard of him. This is merely a trivial traffic accident. Huh. Ye Ming had no desire to engage in idle chatter with such a person. In the next moment, the dark realm unfurled around him. The leading bald man was enveloped in darkness, and everything around fell into a profound silence. What do you intend to do? The bald man was now somewhat flustered. Yet he still tried to maintain bravado. I don't know who this Zhou Qiming is. Let me go, or I'll accuse you of attempted murder. Unaware, are we? Ye Ming gripped a dark dagger and thrust it violently into the man's arm. Splatter. Blood gushed forth. The bald man cried out in agony. Do you know now? I don't know. Splatter. Withdrawing the dagger, He struck again, in the same spot, with even greater force this time. The intense pain drained the color from the bald man's face. Do you understand now? I don't know. Splatter. He withdrew the dagger once more, plunging it in again. Still in the same spot. Do you know? I don't know. Quite resolute, aren't we? In that case, do not blame me for being merciless. Ye Ming's gaze fixed on the bald man's most vital area. What the hell do you think you're doing? I suggest you reconsider. You think your advice will deter me? You must have quite the ego. Ye Ming lifted the dagger and aimed it directly at the man's groin. Witnessing Ye Ming's seriousness, the bald man could no longer hold his composure. Damn it, 50,000. Am I playing with my life here? I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. It was that Ye Ming. He gave me 50,000 to intimidate you a bit, to teach you a lesson, and to warn you not to cross him in the future. Huh, just as I suspected. Splatter. Ye Ming plunged the dagger into the bald man's arm before retrieving his phone. He sent the previously recorded conversation to Sun Hoyuan. Ye Ming, teacher's son, someone is after me. What do you think I should do? You know my dream is to serve the Susa Hall. If I die before I can contribute to the organization, it would grieve me immensely. The implication was clear. Ye Ming was a target destined for death. He now required a legitimate reason from the Susa Hall, more akin to requesting a stance from them. In the next moment, Sun Hoyuan responded. However, it was not with news, but rather a mission notification. Assassination mission, elimination plan, 2. Target, Ye Ming. Time of assassination, 1930, now. Ye Ming perused the message. A faint smile gracing his lips. Ye Ming. Thank you, Teacher Sunday Sun Hoyuan. The assassins of the Susa Hall are not to be trifled with. Do you require assistance? Ye Ming. No. I'm quite ruthless. It would be unwise for anyone to witness. Chapter 35. I kill legally. Fear you who straddle both sides? Sister. You all return first. I have matters to attend to. Ye Ming's tone was icy. Hey, where are you going? Aren't you in a hurry to return? Ye Xin called out, but upon turning her head, she found that Ye Ming had already transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. In a high-end residential area, the mastermind, Ye Ming, lay on the couch, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. He picked up his phone and was on a call. Hello? How is the matter you were tasked with progressing? Pay attention. It's supposed to be intimidation, not murder. That kid is from the Ye family. If this escalates, it will be difficult to wrap things up. On the other end, a sycophantic voice replied, Don't worry, Brother Zhou, we always handle things with precision. Not only will there be no overreach, but even if things go awry, my subordinates will certainly not implicate you. Next time there's work, just call me brother, and I'll ensure it's handled perfectly. Ye Ming nodded. All right, that's settled. After hanging up, he gazed into his glass of red wine. A sinister smile creeping onto his face. Heh, Ye Ming, how strong can you be? What of your victory at the Void Island? My Qingyun society is the largest ground force in Songnan City. You think you can play with me? I dare to traverse both light and dark. Can you match me? With that, he downed the wine in one gulp. A surge of warmth coursed through his veins. His expression shifted, and he prepared to head out for some entertainment. But as he turned, a strange figure caused his pupils to constrict suddenly, his mind ringing with a deafening buzz, leaving him in a daze. Play? Ye Ming's expression was indifferent. Why would I engage in games with you? You have provoked me, and thus, you must die. Whoosh. The dark realm expanded. Ye Ming was struck with terror, turning to flee, but he was already ensnared within the realm, unable to escape. Even his cries would attract no attention. And no, Ye Ming. You cannot kill me. Murder is illegal. If you kill me, you won't escape either. Ye Ming bent low, retreating repeatedly. Illegal? In the depths of the night, a crimson light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he swiftly advanced. With a sudden flourish, he wielded his long scythe, unleashing a blood-red crescent. In an instant, Ye Ming's head took flight. Thud. Gazing at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, Ye Ming let out a cold snort. Indeed, taking a life is unlawful. Yet I kill in accordance with the law. After concluding his grim task, Ye Ming captured the scene in photographs, along with the previous remarks made by the pickup driver and Ye Ming, forwarding them to Sun Hoyuan. After a moment of silence, Sun Hoyuan replied, Dispose of the body discreetly. In the future, there is no need to send so-called evidence. The Hall of Purge slays only those deserving of death. Upon reading the response, Ye Ming smiled faintly, growing increasingly intrigued by the Hall of Purge. At the Qingyun Society's assembly hall, chaos ensued. Who is responsible for Ye Ming's death? The disappearance of such a significant individual without a trace was incomprehensible. Zhou Qingyun pounded the table with fervor, his eyes ablaze with rage. The reporting subordinates lowered their heads. Apologizing, we truly do not know, boss. We were standing at the door, but when we opened it, he vanished completely. We searched for a long time, even going to the places where young Master Ye Ming frequently visited, yet found no trace of him. Are you suggesting he sprouted wings and flew away? Zhou Qingyun hurled the files from the table, striking one of the subordinates and causing a gash on his head, blood spraying forth. Brother, this matter may not be as simple as it seems. Zhou's second-in-command spoke up. Zhou Ji, the only educated member of the Zhou family and the strategist of the Qingyun society, possessed limited strength, his contracted spirit being a level sanctus, with his own cultivation merely at level 1. Second brother, what do you mean? Zhou Qingyun inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhou Ji. The latter waved off the subordinates, then, with a solemn expression, continued, Brother, it is all too suspicious. Just days after the death of our third brother, Ye Ming is also dead, both killed without a trace. As if meticulously orchestrated. I suspect this is a conspiracy against the Qingyun society. A conspiracy? Zhou Qingyun furrowed his brow. We have always kept to ourselves. Who would target us? Brother, have you forgotten that we are currently dealing in the sale of the prohibited enhancer grass? Zhou Ji reminded him. Once the lid is lifted, it will spread rampantly in the market. Consider, who would be most averse to such an occurrence? A shiver ran down Zhou Qingyun's spine as he nearly blurted out. You mean the authorities? Indeed, it is they? Zhou Ji narrowed his eyes slightly. I previously investigated, and before Ye Ming's death, he received a call. The person on the other end informed me that Ye Ming had arranged for someone to intimidate Ye Ming, specifically the youngest heir of the Ye family. Shortly after this incident, Ye Ming met his demise. In the Ye family, Zhou Qingyun's fists cracked ominously. It is highly likely that that scoundrel Ye Ming is responsible for Ye Ming's death. How dare he kill my son? Even if he is from the Ye family, I vow to take a limb from him. Brother, do not be hasty. Allow me to finish. Zhou Ji adjusted his glasses, carefully analyzing the entire situation. In my view, the Ye family is merely a pawn in this game. The true mastermind has not yet revealed themselves. I recommend we halt all dealings in enhancer grass and take our brothers abroad to avoid the storm before returning. Evade the storm? So my son dies in vain. Zhou Qingyun thundered. Preserving our lives is of utmost importance. Zhou Ji urged fervently. Zhou Qingyun lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before stating, Ye Ming shall not die in vain. Second brother, you may leave. Brother, enough. My decision stands. Do not attempt to sway me further. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Zhou Ji rose and, as he reached the door, turned to say, Brother, should you perish, I will retrieve your body and exact vengeance. With that, he turned and departed. Upon reaching the ground floor and settling into his luxurious black sedan, he had just ignited the engine when, boom, an explosion echoed. Zhou Ji was dead. Zhou Qingyun roared, Second brother. After completing his tasks, Ye Ming returned home. Whether it was Zhou Kueishui or Zhou Qiming he had slain, his heart remained unshaken, as if he had done nothing amiss. You found this astonishing. Ye Ming, I have heard that the first act of killing is a peculiar experience. You should feel a tightness in your chest, your body trembling, sweat pouring down, and a cacophony of chaotic thoughts plaguing your mind. When you first killed Zhou Kueishui, I thought you were merely in shock, but in this instance with Zhou Qiming, it appears you harbor no fear of taking a life. Fear? Ye Chen chuckled, shaking his head. In my past life as a top-tier assassin, I have eliminated countless criminals and thugs, repeatedly confronting life and death situations until I forgot what fear felt like. Moreover, killing someone like Zhou Kueishui or Zhou Qiming is hardly daunting. Perhaps it is due to my innate talent. Do you recall what Master Sun Haoyuan said about me? He remarked that I am a born killer, endowed with extraordinary assassination prowess. Being a genius, I certainly cannot be like everyone else. Ing Yu paused for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the reason in your words. Chapter 36, Upholding Justice. Subsequently, with Ing Yu's assistance, Ye Ming refined the blood fiend bear paw. A surge of intense energy bubbled within his body, tightening his muscles and accelerating the flow of his hot blood. A powerful force welled up inside him. Seizing this opportunity, Ye Ming dashed into his training room at home. With a resounding punch, the testing apparatus on the mechanical dummy shattered the limits. Goodness! His sister, Ye Xinxin, happened to pass by and was utterly astounded by the scene before her. Are you joking, Ye Ming? This instrument has a maximum limit of 3,000. And you've surpassed it with a single punch? Is this for real? You're still only a second-tier contract master. It was noteworthy that Ye Ming had contracted the Inferno Sanctus, a spirit renowned for its strength. As a third-tier contract master, her punch measured an impressive 2,800. She was astonished to discover that Ye Ming had exceeded even her remarkable prowess. It was as if he was performing without any pretense. Ye Ming, what kind of monstrous spirit do you possess? Ye Ming was left speechless with shock. Ye Ming smiled nonchalantly, a witch, of course. What's the matter, jealous? In the days that followed, Ye Ming relentlessly ventured into the secret realms, deliberately selecting those teeming with ferocious beasts. The greater the number and variety of beasts, the more effective Ye Ming's innate talent for slaughter would become. He was exponentially enhancing his abilities. Bang! Within the secret realm, as the last Thunder Eagle fell before him, Ye Ming once again shattered his personal record for clearing the realm. Clearance time, 630, successfully breaking personal record. Congratulations. You have obtained Thunder Eagle's Claw. A claw the size of a palm materialized in Ye Ming's hand, shimmering in a brilliant azure hue, akin to a crystal gem, with arcs of lightning flickering, clearly of considerable value. Mr. Yi, the Thunder Eagle's Claw is exceedingly rare. It could fetch a high price of 200,000 on the market. If you wish, we can exchange it for Dragon Kingdom currency, the staff member said enthusiastically. No need. I find it quite appetizing, Ye Ming replied, waving his hand as he lifted the Thunder Eagle's Claw and took a hearty bite. With a crackle, electricity surged through his mouth, akin to consuming popping candy. The terrifying power threatened to explode, but Yu swiftly intervened to suppress the force. Ye Ming successfully absorbed the Thunder Eagle's Claw. The staff members stood in disbelief. Could ferocious beast materials truly be consumed raw? This was utterly astonishing. Haha, others may not be able to, but I can, Ye Ming declared, turning to leave, leaving the staff with a strikingly graceful silhouette. As he exited the hall, Yi Chun encountered Wang Haoyang, who was walking alongside a burly man. Upon noticing Ye Ming passing by, Wang Haoyang's brow furrowed. He turned to the muscular man beside him and said, "Brother, that kid once beat me up. If you encounter him in the secret realm, help me take vengeance." The burly man was taken aback. What level is that kid? What spirit does he have? Second-tier contract master. His spirit is a witch, quite pathetic. You could easily take him down. Upon hearing this, the burly man grinned, thumping his chest in assurance. Oh please, just a witch contract master? I've got this. I'll be lurking in the transmission hall tomorrow. Wherever he goes, I'll follow. I, Wu Mao, am a third-tier contract master. My spirit is the Rhino Sanctus. Dealing with a second-tier witch child is child's play. However, regarding the fee, Wang Haoyang transferred 10,000 without hesitation. Brother, you're generous. I've got this. Wu Mao laughed. Hee hee. You think you can deal with me? That's just asking for trouble. Ye Ming, overhearing their conversation from a distance, couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Though he was currently a second-tier contract master, his strength was formidable. Even a third-tier contract master would be at a loss against him. As for Wu Mao, even 10 of him would not stand a chance against Ye Ming. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Ye Ming's phone rang. It was a message from Sun Hoyuan. Sun Hoyuan, are you free? The organization has a task to assign to you. Ye Ming, but I haven't officially joined the killing hall yet. Why is there a task? Sun Hoyuan, your talent is exceptional, and you need to hone your skills. Rest assured, the tasks you undertake will be recorded in your file, greatly assisting your promotion in the future. Ye Ming, all right. He accepted the task sent by Sun Hoyuan. Task name, Justice. Assassination target, Wu Mao. Target level, third-tier contract master, Rhino Sanctus. Assassination reason. Investigation has revealed Wu Mao's illegal activities. He has been secretly trafficking people. A heinous crime. However, the evidence collected is insufficient for a death sentence. The killing hall shall uphold justice and deliver his execution. Wu Mao? What a coincidence. A cold glint flickered in Ye Ming's eyes. Earlier, Wu Mao had intended to target him. Now, he found himself in Ye Ming's sights, truly deserving of his fate. However, would the sentence not be death? Ye Ming picked up his phone and sent a query to Sun Hoyuan. Ye Ming, is this action legal? Sun Hoyuan, it is both legal and justified. Human trafficking is absolutely intolerable. The lack of evidence is due to Wu Mao's prior efforts to destroy it. If we wait for the court's judgment, who knows how many more lives will fall victim to his malevolence. Sun Hoyuan, this mission must be executed as swiftly as possible. Ideally, we should act tonight. Ye Ming, understood. Traffickers are the most despicable of beings, shattering families and devoid of humanity, akin to cruel marauders. Ye Ming has taken many lives, with traffickers being his most frequent targets. Tonight, we shall strike. The night is shrouded in darkness. Rainwater cascades from the eaves, pooling on the pavement. Amidst this, a young woman, elegantly attired, walks down the street, engrossed in her phone. Suddenly, darkness envelopes her. A bag is pulled over her head. Who are you? What do you want? Stop. Please, stop. The woman struggles fiercely, but her petite frame is no match for the several burly men surrounding her, one of whom is a contract master. Escape is futile. Quickly, bind her and toss her in the car. We can sell her for at least 200,000. A coarse voice echoes in her ears. Startled by his words, she fights even harder, but her captors only grow more exhilarated. They bind her hands and feet and throw her into the back seat. Help! 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 You think that will save you? A thud resounds. The weight of her eyelids grows heavier. She struggles against unconsciousness, but the excruciating pain overwhelms her. She is rendered unconscious. In the pitch blackness, a white van traverses the old streets, cloaked by the night, gradually departing from the bustling city. Rain beats against the windows, and Wu Mao, seated in the front passenger seat, hastily removes his hood. Damn it, this is exhilarating. We've just acquired a live one for free. He envisions the money fluttering before him. A subordinate chuckles in agreement. Heh, these people have grown too comfortable. Out here at night, without surveillance. Who else would they dare to abduct? They rejoice in their ill-gotten gains, laughter echoing through the van. In the next moment, Ye Ming's chilling voice suddenly resonates from the back seat. Indeed, capturing 3 traffickers at once is quite a windfall. Wu Mao's body jolts, and he quickly turns around. But as he does, a cold scythe appears at his throat. He catches a glimpse of Ye Ming's figure, and his heart races. It's you. Did you see my face? Ye Ming's eyes gleam crimson. As a top assassin, he harbors a peculiar habit. If anyone inadvertently glimpses his visage during a mission, he ensures they shall never speak of it again. With a swift motion, the realm of darkness unfolds. The vehicle, once speeding, is now engulfed in shadows. The wheels continue to spin, yet the car remains motionless. What in the world is this? I'll fight you. Wu Mao bellows, unleashing a ferocious aura as a spectral figure clad in beastly armor materializes behind him. His skin hardens, and a horn resembling steel sprouts from his forehead. Rhinoceros Saintus? Perhaps it would be more fitting to call you the Unicorn Saintus. Your power is far too feeble. With a flash of red light, the vehicle is suddenly cleaved in two. Along with the car, Wu Mao and his companions' necks are severed. The scythe slices through the air incessantly, and within the realm of darkness, a chilling brilliance cascades. Ultimately, the van is shattered into fragments, along with the bodies of Wu Mao and his accomplices, completely consumed by the shadows. When the darkness dissipates, Ye Ming stands at the roadside, rain cascading over him, one hand gripping the scythe while the other cradles the kidnapped woman. Blood mingles with the rain, cascading to the ground, only to be swiftly swallowed by the darkness. Mission accomplished. Ye Ming delivers the woman to the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. He hides in a blind spot devoid of surveillance, watching as the officers escort her inside, and breathes a sigh of relief. The task is complete. Ye Ming sends a message to Sun Hoyuan. Ye Ming, completed. I eliminated 3 individuals, all of whom were Wu Mao's accomplices. Sun Hoyuan, thus, your strength indeed surpasses that of a Tier 3 contract master. Wu Mao is a Tier 3 contract master. If Ye Ming could eliminate him, his prowess must exceed Tier 3. Ye Ming, correct. Upon reading Ye Ming's response, Sun Hoyuan furrows his brow in contemplation within the office, surpassing the strength of a Tier 3 contract master. Achieving a score of 700 in the martial arts examination would pose no challenge. He ponders whether to waive the score requirement for Ye Ming to join the killing hall. A talent of this caliber should be nurtured as soon as possible. No, I must consult with the teacher regarding this matter. Ye Ming is a promising seedling. He deserves special consideration. Night Ming, noticing that Sun Hoyuan had ceased to respond, assumed that the latter had gone offline. Is this what it means to be a big shot? Even when one disconnects, there's no word of farewell. He shook his head. The evening sky darkened, and he resolved to return and rest. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. However, it was not Night Ming's device that vibrated, but that of Wu Mao's. Upon glancing at the screen, Night Ming discovered a message. Lao Tao, what are you up to? Where's the goods we discussed? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Is the girl so beautiful that you can't move? Let me inform you, if there's a slightest damage to the goods, the price will be halved from 200,000. The goods he referred to were the girl Wu Mao had previously kidnapped. Such despicable traffickers waste no time. They kidnap first and immediately contact buyers. This rapid-fire approach leaves law enforcement in quite a predicament. Fortunately, they had retained Wu Mao's phone. This was a habit of Ye Ming's in his past life. While executing missions against human traffickers, he would always keep their phones, hoping to catch both the upper and lower echelons in one fell swoop. First, he sent a message to Teacher Sunday, Ye Ming. There's a situation. A person named Lao Tao is contacting Wu Mao, and he seems to be a buyer. Sun Hoyuan, I am curious about your plans. Ye Ming, the most prudent course of action would be to stall them, hold our position, and once they lower their guard, devise a comprehensive plan to ensnare them all. However, I do not advise this approach. Ye Ming, although capturing them all is crucial, acting swiftly is of utmost importance. The longer we wait, the more likely unforeseen events will occur, especially with these cunning traffickers. Sun Hoyuan, so what are you suggesting? Ye Ming, capture Lao Tao. It may lead to fatalities. After sending this message, Sun Hoyuan did not reply immediately. He was contemplating, weighing his options, seeking the most effective strategy. Eventually, he steeled himself and sent a message. Sun Hoyuan, stay safe. Ye Ming, understood. After sending the final message, Ye Ming powered down his phone. He picked up Wu Mao's device, scanned a few messages he had typically replied to, and responded in his voice. Wu Mao, damn it. I ran into the cops checking cars on the way. Thankfully, I managed to take a detour, or I would have been in deep trouble. Lao Tao, what is going on? Can we still proceed with the transaction? If not, we can forget it. Wu Mao, forget your mother. Do you think I can afford to waste time on this business? A single day's delay could spell disaster. Hurry up and come for the transaction. I'll give you a better deal. Lao Tao, that sounds good. Wu Mao, shall we meet at the usual place? After a brief pause, Lao Tao slowly replied. Lao Tao, let us change the location to an abandoned repair factory. I'll send you the address. Upon receiving the last line, Ye Ming's brow furrowed slightly. It was peculiar. Perhaps he was beginning to suspect me. The wretched traffickers are indeed cunning. Caution is the mother of safety. He powered his phone back on and sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. Ye Ming, have Su Xiao come to assist. He's the examiner from my last assessment. I'll send you the address. Sun Hoyuan, all right. An abandoned repair factory. Donning a leather jacket, Lao Tao concluded the conversation, his expression turning fierce in an instant. Boss, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Inquired a subordinate with a center-parted hairstyle. Lao Tao's face darkened. It wasn't that something had gone awry, but rather that he sensed something amiss. Call Scar and tell him there's an urgent matter. He needs to be here within 5 minutes. Also, summon 10 more subordinates. Preferably those with better physical prowess. The center-parted subordinate nodded, albeit uncertain of his boss's intentions. He complied and made the call. Before long, a burly bald man accompanied by a gang of tattooed subordinates entered. The bald man bore a particularly fearsome scar across his face. A remnant of a previous brawl, not a trivial scuffle but a deadly duel between contract masters, a fight for survival that involved wagering. Quickly, close the door. Under Lao Tao's command, the subordinates secured the factory doors. Scar glanced over and mocked. I say, Lao Tao, what are you afraid of? I'm here now. Who would dare lay a hand on you? It seems the larger your business grows, the more timid you become. Better to be cautious than sorry, Lao Tao replied. Turning to Scar. If I recall correctly, you are a Tier 3 contract master, right? Indeed. What level is your contract spirit? Level. That is reassuring. Lao Tao sighed in relief. Chapter 38. I am not a lawman. I am the harbinger of fate. Scar was a street enforcer, for the right price. He would undertake any task, including murder and arson. Lao Tao, being a trafficker, required muscle during transactions to prevent being double-crossed. Hence he often enlisted Scar's services. Over time, their relationship had grown familiar. Are you suggesting that Wu Mao might be in trouble? Scar questioned. Lao Tao furrowed his brow. It's hard to say. Based on his usual manner of speaking, there shouldn't be an issue, but he hasn't replied for a while. He mentioned encountering the cops, but something feels off. Which is why I called you here. Damn it. You never fail to stir up trouble. Scarface let out a cold snort. Making his intentions clear. If there were any issues later, he expected 30,000 in compensation for emotional distress. Fine. Old Town nodded. He could afford such an amount. Tick-tock. Time slipped away. The sound of an engine roared closer, and a white van slowly approached the abandoned repair shop. Both Old Tao and Scarface rose simultaneously. The door had yet to open when a voice from the lookout called out. Where's Wu Mao? I haven't seen him. Damn. Are you a cop? Bang. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the van crashed into the workshop. Old Tao and Scarface's expressions changed instantly. Trouble had truly arrived. Damn it. Get to work and take out that bastard in the car. At Old Tao's command, more than a dozen underlings armed with steel pipes swarmed forward. They viciously pounded on the van's windows like reckless savages, unafraid of the shards of glass that might fly. Damn it. How dare you come to my territory at midnight? Even if you're a cop, you'll end up here. Old Tao drew a machete, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, striding toward the van with imposing bravado. But in the next moment, bang, a powerful figure burst from the van. A fierce wind swept through, sending all the underlings flying. Su Chang'e stood atop the van, wearing a mask with a fearsome visage, hands in pockets, bellowing at the crowd. Anyone who wishes to live, get down on the ground. My wind blades show no mercy. As his words fell, he waved his hand, sending dozens of wind blades howling forth, leaving deep gashes in piled-up cars and the walls. Damn, a contract cultivator. The underlings hurriedly dropped to the ground. What the hell? Who isn't a contract cultivator these days? Scarface rolled up his sleeves, veins bulging on his arms. As scrap metal from the surrounding area clung to him, charging at Su Chang'e like a frenzied giant. Boom. The wind blades collided with the massive steel arms, sparks flying brilliantly. This place is no longer safe. The contract cultivator has intervened, indicating deeper issues at play. Seizing the moment, Old Tao scrambled to the circuit breaker, flipping it off with a snap. Darkness engulfed the workshop. Then came a cacophony of wailing and howling. It wasn't just one person, it was a multitude. I must leave quickly. Old Tao donned a pair of night vision goggles prepared in advance, crouching low as he moved along the wall. He tried to suppress his breathing, but his anxiety made his heart pound audibly. Relax, relax, it's pitch black here. Nobody can see me but myself. Old Tao motivated himself internally. He finally reached the back door, but upon opening it, a long scythe was suddenly pressed against his neck. Where do you think you're going in all this chaos? Take me with you. Ye Ming, wielding the scythe, looked at Old Tao with a mocking grin. The latter's pupils constricted sharply, his head buzzing. Who are you? The black and white impermanents. When the lights of the workshop flickered back on, all the underlings had their hands and feet bound, their faces covered with black cloth, and their mouths stuffed with stinky socks. They had succumbed to unconsciousness and would not awaken anytime soon. Such efficiency. You managed to clean out all the underlings in the time it took to turn off the lights? Su Chang'e remarked, astonished, as he glanced at Ye Ming. Before their departure, they had devised a simple plan. Su Chang'e would charge into the repair shop head-on, while Ye Ming would strike from the shadows. The duo coordinated their actions flawlessly. Let us go. We must leave this place. I have summoned the constables. They will come to clean up the scene shortly. None of those involved in the kidnapping can escape. He referred to those underlings with stinky socks stuffed in their mouths. These fools are the most despicable, lacking brains. They dare to partake in any crime, oblivious to being used as pawns. As for Old Tao and Scarface, they were knocked unconscious. Ye Ming and Su Chang'e stuffed them into the van and transported them to an interrogation room arranged by Sun Hoyuan. In the interrogation room, Old Tao gradually regained consciousness. Where's this? Where am I? He glanced around, but when he saw the figure before him, his heart sank. Had his hands not been shackled to the table, he would have surely toppled from his chair. It's you. Ye Ming nodded. Indeed, it is I. Now, I have a few questions for you. Who is your superior? The term superior referred to the person who had instructed Old Tao to engage in this criminal enterprise. Every transaction in the world fundamentally involves demand and intermediaries. Old Tao was merely an intermediary. I don't know. Don't ask me. I know nothing. Old Tao shook his head. I don't know. Ye Ming picked up a small black knife. With a swift thrust, he plunged it into Old Tao's palm, blood gushing forth. Ah! Old Tao cried out in pain. Damn it, you are torturing me. Even the constables do not have this right. A lawyer. I demand a lawyer. With another flicker of cold steel, Ye Ming plunged a second knife into Old Tao's other hand. A lawyer? In his grasp, Ye Ming asserted his dominance, reminding him that this was not a law enforcement agency and he was not a lawman. If you refuse to answer my questions, I will subject you to a torturous fate, he warned. Concerned that Lao Tao might not comprehend the severity of his threat, Ye Ming elaborated, explaining that it would take 1,000 cuts before Lao Tao would succumb to death, an exquisitely precise fate. You're not an officer? Then why have you abducted me? Lao Tao retorted, eyes wide with disbelief. With a dismissive scoff, Ye Ming drew a small blade and mercilessly severed one of Lao Tao's fingers. The piercing scream echoed, a cacophony of despair. Will you speak? He demanded. Even if you kill me, I will never divulge anything. Very well, you leave me no choice, Ye Ming replied, retrieving an axe from outside, menacingly brandishing it near Lao Tao's head. Do take heed. I intend to deliver a strike. Rest assured. I want to kill you with a single blow. Go ahead if you dare, Lao Tao challenged. The axe descended, and one of his ears was severed, blood splattering everywhere. The pain left him pale and trembling uncontrollably. Yet, Ye Ming remained resolute, convinced of the righteousness of his brutality. Human traffickers deserved no empathy. With blood spurting forth, Lao Tao gritted his teeth, refusing to yield despite the mutilation of his flesh. Desperation compelled Ye Ming to employ his ultimate tactic, binding Lao Tao to an iron frame. He brandished a spiked club, targeting his lower body. Stop. I'll talk. My superior is the Wang family. Lao Tao gasped, nearly breathless from fear. The Wang family? Ye Ming furrowed his brow, intrigued. Which Wang family? The prominent Wang family from Songnan City. They are my superiors. 90% of my goods go to them. The rest to smaller clients. Lao Tao divulged quickly, his gaze vacant, stripped of courage, and devoid of deceit. Ye Ming pondered this revelation. In Songnan City, the Wang family and the Yi family were both illustrious clans, controlling numerous enterprises, many of which were pillars of the city's economy. How peculiar that such a distinguished family would engage in the abhorrent trade of human trafficking. What purpose could they possibly have for such illicit dealings? Ye Ming inquired once more. I genuinely do not know, Lao Tao replied, shaking his head. In this line of work, the more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. I am merely a middleman, earning a meager profit. I dare not question the purpose behind the transactions. The Wang family's involvement was something I overheard by chance. Having extracted all the information he could, Ye Ming exited to relay the findings to Sun Hoyuan. However, Sun did not express surprise. Rather, he appeared somewhat exhilarated. This is splendid. The Wang family has struggled in business lately and recently allied with a pharmaceutical company. We have preliminary information linking them to human trafficking and illegal human drug trials, and we were at a loss for how to expose them. Ye Ming, I heard you have a grudge against Wang Haoyang. I will send you his location, bring him back to me, and I shall handle the interrogation. A chill crept down Ye Ming's spine. The Wang family's influence spanned all of Songnan City. Such a vast family could act with impunity. The might of the organization, the Hall of Purity, was simply astounding. Joining such a group promised a bright future. Ye Ming mused as he prepared to apprehend Wang Haoyang. Yet, before that, he had a delicate matter to resolve. What shall we do with Lao Tao? Ye Ming asked. What do you suggest? Sun inquired. Human traffickers are beyond redemption. They must be executed. Then do it, but ensure it is done discreetly. Ye Ming closed his phone and re-entered the room. The cold glint of steel flashed as Lao Tao's head was severed, and the body was consumed by darkness. The execution was seamless, executed with grace. Watching from the depths of the divine realm, Ing quietly gave Ye Ming a thumbs up, professionalism at its finest. Now, it was time for Wang Haoyang. Ye Ming gazed at the arrest warrant on his phone, then leapt into the shadows, vanishing completely. In a gaming room, Wang Haoyang, cigarette in mouth, shuffled mahjong tiles while boasting to his companions. Damn it, these days have been nothing but misfortune. I'm being pressed by the Yi family in reality, and here. You lot are giving me a hard time. I've lost 200,000 right off the bat. My pocket money is nearly depleted. One of his friends attempted to console him. Come on, Wang, everyone goes through low points. Maybe your luck will change soon. By the way, didn't you arrange for someone to deal with Ye Ming? Haven't heard anything yet? Wang Haoyang was known for his loose lips, incapable of keeping secrets. Any schemes he concocted, he couldn't help but divulge at the gaming table or over drinks. Are you referring to Wu Mao? That guy infuriated me today. I asked him for help, and he tried to hike the price on me. And to add insult to injury, he wouldn't give me a straight answer. Cursed be it. Here I am, merely at the first tier, yet if I were to ascend to the second, I could effortlessly vanquish Ye Ming. Damn it. I need to relieve myself. Do not scrutinize my cards. The room he occupies is a lavish private suite. The restroom is merely a few meters from the gaming table. Upon opening the restroom door, Wang Haoyang shed his trousers. Drip, drip, like a faucet left slightly ajar. Not only is the stream weak, but it also bears a yellowish hue. Blast it, this is all that scoundrel Ye Ming's fault. He's incited my ire these past few days. Wang Haoyang cursed as he shook off the urine stains from his feet. Approaching the vanity mirror, he dampened his hands, preparing to style his hair in a fashionable slick back. However, upon lifting his gaze, A shadow silently loomed behind him. The shadow's eyes glimmered with a red light, fixed intently on Wang Haoyang's reflection. Before he could even utter a cry for help, a wave of dizziness washed over him. His eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Outside the interrogation room, Ye Ming leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets. The silvery moonlight cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the slanted reflections of the building. Ye Ming stood enveloped in shadows, with light merely a step away. Nearby, Su Chang'e sat in a chair, listening to the anguished wails emanating from within the interrogation room. He took a shallow drag from his cigarette and remarked to Ye Ming, "I hear the unfortunate soul in the interrogation room is your classmate?" "Indeed," replied Ye Ming. "How ruthless you are, capturing a classmate so soon after entering the profession. At this rate, will you soon be apprehending the principal as well?" Ye Ming shot him a sidelong glance. "I would apprehend you instead." "Me? I am a model citizen. I have never even watched a film. You cannot apprehend me." Su Chang'e chuckled and shook his head, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The sounds of torment continued to reverberate from within the interrogation room. Ye Ming quietly leaned against the wall, gazing up at the resplendent moon, his expression somewhat detached. "What troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Chang'e inquired, rising to pat Ye Ming's shoulder. "I once captured a classmate as well. I even copied his homework. To be honest, my heart raced at that moment, fearing he might recognize me." "You are truly lacking in humanity," Ye Ming replied, shaking his head. "I am not melancholic. I am merely fatigued. How long until Teacher Sun arrives?" Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Hoyuan kicked the door open. "Teacher Sun, what was the outcome?" Ye Ming asked. Sun Hoyuan nodded. "As soon as I mentioned that Lao Tao was in trouble, this brat immediately spoke up. The Wang family is colluding with Yonghe Pharmaceuticals, engaging in human trafficking for illicit drug trials." "Yonghe Pharmaceuticals? Isn't that a company from Hansan City?" Su Chang'e queried, bewildered. "What brings them here? Furthermore, in this day and age, there is no shortage of test subjects. Offer a fair price, and those struggling on the streets would flock to it." Yonghe Pharmaceuticals and the Wang family are both financially substantial. They have no need to resort to such criminal acts. Ye Ming concurred. A skeleton of a camel is larger than a horse. The Wang family, no matter how diminished, would not skimp on such expenses. Legitimate drug trials do not necessitate human trafficking. Yet, they are manufacturing illegal drugs. Moreover, their nature is exceedingly vile, too dangerous to expose to public scrutiny, Sun Hoyuan stated. His face grave. Su Chang'e's interest was piqued. What kind of drug is so terrifying, so dangerous it cannot be revealed? To whom do they sell their production? Sun Hoyuan's eyes narrowed. The drug they produce is called the elixir of longevity. Su Chang'e. Ye Ming. Chapter 40. The dual secret realm of the demon train. Upon becoming a contracted master, humanity can attain extended longevity. Yet, within this vast world, there remain many affluent yet ordinary individuals. They age, possessing immense wealth, while desperately yearning for an increase in lifespan. In the normal world, longevity drugs do not exist. However, this world is different. Humanity possesses supernatural abilities, and the bodies of ferocious beasts harbor potent energies. Utilizing materials from these beasts for medicinal purposes may indeed yield longevity-enhancing elixirs. Currently, 3 known beast materials can extend the lifespan of ordinary humans by 5 to 10 years. However, they carry a severe side effect. Upon consumption, the minds of ordinary individuals become eroded by the beasts, transforming them into mindless monsters. While exceptions do exist, they are exceedingly rare. To prevent perilous consequences within human society, nations have jointly agreed to prohibit the production and sale of all longevity drugs, with severe penalties for violators. With immense profit at stake, few can resist temptation. Both the Wang family and Yonghe Pharmaceuticals will face retribution for crossing the line. More critically, Yonghe Pharmaceuticals is a foreign enterprise. Once their elixir of longevity commences sale, it will inevitably involve money laundering and asset outflow. They sell the elixir of longevity, yet harm the interests of the entire populace of Longhua. Sun Hoyuan's chest heaved, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Ye Ming and Su Chang'e's expressions grew solemn. A seemingly trivial matter entangled with such a significant crisis. Ye Ming never anticipated that the Wang family would conspire with a foreign enterprise to sell off the wealth of Longhua. That despicable individual, in his insatiable greed, displays an utter lack of humanity. Fortuitously, this matter was uncovered in time. Ye Ming, you have achieved a remarkable feat this time. I will communicate with the higher-ups and strive to have you join the Hall of Slaughter before the martial arts examination. Sun Ho Yuan's gaze brimmed with admiration. Ye Ming clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Sunday. When Ye Ming returned home, it was already 3 in the morning. Regarding the matters between the Wang family and Yonghe Pharmaceutical, Sun Ho Yuan still needed to conduct further investigations. I believe that within 5 days, the Wang family will vanish from the entire Chang'an city. As for the livelihood industries under the Wang family, they will be managed by other families. Although the specifics remain uncertain for now. However, these matters are of little concern to Ye Ming at the moment. The 2 most pressing issues at hand for me are, firstly, to join the Hall of Slaughter, and secondly, to become a 3rd-tier contract master before the martial arts examination. With this thought in mind, Ye Ming opened his panel. Name: Ye Ming, Spirit, Max Level, Realm, 2nd-tier contract master, 4510-010-0000. Mental Power, 300. Vitality, 300. Contract Spirit, Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract Spirit Level Upgradable. Spirit Skills, Dark Domain, Level 5. Demon Armor of the Fallen God, Level 5. Eternal Night Descends, Level 6. Spirit Talents, Talent 1. Growth through slaughter. Growth through slaughter. Blood and death excite you. Any creature that perishes by your hand will transform into your power. Your ascension will no longer encounter bottlenecks. Talent 2. Battle Will of the Demon Emperor. Battle Will of the Demon Emperor. When battling against contract masters of the same realm, your abilities will increase tenfold. Both mental power and vitality have been enhanced. I am still over 50,000 experience points away from becoming a 3rd-tier contract master. Ye Ming pondered for a moment. There are still over 10 days until the martial arts examination. If all goes well, I should be able to achieve my goal. Glancing at the ethereal panel, Ye Ming opened Ing Yuyu's panel. Contract Spirit, Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name: Ing Yuyu. Level, Progress, 01. Revival Progress, 6. Ye Ming felt surprised. The level upgrade progress had increased by 0.05, and the revival progress had surged by 1. Yuyu, what is happening? Ye Ming distinctly remembered that to enhance these 2 aspects, one needed to refine materials from fierce beasts. Yet, during this period, he had hardly refined any such materials. Nor had he ventured into the secret realms. Ing Yuyu shook her head. I am unsure. However, when you were previously slaying criminals, I felt a curious sensation within me, an excitement that brought me joy. Perhaps that is the reason. Furthermore, I now possess greater freedom. Look, as her voice trailed off, a sharp dark tendril suddenly materialized behind Ye Ming, capable of shifting into various forms: a blade, a sword, a spear, a 5-pointed stab. From now on, I can join the battle too. Ing Yuyu's delicate face broke into a grin, filled with satisfaction at the prospect of assisting Ye Ming. This silly girl. Ye Ming chuckled and shook his head, feeling that choosing to contract with the witch had been an extraordinary stroke of genius. Who said witches were undesirable? This witch is truly a rare gem. 2 days later, Ye Ming arrived at the teleportation hall. He was determined to slay fierce beasts to gain experience and ascend to a 3rd-tier contract master. Mr. Ye Ming, we have recently opened a new dual-person secret realm, the Demon Train. It meets your requirements for numerous and varied fierce beasts. If you are interested, you may give it a try. However, since it is a dual-person secret realm, you will need to find a teammate. If you cannot find one, we will randomly assign one for you. A staff member cheerfully explained. Ye Ming pondered. A dual-person secret realm, the Demon Train. Quite intriguing. I can manage alone. I have a helper. The helper he referred to was Ing Yuyu, who shared the deepest synergy with him. The staff member shook their head. I'm afraid that is a basic rule we cannot change. Very well, I will go with the random match. Under the guidance of the staff, Ye Ming approached the teleportation portal. In case of danger, you may press the wristband to exit at any time. If you are dissatisfied with your teammate, you may also leave. The staff's voice gradually faded. When Ye Ming opened his eyes again, he found himself atop a speeding train. The swiftly moving train sliced through the air like an arrow, the wind whipping past Ye Ming's ears, chilling him. On either side of the tracks, fierce demons crawled out from below. Suddenly, a blue beam of light descended beside Ye Ming. As the light dissipated, a girl clad in battle attire widened her eyes in astonishment. Ye Ming? Is that you? Lu Yuxuan gazed at Ye Ming, her heart swelling with surprise as she eagerly revealed her aura. Humph, Ye Ming, I am also a 2nd-tier contract master now. In the past, you mocked me. But now I have caught up to you, and will soon surpass you. Before she could finish her sentence, Ye Ming expressionlessly pressed the wristband and exited the secret realm. Disinterested in her, Lu Yuxuan stood frozen in place. Her eyes widened in astonishment, then furrowed in anger as she exclaimed, Ye Ming, do you truly despise me this much? I have done nothing to wrong you. So why this animosity? Her voice echoed through the train, yet no one heard her. At least, Ye Ming did not. Chapter 41. The Demonic Train Challenge, Fastest Record. After exiting, Ye Ming conferred with the staff. Once assured that he would not be paired with Lu Yuxuan, he entered the secret realm with ease. Whoosh. Upon entering, a blue light column appeared beside him. When the light dissipated, a tall woman emerged. Her wine-red hair tied in a high ponytail. She wore a fitted corset on top and loose cargo pants paired with rugged boots, with daggers and throwing knives adorning her waist. With a simple makeup that accentuated her features, she adopted a cautious combat stance upon entering the secret realm. Exuding an air of competence, second-tier contract master? Chu Luin assessed Ye Ming beside her, her gaze then shifting forward. Ye Ming nodded, yes. Have you ever experienced a duo secret realm? No, this is my first time. Unbelievable. They've paired me with a novice, she muttered, her expression darkening. The demonic train is ill-suited for second-tier newcomers. It is perilous here. When the demons appear, stay behind me. I can guide you through, but your rewards will belong to me. Ye Ming remained silent. In the next moment, the clear sky transformed into a crimson hue. Terrifying night demons erupted from the ground, frantically rushing toward the train from both sides. They resembled emaciated monkeys, their dark gray skin contrasting with their sharp fangs, possessing remarkable agility. Though all were second-tier, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. In an instant, over 3,000 demons swarmed the tops of the 13 train cars. Damn, so many. Chu Luin cursed under her breath. Turning to Ye Ming, I am about to charge, keep close. Whoosh. Before she could finish, Ye Ming's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of black light as he surged forward. During his charge, the Godfall demon armor enveloped him. He grasped the long scythe that materialized in his hand, its chilling light glinting ominously as it left a trail of dark crimson in the air. Ye Ming moved with astonishing speed. What are you doing? You, a second-tier contract master, charging headfirst? Chu Luin shouted in anger. But the next moment, her expression changed dramatically as Ye Ming plunged into the horde of demons. He resembled a reaper in the shadows. With each sweep of his scythe, the crimson crescent flashed, decapitating dozens of demons with every strike. Behind him, dark tendrils pierced through the demons, stringing them together before violently tossing them 100 meters away. Ye Ming and the shadows coordinated seamlessly. Within 3 minutes, all 3,000 demons lay defeated. What on earth is this? Chu Luin gasped in disbelief, her eyes nearly popping out. No way. You, a second-tier contract master, annihilated 3,000 demons? Is this some kind of exaggeration? You said this was your first time in a duo secret realm, and yet you tell me this is your first? What the heck, wait. Chu Luin's brow furrowed. Am I merely a tool for him to meet the numbers? Just as her thoughts spiraled, another wave of demons surged toward the train. This time, they resembled oversized bats, armed with saber-like fangs, descending menacingly from the sky. No. I must take action now. Otherwise, I will truly become a mere number. Chu Luin's eyes gleamed with determination as red vines extended from her shoulders, enveloping her arms and transforming into 2 sturdy whips. Vine Saintus, demons, meet your demise. As she prepared to strike, however, Ye Ming's scythe twirled, darkness swirling around him, enveloping the flying demons in a shroud of shadow. Spirit technique, eternal night descends. Countless dark tendrils reached out, ensnaring the airborne demons and dragging them into the abyss, ensuring their complete obliteration. Simultaneously, Ye Ming's mind was flooded with notifications. Kill second-tier flying demons, Realm Experience 2, Spirit Technique Experience 2. Kill second-tier flying demons, Realm Experience 2. Spirit Technique Experience 2. Kill second-tier flying demons, Realm Experience 2, Spirit Technique Experience 2. With 2,000 aerial demons defeated, even accounting for losses, Ye Ming accrued over 3,000 experience points. To elevate one's realm, it was indeed essential to engage in secret realms teeming with formidable beasts. Ye Ming clenched his fists, feeling his power surge anew. Meanwhile, Chu Luin's heart trembled. Why does this boy's contract aura feel so peculiar? It is saturated with blood and darkness, far from that of a saintess. Wait, could he be a sorcerer's contract master? As this thought crossed her mind, she recalled the recent information she had received. the genius youth from Songnan No. 1 High School, a fully realized sorceress contract master, self-destructs her future for other intentions. Could he be that prodigious sorceress contract master? Chu Liuyin's heart quivered. She hurriedly approached and inquired, "My dear friend, may I ask your name?" "Ye Ming." "Ye Ming." A flash of realization struck Chu Liuyin's mind. Indeed, it was Ye Ming. No wonder your prowess is so extraordinary. Chu Liuyin felt a slight sense of equilibrium within her heart. If it were Ye Ming, everything made perfect sense. Boom. Just as she was lost in thought, the high-speed train abruptly screeched to a halt. In the next moment, Ye Ming noticed a 15-meter-tall, mutated giant looming before the train, lifting the locomotive and preparing to hurl it at him. Damn! A third-tier mutant beast. This creature is immensely powerful. Even I am at a loss against it. This secret realm is truly formidable. Chu Liuyin turned to Ye Ming, her urgency palpable. Let us join forces to confront it. Not necessary. A crimson killing intent surged forth. Ye Ming transformed into a shadowy figure, dashing towards the mutated giant. As he neared its towering head, he unleashed the dark domain. The giant, poised to retaliate, found its body momentarily bound. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Ming activated his spirit technique. Eternal Night descends once more. This time, it was a single-target technique. The darkness coalesced at the blade of his scythe, a violent force causing Ye Ming's body to tremble. With both hands gripping the scythe, he swung fiercely at the giant's head. It resembled a blood-red crescent moon rising from the realm of shadows. In an instant, the giant's head was sent soaring. Successfully defeated the third-tier mutated giant. Realm Experience 30, Spirit Technique Experience 30. Congratulations on acquiring Eye of the Giant. The Eye of the Giant? A material drop. This journey was not in vain. Ye Ming stowed the Eye of the Giant away. The sight of it was too grotesque. He had no intention of consuming it raw. Is this what it means to possess maximum spirit? Even a contracted which surpasses me by far. And I am merely a third-tier contractor. Behind him, Chu Liuyin was already despondent. A second-tier contractor defeating a third-tier mutant beast in one strike. Such a feat is rarely accomplished. How extravagant. Truly extravagant. Having slain the mutated giant, Ye Ming successfully cleared the secret realm, once again shattering the completion record. Successfully broke the completion record. Congratulations on acquiring Crimson Demon Core, 4th Tier Beast Material. Chapter 42. The Final Assessment. The Climactic Entry 4th Tier Beast Material. Ye Ming's heart leaped with joy. Inquiring about the shadowy phantom, she indicated that this material would be quite suitable for her. What a windfall. Since this was a duo secret realm, the rewards were doubled. Chu Liuyin also received a share. However, she approached Ye Ming and handed him the Crimson Demon Core. Ye Ming, you take the completion reward. I cannot accept this. She was a person of principle, believing in earning one's keep. How could she allow herself to benefit without effort? Her conscience would not permit it. Ye Ming could not help but steal another glance at the Crimson Demon Core in Chu Liuyin's hand. He was not one to be coy. Since it was offered to him, refusing would be impossible. Thank you, Ye Ming expressed with a cupped fist. Chu Liuyin shook her head with a smile. No need for formality. Let us collaborate again when the opportunity arises. Very well. As their conversation concluded, Ye Ming prepared to leave the teleportation hall. Just then, boom, boom, the sound of thunder erupted. From the farthest teleportation portal in the hall, bolts of lightning surged forth, darkening the ground, injuring several onlooking contractors. Whoosh! Shortly after, numerous powerful figures rushed into the secret realm. After several minutes, the tempest of lightning from the portal finally subsided. What is happening? Ye Ming inquired of the staff. The individual waved his hand, seemingly unfazed. The beasts in the Thunder Ruins have gone berserk. This occurs almost every month. I am quite accustomed to it. Thunder Ruins? If Ye Ming recalled correctly, that was a secret realm. Where there is chaos, there are treasures. Ye Ming, shall we venture in to take a look? Suggested the shadowy phantom. Ye Ming nodded and asked the staff, am I permitted to enter the Thunder Ruins now? Not at all, sir. Even with privileges. It is too dangerous during a beast riot. You must wait 5 days until the beasts settle down before you can re-enter. 5 days. Ye Ming felt he had missed a golden opportunity. Never mind. I shall return home to absorb the beast materials first. Ye Ming departed from the teleportation hall. Upon arriving home, he immediately closed the door. He retrieved the Eye of the Giant and the 2 Crimson Demon Cores, preparing to refine them. A dark aura enveloped the beast materials, voraciously drawing forth the energy they contained. This process lasted several minutes. At the moment of conclusion, A notification resonated in Ye Ming's mind. Mental power, 310. Vitality, 310. With the aid of the beast materials, both his vitality and mental power had been enhanced. In addition to these attributes, the level of his spirit techniques had also risen. Dark Domain, level 5 to 6. God Fallen Demon Armor, level 5 to 6. Eternal Night Descends, level 6 to 7. Indeed, to gain strength, one must slay ferocious beasts. Ye Ming promptly opened the panel for Shadow Yu. Contract Spirit, God Fallen Dark Knight Demon Emperor, name, Shadow Yu. Level, progress to upgrade, 0. 15. Resurrection progress, 7. Both the resurrection progress and the upgrade progress have increased. However, the increments were perhaps too slight, as Shadow Yu did not acquire any additional abilities this time. Once I join the Slaughter Hall, I will be able to obtain the Black Dragon Bone Marrow. At that point, a significant enhancement will be within my grasp. The Black Dragon Bone Marrow, a material from a Tier 7 ferocious beast, contains power that is exceedingly crucial for Ye Ming at this stage. Once I refine the Black Dragon Bone Marrow, my resurrection progress may very well reach 10%. Or even higher. Shadow Yu began to anticipate this. Beep beep beep. Just as the two were contemplating, Sun Hoyuan sent a message. Sun Hoyuan, are you free? Ye Ming, is there a new assassination mission? Sun Hoyuan, we have clarified the dealings between the Wang family and Yonghe Pharmaceuticals. Now we only lack one final step. They have hidden an important leader, and as soon as we capture that leader, everything will be accomplished. The Wang family will no longer exist in Songnan City. Everything is in place. Just one leader? Ye Ming furrowed his brow. He immediately sent a message inquiring. Ye Ming, you've managed to deal with the big players. Yet you cannot capture a mere leader? Sun Laosher, just be frank with me. Is this task yet another test for me? This fellow is quite astute. Sun Hoyuan, indeed. This is a test for you from my teacher, the Vice Hall Master of the Slaughter Hall. The Vice Hall Master. Have I truly drawn the attention of such a significant figure? Ye Ming, a test is one thing, but when will I be able to join the Slaughter Hall? Surely, you cannot simply assign me tasks without remuneration. The Martial Dao Grand Examination is approaching, and I need to venture into secret realms to acquire materials from ferocious beasts. This was Ye Ming's honest thought. With dissatisfaction in his heart, he expressed it directly. Bottling it up would be unbearable. After a brief silence, Sun Hoyuan replied. Sun Hoyuan, this mission is your final test. Upon passing, you will be exempted from the 700 points of the Martial Dao Grand Examination, directly joining the Slaughter Hall, and receiving a base salary of 15 million, plus the Black Dragon Bone Marrow you desire. 15 million. Ye Ming was astonished by this base salary. If he recalled correctly, Sun Hoyuan had previously mentioned that the standard base salary for newcomers to the Slaughter Hall was 5 million. This was a threefold increase. Ye Ming, I shall not disappoint your expectations, Sun Laosher. Sun Hoyuan, well, there will be plenty of time for gratitude later. I have sent you the task details. As per usual, you will commence tonight. Ye Ming opened the task information. Task name, the Longevity Deception, 4. Target, Chun Duan, one of the important leaders. Target level, Tier 2 Contract Master, level Contract Spirit. Task content, capture Chun Duan, regardless of whether he lives or dies. Task time, tonight at 2200 hours, regardless of life or death. It seems this individual holds some significance, yet not too much. Ye Ming lay down on the bed to rest for a while, and soon the clock struck 2200 hours. Sun Hoyuan, I have sent you the target's location. Once you capture the target, remain in place. I will dispatch other assassins to connect with you. Ye Ming, should I conceal my identity from them? Sun Hoyuan, that is for you to decide. The night unfolded like a curtain, adorned with twinkling stars. In a secluded, dilapidated alley, 3 figures turned and entered a rundown room. The interior was sparsely decorated, featuring a bed, a table, and a chair, with cobwebs in the corners and dust on the floor. Brother Chun, you will stay here for a few days. We will send someone to bring you food. One of the subordinates remarked. Chun Duan nodded, dressed in a sleek black suit, his thick brows and prominent eyes lending him a somewhat handsome appearance, though his mood was rather glum. Brother Chun, there is no need for concern. Once this storm passes, we will enjoy the good life, another added. All right, we will take our leave. Brother Chun, rest easy. The 2 subordinates exited the room. Chun Duan sat on the chair, legs apart, elbows resting on his knees, and sighed repeatedly. Damn it, how did such a well-laid plan suddenly get exposed? Who was behind this? He scratched his head in frustration until, in the next moment, 2 shadows suddenly appeared on the floor. Chen Duan looked up to see the two subordinates who had just left, now pointing guns at his head. What are you doing? Chen Duan's pupils constricted. Sorry, Brother Chun, but tonight you must die. Bang! The gun fired, and his head was sent flying, rolling to the ground. Gurgling sounds followed as the heads of the two subordinates fell at Chen Duan's feet. Chen Duan was struck with terror. Ye Ming stood before him, a long scythe dripping with blood in his hand, his eyes filled with a crimson murderous intent. Next, it's your turn. Chen Duan. Chapter 43. Killing the Tier 3 Contract Master. Assessment completed. Who are you? Chen Duan gazed at Ye Ming, his pupils trembling. From Ye Ming, he sensed an overwhelming aura of death, a sensation that sent chills down his spine. Ye Ming stood silently in place, wielding a long scythe, as if awaiting something. In the next moment, boom, the roof caved in, and a towering figure descended from the heavens. Haha, I knew I could reel in a big fish, and here you are? The burly man was clad in a layer of crystalline armor, his eyes sharp and menacing, grinning as countless crystal shards fell from him. Ye Ming furrowed his brow slightly. A Tier 3 Contract Master, the Crystal Saintess. Lu Ge, what brings you here? Quick, save me. Kill this guy. He just tried to take my life. Chen Duan clutched at straws, desperation evident in his voice. Lu Ningshan chuckled. Don't worry, he can't kill you. His gaze fixated on Ye Ming, as the crystals surrounding him transformed into sharp, elongated spikes, magnifying the power of his fists fivefold. So, this is the bait to lure me in? Ye Ming shook his head. What a tedious trick. The dark domain unfolded. The dimly lit room fell into an eerie silence. Lu Ningshan sensed an inexplicable panic wash over him. Damn it, this is a bit sinister. Die. With a surge of power in his legs, Lu Ningshan launched a colossal crystalline fist towards Ye Ming. Yet, as his fist neared Ye Ming, merely half a meter away, the dark domain fully enveloped him, binding his body in place, as though it had been frozen in time. Damn, let me go? Swish. Ye Ming flicked his wrist, sending forth a dark flying dagger. The dagger sliced through the air with precision, effortlessly piercing Lu Ningshan's skull. His breath extinguished rapidly, his body consumed by darkness, ultimately transforming into a withered corpse. Leave the body. It will serve its purpose later, Ye Ming mused. Lu Ningshan was an unforeseen variable, and his corpse might hold certain value. Best to keep it. After dispatching Lu Ningshan, Ye Ming turned his attention to Chen Duan, who was already pale with fear, his pupils quivering wildly. As Ye Ming approached, he collapsed in terror. Please, don't kill me. I will tell you anything you wish to know. I want to live. Chen Duan gritted his teeth. If you dare to lay a hand on me, even in death, I will reveal nothing. Bang! Ye Ming's fist collided with Chen Duan's face. Teeth flew, and blood sprayed. What a fade of bravery at death's door. Is this what you ought to say? Stay put. The underworld will come to claim your life. After uttering these words, Ye Ming struck again, rendering Chen Duan unconscious. His heavy eyelids fell, and Chen Duan's consciousness faded, slumping in his chair, immobile. Mission accomplished. Observing the dry corpse of Lu Ningshan and the quivering Chen Duan on the ground, Ye Ming's expression remained indifferent. He felt no discomfort whatsoever. Perhaps others would come to rescue Chen Duan. He would wait. Ye Ming concentrated, shrouded in darkness. Time passed slowly until he confirmed that no one else would come to Chen Duan's aid. He then retrieved his phone. Ye Ming, mission complete. I have knocked out Chen Duan and killed Lu Ningshan. Sun Hoyuan Lu Ningshan? He was hiding here, injured? I recall he is a Tier 3 Contract Master, with a Tier 10 Contract Spirit. Ye Ming initially intended to inform him that he was unscathed, but reconsidered. The written word could never convey the immediacy of an image. Thus, he took a photograph of Lu Ningshan and sent it to Sun Hoyuan. Hiss, is this a desiccated corpse? Sun Hoyuan gasped. This kid certainly has a flair for the dramatic. Sun Hoyuan, the assessment is over. I will arrange for extraction, and it will not exceed 5 minutes. Ye Ming, understood. Ending the conversation, Ye Ming surveyed the surroundings before expanding the dark domain, merging into the shadows. To the outside world, he appeared to have vanished entirely. Even his presence concealed. A top-tier assassin's art of concealment, beyond the scrutiny of even a Tier 5 Contract Master. Soon enough, a whisper of wind brushed past the door, and two figures, one clad in white, the other in black, entered the room. The figure in white stepped onto Lu Ningshan's arm and gasped, "What the hell? A ghost?" The black-clad figure cast a bemused glance at him. No need for theatrics. This is a corpse, slain by what must be the new killer spoken of by Captain Sunday. Wow, so our newcomer is quite formidable. Lu Ningshan is a Tier 3 contract master. His contract spirit is Tier 10. The figure in white marveled. At this level, a contract master's physique undergoes transformation, rendering their body more resilient and difficult to destroy. For this to happen to him, what an impressive feat. Could this newcomer be some sort of demon? Is their contract spirit akin to a nine-tailed fox? Thus, the tale unfolds. The shadowy figure offered no response. He approached Chunduan directly and seized a urea bag. Indeed, it was a urea bag, into which he promptly stuffed Chunduan. After meticulously erasing the traces of the struggle that had transpired, the white figure remarked, "This insufferable newcomer, even in departure, fails to clean up the battlefield. It is utterly outrageous that we, as his seniors, must tidy up after him. Should I discover his identity, I would certainly deliver a combination of strikes upon him." A gesture of affection from an elder. "No, you are mistaken," the black figure replied with a calm smile. "He has not left. He has remained in this very room." The white figure gasped in astonishment. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? Who told you to be so verbose? Consider this a lesson." With exclamations of frustration, the two figures, black and white, departed. As they exited, Ye Ming noticed that the black figure seemed to cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Somewhat formidable, Ye Ming remarked quietly to himself. He then picked up his phone and sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. "Ye Ming, the person has been taken away. Are there any other tasks? Sun Hoyuan, congratulations on successfully completing your final assessment. I have submitted your information, and I will inform you promptly once the review is complete." Ye Ming, more review? Sun Hoyuan, generally, it is unnecessary, but your performance has been exceptionally outstanding, warranting personal review by the Vice Hall Master, who is quite intrigued by you. Sun Hoyuan, of course, I will not leave you waiting in vain during this time. I have sent 3 materials from 5th-tier ferocious beasts to your home, all suited for witch contract practitioners, so you need not complain about our Susa Hall being stingy. 3 materials from 5th-tier ferocious beasts, and suited for witch contract practitioners. Ye Ming felt a surge of joy within him, committing this kindness to memory. In this era dominated by saintly contract practitioners, acquiring high-tier and compatible ferocious beast materials poses a significant challenge. Aside from secret realms, one must venture beyond to battle ferocious beasts to obtain them, and such items are rarely available for purchase, regardless of wealth. Ye Ming, thank you, Teacher Sunday. Sun Hoyuan, indeed. By the way, I wanted to give you a heads up. After the Wang family's decline, their former enterprises will be taken over by your Yi family. Soon, someone will arrange a meeting with your second uncle. Kindly remind him not to be anxious. Ye Ming, understood. Chapter 44, The Vice Hall Master's Favor. Upon returning home, Ye Ming found his second uncle, Yi Jun, pacing anxiously in the main hall, a finely crafted wooden box resting upon the table. Ye Ming, his second uncle exclaimed as he approached. What have you been up to lately? How did you become associated with the Secret Realms Overseer in Songnan City? Glancing at the wooden box, Ye Ming instantly understood. The materials had been sent by Jiang Qingyi. Although the Yi family was a prominent clan in Songnan City, they were somewhat lacking compared to the formidable Jiang Qingyi, a figure of both power and influence. This matter is rather complicated, Ye Ming replied. What did the Overseer convey to you? He mentioned that these items are a gift for you, acknowledging your exceptional performance in the secret realm, which has garnered attention from higher-ups, hence the provision of some ferocious beast materials. Yi Jun suspected the situation was more intricate than it appeared. Ye Ming, I examined the ferocious beast materials you received. They are exceedingly rare and valued at over 10 million. It is unlikely that admiration alone would warrant such a lavish gift. After a moment of silence, Ye Ming sighed. Very well, I will lay my cards on the table. The martial arts examination is approaching, and I am determined to secure the top position in Songnan City. These items are an investment from the Overseer. Such nonsense. Yi Jun scoffed, casting a disapproving glance. If merely boasting could secure the top position, your third uncle would have already attained nationwide fame. Never mind. If you choose not to elaborate, I shall not press further. However, bear in mind that whatever you do must not violate principles. Never engage in actions that are unjust or immoral. Ye Ming nodded, appreciating his second uncle's understanding. Had it been his third uncle, he would have relentlessly pursued the truth. By the way, second uncle, high-ranking officials from Songnan City will be speaking with you soon. Remain calm and composed. Once you receive the news, do not disclose it to anyone, especially not to third uncle. He has a tendency to spill secrets. As Ye Ming finished speaking, a familiar voice rang out from the doorway. Who are you referring to as a blabbermouth? Ye Ming? What are you doing here at this late hour? Are you preparing to leave? What do you have in that wooden box? Third Uncle Ye Ming approached, bombarding him with questions before he could even draw near. Seeing this, Ye Ming quickly deflected. Ah, Third Uncle, you arrived just in time. I'm in need of funds for materials, and I'm short 5 million. With that, he turned to leave. Third Uncle Ye Ming hummed a tune and departed, seemingly unfazed. Ye Ming shook his head, accustomed to such occurrences. Returning to his room, Ye Ming opened the wooden box. A pungent metallic scent assailed him, the bright light overshadowed by a crimson mist. The 3 materials resembled skulls, adorned with swirling black patterns. Their eye sockets were distinctly hollow. Yet Ye Ming felt as though they were fixated upon him. 5th-tier ferocious beast materials, evil spirit skeletons. These items embody darkness, bloodshed, and slaughter, making them utterly suitable for witch practitioners. Ye Ming, it seems that Teacher Sun has indeed put forth considerable effort this time. Ing Yu perceptively discerned the value of the 3 materials at a glance. Ye Ming nodded in agreement. Immediately, a shroud of dark energy enveloped the 3 withered skeletons, fervently siphoning their power. Ye Ming's physique became ensconced in darkness, his muscular contours becoming increasingly pronounced, and black runes flickered beneath his skin. He felt himself grow stronger. Successfully absorbed the malevolent spirit skeleton. Level up progress 135. Revival progress 1. Mental strength 310,330. Vitality 310,330. Contracted spirit, Godfallen Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Ing Yu. Level, progress, 15. Revival progress, 8. Ye Ming gazed at the information displayed on the panel, his eyes sparkling with delight. The level-up progress had surged by over 1%. Truly, these materials suited for a witch were formidable. If only I could venture into the Outer Realm now, he sighed. The Outer Realm is a lawless expanse, a territory ruled by ferocious beasts, and the optimal place to procure materials. However, regulations strictly prohibit entry into the Outer Realm before ascending to a Tier 3 Contract Master, even for a Tier 1 Holy Maiden Contract Master. Alas, I shall bide my time until I attain that level. Ye Ming remained undeterred. As he pondered, a voice filled with surprise emanated from Ing Yu. Ye Ming, my freedom has increased. With that, 2 dark tendrils emerged from Ye Ming's back, doubling from 1 to 2. What a significant enhancement. Let us test the effects in the training room. Ye Ming rose to depart, only to collide with his 3rd uncle at the door. Ah, uncle, why are you still awake so late? He inquired. Coughing awkwardly, his uncle Ye Ming handed him a bank card, saying, You mentioned needing an additional 5 million for those materials, right? Here, there are about 400,000 in this card. Take it. Ye Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his previous jest would be taken seriously by his uncle. Thank you, uncle. I promise never to speak ill of you behind your back again. I shall do so openly. Get lost. As time flowed on, only 10 days remained until the martial arts grand examination. Sun Hoyuan, Ye Ming, your review has been approved. Congratulations on successfully joining the slaughter hall. The black dragon bone marrow you requested will be delivered tonight, as it is a Tier 7 material. The transportation process will be rather intricate. Ye Ming, thank you, Teacher Sunday Sun Hoyuan. You should now address me as Captain Sunday. Furthermore, my teacher, who is also the Vice Hall Master, has evaluated your profile highly after reviewing it, stating that you are destined to become the top scholar of Tsangnan. This statement carried profound implications. Ye Ming immediately grasped the weight of the Vice Hall Master's words. At such a prestigious level, a mere remark held far greater significance. It was not merely an assessment, but an expectation. Ye Ming, if I can become the top scholar of Tsangnan, the Vice Hall Master will reward me, correct? Sun Hoyuan, you are quite astute. Yes, my teacher mentioned that should you achieve that status, he would grant you another Tier 7 beast material and accept you as his disciple. Is this truly my chance to ascend? Ye Ming felt a surge of excitement, continuously expressing his gratitude. Ye Ming, thank you, Captain Sun, for your guidance, and thank you, Vice Hall Master, for your esteem. After a brief acknowledgement from Sun Hoyuan, he silently ended the call. Leaning back in his chair, he pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Finally, I find a promising talent. Only for my teacher to take notice. This old man just declared he would no longer accept disciples. Yet here he is, going back on his word. Truly infuriating. The vice president of the Star Demon University, so capricious. This is simply unacceptable. I must expose him to the matriarch. Meanwhile, having concluded the conversation, Ye Ming brimmed with motivation. The prospect of becoming the top scholar in the martial arts grand examination, obtaining a Tier 7 beast material, and being accepted by the Vice Hall Master, all were of utmost importance to him. Success was imperative. He headed to the teleportation hall to venture into the secret realm. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the phone rang. Ye Ming answered. It was a staff member from the teleportation hall. Hello, is this Mr. Ye Ming? The secret realm of the Thunder Ruins you previously reserved is now open. You may proceed. What fortuitous timing. Ye Ming felt a rush of joy. Chapter 45. Secret Realm of the Thunder Ruins. In the teleportation hall, over 100 contract masters stood at the entrance of the Thunder Ruins. The staff, with a serious demeanor, cautioned, the Thunder Ruins is an extremely unstable secret realm. Once you enter, you must exercise utmost caution. Should you sense any danger, please exit immediately to avoid casualties. Additionally, the beasts within the Thunder Ruins range from Tier 2 at a minimum to suspected Tier 4 at the highest. Hence it is not open to Tier 1 contract masters. All Tier 1 contract masters, please leave and select another secret realm. As the announcement concluded, several contract masters departed. Disappointment etched on their faces. Among them were Tier 1 contract masters and some Tier 2 contract masters who chose to withdraw out of fear of potential danger. In the Ruins of Thunder, the most formidable beasts are suspected to be at the threshold of the 4th tier. Ye Ming furrowed his brow, recalling what his elder sister, Ye Xin, had once mentioned. If the staff indicated the presence of a suspected creature, it meant that no one had witnessed it firsthand. Yet the aura of a quasi-4th tier beast lingered within the secret realm. Although I am currently a 2nd tier contract master, my physical prowess is formidable, and my spiritual techniques inflict significant damage, allowing me to dispatch most 3rd tier beasts with ease. With the resurgence of the ethereal energy advancing rapidly, I can unleash unexpected devastation in an instant. Ye Ming gazed at his clenched fist, sensing that if he were to confront a quasi-4th tier beast, he might not be incapable of engaging in battle. Even if I cannot prevail, I can surely retreat unscathed. There is no room for hesitation. It is time to embark on this journey. The Ruins of Thunder lay beneath a sky heavy with dark clouds, the atmosphere thick with tension. Rubble and debris formed mountains. And amidst the crumbling walls stood 3 ancient palaces, each bearing the scars of time. The palaces flanking the central edifice were named the Hall of Falling Thunder and the Hall of Meteoric Thunder. Both secondary halls were the lowest tier of beasts dwelled at the 2nd tier, although treasures could be found within. Their quality and rarity paled in comparison to those of the main hall. The central palace, known as the Hall of Thunder, was the principal structure, home to beasts of the 3rd tier and a trove of high-value artifacts. However, there existed a peculiar regulation for the Hall of Thunder. It permitted only 10 individuals to enter. Ye Ming, proceed to the Hall of Thunder. Within lies a treasure most suited for you. The excited voice of Ing Yu echoed. Ye Ming's eyes sparkled as he lifted his gaze toward the imposing Hall of Thunder. Adorned with exquisite carvings upon its walls and flanked by 2 grotesque stone statues of beasts at the entrance. Just as he was about to make his move, 10 figures suddenly appeared at the doorway of the Hall of Thunder, donning crimson robes that obstructed the path of the crowd. Everyone, I have an announcement. Our Flame Martial Arts Institute will claim all the spots for this Hall of Thunder. For the sake of Su Shengfeng, you all should proceed to the other 2 halls, declared a short-haired man, standing confidently with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips. Yet a glint of steel gleamed in his eyes. Give you face? Who do you think you are to demand my respect? Did you truly believe that such a brazen act of commandeering spots could be executed by mere dogs and cats like you? A burly man from the crowd rolled up his sleeves, charging forth with an imposing aura. But in the next moment, the short-haired man, Su Shengfeng, clenched his fist, as if molten magma coiled around it. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a punch that sent the burly man flying 30 meters. A quasi-4th tier contract master. No wonder he is so arrogant. I recall now, the Flame Martial Arts Institute is renowned in Songnan City, and its headmaster is a long-established 4th tier contract master. Su Shengfeng is indeed his most prominent disciple, gasped a voice from the crowd. Upon realizing Su Shengfeng's status as a quasi-4th tier contract master, many opted to retreat to the other 2 halls, fearful of confronting him. The burly man, who had earlier suffered defeat, rose from the ground, casting a fierce glare at Su Shengfeng before muttering curses and departing with his head hung low. Observing the retreating figures, Su Shengfeng let out a cold chuckle, preparing to turn away when suddenly, a figure approached them with audacity, as if disregarding their presence entirely. In this day and age, there are indeed many reckless youths. A mere whelp dares to challenge the authority of our Flame Martial Arts Institute? A long-haired disciple stepped forward. A third-tier contract master with the spirit contract of the Saintess of Might. He wielded a spiked club, brandishing it obstinately in front of Ye Ming. "Hey kid, the Hall of Thunder is ours. If you know what's good for you, scram." Bang! Ye Ming tightened his fist and delivered a powerful strike to the long-haired disciple's face. The force was immense, shattering his skull and sending teeth and blood flying. With a thud, the long-haired man collapsed to the ground, his eyes glazing over, frothing at the mouth, rendered unconscious by a single blow. Ye Ming wiped his fist expressionlessly. Nothing more than this. A third-tier contract master, dealt with in an instant. The onlookers paused, their attention riveted on the unfolding scene. Su Xingfeng, a quasi-fourth-tier contract master, furrowed his brow. "Damn it. Do you really think you can lay hands on my comrades at the Flame Martial Arts Institute without consequence?" A dark-skinned woman clad in a revealing short skirt seethed, ready to confront Ye Ming. "Wait." Su Xingfeng interjected, blocking her path. Qiao Xiaoyin frowned. "Su Xixiao, what do you mean by this?" "Do not act rashly," Su Xingfeng replied expressionlessly, shaking his head. "Anyone capable of defeating Qinzheng in a single blow is also capable of defeating you with ease. He possesses some strength, do not impede him." Qiao Xiaoyin's brow knitted tightly, and after a moment, she let out a cold snort. Ye Ming paid no heed to their changing emotions. Striding directly toward the Hall of Thunder. As he passed by Su Xingfeng, the latter's chilling voice resonated. "My friend, I advise you to consider your path carefully. The road to the Hall of Thunder is fraught with peril." "There is no peril. It is merely a matter of killing those who stand in my way," Ye Ming coldly retorted, taking bold strides into the Hall of Thunder, with Su Xingfeng clenching his fists closely behind. Bang! The moment they crossed the threshold of the Hall of Thunder, the sturdy stone door descended, sending dust swirling into the air. Ye Ming surveyed the expanse before him, which was engulfed in darkness, the atmosphere thick with dust, and arcs of lightning crackling along the walls. Ye Ming, of the Thunder Palace's outer hall, main hall, and inner sanctum, could sense the presence of formidable beasts and precious treasures within the inner sanctum. "Follow my lead," Shadow murmured, "and we shall head directly to the inner sanctum. Remember to unleash your domain to conceal your aura. The outer hall is fraught with traps." Truly, a master of treasure hunting and danger evasion, Ye Ming's figure flickered. "Let us go." Whoosh! As the dark domain unfurled, he transformed into a streak of black light. Racing towards the inner sanctum, Su Xingfeng sensed trouble at once. This lad has a trick up his sleeve. Follow him. In an instant, everyone from the Flame Martial Arts Hall sprang into action, their auras erupting and various lights flickering. However, as they moved, bolts of lightning suddenly shot from the walls, striking them. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed as 3 second-tier contract masters were grievously injured. "There are traps, beware of them," Su Xingfeng shouted urgently. "Where did these traps come from? I never heard of them before." Qiao Xiaoyin cursed through clenched teeth, glancing at Ye Ming's retreating figure. A surge of unfairness welled up within her. Why is that brat unharmed? What gives him the right? Su Xingfeng retorted angrily. "How am I supposed to know?" Chapter 46. Thunderstorm Tyrannosaurus. Lightning-eyed zombie, Ye Ming navigated through the Thunder Palace, his dark domain enveloping him. Upon entering the main hall from the outer hall, he glanced down to find a host of crocodile-like beasts prostrated on the ground, their bodies clad in tough scales, adorned with blue gems atop their heads, and arcs of lightning flickering on their claws. Third-tier beasts, Thunderclaw crocs. Their attacks often carried the might of thunder, placing them at a moderate level among third-tier beasts. Shadow noted. Though their numbers were only around 100, Ye Ming was undeterred. He summoned his scythe and executed a sweeping strike. With a whoosh, the crimson crescent sliced through the darkness. Where the strike landed, the Thunderclaw crocs were cleaved apart, and upon realizing the threat, they charged at Ye Ming in a frenzy. Just as well, he thought, as he plunged into the horde of crocs, wielding his scythe in full arcs, resembling a blood-red whirlwind amidst the beasts, mercilessly harvesting their lives. Successfully killed a third-tier Thunderclaw croc, Realm Experience 4, Spirit Skill Experience 4. Successfully killed a third-tier Thunderclaw croc, Realm Experience 4. Spirit Skill Experience 4. Successfully killed a third-tier Thunderclaw croc, Realm Experience 4, Spirit Skill Experience 4. Within 3 minutes, Ye Ming had decimated the Thunderclaw crocs in the hall. Yet, this was far from over. As the final Thunderclaw croc fell, the floor of the hall began to tremble violently. The stone-paved ground morphed into a quagmire, and the remaining Thunderclaw crocs lurked in the muck, their eyes fixated on Ye Ming. Meanwhile, Su Xingfeng and the others had escaped the traps and arrived in the main hall. There's no need to linger here any longer. Ye Ming activated his dark domain once more, propelling himself with powerful strides, traversing the walls as if he were light refracted between two surfaces. Damn it! His aura indicates he is a second-tier contract master, yet his speed surpasses that of any typical second tier. Even I, a third tier, might struggle to catch up. Xiao Xiaoyin fumed, clenching her fists in vexation. Unleashing her momentum, she sprouted wings from her back, attempting to gain on Ye Ming through flight. But suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. A massive thunderclaw croc leaped into the air, its gaping maw snapping one of Xiao Xiaoyin's wings. She stumbled and crashed heavily to the ground. What the hell is going on? How come that brat wasn't he bitten by any thunderclaw crocs when he charged through? Her frustration deepened. A second-tier contract master. How could he possess both luck and skill? Su Xingfeng, his expression stoic, snapped. We'll discuss complaints later. First, we must eliminate these thunderclaw crocs. That lad's true objective is the inner sanctum. He is indeed more than he appears. The group plunged into battle. In the inner sanctum, the gloom dissipated. Ancient lamps hung from the walls, their ethereal blue flames flickering in the absence of wind. Illuminated by the firelight, Ye Ming's silhouette danced along the walls. His gaze fixated ahead, where two ferocious beast statues stood, vividly lifelike, crouching with the semblance of Western dragons, wings sprouting from their backs, sharp fangs bared, and claws glistening. At the center of these statues stood an armored warrior, hands resting on the hilt of a heavy sword, an air of calm enveloping him, as if surrounded by flickering lightning. I have ascertained that the treasure hidden here is known as the demon-devouring Thunder Heart. It is infused with the powers of darkness and thunder. Once refined, it will greatly benefit your physique, Shadow articulated, then suddenly displayed a look of confusion. However, it's peculiar. The aura indicates it's right here, yet why can't I see it? Ye Ming scrutinized the three statues before him. Could it be? He approached, extending a hand to caress the surface. In the next moment, the statues seemed to come to life, fragments of stone cascading down like a waterfall. Two dragon-shaped statues broke free from their shackles, their entire bodies glowing with a mesmerizing blue-violet hue, their vertical pupils fixated intently on Ye Ming as they roared with fury. The thunderous echoes reverberated throughout the entire Thunder Hall, shaking its very foundations. Their roars, imbued with the power of lightning, swiftly spread across the hall, causing the stone slabs on the walls to crumble into dust. Coffins embedded in the walls became visible. With a resounding crash, the coffin lid fell away, revealing a gaunt creature bound in bandages that twisted and surged forth. Its grotesque form emitted flashes of lightning from its eyes as it charged madly towards Ye Ming. The third-tier ferocious beast, Lightning Tyrannosaurus, and the third-tier ferocious beast, Lightning-Eyed Zombie, were formidable opponents not to be underestimated. The Lightning Tyrannosaurus, in particular, was considered to be of superior caliber among beasts of the same rank. Ing Yi reminded him. With the increase in revival progress, she had acquired extensive knowledge regarding these ferocious beasts. Ye Ming, observing the two colossal dragons before him, swiftly moved, brandishing his sickle. The blade shimmered with a cold light, slicing through the air with a dazzling silver gleam. With a swift motion, he struck. One of the Lightning Tyrannosaurus's wings was severed in an instant. It let out a deafening roar, while the other dragon lunged at Ye Ming with its sharp claws. As it closed the distance, darkness unfurled infinitely from Ye Ming's center, ultimately forming a domain. The attacking beast trembled, and seizing the opportunity, Ye Ming leaped onto the dragon's claw. With a swift motion, the cold light pierced through the darkness, and a massive head crashed to the ground, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Successfully killed the third-tier Lightning Tyrannosaurus, gained 35 realm experience, 35 spirit skill experience. Indeed, it was a formidable beast. Killing it granted an impressive 35 points of experience. Alas, their numbers were too few. If only there could be hundreds, or even thousands more. Ye Ming was confident he could directly ascend to the rank of third-tier contract master. Boom, boom, boom. Upon landing, a relentless tide of lightning-eyed zombies surged forth. They amassed like a roaring river, each pair of eyes gleaming with malice. Rather than feeling fear, Ye Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. These were all experience packages. Twirling his long sickle, he plunged into the horde of zombies. his momentum soaring as if he were a colossal ship navigating against the current of a sea of corpses. Successfully killed the third-tier lightning-eyed zombie. Gained 6 realm experience. 6 spirit skill experience. Successfully killed the third-tier lightning-eyed zombie. Gained 6 realm experience. 6 spirit skill experience. Successfully killed the third-tier lightning-eyed zombie. Gained 6 realm experience. 6 spirit skill experience. Experience continued to accumulate. Yet, the lightning-eyed zombies seemed endless, appearing in waves, ceaselessly being reborn. Ye Ming's killing growth was nearly becoming immune to them. He needed to act swiftly. Treasure awaited. Ye Ming focused his mind. He noticed that every time the zombie tide erupted, the lightning Tyrannosaurus would roar from a distance. Suddenly, he understood. The power of lightning was embedded in the roar of the lightning Tyrannosaurus. This lightning power was the key to the birth of the lightning-eyed zombies. Thus, he had to eliminate the lightning Tyrannosaurus. With determination ignited, he moved. Illuminated by the eerie blue flames, Ye Ming's shadow flickered across the wall. With both hands gripping his sickle, he aimed for the neck of the lightning Tyrannosaurus and struck. Blood splattered against the wall as a dragon's head shot skyward. The second lightning Tyrannosaurus had fallen. However, upon its demise, it yielded a ferocious beast material, a blue-tipped fong, intricately carved with azure patterns, resembling a piece of art. This was the lightning pattern fong. Chapter 47. The Hidden Challenge of the Lightning Monarch. The lightning pattern fong, a third-tier ferocious beast material, could absorb the embedded lightning power, effectively refining the body and achieving the effect of lightning tempering. Although merely a third-tier material, its value was still considerable. The moment Ye Ming reached out to touch the material, a sharp sword shadow suddenly slashed down. This is bad. Ye Ming's heart raced as he swiftly dodged the heavy sword, retreating 20 meters in an instant. As he withdrew, he caught a clear glimpse of the creature that had attacked. Clad in silver armor and wielding a heavy sword, its blue eyes flashed with lightning. Upon seeing Ye Ming evade, it propelled itself forward with force. A near 4th-tier ferocious beast, the silver-armored guardian. Ing Yu shouted, "Ye Ming, do not confront it head-on. Its weakness is its eyes." In that instant, 2 dark tendrils lunged towards the silver-armored guardian's eyes. The guardian immediately raised its heavy sword in defense, blocking the dark tendrils. Though encumbered by its heavy armor, its defense was exceptionally high, making it difficult to breach. With a swift motion, Ye Ming slightly bent his legs, gathering power before leaping into the air, raising his sickle high. At the moment of descent, multiple dark knives coalesced around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The knives shot forth. As the sickle struck down, a resounding thud echoed throughout the inner hall, causing the silver-armored guardian to stagger under the immense force. Indeed, a near 4th-tier ferocious beast was remarkably resilient. If it were a 3rd-tier beast, it would have been cleaved in half by Ye Ming's scythe long ago. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed as Ye Ming tightened his grip on the long scythe, preparing to strike again when suddenly, a crimson figure charged from behind. Su Shengfeng, enveloped in magma, hurled a fist towards the silver-armored guardian, a blow imbued with immense power. Upon impact, sparks and magma erupted. "This beast is mine." Su Shengfeng's eyes blazed like fire as he relentlessly pounded the silver guardian with straight punches, hooks, and jabs, each strike filled with fervor. "Dare you seize what is in my grasp?" Ye Ming's expression darkened. The words of Shadow, suggesting that the demon-devouring Thunder Heart might reside within the silver guardian, echoed in his mind. Such a treasure would never be relinquished easily. Charge! Ye Ming was about to leap forward when, in the next moment, countless feathered arrows shot forth, obstructing his path. He turned to see Qiao Xiaoyin approaching with 5 contract masters. "Young man, remain here obediently. The treasures of the Thunder Palace are beyond your reach." Qiao Xiaoyin pointed at Ye Ming, her gaze brimming with disdain and provocation. "Do you think a bunch of useless fish can stop me?" Without hesitation, Ye Ming surged forward, unleashing a terrifying aura of darkness. With a sweep of his scythe, he carved a crescent arc. A mere parlor trick. Qiao Xiaoyin smirked condescendingly, naively attempting to meet the blow with her body. However, at the moment their hands collided, her palm was annihilated by the dark power. "Damn!" Qiao Xiaoyin panicked, hastily attempting to evade. Yet, she was too close. Even with her swift reaction, she lost an arm. The severed stump yielded no blood, as though her arm had vanished into thin air, leaving not even ash behind. How could this be? The other disciples of the Fire Martial Arts Academy gasped in shock. Filled with dread, they no longer dared to approach Ye Ming. He was too sinister. We are no match for him. I have never witnessed such terrifying power. Wait, why do I not sense the aura of a saintess from him? Could his contract spirit be a Demoness? Someone suddenly exclaimed in horror. The crowd was struck dumb, staring at Ye Ming as a torrent of information surged through their minds. His contract spirit must be a Demoness. Only a Demoness contract master would exude such a heavy aura of slaughter. I understand now. He is Ye Ming, a fully fledged spirit contract Demoness. Yes, it must be him. Damn it, why? Wasn't it said that Demoness contract masters have no future? Why is Ye Ming so powerful? Moreover, they said Demoness contract masters progress slowly. It has only been 20 days since awakening, and he is already a second-tier contract master. This is hardly slow. In an instant, confusion enveloped their minds. Ye Ming. Xiao Xiaoyin trembled within, glancing at her severed arm, filled with regret. Had she known, she would not have tried to stop him. Meanwhile, Su Xingfeng, engaged in a fierce battle with the Silver Guardian, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Just as he prepared to strike again, Ye Ming appeared, kicking Su Xingfeng away, then unleashing his dark domain as he raised his scythe towards the Silver Guardian's head. This time, he was going all out, as Shadow summoned dark tendrils to strike. Thud! The Silver Guardian's head was severed. The dark tendrils slipped into the Guardian's eyes through the gap. Is it over? Su Xingfeng, having been kicked aside, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Yet, Ye Ming's expression remained grave. Is it over? No, it is not over. The instincts of a top assassin warned him of impending danger. Sure enough, upon the Silver Guardian's demise, its body began to swell rapidly before exploding with a resounding bang. The violent explosion triggered a series of chain reactions. The lightning energy embedded within the walls was unleashed, causing the Thunder Palace to tremble violently, with debris raining from the ceiling. Dark clouds roiled in the sky, and with a thunderous crash, lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck the ruins of the Thunder Palace. In mere moments, the entire ruins transformed into a thunder pool, with lightning continuously striking down. This is bad. A force is surging within the Thunder ruins. It is not safe to linger. Many began to retreat hastily. Naturally, Ye Ming would not gamble with his life. Just as he intended to press the button to leave, a swirling portal appeared behind him without warning. A fierce vortex shattered Ye Ming's wristband, pulling him into the portal. Damn it, something is wrong. Run. Su Xingfeng and the others, witnessing Ye Ming being absorbed by the vortex, changed countenance and fled frantically while activating their wristbands to evade the chaotic spatial currents. Whoosh! As beams of blue light emerged, nearly everyone escaped the Thunder ruins. The surging aura extended beyond the portal. Once outside, the crowd hurriedly shouted in the teleportation hall. Something has happened. Someone, come quickly. The Thunder ruins have erupted again. Following the outcry, several staff rushed over. Even Jiang Qingyi, the head of the secret realm, was drawn by the commotion. His expression grave. He exclaimed, damn it. 2 riots in the span of a month. The Thunder ruins can no longer remain open, or else something disastrous will inevitably occur. He approached Su Xingfeng and the others, casting a sweeping glance before inquiring of the staff. How many individuals have been injured, and how many have perished? Additionally, are there others still within the secret realm? Tell me everything you know. The staff retrieved the surveillance footage and reported 50 individuals participated in the Thunder ruins. Among them, 30 sustained injuries. 1 has died, and 1 is missing. Missing? Jiang Qingyi furrowed his brow. Who is it? What is their name, and what circumstances led to their disappearance? The missing person is Ye Ming. At the time, he attempted to leave the Thunder Palace, only to be drawn into a strange vortex. Ye Ming? Jiang Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening with fury. What? Who did you say? Ye Ming? Meanwhile, ensnared within the mysterious space, Ye Ming heard a notification sound echo in his ears. Hidden challenge initiated. Defeat the Lord of the Thunder Ruins, the Thunder Lord. Chapter 48. Defeat. The Thunder Lord. Ye Ming found himself in a mystical space. Beneath his feet lay marble inscribed with unique runes, while the surrounding walls were adorned with vivid murals of various ferocious beasts. Looking up, he noticed the hardened stone above had formed into spikes, reminiscent of icicles in a frozen cavern. This was the very depths of the Thunder Ruins. An enigmatic palace that had never been trodden by human feet. Hidden challenge initiated. Defeat the Thunder Lord. As the notification resounded, arcs of lightning converged to form a humanoid creature. Its skin bore a bluish-purple hue, its muscular torso exposed. While its lower half was clad in trousers woven from black feathers, electricity visibly coursing beneath its skin. 3 large drums floated on its back, connected by arcs of lightning. The beast's visage was grotesque, with a beak-like mouth and cat-like eyes, exuding an aura of menace. Its power was formidable, significantly surpassing that of the previous quasi-4th-tier, silver-armored guardian. Yet it still fell short of the standards for a 4th-tier beast. With a roar, the Thunder Lord lunged at Ye Ming, its claws poised to strike. Enveloped in crackling arcs of electricity, the overwhelming desire to attack was palpable. Ye Ming felt a tightness in his chest. Enveloped in darkness, he donned the Godfall demon armor. His aura surging, brandishing a long scythe, he charged forth, the blade glimmering with an imposing brilliance. Boom! The forces of darkness and lightning clashed, the dispersing arcs of electricity shattering the ground and sending debris flying. Ye Ming confronted the Thunder Lord with all his might, forcing it back several meters. Roaring, the Thunder Lord bared its fangs, charging its claws with power before launching a beam of lightning. Ye Ming's heart raced, just as he prepared to evade. A voice resonated within his mind. Do not dodge. I will absorb most of the lightning for you, and the remainder will be used to temper your body. Astonished, Ye Ming realized this was possible. Boom! As the lightning beam approached, the dark tendrils summoned by the voice formed a shield, absorbing the brunt of the force. While a small amount of electricity coursed through Ye Ming's body, the sensation was tingling and warm, as his flesh underwent relentless refinement. Zzz. The Thunder Lord continued to discharge electricity. During this process, the dark presence gradually unleashed more lightning upon Ye Ming, fortifying his physical form. The Thunder Lord's strength lay in its mastery over lightning, but its weakness was its corporeal body. Now, you can single-handedly dominate it. Ultimately, the dark presence withdrew its defense. Clad in the Godfall demon armor, Ye Ming was now capable of withstanding all lightning strikes. The Thunder Lord, taken aback, unleashed a frenzied barrage of lightning upon Ye Ming. This time, Ye Ming required no scythe. He braved the onslaught, charging forward and seizing the Thunder Lord by the neck, propelling it upwards. Boom! Debris erupted as Ye Ming's legs propelled him like a missile, delivering a powerful punch to the Thunder Lord's head, breaking through the rocky ceiling and ascending toward the mountaintop. Your lightning is ineffective against me, Ye Ming bellowed. The Thunder Lord's energy suddenly waned. In the transmission hall, Jiang Qingyi's expression was grim. Damn it! How could this happen? He lamented his misfortune. A rare talent had emerged from Cangnan City, only to meet misfortune in the secret realm. More critically, Ye Ming had caught the attention of Sun Hoyuan, though Jiang Qingyi was unaware of the significance behind Sun Hoyuan. His years of experience in the workplace warned him that the influence behind Sun Hoyuan was undoubtedly formidable. Now, with Ye Ming's predicament in the secret realm, should Sun Hoyuan seek accountability, he, as the person responsible, would bear the brunt of the blame. Damn it! Jiang Qingyi clenched his fists, his eyes blazing as he turned to Su Xingfeng. Are you certain Ye Ming is missing? Indeed, Su Xingfeng affirmed with a serious nod. I witnessed Ye Ming being drawn into the vortex with my own eyes. I do not know what that thing is, but I can assure you that the vortex conceals danger. Director Jiang, with the Thunder Ruins in turmoil, I recommend we close the entrance immediately. Jiang Qingyi's expression suddenly darkened. Whether to close the entrance was a matter for me alone. Now, with someone missing in the secret realm, I must personally ascertain his fate. As his words fell, he prepared to enter the Thunder Ruins without hesitation. Su Xingfeng felt a jolt of alarm. What nonsense is this? On what grounds does that person think he can do this? Just a second-tier contract master? How could he warrant the secret realm director coming to his rescue? Wasn't a rescue team sufficient? Su Xingfeng furrowed his brow, and beside him, Xiao Xiao, who had lost an arm, perceived his doubts and explained. That young man is called Ye Ming, the recently reported witch contract master. Ye Ming? The one with full-level spiritual contracts and extraordinary power? Yes. Su Xingfeng's pupils constricted abruptly upon realizing the truth, his hands trembling. Damn it, I should have seen this coming. We inadvertently offended a genius, but thankfully, he sighed in relief. Offending a genius in this era is decidedly unwise. However, it is fortunate that Ye Ming is missing and likely already dead. A dead genius poses no threat. Just as Su Xingfeng's words concluded, an unsettling energy began to surge violently beneath the Thunder Ruins, relentlessly pushing toward the surface. The cries of the staff instantly captured everyone's attention. Jiang Qingyi shouted urgently, quickly match it with the database and see what it is. It's already been matched, it's Ye Ming. The volatile energy signature belonged to darkness, identical to Ye Ming's. What? Su Xingfeng nearly stumbled to the ground. Boom. At that very instant, a shadow suddenly erupted from the depths of the Thunder Ruins. Under the heavy, dark clouds, a stream of black light surged upward like a rocket, striving to pierce through the cloud cover and ascend into the sky. Jiang Qingyi fixed his gaze on the monitoring screen, locking onto that black figure. Ye Ming. Yes. I knew this lad was not so easily defeated. Wait, why is there another figure? So familiar. This is. Jiang Qingyi snatched the analysis tablet from the staff and immediately pinpointed the blue-purple figure restrained by Ye Ming. The analysis results appeared. A quasi-fourth-tier beast, the Thunder Lord. It's actually it. Jiang Qingyi's expression shifted dramatically. Beyond shock, there was astonishment. The Thunder Lord, in terms of genetics and base power, ranks average among beasts. Even a Saint Contract Master could not hope to defeat a quasi-fourth-tier Thunder Lord at the second tier unless equipped with a protective artifact that grants immunity to lightning. Yet Ye Ming, he defeated the Thunder Lord, seemingly with ease. There were hardly any visible injuries. Could it be that Ye Ming possesses means of lightning immunity? Or is this simply the formidable prowess of a witch contract master? Jiang Qingyi recalled an evaluation regarding witch contract masters, under the same realm and contract spirit level. Which contract masters surpass Saint Contract Masters? Chapter 49, Third-Tier Contract Master. The final touch, the sky rumbled with crackling lightning. Ye Ming struck the Thunder Lord with a punch, sending it flying, before seizing its head with one hand. With a sudden surge of power, Ye Ming's arm muscles bulged, and as his fingers closed, he crushed the Thunder Lord's skull. Red and white matter splattered as its aura dissipated instantly, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep pit. The quasi-fourth-tier Thunder Lord dead. Ye Ming landed, creating a pit of his own. Clad in divine fallen demonic armor, he would suffer no harm even from a fall from 100 meters. Successfully killed the quasi-fourth-tier Thunder Lord, gaining 70 realm experience and 70 spirit skill experience. The experience gained from a quasi-fourth-tier beast is double that of a third-tier beast. Of course, Ye Ming's reason for slaying the Thunder Lord extends beyond mere experience. Boom. Thunder roared as a lightning bolt, the thickness of a barrel, struck the tops of 3 palaces in the Thunder Ruins, seemingly activating something. In the next moment, a mysterious altar emerged from the ground. At its center, a 1-meter-high stone pillar intricately carved with exquisite patterns. Atop it lay a small blue lightning orb, quietly resting. It is the magic-devouring Thunder Heart. The shadow exclaimed joyfully. Ye Ming grasped the lightning orb, and as the surrounding lightning dissipated, a gem-like, sapphire-clear object revealed itself. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Jiang Qingyi paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Very well, very well. What excellent luck, he exclaimed, to have obtained the magic-devouring Thunder Heart. The magic-devouring Thunder Heart is not merely a beast material. It is a rare treasure birth from the creation of heaven and earth. It contains both lightning and dark energy. Once refined, it can strengthen the body, achieving the effect of lightning tempering. This single magic-devouring Thunder Heart is worth millions in the market. No wonder the Thunder Ruins frequently erupt in chaos. The beasts must sense this energy, driving them into a frenzy. Jiang Qingyi finally understood. Treasures birthed from the creation of heaven and earth are wondrous. They not only benefit contract masters, but also provide significant advantages to beasts. However, they are exceedingly precious, rare, and elusive. Many contract practitioners may only possess the opportunity thrice in a lifetime, which is quite a remarkable feat, although I have previously undergone the trial of lightning tempering. The Heart of Lightning Devourer remains immensely beneficial to me. After securing the treasure, Ye Ming rose to depart from the secret realm. The moment he stepped out, a multitude of gazes turned towards him. Many individuals began recording videos on their phones, inquiring about what Ye Ming encountered within the secret realm, how he managed to vanquish the Lightning Sovereign, and some were even bold enough to directly ask about his current combat prowess. For a top-tier assassin, actual combat capability is a highly confidential matter, one that must never be disclosed lightly, not even to fellow contract practitioners. Such inquiries are inherently impolite. Ye Ming moved away from the crowd, declining to answer any questions. As an assassin of the Hall of Silent Death, he wished to remain discreet and not overly exposed to public scrutiny. Before leaving the teleportation hall, Ye Ming visited Jiang Qingyi's office. Jiang Qingyi smiled and said, "Ye Ming, if my senses are not mistaken, you are on the verge of breaking through to the third tier, are you not?" Indeed, Ye Ming nodded. The breakthrough to the third tier requires 100,000 experience points. Given the accumulation from earlier periods, coupled with the over 10,000 experience gained today, he is merely a final 1,000 away from his goal. He should achieve it within 2 days at most. Here, take this. Jiang Qingyi unexpectedly handed him a transparent box. Ye Ming swiftly assessed its contents. Within lay a blood-red flower, comprised of 20 petals, a flower he had never encountered before. The blood condensation flower. A plant imbued with the essence of slaughter. Once absorbed, it can assist a contract practitioner in transcending their limits, with optimal effects for second-tier practitioners. However, it bears side effects. If one is not careful, it can lead to the erosion of the heart by slaughter, resulting in madness. Shadow, as insightful as an encyclopedia, could perceive every treasure. Remarkable indeed. Ye Ming silently gave a thumbs up. This is called the blood condensation flower, Jiang Qingyi briefly elaborated. I recall you mentioning that you have a method to counter the backlash of slaughter. I believe the side effects of this flower should have little impact on you. Hence I present it as a small token of appreciation. Ye Ming accepted it with both hands, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Director Jiang, I will remember your kindness. Ha. No need to be so formal. It is merely a small gift. Jiang Qingyi patted Ye Ming's shoulder. Keep pushing. Strive to become a third-tier contract practitioner before the martial arts examination. Our city, Songnan, has never had such a precedent. I hope you can be the first. Ye Ming nodded. I will do my utmost. Upon returning home, Ye Ming immediately accessed his panel. Name: Ye Ming, Spirit, Max Level, Realm, Second-Tier Contract Practitioner, 90,000. Mental Power, 310,350. Vitality, 310,350. Contract Spirit, Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract Spirit Level Upgradable. Spirit Techniques, Dark Judgment. Fallen Demon Armor, Eternal Night Descends. Dark Judgment, Level 7. Fallen Demon Armor, Level 7. Eternal Night Descends, Level 7. Spirit Talent, Slaughter Growth. Demon Emperor Battle Intent. Only a final 1,000 experience points remain. Ye Ming took out the blood condensation flower and absorbed it instantaneously. Absorb blood condensation flower. Realm experience 1,000. Only 1,000? Ye Ming sighed. The rarity of the blood condensation flower far exceeds a mere 1,000 experience points. Indeed, to acquire greater experience, one must slay fierce beasts. Ye Ming shrugged. His gaze fell upon the heart of Lightning Devourer, a treasure of immense benefit to the physical body, and he promptly absorbed it. A dark aura enveloped the heart of Lightning Devourer, as arcs of lightning visibly coursed through Ye Ming's entire being. Hiss! Ye Ming inhaled sharply. The sensation was overwhelmingly intense, akin to being pricked by needles. Is it too painful? Do you need me to mitigate some of it? Shadow inquired with concern. Ye Ming shook his head. No need, I can endure. As a top-tier assassin, he had previously undergone rigorous training and endured severe trials. This level of pain was trivial in comparison. The lightning tempering lasted for 15 minutes. As the final arc dissipated, Ye Ming's physique became increasingly robust. His well-proportioned figure bore neither excess nor deficiency of muscle, yet each muscle's strength could be fully summoned. While maintaining agility, Ye Ming now possessed greater power. Mental Power, 350,400. Vitality, 350,400. Both attributes had increased by 50 points. Ye Ming felt rejuvenated, brimming with vigor. He practiced against several wooden dummies in the training hall. However, even the reinforced wooden dummies could not withstand Ye Ming's punch. Finished. Rest well, and we shall continue tomorrow. Striving for an early breakthrough to the third tier, Ye Ming stretched his body before returning to his room for a good night's rest. Time passed, and he slept from afternoon until evening. Upon waking, the first thing he did was check his phone. In a certain location, you will receive what you desire. I will send you an address for you to collect it. A surge of joy filled Ye Ming's heart upon hearing of the 7th-tier beast materials, the Black Dragon's marrow. I will be there shortly. He responded eagerly. Chapter 50, Breakthrough. Third-tier contracted master in a concealed chamber. Sun Hoyuan meticulously unlocked a highly encrypted alloy box, revealing 3 distinct items within. The first was the 7th-tier beast material, Black Dragon Marrow. The second was a small emblem of the Hall of Slaughter, designed to seamlessly integrate into the body, leaving behind a dagger-shaped mark, which could also be voluntarily removed. This emblem, a unique energy token, is to be worn during missions. It poses no harm to your body and serves to prevent accidental harm among the Hall's assassins who do not know each other. Sun Hoyuan elucidated that in unforeseen circumstances, this energy emblem was specifically crafted to avert friendly fire. When worn by assassins in close proximity, they would sense each other's presence. You may try wearing it, Sun suggested. Nodding, Ye Ming placed the emblem on his wrist. In an instant, it transformed into a dark essence that permeated his skin, melding into his body and manifesting as an imperceptible dagger mark. After resting his hand on the mark for half a minute, the emblem reappeared. It has integrated into your being. It is now yours. Should anyone else attempt to use it, it will vanish immediately, Sun Hoyuan explained, likening it to a blood bond of recognition. Such advanced technology, Ye Ming marveled. Securing the emblem as his gaze fell upon the third item, a sheet of white paper densely inscribed with text. This is the contract. Upon signing, you will become a professional assassin of the Hall of Slaughter. From this moment onward, your life will undergo a dramatic transformation, filled with unparalleled opportunities and challenges. Consider it carefully. Sun lit a cigarette, the white smoke wafting upward in the dim light. In the chamber, Ye Ming seized a pen and swiftly inscribed his name, pressing his seal firmly. At this juncture, hesitation was futile. Having come this far, surrender was inconceivable. Moreover, even if I were to withdraw, Captain Sun, you would not allow my escape, would you? Ye Ming chuckled. Sun Hoyuan shrugged. Who can say? Nevertheless, congratulations on officially joining the Hall of Slaughter. Your substantial salary will be disbursed in 5 installments to your account. Additionally, you may advance a year's salary. The Hall is quite affluent and will not shortchange you in this regard. Should you require it, you can also request a vehicle and a residence, completely free of charge, valued around 10 million. The benefits were astonishing. Ye Ming was taken aback by the generosity of this formal assassin organization. Well then, you are now a bona fide assassin. And this black dragon marrow is yours. Sun Hoyuan retrieved a titanium alloy cylinder from the box. Activating the mechanism, it opened to reveal a vial containing a pitch-black liquid, alive and writhing within the container. The black dragon marrow, a treasure from the 7th tier Dark Tyrannosaur, is sought after by many. It is indeed surprising that you sought it with such determination, Sun remarked as he handed the black dragon marrow to Ye Ming. Sun then produced another box, revealing a pair of wings, their blood-red feathers as hard as steel, with razor-sharp edges capable of effortlessly slicing through metal. Captain Sun, what are these? Ye Ming inquired. These are a gift from the Vice Hall Master. He admires you and has bestowed upon you these 7th tier bloodbone blade wings. Their value rivals that of the black dragon marrow. I had long sought this from the Vice Hall Master, yet he was reluctant to part with it. Yet you, a newcomer, received it without hesitation. Oh, the irony. A faint sourness seemed to hang in the air. Ye Ming chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps you should keep it, Captain Sun? Absolutely not. I dare not accept it. Otherwise, the Vice Hall Master would surely flay me alive, Sun replied. Following this, he briefly explained the behavioral standards expected of formal assassins. To summarize, the guiding principle was simply to avoid committing heinous acts. Beyond that, one was granted considerable freedom. Now, you may refine the black dragon marrow. I will ensure your safety during the process. Sun Hoyuan took on the role of guardian. With such a formidable protector, Ye Ming felt compelled to accept. I will simultaneously refine the black dragon marrow and the bloodbone blade wings. This process may be somewhat painful, the shadowy figure murmured. Ye Ming nodded, reassured. I can endure it. In an instant, dark tendrils emerged from Ye Ming's back. One grasped the black dragon marrow, crushing the vial and voraciously absorbing its energy. The other enveloped the bloodbone blade wings, compressing and assimilating them into his being. A potent aura of darkness and a sanguine essence of slaughter surged through the tendrils into Ye Ming's body. An intense pain erupting from his back and spreading throughout his entire form. It was as though a sharp blade was slicing through flesh. A colossal hammer striking against the spine. The pain struck suddenly, enveloping the body in an instant. Ye Ming cursed under his breath, clenching his fists tightly to endure it. Beads of sweat cascading down his face. Goodness, this lad is truly reckless. Attempting to refine 2 types of 7th tier materials simultaneously. What a torment. Just imagining it brings agony. Sun Hoyuan felt a pang of anxiety for Ye Ming. As someone who had experienced it himself, he understood all too well the sensation of a low-rank contract master attempting to refine 7th tier beast materials. When he was merely a 4th tier contract master, he had also tried refining 2 7th tier beast materials at once, and the pain had him rolling on the ground, wishing for death. Although both materials were suited for a sorceress, Ye Ming was only a 2nd tier master. so the danger was not dire. The crucial issue was the pain. As if that weren't enough, Ye Ming gritted his teeth and remained silent. Sun Hoyuan nodded silently. Perhaps this lad possessed an unusual tolerance for pain. The refining process was lengthy. Half an hour passed. Sun Hoyuan glanced at Ye Ming's state and nodded. Not bad. It's nearing completion. Judging by his aura, it wouldn't be long before he ascended to the 3rd tier. However, before he could finish his thought, a dense, dark aura erupted from Ye Ming's body. He stood suspended in midair, the formidable darkness spreading outward as if to engulf everything. With a furious shout, Ye Ming's presence surged dramatically. Sun Hoyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. In the next moment, Ye Ming broke through. A wave of terrifying power rippled outwards, then swiftly receded. Ye Ming opened his eyes, feeling as if the very essence of life had been elevated. A system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations! Experience for breakthrough successfully reached 100,000. Level, 2nd tier contract master to 3rd tier contract master. Chapter 51, Wing Sprout. Soaring through the sky. Name, Ye Ming. Spirituality, maxed. Level, 3rd tier contract master, 01000000. Mental strength, 400550. Vitality, 400,550. Contract spirit, Godfallen Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level, upgradable. Spiritual techniques, Dark Judgment. Godfallen Demon Armor, Eternal Night Descends. Dark Judgment, level 7. Godfallen Demon Armor, level 7. Eternal Night Descends, level 7. Spiritual talent, Growth through Slaughter. War intent of the Demon Emperor. He had directly ascended to the 3rd tier in one breath. This lad truly surprised me. Sun Hoyuan gazed at the exceptional Ye Ming, his eyes brimming with admiration. Yet, the thought that such a remarkable newcomer was snatched away by his own teacher caused a pang of regret in his heart. If only he had fought for it. However, Sun Hoyuan was still puzzled. The speed of Ye Ming's breakthrough was astonishingly rapid. Normally, for sorceress contract masters, breakthroughs were extraordinarily challenging, akin to climbing a mountain, taking decades to hone a single skill. Yet Ye Ming's ascent was as effortless as drinking water, completely defying the arduous nature of sorceress breakthroughs. Even saintly contract masters could not compare. Additionally, would Ye Ming ultimately be consumed by the backlash of slaughter? Sun Hoyuan was deeply concerned. Ye Ming had acquired strength, talent, and now a higher level. Such a promising seed, if corrupted by the backlash of slaughter and transformed into a mindless monster, would be an utter tragedy. Ye Ming claimed not to need his worry. But how could he not be concerned? Regarding the backlash of slaughter, he must consult his teacher, or if necessary, report to the Lord. Sun Hoyuan silently resolved this matter in his mind. After Ye Ming's breakthrough, the shadowy panel also underwent a transformation. Contract spirit, Godfallen Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Shadowy. Level, progress to upgrade, 15. Resurgence progress, 81. 2. The resurgence progress increased by 4%. And the upgrade progress shot directly to 3%. This was the effect of 7th tier beast materials. However, he could distinctly sense that the higher the resurgence progress, the more difficult it became to increase. Ye Ming had anticipated this. It was akin to a breakthrough in level. Advancing further inevitably heightened the difficulty. Ye Ming, I must share some exhilarating news with you. You can fly now? Shadowy's excited voice rang out. Fly? Ye Ming furrowed his brow, barely having the chance to respond when a pair of dark wings unfurled from his back, each wing measuring 1.5 meters, the black feathers sharp as blades. Go. Ye Ming and Shadowy shared a mental connection, simultaneously directing their wings to launch black feathers at the wall ahead. Whoosh. Countless dark projectiles sliced through the air and struck the wall, piercing even the specially forged steel barrier. Subsequently, Ye Ming attempted to fly, initially clumsy and unsteady, nearly crashing into the room's lights. Yet, after 10 minutes, he expertly mastered a variety of aerial techniques, including vertical takeoff, mid-air spins, high-speed dashes, and low-altitude glides. Sun Hoyuan, standing nearby, furrowed his brow. Having absorbed the bloodbone blade wings, he had grown wings and acquired the ability to fly. Remarkable. Not only was his talent for assassination extraordinary, but his capacity to absorb materials from fierce beasts was equally impressive. Sun Hoyuan's gaze fell upon Ye Ming, and an inexplicable premonition stirred within him, as if he were witnessing the birth of a formidable warrior. Is this akin to a nurturing game? How intriguing. After familiarizing himself with his newfound abilities, Ye Ming exhaled deeply. Achieving a breakthrough to the third tier and gaining the power of flight was undoubtedly a monumental gain. He rose and, with a gesture of gratitude towards Sun Hoyuan, expressed, "Captain Sun, your kindness shall remain etched in my heart. Ah, your acknowledgement brings me solace." Sun Hoyuan replied, patting him on the shoulder. "By the way, I have something to inform you. The Vice Hall Master will be visiting Tsangnan City soon to meet with you. It could be tomorrow, the day after, during the martial arts examination, or even post-examination. His schedule is quite erratic and prone to delays, often favoring surprise visits. So, be mentally prepared. A distinguished figure may appear at any moment. How exhilarating." Ye Ming nodded. "I shall remember. Well then, return home and rest well for the martial arts examination, though it seems you are already poised to claim the top spot." After a brief conversation, Ye Ming made his way home. For days later, only 6 days remained until the martial arts examination. During this interval, Ye Ming had not allowed himself a moment of complacency. He frequently ventured into the secret realms to engage in fierce battles with formidable beasts and occasionally sought out challenging martial halls for duels. Through these encounters, Ye Ming accumulated an additional 30,000 experience points, gradually mastering the third tier of power, his foundation as solid as a mountain. Yesterday, he had arranged a meeting with the top disciple of the Han Mountain Martial Hall. Today he would meet them, clad in casual attire. Ye Ming, standing at 6 feet tall with a well-proportioned physique, did not require elaborate grooming to surpass most in appearance. Simply put, he was strikingly handsome. As he opened the door, just as he was about to leave, he heard his older sister Ye Xinxin's anxious cries from behind. "Ye Ming, there's trouble. There's trouble." She rushed towards him, her face pale with panic. Seeing her distress, Ye Ming frowned. "Sister, you look dreadful. What has happened? Have we gone bankrupt?" The notion of bankruptcy was terrifying. No. Ye Xinxin shook her head, explaining, "It's that icy block, Yi Shuang, coming back. Once she returns, she will undoubtedly train us, just like Uncle Si. Our days of hardship will return." The name Yi Shuang sounded familiar to Ye Ming. She was indeed the daughter of his second uncle, his cousin, 2 years older than Ye Xinxin and 3 years his senior. Cousin Yi Shuang had a cold demeanor and was not adept at socializing, leading his second uncle to deem her unfit for managing family affairs. Instead, she trained under Uncle Si. From her early years, she mastered martial skills. At 3, she established her foundation. By 5, she wielded firearms. At 10, she mastered 18 weapons. By 15, she had grasped 90% of Uncle Si's teachings. At 18, she awakened her extraordinary spirit and became the contract-level Winter Saintess, soaring to great heights and enrolling in Star Sea University. Now a junior, Yi Shuang was a gifted individual, having already attained the 4th tier. During her free time, she embarked on perilous missions in the 3rd border city with Uncle Yi Zheng to exterminate ferocious beasts from other realms. She was indeed a rising star, heralded as the hope of the Yi family's martial arts legacy. However, Yi Shuang's icy demeanor created an atmosphere of chill around her, making others feel unwelcome. Even her own father, second Uncle Yi Jun, struggled to exchange more than a few words with her. Chapter 52. The 4th tier contract master, Yi Shuang in truth. Yi Shuang was a decent person. As an older cousin to Ye Ming and Ye Xinxin, she occasionally gifted them small presents, such as long spears and swords. Once, she even spent a fortune to have armor crafted for both Ye Ming and Ye Xinxin. Ye Ming had fantasized about becoming a knight in shining armor, overjoyed by the thought. However, the very next day, Yi Shuang insisted they wear the armor and endure beatings under the pretense of strengthening their resilience. It was pure torment. "Yi Shuang is back, and our good days are over," Ye Xinxin lamented. "Not long ago, I was thrilled about the early vacation this semester, but now." She wished she could return to class immediately. Ye Ming, however, felt little concern. His strength had grown. He was no longer defenseless. If necessary, he could even confront Yi Shuang. After all, in the Yi family, strength was paramount. Alas, Ye Ming, speak up. What shall we do? Are we to endure another summer of torment at Yi Shuang's hands? I need supplements. I need supplements. The frantic cries from his sister echoed in despair. She was genuinely on the brink of collapse. "Sister, try to be optimistic. At least Yi Shuang hasn't returned yet, so you still have a few days of respite." Ye Ming reassured her, patting her shoulder before departing. The latter stood frozen, not out of fear, but rather due to the remarkable composure exhibited by Ye Ming. So steady? Is there a hidden strategy at play? After departing from his home, Ye Ming arrived at the Han Mountain Martial Arts School. As the 5th-ranked martial arts school in Songnan City, it possesses a commendable legacy. It is said that the school's master is a 4th-tier contract master, with a sacred spirit known as the Holy Maiden of Han Mountain. Ye Ming's opponent, Zhang Heshan, is a quasi-4th-tier contract master, his sacred spirit being the Rock Holy Maiden. The instant the battle commenced, Zhang Heshan lifted one foot and stomped down, rocks adhering to his fists. With a mighty shout, he charged at Ye Ming. A punch was thrown. Ye Ming instantly leaped behind him, unleashing a dark domain that enveloped Zhang Heshan. As Zhang Heshan threw another punch, Ye Ming waved his hand, dark wings unfurling behind him, releasing countless feather blades. The blades, sharp and imbued with formidable power, effortlessly sliced through the rocky armor on Zhang Heshan's fists. Subsequently, Ye Ming melded into the shadows. Zhang Heshan felt a tightening in his chest and immediately swung his fists backward. Yet, before he could turn around, a sharp scythe was poised at his throat. The battle concluded. Ye Ming emerged victorious. Damn, I had heard you were formidable, but I never expected you to be at this level. Are you truly a witch contract master? You are unlike anyone else. Zhang Heshan exclaimed, bewildered, realizing he had no chance against Ye Ming. Ye Ming smiled nonchalantly. People possess different physiques. Clearly, mine is more suited for the witch. Zhang Heshan shrugged, left speechless. When the master is free, you should challenge him. He is a battle fanatic and would certainly oblige. Ye Ming nodded, sure. I currently seek strong opponents to hone my skills. Make sure to contact me. Zhang Heshan insisted. Rest assured, you insufferable talent. After leaving the Han Mountain Martial Arts School, Ye Ming felt no traces of fatigue. Since becoming a 3rd-tier contract master, his strength had seen a tremendous enhancement. No matter the level of the sacred spirit, a quasi-4th-tier contract master posed no threat to him. As for a 4th-tier contract master, Ye Ming felt he could contend with one. Once Sister Yexiang returns, he must arrange a match with her. Ye Ming sensed himself transforming into a battle enthusiast, his mind consumed with thoughts of seeking out strong adversaries. Ding ding ding. The familiar ringtone of his phone echoed. Without glancing, Ye Ming knew it was a message from Sun Hoyuan. Upon checking, he confirmed it was indeed him. Sun Hoyuan, are you free? Ye Ming, Captain Sun, I have 6 days until the martial arts examination. Is it appropriate to assign me a task at this time? Didn't you tell me to rest? Sun Hoyuan, haha, you're just making excuses. You clearly do not regard the martial arts examination seriously. I am monitoring your daily records in the teleportation hall one by one. Ye Ming, I truly admire your persistence. Please send the task details. Sun Hoyuan, sure. Soon enough. A comprehensive dossier was sent over. Ye Ming opened it to find. Task name. Return to 0. Targets. Duqishan, Duqiha. Target levels. Quasi-4th tier. Level. 3rd tier. Level. Target description. Kidnappers involved in 20 abduction incidents, employing the method of kidnapping victims and coercing their families for ransom. Task content. Eliminate both individuals and extract as much information from them as possible. Duqishan and Duqiha are twins. They not only share similar heights, but also strikingly resemble each other in appearance and build. The sole distinguishing feature is the black mole on the neck of the elder brother, Duqishan. Collaborating in crime, as twins, they pose a challenge in distinguishing between them, leading to potential misjudgments. Ye Ming analyzed the situation based on his experience. He then accessed video footage showcasing the combat skills of the Du brothers. As a quasi-4th-tier contract master, Duqishan could cleave steel with his blade, while Ye Ming paid little attention to his brother, Duqiha. As 3rd-tier contract masters no longer captured his interest. Sun Hoyuan. These brothers were once employees of a large security company, engaged in fighting for others, exterminating beasts, guarding, and transporting goods. However, after the company went bankrupt, they strayed onto the path of crime. Sun Hoyuan. Notably, Duqishan was a 3rd-tier master just a year ago, yet has inexplicably advanced to quasi-4th tier. It appears to be an artificial enhancement rather than a natural breakthrough. Thus, Ye Ming, Captain Sun, are you suggesting that someone is aiding these kidnappers from behind the scenes? Sun Hoyuan. Yes, they may be pawns of a certain force lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. Ye Ming, I will do my utmost to extract information from them. Sun Hoyuan, good. But we are also uncertain of the truth behind this suspicion. Sun Hoyuan, given the presence of a quasi-4th-tier contract master, the task carries certain risks. So we will dispatch a 4th-tier contract master to follow covertly, ensuring your safety. Ye Ming. Actually, that won't be necessary. Sun Hoyuan, is it necessary to elaborate? The Silent Hall has a new personnel protection mechanism, which is essential. In the future, you might find it inaccessible. Ye Ming. Alright, by the way. Is there a reward for the task? Sun Ho Yuan. Materials from the 5th tier ferocious beast, the Black Marsh Cicada Wing. Ye Ming. When do we take action? Sun Ho Yuan. At midnight, 2400 hours. Chapter 53. Kidnappers. The Dew Brothers. The night sky, adorned with twinkling stars, is caressed by a gentle, chilling breeze. A white van traverses the winding mountain path under the moonlit expanse. In the front seats, 2 middle-aged men, strikingly similar in appearance, occupy the driver and passenger seats. In the rear, a professionally attired woman, bound at the hands and feet, has a plastic bag secured over her head. Brother, do you think this haul will yield any profit? This woman finishes work at 11. She appears to be just a struggling worker, not worth much. He glanced at the woman in the back seat. Her long legs, encased in black stockings, were shapely and alluring. Her chest heaved subtly with each breath, and her figure was tall and enticing, embodying a mature, captivating allure. Humph! What use is beauty and a good figure? Just a pretty skeleton. A mere enchantress bringing harm. He turned his head away, crossing his arms and dismissing the woman from his thoughts. Rest assured, I've done my homework on her for several days. She is an executive with a 6-figure salary, not only financially secure, but also entangled in some illicit secret with the company's CEO. Du Qishan's lips curled into a sinister smile. We can extort a sum from her parents, as well as from her boss, guaranteeing a profit of at least 20 million. 20 million. Du Qi's excitement surged. He had no other passions, but the scent of money captivated him. All right, let's stay sharp. This operation has gone too smoothly. Something feels off. Du Qishan rolled down the car window, scanning the surroundings with a furrowed brow, an inexplicable anxiety gnawing at him. He pressed the accelerator. The van roared down the forest path. Above the van, a shadowy figure soared through the night sky. Ye Ming, now equipped with black wings, seamlessly blended into the darkness, enhancing both speed and stealth. He closely pursued the vehicle, occasionally diving into the treetops before rising again to mask his presence. Meanwhile, on a cliff, a tall figure stood poised. Her gaze fell upon Ye Ming, and she muttered softly, audible only to herself, swift and sharp-witted. He understands how to shift positions to conceal his presence. This newcomer is rather intriguing. Has he spotted me? The mysterious woman suddenly noticed Ye Ming while gliding through the air, directing his gaze toward her direction. After a brief glance, he returned his focus to the van. A frown creased her brow. He truly noticed me? That shouldn't be possible. I possess artifacts that conceal my aura and disguise my form. How could a newcomer detect me? Am I overthinking this? Doubts flooded her mind, and she increasingly felt that this newcomer was extraordinary. Thus, she resolved to pursue him and verify her suspicions. In a dilapidated mountain cottage, wind seeped through the cracks, and moonlight streamed through a gaping hole in the roof, illuminating the woman in black stockings, dressed in a white blouse and a fitted skirt. She was bound to an iron chair, unable to move. Have you contacted the family? Du Qishan inquired, turning to his brother. Du Qi nodded. Rest assured, I've contacted them and instructed them to remain silent, not to inform the authorities. And how much are we demanding? Du Qishan asked. Du Qi chuckled. The usual, 1 million for a single meal, and 2 million for a double meal. The term single meal refers to extorting money from the hostage alone, while double meal indicates 2 sources of income, the executive's parents and her business associate. Good job, Du Qishan praised. However, Du Qi's expression turned serious. Boss, Yuan Guang gives us several million each year. If they find out we're involved in this, what will happen? They are ruthless, quick to resort to murder to silence us. Humph, am I afraid of them? Du Qishan scoffed. Yuan Guang operates from the coast. We're inland, separated by vast distances. They lack the leisure to interfere with us. Moreover, we've done them numerous favors, kidnapping several of their competitors. This is a significant achievement. Yet they only compensate us with 3 million a year. They treat us like dogs. A near 4th tier and a 3rd tier. We're still engaged in dangerous work. 3 million a year is truly insufficient. Enough. Forget about Yuan Guang for now. Once this job is done, I'll take you out for some fun, white and black lace. All together. Brother, can you be serious for once? Du Qishan laughed heartily, but suddenly, a sharp pain struck his abdomen. Damn it. In 10 minutes. Send a message to the family and that boss, instructing them to place the prepared money at the transaction site. Why in 10 minutes? Why not send the message now? Du Qi asked, puzzled. The substantial cash flow is not easily accessible, It requires time to gather the necessary funds. Moreover, I am experiencing some discomfort in my abdomen and must attend to it. Speaking of discomfort, Du Qishan's stomach is in turmoil. He hurriedly clutches his backside and dashes away, faster than a dog could pursue. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Du Qiha shakes his head, sighing at the familiar scenario. He takes a seat beside a female executive, glancing at her legs with a discerning eye. His throat tightens with anticipation. Du Qiha's heart races as he contemplates reaching out. But he recalls his brother's warning. One must not touch a hostage, for once touched, they lose their value. No, absolutely not. Beauty is a perilous allure. No matter how stunning a woman may be, she is merely a rose-colored skeleton. I must hold steadfast to my resolve and not be swayed by the temptations of beauty. Internally wrestling with himself, he fervently encourages his willpower, yet his hand betrays him, inching closer to her. Just as he is about to make contact with the alluring figure, a sharp clang resonates as a dagger suddenly lands on his wrist. Du Qia's heart skips a beat, and just as he prepares to shout, a chilling presence envelopes him. A long scythe encircles his neck, its blade pressing against his skin with an oppressive cold. Ye Ming emerges from the shadows. Who are you? And what do you intend to do? Du Qia's heart pounds wildly. Ye Ming remains impassive. Do not rush. I have a few questions for you. I will not speak. No matter what you ask, I shall remain silent. Even if you were to kill me or sever my head and toss it into the river, I, Du Qiha, will not utter a word, he defiantly proclaims. In the next moment, a swift slash. The cold gleam of the scythe severs Du Qiha's neck, and his head swiftly detaches, blood gushing forth and soaking the ground. In his final moments, Du Qiha's eyes widen, mouth agape as if he wishes to say something, but the words die unspoken. Ye Ming gazes down at his lifeless form, narrowing his eyes. Playing tricks in my presence is futile. Chapter 54. The execution of a fourth-rank contract master. Ye Ming has slain Du Qiha, yet his heart remains devoid of emotion. A vibrant life extinguished by his hand. But as a former top assassin, he is accustomed to such finality. With his brother deceased, only the elder remains. Ye Ming melds into the darkness, awaiting the next move. Meanwhile, atop a distant towering tree, a slender figure observes the events unfold with a furrowed brow. Indeed, a novice, regardless of innate talent. A lack of experience is a significant flaw. Based on the mission details, it is apparent that the brothers Du Qishan and Du Qiha harbor secrets. She believes Ye Ming should not have killed Du Qiha. Instead, he ought to have restrained him and used him as leverage against Du Qishan. Such a tactic might have yielded valuable information. However, now that Du Qiha is dead, Du Qishan will undoubtedly be enraged upon witnessing his brother's corpse, unleashing his full strength and potential, which will not only yield no information, but also pose greater danger to Ye Ming. Unless her haunting violet eyes fixate on Ye Ming, unless this newcomer can control Du Qishan. But subduing a fourth-rank opponent is a formidable challenge. Killing and controlling are entirely different endeavors. To control an adversary requires an even greater strength than that required to eliminate them. Nearby, the leaves rustle. Du Qishan emerges, hastily adjusting his trousers and grumbling about the harshness of the foliage. He approaches the wooden cabin, its door tightly shut and impervious. What is going on? I distinctly recall Du Qiha leaving the door ajar. His brow furrows, and rather than immediately opening the door, he moves to the van. He flings open the door, reaching into the pile of scrap metal within. With a surge, his arms emit a magnetic force, drawing all the metal to him and reshaping it. In no time, his left hand transforms into a steel drill, while his right becomes a steel fist. His chest and back are clad in metallic armor, faint arcs of lightning flickering upon it. The magnetic saint can absorb metal and reshape it into formidable weapons for battle. Fully armed, Du Qishan approaches the cabin, taking a deep breath before his eyes blaze with fury. With a thunderous punch, he shatters the door into splinters. You coward! What sort of skill is hiding like this? Speak up if you desire a confrontation. His voice echoes, yet silence envelopes the room. Suddenly, Du Qishan glances down and is met with the sight of Du Qiha's corpse, lying on the ground, hands clasped around his head, as if he had removed it himself. No. A harrowing scream pierces the night's tranquility. Du Qishan's eyes burned with a crimson fury as he raged, wildly swinging his fists at the surrounding air. Come out. If you have the guts, show yourself. You killed my brother. Whoever you are, you must die? His taunts had scarcely escaped his lips when he suddenly noticed a movement in the dark wall before him. Emerging with measured grace was Ye Ming, clad in the armor of the fallen god, wielding a long scythe, exuding the calm and elegance of a seasoned assassin. Wait, what on earth is he doing? Does he not see that Du Qishan has gone mad? Is he seeking death by stepping out now? The woman tasked with covertly protecting Ye Ming began to curse vehemently. It was now crystal clear to her that the newcomer was not inexperienced. He was utterly reckless, displaying a complete ignorance of the assassin's code. As Du Qishan watched the murderer of his brother stride forth with audacity, his rage ignited further. You dare show your face after killing my brother? You truly wish to die? With a thunderous roar, Du Qishan lunged forward, his iron fist cleaving through the air towards Ye Ming. However, Ye Ming displayed no fear. He swung his scythe horizontally, colliding two formidable forces together, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The mysterious woman, witnessing this, felt a surge of dread. Damn it, that newcomer can't just die like this. As the cold wind began to howl and the dust settled, a steel fist shot skyward. Du Qishan's pupils constricted in disbelief as he beheld his severed arm. His mind went blank, his body trembling in terror. How is this possible? You are so strong. Staring intently at Ye Ming, Du Qishan demanded, Who are you? Are you an assassin sent by the source light? Huh, so you finally spoke it aloud. A lethal glint flickered in Ye Ming's gaze. A jolt of realization struck Du Qishan. He had misspoken. The figure before him was not an assassin dispatched by the source light, but rather someone from another faction. Panic seized him, constricting his heart, making it hard to breathe. He turned to flee, but Ye Ming made no move to pursue. Instead, he casually hurled a flying dagger. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, effortlessly piercing Du Qishan's skull. With a thud, he collapsed, convulsing and frothing at the mouth, his eyes fixed skyward, his tongue protruding in death. It was over. After tidying the scene, Ye Ming did not leave immediately, but rather spoke softly. Du Qi's life is inconsequential. Using him to threaten Du Qishan was indeed effective, but directly threatening Du Qishan would yield even better results. The lives of others pale in comparison to my own. With that, Ye Ming gazed up at the towering treetop nearby. Others might not perceive it, but Ye Ming had an acute sensitivity to presence. He was certain that the assassin quietly observing him stood atop the canopy, silently monitoring his every move. The woman atop the treetop furrowed her brow. He had indeed seen her. His words had been directed at her. She recalled her earlier insights when Ye Ming had slain Du Qiha. Using Du Qiha to threaten Du Qishan was the correct course of action, albeit with a low success rate. However, directly threatening Du Qishan to extract the truth would significantly increase the chances of success. Everyone cherishes their life. To Ye Ming's surprise, the bond between the two brothers was profound. Upon witnessing Du Qiha's death, Du Qishan had crumbled emotionally, revealing the name of the force behind them, Source Light. The information was scant but sufficient. In a wooden cabin, Ye Ming utilized Du Qishan's phone to send the address to the female executive's parents. Only when he saw two elderly figures, their hair white as snow, accompanied by a group of security officers arriving at the cabin, did he feel a sense of relief. As for the bodies of Du Qishan and Du Qiha, along with the blood spilled within the cabin, they had long since been meticulously dealt with. Chapter 55, Source Light Group. After completing his mission, Ye Ming returned home and promptly messaged Sun Hoyuan. Ye Ming, the task is complete. Both Du Qishan and his brother are dead. However, I have gathered some information indicating their connection to a force known as Source Light. Sun Hoyuan furrowed his brow. Could it be the Source Light Group in the coastal region? The Source Light Group was a foreign-controlled joint venture, well regarded locally, engaged in deep-sea fishing and land reclamation projects. Yet, rumors had circulated in the coastal cities that the Source Light Group exploited legal loopholes, manipulated prices, and suppressed competing companies. To seize market share, they had even employed underhanded tactics, harboring a pack of unseen hounds. Perhaps it truly was the Source Light Group. Sun Hoyuan stroked his chin, contemplating while sending a message to Ye Ming. Sun Hoyuan, good work this time. Even her evaluation of you is exceedingly favorable. Her? Ye Ming noted the detail. He had sensed something amiss during the execution of the task. The aura of female contract practitioners is relatively gentle, while that of their male counterparts is more robust. Though the untrained eye may not discern this, Ye Ming certainly can. Ye Ming, please convey my gratitude to her for safeguarding me tonight. Sun Hoyuan, huh? You are quite polite. Very well, I shall do so. Additionally, the Hei's Chani has been prepared for you. Come and collect it. I will send you the address. Ye Ming, excellent. I shall be there shortly. Upon arriving at the address provided by Sun Hoyuan, Ye Ming retrieved the Hei's Chani. His first action upon returning home was to refine it. However, the results were rather disappointing. Aside from enhancing the flexibility of the black wings, no other benefits were apparent. Although the materials from this fierce beast were of the 5th tier, they were ill-suited for a witch contract practitioner, making the lackluster results inevitable. Thus, he concluded the day and succumbed to sleep. The following morning, a cacophony of noise roused him. Upon rising, he discovered that his cousin, Ye Ming, had returned. She donned a black leather jacket, with a fitted bodice that accentuated her figure. The ultra-short skirt highlighted her perfectly sculpted curves, and her long, fair legs glimmered in the sunlight, drawing considerable attention. Her eyes were a deep shade of purple, her visage striking, yet her lips remained devoid of a smile, and her gaze lacked any warmth. In the presence of their uncles, Ye Ming merely offered polite thanks, her demeanor still devoid of cheer. Truly an icy demeanor. She spends her days wearing that frosty expression, as if we owe her a debt. Ye Ming leaned against the doorframe of Ye Ming's room, arms crossed, muttering in discontent. That's simply how Sister Ye Ming is. Do not speak ill of her behind her back, Ye Ming replied. Ye Ming, clearly displeased, retorted, and you? Whose side are you on? Have you forsaken your role as my lazy ally? Now you are speaking up for the Ice Queen? You think that by flattering her, she will allow you to rest? Ye Ming raised his hands in innocence. Just then, a waft of floral fragrance approached. Ye Ming, dragging her suitcase, arrived beside them. She glanced at Ye Ming and then at Ye Ming, nodding. Long time no see. What a rather stiff greeting. One might mistake you for an elder. Ye Ming responded with a tranquil smile. It has been a while, Sister Ye Ming. How have you been? Have you grown stronger? I heard you are now a 4th-tier practitioner. We should spar sometime. I am now a 3rd-tier practitioner. Ye Ming immediately turned to him, her eyes wide with astonishment. Wait. Ye Ming, you? When did you break through? How was I unaware of this? Her mind raced, suddenly realizing why Ye Ming was unafraid of Ye Ming. It was because he had gained strength and was now capable of standing up to her. 3rd tier, Ye Ming mused, her unique eyes shimmering. It has only been a little over 20 days since your awakening, and you have already advanced to the 3rd tier, especially considering your contract spirit is a witch. You are indeed as exceptional as our uncles have said. As your sister, I hope you are never met with the backlash of violence. Sister Ye Ming is quite eloquent, Ye Ming nodded. Rest assured, I shall not. Very well. After nodding, Ye Ming's gaze shifted slowly to Ye Ming. In contrast to Ye Ming's prowess, some have yet to step into the 4th tier. Is it due to a lack of talent or sheer laziness? Now that I am back, rigorous training shall commence, and Ye Ming, you shall be the sole participant. What? Ye Ming pointed at Ye Ming, exclaiming. What about him? What about him? Ye Ming is quite capable. He is unnecessary. Should you manage to reach the 4th tier by tomorrow, I may consider sparing you from training. Can I refuse? Can you defeat me? Forget it. I will train. Is that acceptable? The usually domineering Ye Ming had finally encountered someone who challenged her. Thus, only in Ye Ming's world of injuries did they find common ground. During this visit, Ye Ming also prepared gifts. Ye Ming received a pendant crafted from black crystal, exquisitely made with intricate patterns, which, when worn, brought a refreshing clarity of mind and a sense of peace. It was worth over 5 million. Ye Ming received a white jade bracelet, also valued at several million. All the funds were earned by Ye Ming herself. One cannot deny that while their cousin may not smile often and tends to maintain a stern expression, she is quite generous towards her family. After a brief exchange, Ye Ming returned to his room. He changed into casual attire, preparing to seek out the Feng martial arts school for a challenge. I almost forgot about this. Ye Ming retrieved the assassin's badge, frowning slightly. Although the badge could be seamlessly integrated into his body or extracted at will, it was ultimately a small object, and small objects are prone to being lost, a timeless truth. Perhaps I should simply keep it integrated into my body to avoid the hassle of misplacing it. Ye Ming found this reasoning sound. He placed the badge on his wrist, and in the next moment, it melded into his being. However, at the instant the badge assimilated into his body, a peculiar sensation surged within him. Ye Ming felt an unusual ripple surrounding him, alerting him. Wait. He recalled Sun Hoyuan's words, to prevent accidental harm to companions. Badge wearers would receive special warnings when in close proximity to one another. The closer they were, the more intense the alert. He could distinctly sense that a particular assassin was nearby. Without hesitation, Ye Ming removed his badge, concealing his identity. Once the badge was off, that strange sensation vanished. Yet, the confusion in Ye Ming's heart lingered. Another assassin was very close to him. Who could it be? Was it merely a coincidence that they passed by? Or did they reside near his home? Clenching his fists, Ye Ming pondered, ultimately coming up empty-handed. Forget it. I should head to the training hall first. With a sigh, he stepped outside and heard commotion from the training room. It was Yi Shuang training Yi Xinxin. As Ye Ming stood outside observing for a moment. Just as he was about to leave, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Yi Shuang, sending Yi Xinxin flying 3 meters. Ye Ming, who was preparing to depart, felt a jolt in his heart. That aura felt so familiar. He seemed to have encountered it somewhere before. That's right. Ye Ming's pupils constricted. It was the female assassin from last night. Her aura was strikingly similar to Yi Shuang's. Could it be that? Chapter 56. Yi Shuang is quite impressive. Ye Ming possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to aura. He could ascertain with certainty that the aura Yi Shuang had emitted earlier was identical to that of the female assassin from the previous night. Coupled with the previous response from the badge, even a fool could comprehend the implications. Yi Shuang had also joined the assassination hall. Moreover, she was certainly not a novice. Yi Shuang's aloof nature and her lack of social skills, combined with her lifelong martial training, indeed made her quite suited to being an assassin. Though Ye Ming could enumerate Yi Shuang's numerous flaws, such as her excessive reliance on external means to conceal her presence, her penchant for lofty positions, and her ineptitude at deception, she was still vastly superior to many other assassins. It was truly unexpected that Yi Shuang was also a member of the assassination hall. Ye Ming was genuinely surprised. He now contemplated whether to reveal his identity to Yi Shuang and impart some insights on being an assassin. Yet, after some reflection, he decided against it. Yi Shuang had witnessed his combat abilities last night. When she saw him fight again, she would naturally understand. Furthermore, what if Yi Shuang opposed his joining the assassination hall? He would then have to waste energy explaining this and that, which would be quite troublesome. With the martial arts examination approaching, Ye Ming had no time to dwell on such matters. It was best to focus on training. He turned to leave. Ye Ming. Yi Shuang's voice suddenly rang out. Come here. I want to see how strong you have become. Furrowing his brow, Ye Ming approached the training room. Could it be that his disguise was about to be unveiled? You, demonstrate your strength, Yi Shuang instructed, pointing at the mechanical dummy. Hit this. Ye Ming exhaled in relief. He clenched his fist and struck with great force. The mechanical dummy was pierced through, leaving a large hole. Wow! Yi Xinxin exclaimed, this is outrageous. You've punctured the dummy? I recall just a few days ago your punch wasn't this powerful. Ye Ming shrugged. A few days ago, I wasn't a tier 3 contract master. Yi Xinxin was left speechless. Yi Shuang, observing closely, nodded as she examined the hole in the dummy. Your strength is focused and undispersed. Your aura is fierce yet unconfused. It seems you have not been slacking off in your training over the years. Yi Xinxin pouted, as if I have been slacking off. Listening to Yi Shuang's analysis, Ye Ming nodded slightly. Indeed, she is someone the assassination hall values. Yi Shuang's analytical skills were quite impressive. Now, let us test your speed. Run to that mechanical dummy. She indicated a target 20 meters away. As soon as she finished speaking, a gentle breeze brushed past her ear. In less than a breath, Ye Ming completed the 20-meter dash. His speed could only be described as instantaneous. This time, even Yi Shuang was taken aback. At my current speed, I can cover 20 meters in one breath. Yet, before I even finished my breath, you had already covered the distance. Impressive, very impressive. Yi Xinxin was astonished. And Ye Ming also showed a hint of surprise. This was the first time they had heard Yi Shuang use the phrase very impressive. Your speed surpasses mine. Your strength is on par with me. I am tier 4, and you are tier 3. Yi Shuang squinted her eyes, regarding Ye Ming with some skepticism. Is your contract spirit truly a Demoness? Are you deceiving us? Your contract spirit is a Holy Maiden, isn't it? Ye Ming was taken aback. Sister Yi Shuang, are you joking? As the night frost lightly coughed twice and realized her audacity, she quickly retracted her words, apologizing for her misstep. May I inquire about your spiritual technique? Is it tailored for individuals or groups? Both, he replied. Is there an issue? No, it's fine. You may go, Ye Ming shrugged. He had prepared to shed his disguise, yet Yi Shuang insisted on recloaking him in it. Departing, Ye Ming was set to challenge a formidable opponent today, a quasi-4th-tier contract master. With a contract spirit of that rank. While it posed little challenge, he preferred battling contract masters over ferocious beasts, as humans possessed intelligence and adaptability. Even in a swift victory, there were lessons to be gleaned. Of course, Ye Ming had not forsaken the secret realms. Battling ferocious beasts remained a vital source of experiential knowledge for him. Once Ye Ming had left, Yi Shuang exceptionally concluded her rigorous training early. Yi Xinxin's eyes widened in astonishment, as if the sun had risen from the west. "I have a question for you," Yi Shuang said, turning to Yi Xinxin. "Is Ye Ming's contract spirit a witch?" "Indeed, it's a high-level one. Is there a problem? Is he not concerned about the backlash from slaughter?" Yi Shuang expressed her worry. Yi Xinxin shook her head with a sigh. How could he not be? Yet worrying is futile. The backlash from slaughter cannot be entirely resolved. However, Ye Ming reassured us not to fret. Whether he truly possesses a solution or merely offers comforting words remains uncertain. As his elder sister, Yi Xinxin was naturally concerned for him. After a moment of silence, Yi Shuang eventually exited the training room. She returned to her quarters, opened her phone, and, ensuring her solitude, sent a message. Yi Shuang, "Captain Sun, I heard recently that the execution hall is in need of personnel. I can recommend someone. His strength rivals mine, and his speed surpasses it. Sun Hoyuan, certainly. What is his rank?" Yi Shuang, "He is a third-tier contract master, though his talent is exceptional." Sun Hoyuan, "And his contract spirit?" Yi Shuang, "That is precisely what I wish to discuss. The individual I am recommending is quite peculiar. Despite possessing full-level spirituality, he is bound to a witch." Suddenly, Sun Hoyuan sat up in his chair. A full-level spirit bound to a witch. This sounds reminiscent of a certain prodigy. Sun Hoyuan, you cannot be referring to Ye Ming, can you? Is Ye Ming truly that well-known? Yi Shuang frowned, but upon reflection, it made sense. Captain Sun had visited Songnan City recently, and given Ye Ming's notoriety, it was hardly surprising he was aware of him. Yi Shuang, yes, it is indeed him. Captain Sun, I wish to discuss whether, should Ye Ming join the execution hall, assistance could be provided to shield him from the backlash of slaughter. If materials or costs are involved, I am willing to have them deducted from my salary. Under the same roof, did Ye Ming not disclose his identity to her? Sun Hoyuan furrowed his brow, attempting to consider the matter from Ye Ming's perspective. He speculated that his silence must stem from other reasons. The martial arts grand examination? It seemed plausible. This young man might wish to showcase his formidable prowess during the examination, thereby revealing to Yi Shuang that he had already joined the execution hall and was the highly regarded newcomer she spoke of. Sun Hoyuan believed Ye Ming was indeed capable of such a feat. Youngsters, after all, often revel in ostentation. Surely, it was not mere inconvenience that led him to withhold this information. Moreover, Yi Shuang had witnessed Ye Ming's prowess last night. If she were to see him again, she would undoubtedly recognize him. To avoid entanglement in this matter, Sun Hoyuan felt his assumptions were correct, and thus he began to shift the conversation. Sun Hoyuan, let us discuss Ye Ming's potential joining of the execution hall post-martial arts grand examination. Yi Shuang, understood. We shall discuss it after the martial arts grand examination. Did he wish to first ascertain Ye Ming's performance in the examination? Yi Shuang considered her deductions reasonable, for she herself had joined the execution hall only after her own examination. Chapter 57, The Hall Master of the Mountain, 4th-tier contract master. The next day, with merely 3 days remaining until the martial arts grand examination, Ye Ming rose early, eager to venture out, for today was of great significance. The Hall Master of the Mountain Martial Arts School had chosen to duel with him. The Hall Master, a 4th-tier contract master with an elite contract spirit. This was his inaugural battle against a 4th-tier contract master, and he felt a thrill of anticipation. Engaging with formidable opponents, especially those of higher ranks, filled Ye Ming with a sense of achievement. If he were to lose, he would reflect. If he were to win, his confidence would soar, propelling him forward in his progress. Just as he prepared to leave, his sister Yi Xinxin and Yi Shuang approached. Yi Xinxin, seeing Ye Ming ready to depart, smiled and remarked, "Ah, are you preparing to participate in the mock examination hosted by Songnan No. 1 Middle School? Though it may hold little significance for you, it would be beneficial to familiarize yourself with the examination process. Prior to the martial arts grand examination, Songnan No. 1 Middle School would conduct preliminary assessments, intermediate tests, and mock examinations. The purpose was to gauge everyone's abilities, allowing them to achieve better results during the actual examination. However, some individuals had evidently forgotten this detail. Mock examination? What mock examination? Regarding the event organized by your school. Alas, I have completely forgotten. Ye Ming's eyes widened. He had no recollection of it. But it mattered little to him. It was of no consequence. If he forgot, so be it. This mock examination held no significance. The examination process could be found in videos online, Yet scheduling with a Tier 4 practitioner was not something one could do at any time. Naturally, Ye Ming opted to forego the mock exam. He rose and departed. Observing his retreating figure, Yi Shuang furrowed her brow as she turned to Yi Xinxin. The mock exam was rather important. As his older sister, how could you indulge him in skipping it? Huh, aren't you his cousin? Why don't you take charge? It was difficult for Yi Shuang to voice her thoughts. Yi Xinxin shrugged, conceding that while the mock exam was crucial for others, it held no importance for Ye Ming whatsoever. This lad not only skipped the mock exam, but had also missed both the preliminary and intermediate tests. You were away from home, so you are unaware of how extraordinary Ye Ming's talents are. When he was at the first tier, he single-handedly eliminated hundreds of ferocious beasts, shattering the records of the Cangnan martial arts school. Subsequently, within the Blood Demon Palace, he temporarily broke through to the second tier and treated a multi-person secret realm as if it were his own. It was truly astonishing. Such a person cannot be easily managed. Yi Shuang listened to these accounts of Ye Ming and, upon reflection, realized that he indeed did not need to participate in the mock exam. If Ye Ming were to join the killing hall, he might be as exceptional as the newcomers from that fateful night. Yi Shuang murmured to herself, her eyes flickering. No, Ye Ming would surpass them. He is my brother, and I believe in him. Yi Xinxin turned her head, muttering something. Ahem, it's nothing. Yi Shuang awkwardly took her leave. Upon arriving at the Hantian martial arts school, out of courtesy, Ye Ming sent a message to his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen, requesting a leave of absence. Initially reluctant, she reprimanded Ye Ming, stating that he shouldn't take the martial arts examination lightly. However, after Ye Ming made a video call and had the headmaster of Hantian martial arts say a few words on his behalf, Teacher Yang changed her tone in an instant. Oh, Mr. Chun, I see Ye Ming has an appointment with you today. With you explaining the rules of the martial arts examination, there is certainly no issue. What? You say Ye Ming wishes to challenge you? I recall you are a Tier 4 practitioner. Teacher Yang hung up the phone with a bewildered expression. What nonsense. While the other students were busy preparing for the mock exam, Ye Ming was already challenging a Tier 4 contract master. The disparity was staggering. Within the Hantian martial arts school, Headmaster Chun Bai returned the phone to Ye Ming. Thank you very much, Headmaster Chun. Ye Ming smiled and clasped his fists in gratitude. Headmaster Chun chuckled and shook his head. You rascal, not only do you come to my Hantian martial arts school to spar repeatedly, but now you also wish for this old man to help you take leave. You truly have quite the face. Ye Ming scratched his head, saying, what can I say? Old Chin, students fear their teachers. I am Yang Teacher's student, and she is your student as well, so naturally, your words carry the most weight. Very well. Very well. Headmaster Chen looked at Ye Ming and laughed. You, my boy, have even investigated my background thoroughly? With your reputation, is there any need for investigation? It is common knowledge in every street and alley. Ye Ming was not only adept at combat, but also skilled at charming others. Headmaster Chen was quite taken by this. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us proceed to the arena. Headmaster Chen lightly stepped and leaped onto the stage. Ye Ming followed closely behind. The two would spar, with each strike meant to be controlled. The first to touch the opponent's forehead, waist, or thigh would be deemed the victor. Headmaster Chen stated. Ye Ming would certainly not refuse, as that would be impolite. He dashed forward. His aura surged, transforming into a streak of black light as he propelled himself forward. Just as his finger was about to tap Headmaster Chun's forehead, a resounding boom echoed. A robust figure materialized behind Headmaster Chun. Her arms resembled towering mountains. Her abdomen defined with muscle, and her physique was well balanced with prominent lines. An earthy halo enveloped the mountain saintess. Her eyes sparkled with white light as her massive arms fell before Headmaster Chun, forming a formidable defensive barrier. Ye Ming's fist struck the barrier, sending rocks flying. Yet it failed to break through. This will not do. I must get serious. The red light flickered in Ye Ming's eyes as he tightened his grip on his long scythe. Centered around him, a realm of darkness began to expand, ultimately enveloping the entire stage. Headmaster Chun furrowed his brow. Yet in the next moment, Ye Ming seemed to have stepped into empty space, his body melding into the darkness. Disappeared? Sensing something amiss, Headmaster Chun closed his eyes, attuning every pore of his body to perceive the surrounding aura. The instant Ye Ming emerged, wielding the long scythe to strike, Headmaster Chun's eyes sprang open as he charged forward with a clenched fist. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of energy erupted continuously as the two on the stage battled fiercely, remaining evenly matched, until a resounding roar signaled the end of this confrontation. What a thrill. Truly exhilarating. Headmaster Chen looked at Ye Ming with excitement. At this moment, Ye Ming exhaled deeply. There were white marks on his forehead and at the base of his thighs, but none on his waist. Chen Bai, on the other hand, faced defeat in all three areas. In this confrontation, Ye Ming emerged victorious. The student surpassed his mentor, a commendable feat indeed. Were it not for my own inadequacies, I would certainly take you as my disciple. Despite his loss, Chen Bai bore no resentment. He is a person who knows how to accept victory and defeat gracefully. Losing is merely losing, and he has never indulged in boasting about his experience. This characteristic is the foundation of his martial arts school. The rules of this match were somewhat favorable to me. Had the format been different, I might not have outperformed Director Chen. Ye Ming remained humble. Chen Bai chuckled and shook his head. Do not be modest, young man. I am aware you did not exert your full strength. Haha, Director Chen, you jest. Ye Ming replied. After a brief exchange of compliments, Ye Ming departed from the Han Mountain Martial Arts School. Following their earlier battle, he had come to a realization. His current abilities were sufficient to triumph over an ordinary fourth-tier contract master. Chapter 58. The Martial Arts Examination begins. 3 days later, the martial arts examination officially commenced. A group stood at the entrance, bidding farewell to Ye Ming. You little rascal, do well on your exam. If you get into university, that would be splendid. If not, you can work with your second uncle. At least you won't go hungry. Yi Zheng patted Ye Ming on the shoulder, smiling. Ye Ming could only smile wryly in response. I'm already at the 3rd tier. How could I possibly fail? What does being at the 3rd tier matter? There are always those beyond you. Remain humble, and whatever you do not be careless during the examination, interjected his third uncle, Yuan. Pay attention to the questions. Ensure you do not misread them. If you encounter a multiple-choice question you cannot answer, remember to guess. For a 3 long 1 short question, select the shortest. For a 3 short 1 long question, select the longest. Good luck on your exam. Uncle, I'm taking the martial arts exam, not the academic one, Ye Ming pointed out. Close enough. Just interpret it as you see fit. Ye Ming was quite exasperated. His second and third uncles were indeed capable in the realm of commerce. But when it came to martial arts, they were utterly clueless. Explaining further would be futile. At that moment, Yi Shuang approached, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. Ye Ming, do well on the exam and strive to become the top student in Songnan. I might have a surprise for you. The surprise she referred to was the possibility of recommending Ye Ming to join the killing hall. The poor girl remained oblivious to the truth. Ye Ming smiled and nodded. All right, I will do my best. Go for it, Ye Ming. I believe in you. If you don't become the top student, don't bother coming home. If you do, I will dismantle your bed. Ye Ming's lips twitched. Such was the love of a sister. The location for the martial arts examination was the teleportation hall. On the day of the exam, the hall was closed to the public. No vehicles were allowed within a 10-kilometer radius. And military tanks and other heavy weaponry were stationed for security. At this time, dozens of buses were parked around the teleportation hall. All candidates from Songnan City entered the examination venue in an orderly fashion. The team from Songnan No. 1 High School was led by Yang Jinwen, who was frantically dialing a number. Hello, is this Ye Ming's second uncle? I would like to inquire where Ye Ming is at this moment. The martial arts examination is about to begin. Why has he not arrived yet? What? He left half an hour ago. All right, he should be arriving soon. She hung up the phone, yet the worry etched on her face remained unabated. As the team leader for Songnan No. 1 High School, there were 300 candidates participating, with 255 remaining after accounting for special circumstances. Now, only 254 had arrived. Where could Ye Ming be? How had he developed such a terrible habit of tardiness? Yang Jinwen felt an urge to scold Ye Ming at that very moment. Meanwhile, whispers began to circulate among the surrounding students. Ye Ming has truly become arrogant. He skipped the preliminary tests, missed the intermediate ones, and now, with the martial arts examination upon us, will he still not show up? Haha, if he truly doesn't come, I am confident I can aim for the top student in Songnan. Oh please, you? A tier 1 contract master? You're not even close to my level. Moreover, the competition for this martial arts examination was immense. From Songnan No. 2 High School, there was Chu Chiyu, the tier 2 contract master known as the Saintess of Storms. From Songnan No. 3 High School, Zhou Zhandong, the Saint of 10,000 Spears, and from our own Songnan No. 1 High School, the school belle Lu Yushuan, who is rumored to have also broken through to Tier 2. I am certain that this year's top student will emerge from one of these 3. Hearing the words of the candidates, the team leaders from Songnan No. 2 and No. 3 High Schools puffed out their chests. They turned to rally their students with motivational slogans, such as for the top student of Tsangnan, who else but us? And fight with style, fight with strength. Clearly, they were determined to secure the title of top student in Tsangnan. Yang Jinwen, however, paid them no mind, her gaze fixed upon the electronic countdown clock on the ceiling. With only 20 minutes remaining, where could Ye Ming possibly be? Would he even arrive? Beside her, Lu Yuxuan furrowed her brow, pondering whether he might actually miss the exam due to tardiness. How foolish of me to consider him a potential rival. Time continued to slip away, and the murmurs among the crowd grew louder. If Ye Ming did not show up, the dominance of Tsangnan No. 1 high school this year would be compromised. Did you not hear the homeroom teacher's conversation? The individual is en route and may arrive shortly. However, if the traffic is congested, it could take 3 hours by car. And with only 13 minutes remaining before the martial arts examination commences, there is a high likelihood of missing it. Missing it? I find that rather unlikely. What if they can fly? Laughable, as if they truly believe themselves to be Superman. Suddenly, a figure burst through the entrance of the teleportation hall. Ye Ming, with wings sprouting from his back, glided in at a low altitude and landed gracefully among the ranks of Tsangnan First High, right beside Yang Jinwen. The students were taken aback. Wait, you can really fly? You possess quite an array of magical abilities. Amidst the astonishment, Yang Jinwen delivered a playful smack to Ye Ming's head. Ye Ming, why did you arrive just now? I was worried sick. If you miss the martial arts examination, you will regret it for a lifetime. Ye Ming, feeling quite helpless, replied, I left an hour early. Who could have anticipated such a traffic jam? Even the bike lane was completely blocked. Thus, I had no choice but to fly here. Fly? The teleportation hall is over 30 kilometers away from your home. Did you truly fly that distance? Yang Jinwen's concern grew. What about your stamina? The classmates were bewildered. Isn't that the point of focus? The fact that he flew over 30 kilometers was seemingly overlooked? Rest assured, I still have my strength. After all, Ye Ming slightly released his aura. I am now a third-tier contract master. Third tier. The faces of his classmates displayed the shock Ye Ming had anticipated. The previously confident teachers from other schools were wide-eyed. Their expressions contorted in disbelief, appearing as if they were constipated. A third-tier contract master? This has never happened in Tsangnan City. This is a first. It is important to note that there has never been a repeat student in martial arts. Every examination features new candidates. A first-ever third-tier contract master, a sorceress. At maximum spiritual level, this is simply unparalleled. If Ye Ming were to achieve the top score in Tsangnan, his influence would be unimaginable. The atmosphere became lively with Ye Ming's arrival. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, bringing silence to the previously noisy teleportation hall. And everyone turned their gaze towards the central podium. On the podium, 3 figures had appeared unbeknownst to them. Wang Changkong from Starry Sky University, Sun Hoyuan from Star Magic University, and Zhao Feng from Star Sea University. They were instructors dispatched from the 3 top universities, specifically overseeing the examination. Oh, the martial arts examination is about to commence, and it appears everyone is quite excited. Since you are all so eager, allow me to share some good news. Zhao Feng, a robust figure clad in martial attire, announced loudly, the secret realm for this martial arts examination is the Extreme Ice Palace. The lowest level of ferocious beasts is 1st tier, while the highest is 4th tier. A 4th tier giant ice demon. Chapter 59, Night Frost. His movements are so familiar. What? A 4th tier ferocious beast. The candidates' pupils constricted in shock, their hearts racing with disbelief. Even the accompanying teachers were rendered speechless. What a joke. This is the martial arts examination. When has a 4th tier ferocious beast ever appeared? In the previous examination, the strongest ferocious beast was a 3rd tier phantom elephant. The one before that was a 3rd tier serpent-tailed lion king. And the one prior was a 3rd tier shining demon. The strongest ferocious beasts have always been 3rd tier, yet this time, we are confronted with a 4th tier ferocious beast. The candidates displayed expressions of distress. The difficulty has significantly increased. Some have begun to grumble in the shadows, claiming that this martial arts examination is exceedingly challenging, showing little regard for 1st tier contract masters. In response, Zhao Feng raised his hand, signaling for silence. All right, do not be overly excited. Allow me to finish speaking. The 4th tier ferocious beasts are intended for so-called geniuses. Ordinary individuals will hardly encounter them as long as they do not venture to the heart of the secret realm. Of course, the difficulty will inevitably rise, with an increase in the number of 3rd tier and 2nd tier ferocious beasts, as well as the enhancement of first-tier ferocious beast strength. The purpose of the martial arts examination is to select the strong. Each of you present may one day venture beyond the domain, facing those ruthless, ferocious beasts. So it is crucial to maintain a proper attitude and not regard the martial arts examination as a shortcut. His words contained both official rhetoric and personal sentiments. The students remained silent. Some were still dissatisfied, yet others began to ponder. A fourth-tier giant ice demon. Ye Ming clenched his fists as a third-tier contract master. I can handle it. A fourth-tier ferocious beast is still within reach. He had confidence in his abilities. Time passed, second by second. When the electronic clock counted down to 0, the martial arts examination officially commenced. A multitude of candidates entered the secret realm, adorned with teleportation halos, upon encountering danger. They could press it to escape the secret realm. Furthermore, the Extreme Ice Palace is an artificially constructed secret realm. Within it, surveillance cameras with a God's eye view have been installed, broadcasting the examination live across the nation. Currently, families are gathered around their televisions, watching the examination live. Ye Ming and others are no exception. Extreme Ice Palace. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, as delicate flurries of white snow cascaded down, slanting onto the ground and forming a soft blanket of white cotton. Ye Ming descended into the heart of a snowy expanse. Surrounding him were half-moon-shaped ice caverns, with ice spikes erupting from the ground, one after another, soaring up to 10 meters, creating a vast forest of ice spires. In the distance, an ice mountain loomed, seemingly crowned by a palace of azure ice. The martial arts examination had commenced. Defeat ferocious beasts to earn badges. The more badges you acquire, the higher your score. First tier ferocious beast, 1 badge. Second tier ferocious beast, 5 badges. Third tier ferocious beast, 10 badges. Fourth tier ferocious beast, 5,000 badges. The fourth tier ferocious beast represents an extraordinarily challenging endeavor. Under normal circumstances, few would dare approach it. However, Ye Ming's eyes narrowed. He was no ordinary individual, and his objective was the fourth-tier giant frost ice demon. The surrounding snow rendered the world's palette monochromatic, significantly diminishing his visibility. Furthermore, his reflexes would inevitably become sluggish. He regulated his breathing, expanding his sensory perception, then narrowed his focus. This was wisdom gleaned from his prior snowfield assassination missions, proving immensely effective. With a burst of speed, he transformed into a streak of black light, dashing toward the ice mountain. The members of the Ye family, observing from the sidelines, took note of his audacity. What? Ye Ming is approaching the very center of the snow mountain. Could he be intending to challenge the fourth-tier giant frost ice demon directly? Ye Xion's eyes widened. A direct challenge to a fourth-tier beast? Ye Shuang furrowed her brow. Although he was a third tier, this action seemed rather reckless. Yet, Ye Ming was no fool. He surely had his own strategy. Hey. Third Uncle Yi Wen exclaimed, pointing at the screen. Look quickly. A ferocious beast has surrounded Ye Ming. Within the realm, Ye Ming halted. He surveyed his surroundings. A pack of snow fur wolves with eerie blue eyes fixated on him. These cunning creatures concealed themselves within the snowdrifts, ready to pounce upon any prey, even those soaring through the skies. Their jumping ability was astonishing, capable of leaping 30 meters high. 20 snow fur wolves, all second tier, posed a significant threat to other candidates. However, Ye Ming's eyes glimmered with a fierce red light as he flicked his wrist, unleashing a black scythe. The howls of the snow fur wolves echoed through the air as they charged at Ye Ming. The scythe whistled through the air, cleaving through their ranks. The sharp blade sliced through their tough hides, leaving gruesome gashes. Some unfortunate snow fur wolves were cleaved in half. Scalding blood dripped onto the snow, staining it crimson and leaving a myriad of small, bloody craters. The scythe's chilling glimmer continued to flash as 20 snow fur wolves were slaughtered. Outside the realm, third Uncle Yi Wen watched Ye Ming's performance, exhilarated. Wait, has this brat truly become so formidable? He dispatched that many ferocious beasts with a single strike? Ye Xian shook her head, smiling. Third Uncle, Ye Ming is third tier. Those snow fur wolves are second tier. A third tier easily dispatching a second tier is hardly surprising, right? Sister Ye Shuang? She turned to Ye Shuang. However, Ye Shuang's brow was tightly knitted, her gaze fixed on the screen, her mind racing to recall Ye Ming's previous actions, particularly the black scythe. How could this be? Such a familiar form, such a recognizable motion. It feels hauntingly reminiscent. Ye Shuang pondered gravely, her eyes narrowing. One night, one mission, one newcomer. Could it be? A vague suspicion began to form within her. She remained transfixed on the screen, indifferent to Ye Xion's frantic calls. Congratulations. You have acquired 100 badges. The leaderboard has changed. First, Zhou Zhanlong, badge count. 502nd, Chu Qiuyu, badge count. 433rd, Lu Yuxuan, badge count. 325. Has the first place already reached 500? Zhou Zhanlong possesses some prowess, Ye Ming remarked, quickening his pace. He donned the divine fallen armor, his speed surging as he transformed into a shadow racing forward. As he approached the snow mountain, the ferocious beasts grew increasingly formidable. A resounding roar echoed through the air. Ye Ming halted as a massive snowball surged down the lofty mountain, sweeping away the white snow beneath it. It leaped high into the air, crashing down towards him. Ye Ming, look out! Shadow yelled. There's a dangerous life form within that snowball. Near 4th tier. In the instant the snowball struck the ground, Ye Ming swiftly dodged to the side with remarkable speed, narrowly escaping as the snowball crashed heavily beside him. The ground trembled, sending cascades of white snow swirling outward, drastically reducing visibility. Holding his scythe, Ye Ming faintly discerned a dark shadow rising, approaching him step by step. As the white snow in the air dissipated, a colossal figure emerged. Towering at 3 meters, its form resembled a small mountain, with sharp claws forged from ice crystals. It possessed piercing ice-blue eyes, and its sharp fangs were stained with blood, its body covered in a thick layer of white fur, reminiscent of a standing polar bear. Yet, it was adorned with a crystalline armor. This was the quasi-4th tier ferocious beast, the ice-armored giant bear. Ye Ming narrowed his eyes, his aura suddenly surging, darkness swirling around the scythe in his hand. A resounding roar echoed through the air, startling the birds overhead and causing the snow atop the mountain to tumble once more. The ice-armored giant bear, with its 4 limbs working in unison and murderous intent igniting in its ice-blue eyes, charged at Ye Ming with astonishing speed, undeterred by the snow that lay beneath. Be cautious, Ye Ming. The ice-armored giant bear possesses immense strength. A single swipe from its claw could inflict serious harm. The voice of Shadow, a faint reminder, had barely escaped when, whoosh, a chilling light flickered in the air. In the instant the ice-armored giant bear swung its paw, Ye Ming sprouted wings and soared into the sky, executing a 360-degree spin before unleashing a razor-sharp arc of his scythe. Swish! The black crescent of the blade materialized. With a piercing sound, a gash was carved into the ice-armored giant bear's body, and hot blood gushed forth. Ye Ming, do you see the blue gem at its chest? That is its exposed heart. Shatter it, and the ice-armored giant bear will meet its end. Shadow urged. Understood. Ye Ming reversed the scythe in his hand, preparing to deliver another crescent slash in midair. The ice-armored giant bear roared in fury, having learned from its previous pain. This time, it braced itself with its hardened arms to withstand the attack. Boom. The two forces collided, each restraining the other. Now's the moment. Ye Ming spread his wings wide and darted through the air like a streak of black light toward the ice-armored giant bear. With a swift thrust, the sharp gleam of the scythe flashed once more. In an instant, the exposed heart of the ice-armored giant bear was cleaved in two. Agonizing pain coursed through its body, and the bear roared in wrath, its eyes turning crimson as it mindlessly pounded the ground, a mere death throes. With a thunderous crash, its massive body collapsed, compressing the snow beneath it. Congratulations on obtaining Badge 45. The quantity of badges for a quasi-4th tier ferocious beast lies between the 4th and 3rd tiers. However, this was quite disappointing. Ye Ming recalled clearly that slaying a 3rd tier beast yielded 10 badges, while a 4th tier frost giant could yield 5,000. Yet now, having slain a quasi-4th tier beast, he received a mere 45 badges. This was indeed a loss. Forget it. I shall content myself with hunting the frost giants. Ye Ming opened his wings and soared upwards, ensuring that all ferocious beasts in his path were vanquished. Observing the black wings of Ye Ming from the television screen, Yi Shuang had come to a realization. Ye Ming is the new recruit from that night. His prowess, aura, and techniques are entirely identical. No wonder Captain Sun said he would consider letting him join after the martial arts examination. Initially, Yi Shuang thought Captain Sun wanted to assess Ye Ming's results before making a decision, but she now understood he simply wished to witness her embarrassment. That detestable Captain Sun, that insufferable Ye Ming. How could such significant matters be concealed from me? This is utterly outrageous. Yi Shuang rarely resorted to profanity. So the weight of the term outrageous was not lost on her. Wait. Yi Shuang's brows furrowed, her hand resting on her chin, her gaze fixed in contemplation. If that new recruit is indeed Ye Ming, how could his assassination techniques be so proficient? Especially his mastery of concealing his aura, it is simply extraordinary, surpassing even my own skills. This will not do. After the martial arts examination, I must inquire thoroughly. Yi Shuang sensed that Ye Ming harbored a significant secret. In the monitoring room, 3 proctoring teachers observed in awe as Ye Ming dispatched the quasi-4th-tier beast. Zhao Feng from Star Sea University exclaimed, "This candidate named Ye Ming is remarkable. Within a month of awakening, he attained the 3rd tier, and now he has triumphed over a quasi-4th-tier beast. His power and talent are simply extraordinary. In my opinion, even a 4th-tier frost giant may not be his match." Captain Sun nodded in agreement, acknowledging Ye Ming's exceptional talent and strength, declaring him the most formidable candidate in the history of Cangnan City. "I believe he could contend with the frost giant." Contend? Wang Changkong from Star Sea University scoffed. "There is a world of difference between a quasi-4th-tier beast and a 4th-tier beast. While Ye Ming's 3rd-tier prowess is commendable, the chances of him defeating a 4th-tier frost giant are bleak." Zhao Feng, taken aback, replied, "Oh, Teacher Wang, what is with you today? In previous years, when you encountered genius candidates, you would be so excited you could hardly contain yourself. Today, not only are you silent, but you also douse cold water on the situation. Do you hold a grudge against Ye Ming?" Before Wang Changkong could finish, he was abruptly interrupted. Sun Hoyuan nodded and said, "Teacher Zhao, you may not be aware that shortly after the awakening ceremony concluded, Shinkong University extended a special recruitment offer to Ye Ming. However, the condition was that he must replace the witch he had contracted with a saintess. Naturally, Ye Ming was unwilling and rejected the offer on the spot. Teacher Wang, feeling humiliated, certainly bore a grudge against Ye Ming." Wang Changkong's brows furrowed, and he pointed an accusing finger at Sun Hoyuan, exclaiming, "Stop talking nonsense. I, Wang Changkong, am a 6th-tier contract master and do not need to stoop to quarrel with a junior. Combating foes of a higher tier is inherently difficult, especially considering that Ye Ming has only recently broken through to the 3rd tier and lacks sufficient mastery over his powers. For a newcomer like him to aspire to slay a 4th-tier ferocious beast is simply unrealistic." After a moment of silence, Zhao Feng finally nodded, acknowledging the validity of Teacher Wang's analysis. Overcoming tiers is challenging, and it is even more arduous for newcomers. Sun Hoyuan remained silent, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Ye Ming. He believed that Ye Ming would undoubtedly succeed in defeating the 4th-tier frost demon. Within the secret realm, Ye Ming accelerated, skillfully navigating through numerous obstacles, drawing closer to the summit of the snow-capped mountain. Along the way, he encountered a plethora of formidable beasts, snow spirits, ice-toothed crocodiles, and blizzard's vultures. These creatures posed significant threats, their bloodlines and genetics ranking them among the medium to high echelons of ferocity. Yet, under Ye Ming's formidable strength, they were nothing more than souls claimed by the scythe. With a resounding thud, a white snow demon adorned with bat-like wings fell to the ground. Ding! Successfully slain a 3rd-tier snow demon, Realm Experience 6, Spiritual Technique Experience 6. Congratulations. You have acquired Badge 10, Chapter 61, 4th-tier Ferocious Beast, Frost Demon, Leaderboard. First place, Zhou Zhanlong, Badge Count, 2,412. Second place, Chu Qiyu, Badge Count, 2133. Third place, Ye Ming, Badge Count, 2025. Fourth place, Lu Yuxuan, Badge Count, 1967. The top 3 competitors each possessed over 2,000 badges. However, as the number of ferocious beasts dwindled, the accumulation of badges for the candidates would gradually decelerate. The final achievements of the first and second places would likely settle around 3,000 badges. Ye Ming vaguely recalled that last year, the top scorer from Cangnan amassed a total of 3,000 badges. Thus, if he could vanquish the Frost Demon, he would secure his position as the top scorer from Cangnan. Even in the unlikely event that he were to falter against the Frost Demon, his current tally would suffice to secure admission to one of the 3 elite universities. With this thought, Ye Ming felt an exhilarating lightness in his heart. He gazed at the palace standing majestically atop the mountain, and his fighting spirit surged. He quickened his pace once more. Along his path, he not only encountered the corpses of ferocious beasts, but also the lifeless bodies of fellow candidates. A young man clad in a black bodysuit and a girl dressed in work attire. They were all participants who, for some unknown reason, failed to press the transport button on their wristbands in the face of impending danger. The martial arts examination had never been entirely safe. Despite advanced safety measures, there remained a 5% mortality rate. As Ye Ming approached the palace, he made it a point to assist any bodies he found lying in the snow by activating their wristbands. A life may be lost, but at the very least, their remains should be transported away. This task ought to be handled by the cleaners of the secret realm after the examination's conclusion. But Ye Ming felt it was merely a small act of kindness. In the monitoring room, Sun Hoyuan observed this scene with an unwavering demeanor. Yet his heart swelled with satisfaction. The biting cold wind sliced through the air like a blade, mercilessly striking Ye Ming's face. As he took his final step, he gazed up at the grand ice crystal palace that towered amidst the snow, soaring over 20 meters high and reaching into the clouds, instilling a sense of awe. This was it. The fourth-tier frost demon resided within the palace. Ye Ming tightened his grip on the long scythe and charged toward the palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless icy arrows sliced through the air toward him. Ye Ming's pupils dilated as he drew his black wings close, instantly forming a sturdy shield. The icy arrows struck against the black-winged shield, inflicting no damage whatsoever. As he unfurled his wings, Ye Ming looked up to see a tall, six-eyed, purple-skinned beast at the pinnacle of the palace, drawing back a bow to unleash another arrow. Swish! Ye Ming swung his scythe, cleaving the arrow in two. A near fourth-tier beast, the ice crystal archer, excelled in ranged attacks, but lacked physical prowess. He could easily eliminate it in close quarters. Move swiftly, the shadow whispered. Upon hearing this, Ye Ming's legs propelled him forward with explosive force, akin to a cannonball, rushing toward the ice crystal archer with astonishing speed. The latter's 6 eyes widened in terror. Thud! The scythe's blade loomed larger in the ice crystal archer's vision until, ultimately, a head soared into the sky. Successfully slain a near fourth-tier ice crystal archer, realm experience 31, spiritual technique experience 31. Congratulations, you have acquired badge 43. The badge count had changed, likely determined by the strength of the beast. Standing atop the palace, Ye Ming furrowed his brow, noting that while near fourth-tier beasts continued to appear, the frost demon had yet to make an appearance. Before he could finish his thought, the palace beneath me suddenly began to tremble violently. In the next moment, the originally 20-meter-high palace soared once again, and Ye Ming unfurled his dark wings, leaping from the pinnacle and hovering in midair. At this instant, a thunderous roar erupted. Snowflakes swirled and ice shattered as the entire crystalline palace seemed to come alive. Its main structure was damaged, the central hall resembling a body, while 2 side halls served as arms and its legs supported it upright. It was a colossal entity, towering more than 20 meters high, with enormous eyes fixated on Ye Ming, who appeared as insignificant as an ant in comparison. Ye Ming involuntarily narrowed his eyes. Was this 20-meter beast truly a fourth-tier creature? Outside the secret realm, the Ye family members grew increasingly anxious. Surely, that monstrous entity was far too large. A single punch could likely shatter a mountain. How could Ye Ming possibly stand against it? Uncle Ye Wen glared in disbelief. Uncle Ye Er nodded in agreement, expressing his incredulity. How can this be? Even if it is a fourth-tier beast, it shouldn't be this immense. It's outrageous. One misstep, and it could cost a life. Can Ye Ming truly defeat it? Ye Xin furrowed her brow, equally uncertain. The trio turned their gazes toward Yi Shuang, who calmly remarked, "Identify its weakness, dare to gamble, and you may slay it. If you cannot find it, be timid, and you shall not prevail." The notion of a weakness plunged Yi Wen and the others into contemplation as they pondered the so-called vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, the commotion had caught the attention of other candidates within the secret realm. They sensed the ground shaking and looked up at the distant snow-capped mountains, only to be startled by the sight before them. Goodness, what is that? It's immense. Is the palace transforming into a giant? What is happening? Has someone entered the palace and triggered a challenge? A challenge? A fourth-tier beast, the giant cold ice demon. Someone is challenging the giant cold ice demon. Most candidates turned their gazes toward the mountain's summit. At the halfway point, the current leaderboard leader, Zhou Zhanlong, observed the colossal figure of the giant cold ice demon and felt a surge of fear. No way, I cannot match it. I must flee. Standing not far away were Chu Qiyu, ranked 2nd, and Lu Yuxuan, ranked 4th, both gazing at the summit, specifically at Ye Ming, who stood opposed to the giant cold ice demon. They both frowned. Was he arrogant, naive, or did he truly possess the strength? Chu Qiuyu regarded Ye Ming with a cold expression, astonished. Lu Yuxuan found Ye Ming utterly incomprehensible. A third-tier contract master challenging a fourth-tier beast. Was he courting death? In the monitoring room, Sun Hoyuan and his companions clenched their fists. Would a miracle be created, or would failure ensue? This battle had finally arrived. At this moment, Ye Ming became the focus of the entire martial arts examination. Boom! A deep sound resonated. The giant cold ice demon swung its fist, crashing down upon Ye Ming. Ye Ming dodged to the side, but the punch struck the snowy mountain, sending rocks flying and cascading down, transforming into an avalanche. With a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, Ye Ming unleashed a scythe strike at the giant cold ice demon. Boom! A sharp, icy blade slashed forth, leaving wounds upon the beast's body. Yet, in the next moment, those wounds inexplicably healed. It can regenerate? Ye Ming frowned. Suddenly, a fierce wind assaulted him. Upon closer inspection, the giant cold ice demon's fist barreled toward him like a meteor. Dark domain. As darkness unfurled, the speed of the giant cold ice demon's fist momentarily stagnated, allowing Ye Ming to evade. That punch shattered the mountainside. Ye Ming executed a flurry of slashes. However, the beast's unique physique allowed it to heal repeatedly, and its strength continued to escalate, capable of shattering a small mountain with a single blow. This ferocious creature grew more formidable with each engagement. I must settle this swiftly. Just as Ye Ming prepared to strike again, a voice filled with excitement rang out. Ye Ming, I've discerned its weakness. This giant is merely a paper tiger. Do not hold back. Unleash your strongest single-target skill, Eternal Night Descends, and deliver this lethal blow with all your might. Trust me, this beast is doomed. Chapter 62, Badge Count 7000. Roaring fiercely, the giant cold ice demon raised its claws, summoning a biting cold wind. Its claws were about to descend upon Ye Ming when, in the next moment, darkness spread outward from Ye Ming's center. The dark domain enveloped the giant cold ice demon, with black tendrils extending from all directions, ensnaring the beast and slowing its movements as it roared frantically with crimson eyes. All eyes were fixed upon the unfolding events on the snowy mountain. Before the assembled crowd, Ye Ming stood poised in the air, emanating an aura of murderous intent, with darkness swirling around the long scythe in his hand. As a flash of blood-red light ignited in his gaze, Ye Ming transformed into a streak of luminous energy, hurtling toward the giant cold ice demon at an imperceptible speed. Eternal Night Descends. As the mightiest spirit skill in Ye Ming's arsenal, it possessed immense lethality. Especially when targeting a single foe, it could amplify Ye Ming's strength several-fold. The snow-capped mountains fell into a profound silence, resembling a dark curtain. In Ye Ming's hand, the long scythe glimmered with a chilling light, interweaving shades of deep crimson and pristine white. In the darkness, the fleeting glow of red eyes vanished in an instant. A roar erupted, accompanied by a mournful cry. A colossal head soared into the air, tumbling down the mountainside, transforming into a snowball that coalesced into an avalanche. Scalding blood splattered from the sky, landing in the snow and creating crimson craters. Ye Ming wielded the scythe, blood trickling down its blade, only to be swiftly devoured by the surrounding darkness. Boom! The frost demon lost its head. Its body dissolved into ice and snow, merging with the pristine blanket of white below, disappearing entirely. Ding! Successfully killed the 4th Order Frost Demon, earning 70 Realm Experience and 70 Spirit Skill Experience. Congratulations, you have obtained 5,000 badges. The badge leaderboard has changed. Congratulations, you are currently ranked first in the martial arts examination, with a total of 7,125 badges. First place, Ye Ming, badge count, 7,125. Second place, Zhou Zhonglong, badge count, 2741. Third place, Chu Qiuyu, badge count, 2541. With over 7,000 badges, the title of Songnan's top scholar was undoubtedly mine. Ye Ming finally revealed a relaxed expression. With half an hour remaining until the conclusion of the martial arts examination, even if he stood still, doing nothing, or simply lay down to sleep, no one could surpass him. Outside the secret realm, Uncle Yiwen gazed at the information on the leaderboard, his eyes growing vacant. Over 7,000 badges. What does that even signify? Can someone explain this to me? Uncle Yi Jun swallowed hard. He wasn't entirely sure of the implications of such a vast number of badges. But if memory served him right, last year's Songnan top scholar had only amassed a little over 3,000. 3,000 to 7,000. Uncle Yi Wen's mind buzzed as if struck by lightning, implying that Ye Ming was indeed more formidable than last year's Songnan top scholar. Could it be? Absolutely. Yi Xinxin exclaimed. This time, Ye Ming is Songnan's top scholar, and he is the most outstanding top scholar in history. Gasp. Both Yi Wen and Yi Jun inhaled sharply. They stood there, momentarily stunned, before erupting into joyous cheers. Even the typically stoic Yi Shuang wore a smile. Amidst their elation, her heart brimmed with anticipation. Ye Ming had swiftly identified the fourth-order frost demon's weakness and had acted decisively, without hesitation. The secrets surrounding him were vast. She could hardly contain her eagerness to inquire further. In the monitoring room, witnessing Ye Ming sever the frost demon's head, Sun Hoyuan exhaled a sigh of relief. This fellow truly continued to astonish me. This matter warrants a conversation with the teacher. Now that Ye Ming had become Songnan's top scholar, the other two universities would undoubtedly offer him generous terms to recruit him. He took out his phone and promptly messaged the vice president of Tsinghua University. Message 1. Teacher, when will you be free to meet with Ye Ming? Message 2. Teacher, Ye Ming has secured 7,000 badges and is confirmed as Songnan's top scholar. I believe we must pay him a visit and present him with substantial conditions. Otherwise, we may risk being preempted by the other two universities. A minute after sending the messages, a response arrived. Teacher, Vice Hall Master, I will personally go to recruit Ye Ming shortly. Let us see who dares to compete with me. Sun Hoyuan quietly put down his phone. He turned to Zhao Feng and asked, Old Zhao, are you planning to go to the Yi residence to personally recruit Ye Ming? Zhao Feng fell silent, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Hoyuan, his brow furrowing. Why do you ask? Just curious. Oh, I won't go. It's just at Songnan top scholar. Of course, I won't go. Sun Hoyuan understood that Zhao Feng was undoubtedly planning to go, and he would be exceptionally well prepared. He had come with a purpose. He then turned to Wang Chongkong. Old Wang, what about you? Be honest. Were you sent by Shinkong University to recruit Ye Ming? Wang Chongkong crossed his arms and snorted, What nonsense. Is that even possible? I had a falling out with Ye Ming before. Even if I were to recruit him, it wouldn't be me who approached him. Sun Hoyuan nodded, confirming that it was indeed Wang Chongkong sent by Shinkong University, and he was thoroughly prepared. Did these two old schemers think they could deceive me? The corners of Sun Hoyuan's mouth curled into a smile as he anticipated the expressions of both old schemers upon meeting the vice president of Tsinghua University. Surely, it would be a sight to behold. Half an hour passed, and the martial arts examination concluded. The moment Ye Ming stepped out of the secret realm, countless gazes turned toward him. Subsequently, cameras converged upon Ye Ming's face like a barrage of projectiles, eager to capture every moment. Ye Ming, may I ask what you wish to say now that you have become Songnan's top scholar? Could you share your current thoughts with us? Before participating in the martial arts examination, you had already attained the rank of a third-tier contract master, a rarity across the nation. How did you accomplish this? Could you elaborate? Is there some secret to your success? As a witch contract master, could you explain why all theories targeting witches seem ineffective against you? The questions surged forth like a roaring tide, directed at Ye Ming. He took a deep breath and, without elaboration, left behind a few simple words. I possess no extraordinary experience or tricks. If you must know why I became the top scholar of Songnan, it can be distilled into a single phrase, the courage to try. Chapter 63. The arrival of the four top universities having spoken, Ye Ming exited the crowd. Indifferent to the astonished gazes on either side. The top scorer of the martial arts examination, Songnan's top scholar. Undoubtedly, Ye Ming would become the focal point of the city today. Yet, perhaps out of habit, Ye Ming preferred not to be thrust into the public eye. He declined all interview requests and hailed a taxi by the roadside. Upon entering the vehicle, the driver recognized him instantly, warmly waving the fare. Ye Ming smiled in acknowledgement, but left behind a 100-yuan bill as he exited. As he opened the door to his home, he was immediately enveloped by his uncles, who embraced him, exclaiming about his success and whether his elder brother could see him from above. Ye Ming felt a stir in his heart, but upon looking up, he saw Yi Shuang leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, her gaze subtly scrutinizing him, seemingly awaiting an explanation. Did Yi Shuang notice after all? Ye Ming chuckled and shook his head. There was no escaping it. It was inevitable. He approached Yi Shuang, seizing the moment while his uncles busied themselves preparing for dinner, feeling it necessary to have a serious conversation with her. In the room, he spoke, Let us get to the bottom of this. When did you join the Hall of Slaughter? Yi Shuang perched on the edge of Ye Ming's bed. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Ming replied, It was when I just became a second-tier contract master. Second tier? Yi Shuang's brows furrowed. Was it through an introduction, or? The specifics are unclear. But I recall Captain Sun approached me directly. How intriguing. Yi Shuang's eyes flickered. If memory serves, the Hall of Slaughter has never proactively invited a second-tier contract master before. You are the first. However, at that time, it was merely an invitation. I officially joined the Hall of Slaughter about 10 days ago, Ye Ming continued. Yi Shuang nodded. Then inquired, what is your base salary? I mean no offense. I am your sister and worry about you being taken advantage of. 15 million. How high? Yi Shuang's expression changed instantly. Her own base salary was only 10 million, despite having been with the Hall of Slaughter for nearly 2 years. Was this what they meant by losing at the starting line? With a sigh, she chose not to delve further into the matter. Instead, she shifted the conversation. So, the new recruit that night was you, correct? Yes, that was me. How did you discover my presence? I recall you glanced at me that night. Surely. I cannot tell you that I was a top assassin in my previous life, Ye Ming quipped. My contract spirit is quite unique. She possesses a keen sensitivity to aura. Now it makes sense. Yi Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. If it is the ability of the contract spirit, everything falls into place. She stood, patting Ye Ming's shoulder. Keep pushing forward, you're doing great. Ye Ming smiled softly and nodded. Just as he rose to leave, an excited voice rang out from the courtyard. Ye Ming, the results are in. You scored full marks. Songnan's top scholar. It was his third uncle, Yi won. The martial arts examination differs significantly from academic tests. It hinges on strength, with the number of badges determining the final score, allowing results and rankings to be known within 2 hours. Ye Ming glanced at the results on his tablet, his heart soaring. Candidate name, Ye Ming. Examination type, martial arts examination score, 1000, full score, 1000. Final ranking, first place, Songnan City. Songnan's top scholar. Ye Ming clenched his fist. His current objective had finally been achieved. In the next moment, a whirring noise filled the air as an armed helicopter circled above, and a line of black sedans appeared outside. Amidst the roar of engines, hurried footsteps echoed, followed by what seemed to be shouts of anger. Zhao Feng, you scoundrel! Didn't you say that Star Sea University had no interest in Ye Ming? Why are you here now, scurrying about? Sun Hoyuan grasped Zhao Feng by the neck, indignantly. This is not my decision. The higher-ups demanded it. How is it my fault? If Wang Chongkong can come, why can't I? Zhao Feng deftly shifted the blame onto Wang Chongkong. Sun Hoyuan released his grip on Zhao Feng, frowning as he turned to Wang Chongkong. You old codger. Have you no shame? Previously, it was you who urged Ye Ming to modify the contract spirit. Now, seeing his perfect score, you come scurrying over to recruit him early. Do you not feel the slightest bit of shame? Shame? Wang Chongkong let out a cold snort. Recognizing one's mistakes and improving is of great significance. Indeed, it was my fault in the past, but that was then and this is now. As long as I provide favorable conditions, I have no fear that Ye Ming will not join our Starry Sky University. You truly have no shame. Sun Ho Yuan silently cursed, then turned his gaze to another elder beside him, who wore glasses. Zhao Feng and Wang Chongkong. I can understand their presence, after all. They are recruitment teachers from the Martial Arts University. But Su Zhuge, what brings you here? Isn't your Qingbei University a liberal arts institution? Su Zhuge chuckled. One must always give it a try. What if Ye Ming values the humanities more? Moreover, our Qingbei University also offers martial studies. Spare me the nonsense. The trio of Sun Ho Yuan believed Su Zhuge was talking nonsense. Their frantic competition left the onlookers in awe. It was always the examinees striving desperately to enter top universities. Now it had transformed into top universities frantically vying for students. Indeed, once strength is attained, everything gravitates towards oneself. The 4 recruitment teachers entered the Yi household. Upon catching sight of Ye Ming, Wang Chongkong spoke directly. Ye Ming, we have had some previous disagreements. I would like to apologize. This matter stemmed from our oversight at Starry Sky University. Therefore, we have decided that if you join Starry Sky University, not only will your tuition be waived, but we will also arrange for a professional mentor for you. And you will enjoy a 50% discount on all cultivation resources purchased at the school. Wow. Zhao Feng's eyes widened. The treatment last year for the top scorer from Songnan, who joined Starry Sky University, was half of this. It seems Starry Sky University is truly making a significant investment. Starry Sky University is quite generous, but my Star Sea University is not lacking either. Zhao Feng waved his hand grandly, declaring, Ye Ming, if you join Star Sea University, in addition to the aforementioned benefits from Starry Sky University, We will provide you with a free piece of material of 6th tier or below every month. Furthermore, based on your performance, we will offer you a monthly reward ranging from 500,000 to 1 million. At this, Yi Shuang frowned. As a student of Star Sea University, she had never experienced such favorable treatment. She had once been among the top 3 in Sangnan City. Old son, we have presented our conditions. What about you? You're not coming here empty-handed, are you? This shows a complete lack of respect for Ye Ming. Wang Chongkong shot a provocative look at Sun Ho Yuan. Nearby, Zhao Feng chimed in exactly. Not offering any benefits. What kind of attitude is that for recruiting a top scorer? You might as well sit with Su Zhuge. Hearing this, Sun Ho Yuan smiled and pointed to the sky. No hurry. Give me 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The clear sky suddenly darkened. Thick clouds rolled in, and thunder rumbled within. Suddenly, a massive opening in the clouds appeared, allowing countless rays of light to cascade down. From within emerged an immensely powerful figure. With his hands clasped behind his back, his aged eyes seemed to harbor the might of the universe. He gazed down at Wang Chongkong and the others, his presence radiating both ire and authority. Today, I, Gu Yunfeng, am here. Who dares to covet my disciple? Chapter 64. Joining Star Demon University. The descending figure shattered the equilibrium of the scene. Wang Chongkong and the others looked up at the sky. The figure, with flowing white hair and clad in a gray robe adorned with golden patterns, possessed eyes that glimmered with golden light. The moment he descended, an invisible aura spread forth, causing surrounding trees to topple and winds to howl. This was Gu Yunfeng, the vice president of Star Demon University. Wang Chongkong and the others stood as if struck by lightning, their bodies seemingly frozen, unable to move. The vice president of Star Demon University, one of the superpowers of Long Country. It is said he has now broken into the 8th tier, and merely observing him instills a sense of dread. However, what astonished Wang Chongkong and the others even more was Gu Yunfeng's earlier statement. Disciple? What does this mean? Has he personally come to the Yi household to accept Ye Ming as his disciple? The crowd was taken aback. Yi Shuang furrowed her brow. Others might be unaware, but as an assassin from the assassination hall, she had met Gu Yunfeng before. This formidable elder was not only the vice president of Star Demon University, but also held a more terrifying identity, the deputy hall master of the assassination hall. With dual identities granting him immense power, he ranks among the most elite in Long Country. Such a powerhouse descending upon the Yi household to take Ye Ming as his disciple. If Ye Ming agrees to Gu Yunfeng, his future path of cultivation will be not only smoother, but he may also learn Gu Yunfeng's assassination techniques, advancing more rapidly within the assassination hall. Joining Star Sky University, Star Sea University, becoming an outstanding student, or becoming Gu Yunfeng's disciple. Even the most ignorant would understand which choice holds greater promise. Even without a hint of special treatment, the latter option is still far more advantageous. Moreover, Gu Yunfeng descended from the sky, arriving beside Ye Ming. He gazed at Ye Ming, his voice resonating like thunder. Ye Ming, if you join my Star Demon University, you will not only enjoy the highest treatment previously promised, but I will also take you as my disciple and provide you with comprehensive training. Of course, it is entirely up to you. I will not compel you. Gu Yunfeng restrained his aura and smiled at Ye Ming. Ye Ming returned a calm smile and clasped his fists, saying, Disciple, Ye Ming pays respects to master. Ha. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Gu Yunfeng exclaimed thrice, feeling as if he were basking in a spring breeze, his spirits soaring. He waved his hand, producing 3 wooden boxes. Inside are 3 materials from 7th tier ferocious beasts, a token of our meeting. Once you officially enter Star Demon University, I shall present you with a material from a quasi-8th tier ferocious beast. Wow. Ye Ming's pupils constricted, a tingling sensation running down his spine. Previously, he had toiled for a single 7th tier material, but now, as Gu Yunfeng's disciple, he was generously bestowed with 3, and a promise of a quasi-8th tier material. Is this the benefit of having a powerful mentor? How delightful. Afterward, Gu Yunfeng conversed briefly with Ye Ming's uncle and outlined the various advantages of Star Demon University. He then patted Ye Ming on the shoulder, stating, I shall return to see you in a few days. Very well. He transformed into a streak of light, vanishing without a trace. As they watched him depart, Wang Chongkong and Zhao Feng exchanged glances, their expressions contorted. So, this recruitment of top scholars has concluded just like this? They didn't even get a chance to speak. Zhao Feng cursed under his breath. If it were known that the vice president of Star Demon University personally recruited students, no one would believe it. Wang Chongkong nodded in agreement, fully understanding the sentiment. Their gazes turned toward the smug Sun Hoyuan, both comprehending the situation. No wonder the old fox had been silent upon entering, only to spring a surprise. Old Sun, your Star Demon University has gone too far. Didn't Senior Gu Yunfeng recently declare he wouldn't accept disciples? What's changed? Zhao Feng and Wang Chongkong expressed their dissatisfaction. I can't do anything about it. Sun Hoyuan shrugged. As for the teacher's decisions, how would I know? Perhaps you should ask him directly and see if he offers you an answer. Wang Chongkong and Zhao Feng shivered at the thought. Facing an 8th-tier powerhouse, they dared not inquire further. Ultimately, Wang Chongkong and the others left in disappointment, while Ye Ming joined Star Demon University and became Gu Yunfeng's disciple. Before leaving, Sun Hoyuan pulled Ye Ming aside to a secluded corner, his expression solemn. Ye Ming, first. Congratulations on successfully joining Star Demon University. However, there is something I must alert you to. Do you remember the Qingyun Association? Ye Ming nodded, recalling the incident where the third-in-command, Zhou Kueishui, was slain by Zhou Qiming. The president of the Qingyun Association, Zhou Qingyun, a 4th-tier contract master, has hidden in the Outer Realm. The Outer Realm? Ye Ming furrowed his brow. The Outer Realm was a territory dominated by ferocious beasts, fraught with peril. The deeper one ventured, the more dangerous it became. He was situated near the Third Edge City, on the outskirts, which was relatively safer. If memory serves, you have yet to enter the Outer Realm, correct? Ye Ming understood the implication. Captain Sun, you want me to? Yes, to venture into the Outer Realm and eliminate him. Sun Hoyuan stated plainly. Of course, I am not at ease with you going alone. I will dispatch a contract master to accompany you. Just not Yexiang, Ye Ming insisted. Why not? Sun Hoyuan was taken aback. The Outer Realm is highly dangerous. I cannot guarantee safety and worry about unforeseen circumstances. Very well. Sun Hoyuan nodded. In 3 days, I shall provide you with the relevant information. Prepare well. Understood. After their exchange, Sun Hoyuan departed. Ye Ming leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, contemplating the president of the Qingyun Association. The enmity between us is profound. He must be eliminated. That evening, news outlets fervently reported on Ye Ming's exploits. The citizens of Tsangnan City were astonished. The vice president of Star Demon University had personally recruited him, making Ye Ming the most illustrious figure among all martial arts candidates in Tsangnan City, one of the rare few nationwide. Lu Yuxuan sulked in her room, staring at her score of 820 and the admission letter from Starry Sky University, feeling no joy. Why? Why is Ye Ming so exceptional? Could it be that a demon contract master is truly superior to a holy maiden contract master? Doubts began to creep into her mind. Meanwhile, a faint sigh from her contract spirit echoed in her ears, tinged with disappointment and helplessness, though Lu Yuxuan remained oblivious. In the Yi residence, Ye Ming examined the 3 materials from 7th-tier ferocious beasts before him, feeling deeply moved. The Black Flame Claw was derived from the 7th-tier ferocious beast, the Black Flame Tyrant. The Thunder Crystal came from the 7th-tier ferocious beast, the Angry Thunder Lion. The Black Dragon Core was sourced from the 7th-tier ferocious beast, the Dark Magic Dragon. Chapter 65. Elimination Task Complete. Gazing at the 3 ferocious beast materials, Ye Ming immediately began to absorb them. Dark energy surged forth, enveloping the 3 materials. A tremendous surge of energy erupted forth, causing Ye Ming's pupils to dilate suddenly. Simultaneously, he absorbed materials from 3 7th-tier ferocious beasts. A wave of pain coursing through his entire being, akin to the sensation of being pricked by countless needles. He gritted his teeth, his fists clenched upon the table, striving to regulate his breath and achieve a semblance of steadiness. This intense agony drenched his back in cold sweat, beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead. Immediately thereafter, black flames ignited around him, while arcs of lightning flickered ominously from his fists. They seemed intent on consuming his very flesh. Ye Ming, if it hurts, you may cry out. It is perfectly acceptable. I can assist you in muffling the sound, Ing Yu said with concern. Ye Ming shook his head, his gaze resolute. Pain is a symbol of transformation. To scream or weep would only disturb my will. Besides, this level of discomfort is insignificant. In the depths of Ye Ming's memory, he recalled that this pain was hardly noteworthy, not even ranking among the top 10 in severity. 10 minutes later, the materials from the 3 7th-tier ferocious beasts were nearly fully absorbed by Ye Ming. Rising to his feet, he tore apart the damp clothing clinging to his body. His bare torso revealed increasingly defined muscle lines, strong and well-proportioned. Clenching his fists, the sinews of his arms and chest bulged. Beneath his skin, black lightning crackled. What is this? Ye Ming pondered, sensing that he had seemingly harnessed a fragment of lightning's power. You have undergone the process of lightning tempering, and your physical form now harbors the essence of lightning, Ing Yu's gentle voice elucidated. The earlier absorbed thunder crystal combined with the lightning power within your body, resulting in your newfound abilities. Ah, I see, Ye Ming nodded, inquiring, what purpose does this lightning power serve? It enhances your explosive power, defensive capabilities, and speed, while also imbuing your strikes with electrifying effects. Ye Ming entered the training room. Drawing forth his long scythe, he struck at the mechanical dummy. Dark and crimson tendrils entwined in his crescent slash, while flickers of black lightning danced, emitting a subtle crackling sound. Not merely an effect, this lightning seemed to possess a lingering impact, inflicting prolonged damage upon foes. Quite impressive, he remarked. Subsequently, Ye Ming glanced at his status panel. Name: Ye Ming, Spirit, Max Level, Realm, Tier 3 Contract Master, 3253610000000. Mental Power, 550,700. Vitality, 550,700. Contract Spirit, the Fallen Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract Spirit Level Upgradable. Spirit Techniques, Dark Judgment. Fallen Demon Armor, Eternal Night Descends. Dark Judgment, Level 7. Fallen Demon Armor, Level 7. Eternal Night Descends, Level 7. Spirit Talent, Growth through Slaughter. Will of the Demon Emperor. Indeed, the materials from the 7th tier ferocious beasts had dramatically enhanced both my vitality and mental power. These attributes are the most accurate indicators of Ye Ming's strength. Clenching his fists, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Should I encounter the 4th tier ice demon again, I would not even need to seek out its weaknesses. I could vanquish it through sheer brute strength. Ye Ming harbored unwavering confidence. Afterward, he reviewed Ing Yu's status panel. Contract Spirit, the Fallen Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name: Ing Yu. Level, Progress, 345. Revival Progress, 1214. Both revival and level up progress had increased, granting Ing Yu greater autonomy. She could now manifest dark tendrils and wings simultaneously. With a thought, Ye Ming summoned her, and she understood instinctively. The black wings unfurled from behind him as two dark tendrils coalesced. Armed with the long scythe and clad in the fallen demon armor, he resembled a reaper emerging from the shadows, his eyes glowing with a chilling crimson light. Facing 5 mechanical dummies, he unleashed a slash, followed by a barrage of dark tendrils and razor-like projectiles from his wings. All transpired in the blink of an eye, within less than a breath. The 5 mechanical dummies lay in ruins. The capacity to simultaneously assault multiple foes was truly extraordinary. Ye Ming silently expressed gratitude to his past self from a month prior. Had he not contracted with the fallen Dark Knight Demon Emperor, he would not be the person he was today. Ye Ming, it feels odd when you don't call me that, Ing Yu murmured, a hint of shyness in her tone. In the following 2 to 3 days, Ye Ming remained indoors. After the martial arts grand examination concluded, participants were afforded a month of respite. Thus, he chose to rest at home for a few days. On the morning of the 4th day post-examination, he received a message from Sun Hoyuan. Sun Hoyuan, we have pinpointed Zhou Qingyun's exact location. Situated 10 kilometers outside the 3rd outer city, within a cavern. Such precise information? Ye Ming mused, sensing that this task was orchestrated by Sun Hoyuan to hone his skills. Ye Ming, are there any special protocols required to enter the outer domain? My 4th uncle is in the 3rd outer city. I could enlist his assistance. Sun Hoyuan, no need. I have already taken care of the paperwork for you. Furthermore, you cannot reach your 4th uncle at the moment. He is executing a mission beyond the realm. How do you know your 4th uncle's whereabouts so clearly? Ye Ming furrowed his brow. The energy behind the killing hall surpasses my imagination. Ye Ming, when do we depart? Sun Hoyuan, the 3rd border city is 1,000 kilometers from Tsangnan City. You will take an airship and should arrive around noon. Let us commence our operation at 2 in the afternoon. Ye Ming, understood. Shortly thereafter, mission details appeared on Ye Ming's phone. Mission name, Elimination Plan, Final. Target, Zhou Qingyun, Rank, 4th Tier Contract Master, Level, Celestial Maiden. Mission description, Zhou Qingyun is involved in the sale of illicit items, specifically enhancement grass, and is currently evading capture beyond the realm. His strength is formidable, It is advised that a 4th-tier or higher contract master undertake this mission. A 4th-tier contract master. His contract spirit is of a celestial level. Ye Ming recalled having seen reports stating that Zhou Qingyun's contract spirit was celestial. The reality is even more astonishing. These ground-dwelling individuals often prefer to conceal their true power. Sun Hoyuan. Exercise utmost caution during the mission. The dangers beyond the realm are numerous, and the beasts therein are exceptionally ruthless. Additionally, Zhou Qingyun possesses an enhancement essence concealed within him. Sun Hoyuan. The enhancement essence is refined from 1,000 enhancement grasses. Once consumed, it will elevate his potential, boosting his strength by 2 to 4 times. Be exceedingly wary in combat against him. Ye Ming, rest assured, I will be careful. Sun Hoyuan. Indeed, your companion has already arrived in the 3rd border city. Her personality is somewhat peculiar. You may need to be more accommodating. Chapter 66. The Celestial Illusory Maiden 3rd border city. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and towering skyscrapers formed a steel forest. Armed aerial vessels buzzed overhead, while high-caliber artillery was positioned atop the buildings, saturating the city with an atmosphere of tension and solemnity. The border city serves as a transitional zone between safe cities and the realms beyond. Following the onslaught of ferocious beasts, the geography of Blue Star underwent drastic changes. The ocean's expanse shrank from 70 to 20, while land area expanded to 80. Humans now occupy only 40 of the land, with the remaining 60 belonging to the ferocious beasts, along with remnants of human cities. Ye Ming surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, an armed squad returned from a mission beyond the realm. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, blood oozing from their injuries and dripping onto the waterlogged streets. Ye Ming watched them depart, his expression grave. He recalled his 4th uncle, Ye Zheng. This taciturn uncle had joined the guard army at the age of 25, beginning his vigil over the 3rd border city. Now 15 years had passed. Ye Ming had witnessed his uncle's bare torso, riddled with scars. Over the years, the threat of ferocious beasts had not diminished, but rather intensified. Regrettably, many in the safe zones remained indifferent, with some even proclaiming online that the construction of the border city was a waste of resources. Damn it, sometimes I truly wish to eliminate these fools. The voice of a woman filled with indignation pierced through his thoughts. Ye Ming turned to see a blue-haired woman clad in a trench coat, arms crossed, leaning against a lamppost, her calm gaze fixed upon him. Who are you? Ye Ming frowned slightly. The blue-haired woman approached, smiling as she extended her hand. Hello. I am Ye Ming, a 4th-tier contract master. Understood. A companion arranged by the killing hall. Ye Ming shook her hand. Greetings, I am Ye Ming, a 3rd-tier contract master. A 3rd tier, you say? Ye Ming retracted her hand, pouting slightly. Yet the energy within you is far more substantial than an ordinary 3rd tier. Ye Ming was taken aback. A whisper echoed in his ear. Celestial Illusory Maiden. She can perceive the energy within your body and possesses a keen sensitivity to energy fluctuations. Ah, now it makes sense. Ye Ming nodded in comprehension. Ye Ming said, let us go. It's nearly time. We'll exit the city through Gate 5, as it is closer to the mission site. If all goes well, we should complete it within an hour. Soon, the two arrived at Gate 5. Along the way, Ye Ming and Ye Ming exchanged stories about the border city. Ye Ming discovered that this girl named Ye Ming possessed a cheerful disposition and was quite easy to get along with, in stark contrast to Sun Hoyuan's portrayal of her as peculiar and hard to understand. Hello, we are exiting the city. Ye Ming presented the documents to the soldiers at the inspection department. The soldier glanced at Ye Ming's information without any visible reaction. However, upon reviewing Ye Ming's details, his eyes brightened suddenly. Ye Ming? You are Ye Ming? Ye Ming. You know me? Cough, cough. Don't be alarmed. The soldier realized his abruptness and quickly explained, your 4th uncle, Ye Zheng, is my captain. A few days ago, he showed me your photograph from the martial arts examination day. Ye Ming understood. It must have been his 4th uncle who watched the live broadcast of his martial arts examination and couldn't help but share the joy with his comrades. Since they were acquainted, there was no need for such nervousness. Excuse me, uncle, may I inquire about my 4th uncle's current situation? Where is he? Night Ming asked. The soldier waved his hand reassuringly. No need to worry. He is merely undertaking a minor task and will return in a couple of days. The mission is confidential, so I cannot disclose any details. Night Ming, realizing this, nodded with a smile. Thank you, uncle. No trouble at all, the soldier replied with a grin. There was information he had intended to share, but his professional integrity held him back. In truth, Yi was not far from Night Ming's intended destination. They might even cross paths. As Night Ming and his companion completed their formalities and turned to leave, 3 figures brushed past them. The towering figures on either side stood at least 6 feet tall, weighing no less than 200 pounds, exuding a formidable presence. The individual in the center was slender with fair skin, clearly well-groomed. As they passed, they cast a fleeting glance at Night Ming. Under normal circumstances, such a glance would hold little significance. However, as a top assassin, Night Ming sensed an air of hostility in the gaze of the central figure. Who could he be? Why does he harbor ill intentions towards me? Night Ming furrowed his brows. Suddenly, he heard the soldier's voice from behind. Yuanguang Group? I apologize. But as representatives of a joint venture, you need to undergo an identity verification process. Please follow me. Yuanguang Group. Memories flickered before Night Ming's eyes like a film reel. The abductor, the Du brothers, were akin to hounds raised by Yuanguang Group. Could it be that the Du family affair has been exposed? Impossible. Night Ming shook his head. If it were true, Sun Hoyuan would have alerted him immediately. Yet, why did that man harbor murderous intent towards him? There must be more to this situation. Night Ming's brows knitted together as he involuntarily connected Zhou Qingyun with Yuanguang Group. Could it be Zhou Qingyun? At the city's exit, Night Ming continued to ponder the earlier events. Suddenly, he collided with Qian Ming, who stood at the city gate, no longer in motion, rummaging in her pocket. What are you doing here? Night Ming inquired, puzzled. Qian Ming smiled as she pulled out a coin, grinning mischievously. I have a peculiar habit. I like to toss a coin regarding matters involving danger or discomfort. Heads signify good fortune, while tails denote misfortune. As she spoke, she tossed the coin into the air. Upon opening her palm, it showed heads. Good fortune. All right, let us embark. Qian Ming declared cheerfully, striding forward with confidence. Night Ming chuckled helplessly. Then we shall set forth with good fortune. What about misfortune? Misfortune? Qian Ming replied, shrugging. Then I shall toss again in half an hour, until I land on heads before we proceed. Huh. Night Ming exclaimed in surprise, but that would waste time. Have you not realized we gain half an hour? She countered. I've allowed myself a margin for error. What if it lands on tails twice in succession? Night Ming queried. That is impossible, Qian Ming declared proudly, tilting her head. In all my life, I have never encountered 2 consecutive tails. Suddenly, her expression shifted, her gaze sharpening with seriousness. Wait, I did encounter one just now. When we left, I tossed the coin twice regarding those 3 individuals from Yuanguang Group, and both times it was tails. This signifies they will bring us misfortune. Night Ming, be cautious. Chapter 67. Assassinate Zhou Qingyun beyond the realm. Following the location information sent by Sun Hoyuan, Night Ming and Qian Ming ventured into a dark forest. The cold wind rustled the leaves, and the gnarled black trunks swayed ominously, reminiscent of malevolent spirits. A sudden roar erupted. A leopard adorned with lunar patterns lunged ferociously at Night Ming and his companion. Its gaze was fierce, with decayed flesh clinging to its sharp fangs, a terrifying sight. With a swift motion, Night Ming wielded his scythe, and blood sprayed forth. Successfully defeated a Tier 3 Moonshadow Leopard, gaining 40 experience points in level and spirit skills. Night Ming's expression shifted as he pondered whether the heightened danger of beasts from beyond the realm corresponded to increased experience points. Before he could explore this thought further, 3 bone arrows whizzed through the air from the treetops. Upon closer inspection, they were launched by a group of spirit monkeys wielding crossbows. These creatures, white and fluffy like cotton, sported sharp teeth, but their eyes glowed a fierce crimson. Known for their intelligence, they were the cleverest among beasts. Die! Night Ming leaped nimbly, closing the distance by landing on a tree branch. The sight of him spurred several spirit monkeys to flee, but Night Ming's thoughts surged, and dark tendrils shot forth like bullets, effortlessly piercing their bodies. They were strung together like beads on a thread. Successfully killed a 3rd-tier spirit hair monkey. Gained 45 level experience and 45 skill experience. Successfully killed a 3rd-tier spirit hair monkey. Gained 45 level experience and 45 skill experience. Successfully killed a 3rd-tier spirit hair monkey. Gained 45 level experience and 45 skill experience. Indeed, the experience gained is greater than that from slaying beasts in the secret realm. Night Ming's eyes brightened. If possible, he wished to train in the outer domain. All right, Night Ming, keep your voice down. We are almost there. Do not alert the snakes in the grass, Qian Ming whispered. The 2 continued their journey through the dark forest. Along the way, they They encountered not only ferocious beasts but also piles of stark, white bones scattered on the ground. Each year, at least 100,000 souls perish in the outer domain. Some fall victim to the beasts, while others become embroiled in conflicts over interests, leading to deadly confrontations. After all, the outer domain is a lawless expanse. Here, no legal constraints exist. Even if one wished to kill, no one would intervene. The outer domain is truly a place beyond the law. We've arrived. Ye Ming halted her steps. She gazed at the cave 50 meters ahead, not rushing inside but instead tossing a coin. Heads. Good fortune. Charge. Suddenly filled with fighting spirit, Ye Ming summoned a brightly colored ancient tome and dashed into the cave at an astonishing speed. I seem to grasp why Captain Sun remarked on her peculiar nature. A person who relies on a coin toss to make decisions is undoubtedly eccentric. Upon entering the cave, they discovered a lighter, dry firewood, clothing, and other necessities. However, they could not locate Zhou Qingyun. What is going on? Ye Ming exclaimed, puzzled. We did not waste time, nor alert anyone. Could it be that our timing is unfortunate and he has just stepped out? She was deeply confused. However, Ye Ming, almost instinctively, glanced upward inside the cave. To his surprise, he spotted a figure propped against the wall, emaciated, with a pair of crimson eyes radiating intense murderous intent. Ye Ming, die! Zhou Qingyun roared, descending from the cave's ceiling with clenched fists, akin to a cloud plummeting from the heavens. Your ability to conceal your aura is commendable, but your strength is insufficient to slay me. Clad in the god-fallen demon armor, Ye Ming charged forward with a scythe. Just as he was about to collide with Zhou Qingyun's descent, he exerted force in his arm. One swing of the scythe shattered Zhou Qingyun's assault. Then, dark tendrils pierced through his body. Uft! A mouthful of old blood spewed forth as Zhou Qingyun collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Ye Ming approached him. Yet in the next moment, Zhou Qingyun reached into his pocket for a potion and prepared to swallow it. You eat nonsense. Before it could even reach his lips, a flying kick came hurtling toward him. Ye Ming shattered the potion with a single kick, interrupting the incantation. That is astonishing. Ye Ming gasped. Ye Ming calmly shook his head, merely basic operations. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Qingyun retrieved another potion from his pocket and, taking advantage of their distraction, swallowed it whole. What the? 2 pieces? No, this fellow has split the potion in 2. Ye Ming and Ye Ming realized the situation. In an instant, the energy in the air transformed into wisps, akin to ribbons, converging toward Zhou Qingyun. His gaunt figure began to swell, muscles forming, and color returned to his face. Behind him, a phantom woman, cradling dark clouds with one hand, materialized. Cloud falling sanctus. Boom. Zhou Qingyun thrust his palm forward, and the hand formed from the dark clouds instantly shattered the cave. Then, he directed another strike upwards, creating a gaping hole in the mountain. A tremendous commotion resonated across the outer domain. Nearby, Yi Zhong, who had just completed a task and was preparing to return to the city, was instantly captivated by the colossal sound. What an intense battle. Is a contract master engaged in combat? One subordinate furrowed his brow. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the area, and a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Yi Zhong, his expression stoic, turned to leave. But suddenly a streak of black light flashed through the mushroom cloud. This aura felt strangely familiar to Yi Zhong. Wait, is that Ye Ming? He has come to the outer domain. Confusion surged within him. You all return first. I will go take a look. There may be urgent matters. After uttering these words, Yi Zhong hurriedly rushed forward. Meanwhile, in the sky, Zhou Qingyun stared at his severed left arm, his expression filled with terror. What a joke. I am a 4th-tier contract master. After consuming the enhancement herb, my strength doubled. How could you possibly defeat me? Ye Ming, with his black wings unfurled, unleashed the scythe, emanating an aura of slaughter and darkness. I have no time for your explanations. Your immediate priority is to report to hell. Whoosh. As the final word fell, Ye Ming surged forward, dodging Zhou Qingyun's straight punch, and with one swing of the scythe, severed his right arm. He was rendered incapable of further action. Afterwards, Ye Ming wielded his scythe and spun it, causing Zhou Qingyun's head to soar away. He was dead. Blood flowed profusely onto the ground, standing amidst the crimson pool. Ye Ming exhaled deeply. That damned fellow was finally dead. From this night onward, Sangnan City would no longer have the Qingyun Society. It was time to return and report. Before Ye Ming could catch his breath, 2 massive cleavers suddenly flew from the forest, embedding themselves on either side of his hands. Ye Ming's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the source of the cleavers. In the next moment, 3 figures emerged. At the center stood Yuan Guangxiu, arms crossed and a mocking smile on his face. Ye Ming, what a coincidence. May I request one thing of you this time? Ye Ming frowned, offering no reply. Yuan Guangxiu laughed. Promise me, let me kill you. Ye Ming's brow furrowed. Where did this fool come from? Gripping his scythe, he charged directly at Yuan Guangxiu without hesitation. In the silent black forest, dark energy surged forth as Ye Ming propelled himself forward, his momentum explosive. Boom! Just as he swung his scythe down, 2 imposing figures suddenly blocked Yuan Guangxiu. They both threw punches, unleashing powerful shockwaves. Ye Ming's body froze mid-charge. Let me handle this. Suddenly, Qian Ming leaped from the treetops, throwing 5 daggers with remarkable speed. The 2 towering figures raised their hands to form a barrier, but as the daggers struck, they pierced through the shield effortlessly, embedding themselves into the bodies of the 2 giants. Both figures were taken aback. Yuan Guangxiu's brow furrowed as he shouted, "Go all out. This woman is dangerous." Upon hearing this, the 2 giants exchanged glances. In the next moment, their energy surged dramatically. An invisible ripple emanated from them, their forms becoming ethereal. And then they merged into one. His aura grew potent, sprouting 4 arms, his body expanding to a height of 2.5 meters. White veins appearing on his skin. Have they merged? Ye Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. The dual-born saintess. Ing Yu explained. This is a particularly unique type of saintess who requires 2 contract masters. Although she is of the 4th rank, she possesses a powerful spiritual technique, dual-born fusion, allowing 2 contract masters to become one. Their strength, speed, and vitality will all combine. Ye Ming was astonished. He never anticipated such a peculiar saintess existed. Enough of this nonsense. Qian Ming, balanced on a branch, clenched her right fist as an illusory blue fist shadow coalesced. She unleashed all her strength toward the fused figure. The opponent scoffed, extending his 4 arms to push out the barrier, sending Qian Ming flying. Furrowing her brow, she realized that after merging, the 2 giants were exponentially stronger than before. Sakamoto Chuan E and Sakamoto Chuan Air are twins. After the dual-born fusion, their power will be even more exaggerated. Yuan Guangxiu sneered. They were already 4th-rank contract masters. After merging, their strength has reached a quasi-5th rank. A smile graced his face. After the fusion, Sakamoto Chuan E now held control over their shared body. Following Yuan Guangxiu's lead, his eyes glinted with coldness. So what if you're quasi-5th rank? What is there to boast about? Qian Ming summoned an ancient tome, whispering an incantation. A bizarre formation materialized beneath Sakamoto Chuan Yi's feet. 5 iron chains erupted from the formation, binding him and momentarily restricting his movement. Quick, Ye Ming, capture the leader first and deal with Yuan Guangxiu. Just as Qian Ming's voice faded, Ye Ming lunged forward with his scythe. Yuan Guangxiu's expression darkened. Did he think me a soft target? I am, after all, a 4th-rank contract master. How dare a 3rd-rank act recklessly before me? He roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Various toxic patterns emerged on his arms, and his body visibly swelled, doubling in size. The toxic saintess of the 5th rank, immune to all poisons. Ing Yu remarked. The body of a toxic contract master is a vessel of venom. After undergoing toxic enhancement, each of his attacks will carry a lethal poisonous effect. A mere brush will instantly corrode an ordinary person, but his weakness is apparent. As long as you evade his attacks, you can deliver a fatal blow. Ye Ming, do you need my assistance? Ye Ming shook his head. A 4th-rank contract master, perhaps I would have been wary once. But now whoosh. He moved like a specter, gliding through the air. As he surged forward, a dark domain unfurled around him, enveloping everything in shadows. Yuan Guangxiu scoffed. You are merely putting on a show. He clenched his fist and struck at Ye Ming. Unfazed, Ye Ming advanced with his scythe. In the pitch-black darkness, the shadows of the fist and scythe collided. Outside the domain, Sakamoto Koichi dared to confront Yoshimitsu Minamoto head-on under the night sky. He chuckled at first, but as the shadows receded, his smile abruptly vanished. Before his eyes, Yoshimitsu Minamoto lay disarmed, his arms severed, knees shattered, kneeling before Ye Ming in terror. His mouth opened, as if to speak, yet his throat constricted, rendering him mute. Ye Ming, wielding a long scythe, looked down with a frigid expression upon the prostrate Yoshimitsu. In the next moment, he raised the scythe and aimed for Yoshimitsu's neck. Stop! Sakamoto Koichi bellowed, eyes wide with horror. He is Yoshimitsu Minamoto, a member of the Minamoto group. If you dare to kill him, the Minamoto group will not let you go unpunished. With a swift motion, Ye Ming's scythe cleaved through the air. A severed head sword. Turning towards Sakamoto Koichi, he inquired, "What did you just say? I did not quite catch that." Yoshimitsu sought to kill him. Could he possibly endure such a provocation? Of course not. Sakamoto Koichi stood as if struck by lightning. He gazed at the lifeless form of Yoshimitsu, initially in shock, then trembling uncontrollably, as if seized by a deep-rooted fear. Bloodshot veins coursed through his eyes as he screamed, "You wretched fiend! You have slain young Master Yoshimitsu. You are damned, and your crimes are unforgivable. I shall kill you." In a fit of rage, Sakamoto Koichi broke free from his bindings, launching himself towards Ye Ming like a cannonball, moving with incredible speed. Yet just as he was about to strike, a figure descended from the heavens, landing before Ye Ming. He took a step back, drawing his right fist to his waist, and with a fierce glare, unleashed a torrent of power with his punch. Boom! Sakamoto Koichi's body erupted, the twin forms merging into two shattered corpses. Sakamoto Koichi and Sakamoto Kawa and I were dead. Ye Ming stared, momentarily stunned. Uncle C? At that moment, Uncle C Yi, clad in military green attire, withdrew his fist with an expression of indifference. He glanced at the distant Qianming before turning to Ye Ming, his brow slightly furrowed. "What brings you to the outer realm?" On his way back to the third border city, Ye Ming feigned a reason for venturing into the outer realm, claiming it was for training. After all, becoming a third-tier contract master necessitated such experiences. Uncle C did not question him further. "Next time you come, inform me in advance. If anything were to happen to you in the outer realm, I would never forgive myself for your parents' demise," he said earnestly. Ye Ming nodded, appearing remarkably earnest. Uncle C grunted and continued, "What was the matter with those people earlier? Why did they attack you?" "Uncle, it's like this." Ye Ming began, but Qianming interjected. "They wanted to commit murder and theft. We stumbled upon a Chilean crystal mine, and those thugs attempted to seize it. We were trapped, unable to flee. So we decided to fight back." With that, she produced a piece of Chilean crystal. Uncle C glanced at it without comment. Chapter 69. Ye Ming, have I supercharged my generation? The Minamoto Group is a joint venture primarily controlled by the Minamoto family of Sakura Country. You have killed Yoshimitsu Minamoto. They will surely seek vengeance. Yet there is no need for excessive worry. Within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, no matter how furious they may be, they can only restrain themselves. After the calamity of ferocious beasts, many nations on Blue Star have perished. The remaining nations, despite some economic and technological exchanges, maintain a rigid stance. Regardless of your joint venture status or holdings, if you are found to jeopardize national interests, there will be no legal proceedings, immediate confiscation of assets, and the death penalty for offenders, broadcast nationwide. Understood, Ye Ming affirmed. I have booked a ticket for you in half an hour. You should return to Tsangnan City as soon as possible. With that, Uncle C turned to leave. Uncle, please take care. Ye Ming called after him. Uncle C waved his hand over his shoulder without turning back. Watching Uncle C's figure recede into the distance, Ye Ming remarked, Qianming, your excuse earlier was rather feeble. My Uncle C would not be convinced. Isn't the excuse of murder and theft quite common? Qianming replied, perplexed. It is indeed common, but not with my Uncle C. There are too many inconsistencies. Upon closer reflection, it becomes evident. The scion of the illustrious Minamoto Group, backed by a wealthy family, would not resort to violence over a mere Chilean crystal mine, especially near the Dragon Kingdom's borders. The risks are far too great. Even a fool of a young master would not engage in such folly. Let us not be so absolute. Allow me to flip a coin and see the outcome. Qianming tossed a coin casually. Tails. She tossed again. Tails once more. A third time, still tails. 3 consecutive tails. The situation did not unfold as I had anticipated. It seems your Uncle C has already discerned my deceit. Qianming shrugged her shoulders, indifferent, as it was not her fourth uncle. Ye Ming remained silent. In Tsangnan City. On the way home, Ye Ming relayed the events that had transpired in the outer domain to Sun Hoyuan. The latter, after perusing the information, did not respond immediately. It was only half an hour later that he replied, the big ghost poses no threat, but the little ghost is troublesome. The higher-ups of the Source Light Group would certainly not dare to act against you, yet they could send their subordinates to handle the matter. Ye Ming responded, let them come, they shall perish. However, I cannot fathom why Source Light Shio you would target me. During the last incident involving the Du brothers, I left no trace. Sun Hoyuan elucidated, it is not due to that incident, but rather Zhou Qingyun, who has connections with the Source Light Group. Indeed, Ye Ming pondered, stroking his chin. Qing Yun's dealings in contraband had led to the Source Light group eliminating him to silence him. He seemed to grasp something significant. So, the source of the contraband is the Source Light group? Your mind works swiftly. Indeed, it is they, Sun Hoyuan affirmed. Then why not take action against them? We have already acted. You may not have noticed, but the contraband on the market in Longhua has been reduced by 90% recently. And the remaining 10%? That will soon be eradicated. Within a month, it will be completely wiped out. We are currently fishing for a big catch, a 7th-tier entity. Upon reading the final message, Ye Ming quietly shut his phone, exhaling deeply, his expression grave as he shook his head. Indeed, the power struggles among the upper echelons are conducted discreetly. Even being embroiled in the matter, the information he possessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. A 7th-tier contract master and their contracted spirit is a formidable force in any nation. This catch is indeed substantial. Soon after, Ye Ming returned home. Night Frost was absent, likely on a mission, while Night Xin was still lazily nestled in bed. His second and third uncles were working. Truly, his elder sister was the laziest one in the household, Ye Ming mused. He did not rush to his room, but instead headed to the training room. However, as soon as he stepped into the room, an invisible pressure suddenly emanated from the left side. Ye Ming acted cautiously, shadowy and ethereal. He summoned the power of darkness to form a shield, blocking the sharp wind blades that surged from the left. The next moment, 3 swirling wind stabs rushed toward him. Ye Ming's pupils constricted, and with a powerful leap, he soared into the air, unfurling his black wings. He wielded his long sickle to cleave through the wind stabs. Boom! The two forces collided, with Ye Ming gaining the upper hand. In the dim training room, he stood at the center, grasping his long sickle, his gaze fixed ahead. His body relaxed, attuned to the ambient energies through every pore. In the next instant, a streak of light shot forth from behind him. Ye Ming remained stationary, sighing softly. Master, do not waste your time with such trivial tricks. I shall not be intimidated. The oncoming streak of light abruptly halted. Then, a figure materialized behind Ye Ming. Clad in a white robe, with white hair and beard, his visage was aged yet vibrant. Gu Yunfeng patted Ye Ming on the shoulder, as if a refreshing spring breeze swept over him. Ah, my young friend, we have only met once, yet you have already memorized my essence. Indeed, well done. This is merely foundational training, Ye Ming smiled. Your strength is formidable, and your aura is distinct from ordinary folk. It is easily recognizable. Flattering while subtly boasting. Gu Yunfeng felt a surge of delight. Your mind is sharp. With a flourish of his sleeve, he produced a finely crafted wooden box adorned with exquisite patterns. Upon opening it, a fruit resembling a thunderbolt lay within, flickering with arcs of electricity. This is the thunder fruit, a heavenly treasure. I noticed the presence of lightning energy within you last time. This is invaluable and must not go to waste. Hence, I have brought you the thunder fruit. Upon ingestion, your internal lightning energy shall awaken, Gu Yunfeng explained with a smile. I believe I have already awakened my lightning energy, Ye Ming replied awkwardly with a smile. Thanks to the thunder crystal you gifted me last time. Have you mastered it? Gu Yunfeng inquired, surveying Ye Ming with astonishment, discovering that indeed, lightning energy surged within him. This was quite unexpected. Gu Yunfeng's expression turned somewhat awkward. As an esteemed 8th-tier contract master, this was the second time he had gifted his disciple. Yet he had not delivered sufficiently. What an embarrassment. Master, my grasp of the lightning energy is not yet proficient. This thunder fruit will be immensely beneficial to me. Ye Ming understood the nuances of human interactions. No need to comfort me. The gift this time was insufficient, and I will make it up to you later. Additionally, I am already searching for materials suitable for the quasi-8th tier. Suddenly recalling something, Gu Yunfeng added, one more thing. Do not call me master in the future. It sounds too rigid and distant. Just call me teacher, like Xiao Sun, Sun Hoyuan, and the others. Teacher. Ye Ming clasped his fists. What appears to be merely a change in address conceals a profound significance. Sun Hoyuan refers to Gu Yunfeng as teacher, as does Ye Ming, which implies that Ye Ming feels a sense of elevated status. Gu Yunfeng nodded, stating that his visit was not solely to deliver a gift, but also to discuss another matter. What is it? Ye Ming inquired. A notorious thief has emerged in Songnan City, possessing an item known as the bloodthirsty origin, which would be of great benefit to you. Ye Ming was taken aback and probed further. Should we kill him or capture him alive? Gu Yunfeng scoffed. Why spare a scoundrel who preys on the weak? Ye Ming nodded in understanding. Chapter 70. Who's on your level anyway? I shall have Xiao Sun send you the specifics. Furthermore, I must remind you that you have been accepted into Tsinghua University, but this is not a time for complacency. An entrance examination will take place. You may choose to abstain, which will not affect your enrollment. However, I recommend you participate and strive for first place, as the rewards are substantial. A material from an 8th-tier ferocious beast. As the vice principal, Gu Yunfeng's reminder was not to be taken lightly. Although it is said to be a material from an 8th-tier beast, there are surely other incentives to be gained, such as resource allocation. In this era, university students receive monthly cultivation subsidies. The higher the ranking, the greater the subsidy. Ye Ming estimated that securing first place in the entrance exam would yield rewards worth at least 3 8th-tier beast materials. Teacher, what level is necessary to secure first place in the entrance exam? Ye Ming inquired. Gu Yunfeng regarded him with mild surprise before responding. The first place in last year's entrance exam was a 3rd-tier contract master. With your current prowess, as long as you do not regress, first place is almost assured. Almost assured? Ye Ming frowned, feeling the need to further enhance his abilities. While a breakthrough to a 4th-tier contract master seemed unlikely, increasing his vitality and mental strength to over 1,000 was certainly within reach. Vitality, 700. Mental strength, 700. Once he surpasses 1,000. Even if Ye Ming becomes the target of collective aggression during the exam, he would have the confidence to carve a path through his adversaries. Well then, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Xiao Sun is your team leader. He can be rather peculiar. Should he dare to bully you, inform me, and I shall ensure he faces consequences. After patting Ye Ming's shoulder, Gu Yunfeng transformed into a streak of light and ascended into the sky. Ye Ming couldn't help but grumble inwardly about who the truly peculiar one was. That night, at 11 o'clock p.m., the sound of Ye Xinshin's snoring resonated throughout the training room, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of punches. After defeating the last mechanical dummy, Ye Ming glanced at Ye Xinshin, who lay on the bench, clutching a tablet and fast asleep. He shook his head in exasperation. His sister was truly something else. He had merely asked her to help record some data, and she had fallen asleep instead. Perhaps I should buy a smart machine tomorrow, he mused, draping a blanket over her. Suddenly, his phone rang, the sound piercing the silence. Upon checking, he found a message from Sun Hoyuan. Sun Hoyuan. The thief's name is Wu Da, a professional criminal involved in 375 thefts of varying scales, with an exceptionally nefarious reputation. However, he disappeared 5 years ago, suspected to have fled beyond the domain. Ye Ming, beyond the domain? Wu Da must possess considerable strength. Sun Hoyuan. Indeed, he is a 4th-tier contract master, with a contracted spirit of a certain level. However, his strength is deceptive. He bullies the weak and fears the strong. Reading this, Ye Ming furrowed his brow. It was not that he held a bias, but he believed that most thieves were inherently timid, adept at preying on the vulnerable. As the audacious ones often resorted to outright robbery and met dire consequences. Sun Hoyuan. Wu Da also has a habit. If anyone makes eye contact with him during or after his activities, he will ruthlessly eliminate them. Ye Ming. This is a clear sign of fear. He harbors guilt. After concluding the chat, Ye Ming reviewed the details of the task. Task name: no clean hands. Target: Wu Da. Task requirement: elimination. Task time: tonight at 2400 hours, seated on the edge of his bed. Ye Ming watched the clock's hands move. As the hour struck midnight, he took a deep breath and transformed into a streak of light, rushing out. On the eaves, Yi Shuang crossed her arms and watched Ye Ming depart, shaking her head with a smile. He truly is quite diligent. In the civilian residential area of the Happy Garden, where most lights had dimmed, a shadowy figure rummaged through a particularly dark house. Clad in a tight black outfit and soft-soled shoes, he moved cautiously, ensuring not a sound escaped. Where the hell is the money? Not a single coin to be found. Wu Da's brow furrowed. Although a 4th-tier contract master, his status as a wanted criminal forced him into hiding, rendering him unable to show his face in many places. Even engaging in underground dealings would lead to immediate exposure. Consequently, he found himself in dire need of funds. He had to steal. Go check the bedroom. Wu Da entered the chamber, moving with an uncanny silence. His contract spirit, the sound-nullifying Saintus, effectively muted most sounds. Non-aggressive and rather unremarkable. Upon entering the bedroom, Wu Da rummaged through the nightstand, discovering a substantial sum of money that filled his heart with joy. Suddenly, he felt an astonished gaze upon him. Turning his head, he beheld a small girl, merely a few years old and yet unable to articulate words. She tilted her head, her round, sparkling eyes gleaming with delight as she smiled at him. Wu Da gasped, swallowing hard as he glanced between the innocent child and the woman sleeping beside her. A fierce resolve surged within him. Anyone who witnessed him must be eliminated. With a dagger gripped tightly in his hand, he raised it high, intent on first silencing the sleeping woman before turning his attention to the child. The blade shimmered ominously, ready to strike. Just as the dagger was poised to pierce the woman's neck, a shadow burst through the window. Dark tendrils swiftly ensnared Wu Da, and Ye Ming dashed out of the room, merging with the darkness of night. The sound of shattering glass roused the slumbering woman, who awoke to the chaos and screamed in terror. In a dilapidated alley, Ye Ming slammed Wu Da to the ground. With a scythe poised at Wu Da's throat, he demanded, "Where is the bloodthirsty origin? How dare you threaten me for something you wish to obtain?" Wu Da retorted defiantly. In a swift motion, Ye Ming swung the scythe, severing one of Wu Da's arms. Pain washed over Wu Da, draining the color from his face as he screamed in agony. Ye Ming frowned, preparing to strike again. With another swing, Wu Da's remaining arm was sent skyward. "I require an answer, not your wailing. This is your last chance. Where is the bloodthirsty origin?" Ye Ming pressed coldly. Wu Da, in desperation, indicated his chest with his head. Ye Ming summoned the dark tendrils to search and, indeed, retrieve the item. "Now that you've taken what you came for and maimed me, can you not spare my life? We are both in this line of work. Mercy should be shown." Wu Da pleaded from his kneeling position. Ye Ming scowled. "Who is in the same line of work as you? A wretch like you deserves nothing but death." With a swift motion, the scythe loomed larger in Wu Da's vision. He felt a chill at his throat before his consciousness faded. Wu Da's head rolled to the ground, landing beside a refuse bin. Even in death, he seemed to be categorizing himself. Ye Ming scoffed, unleashing a dark domain that consumed the blood and corpses on the ground. After completing his task, Ye Ming reflected on the previous events, feeling fortunate for his timely arrival. Had he been even a second later, 2 innocent lives might have succumbed to Wu Da's malevolence. He dismissed the thought and turned his attention to the bloodthirsty origin he held. It resembled a ginseng, surrounded by flickering crimson light. He sliced it open with his fingernail, and a fluid reminiscent of blood oozed forth. "This is quite remarkable," Ye Ming mused. "It is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, capable of nourishing your body, allowing your flesh to merge with the essence of slaughter. It not only enhances your vitality and mental strength, but also helps you resist the backlash of killing. A dual benefit," Shadow Yuyo remarked. Ye Ming was genuinely impressed. He could hardly wait to return and absorb the essence of the bloodthirsty origin. Yet, as he turned to leave, a transparent barrier suddenly obstructed his path. A voice, tinged with amusement, echoed, "My friend, that is rather unfair. You may have taken a life, but must you also seize the spoils? Such behavior is not in accordance with the rules." Ye Ming's expression darkened as he turned to face the newcomer, a figure clad in a flowing black robe adorned with cloud patterns, wielding a feather fan, his appearance somewhat androgynous. With a confident smile, the man fanned himself, exuding an aura of superiority over Ye Ming. "A 4th-tier contract master, the shielding saintess," Shadow Yuyo cautioned. "He can deploy high-level defensive barriers and compress them into offensive maneuvers." 4th tier? A contract spirit? Ye Ming realized he was once again faced with a challenger seeking death. "My friend, allow me to offer a piece of advice. We are both in this line of work. Do not make matters too dire. Hand over the bloodthirsty origin, and I shall grant you safe passage," the effeminate man proposed, his eyes glinting with malice. Though Wu Da was a 4th tier, he lacked any real combat prowess, rendering him of little consequence. "I am, without a doubt, a 4th-tier contract master, and I advise you to best." Boom. Before he could finish his words, Ye Ming surged forward with astonishing speed, the godfall demon armor exuding an aura of profound darkness, his eyes glowing with a chilling crimson light. "Damn reckless youth." The effeminate man gritted his teeth and immediately spread his arms. A solid barrier materialized before him. However, with a swift swing of the scythe in Ye Ming's hand, crack, the barrier shattered. Following this, the lingering force of the scythe surged toward the effeminate man's head. In the darkness, a scarlet crescent cleaved through the air, and in an instant, a head was sent flying. The effeminate man lay dead. Blood dripped from the scythe in Ye Ming's hand. Gazing at the corpse on the ground, his eyes grew even colder. Those whom the king of hell seeks cannot be obstructed. After uttering a faint remark, Ye Ming began to search the effeminate man. Based on his previous words, it seemed he was acquainted with Wu Da. Wu Da is no paragon of virtue. and those who associate with him are unlikely to be good people. After a short while, Ye Ming discovered an identification card on him. From the card, he gleaned the effeminate man's information. His name was Ye Ming, a resident of Wuhan City. As for why he appeared in Songnan City, that remained a mystery. I should send a message to Captain Sunday. Ye Ming sent the identification card along with a photo of the corpse to Sun Hoyuan, conveniently detailing the circumstances of the incident. Meanwhile, Sun Hoyuan, working in his office, opened the message. Upon seeing the image of the deceased, he paused for a moment. Hastily, he booted up his computer. Immediately upon cross-referencing the identity, his lips twitched in disbelief. Ye Ming, a resident of Wuhan City, was the deputy leader of the Black Wind Gang. The Black Wind Gang is the foremost ground force in Wuhan City, holding a status equivalent to that of the Qingyun Society in Songnan City. However, Wuhan City is a Tier 3 city, while Songnan City is a minor city beyond Tier 5. The leader of the Black Wind Gang is a 6th-tier contract master. Ye Ming, I cannot decide whether to label your fortune as sheer luck or unfortunate timing. Sun Hoyuan sighed, ultimately sending a message to Gu Yunfeng. Sun Hoyuan, Master, your precious disciple has stirred up trouble. What should we do? Gu Yunfeng, a deputy leader of a ground force. So what if he is killed? However, since the matter has escalated, let us amplify the situation and stir Wuhan City into a frenzy. Sun Hoyuan, Master, do you mean? Gu Yunfeng, when the crane and clam fight. The fisherman profits. The Black Wind Gang has grown too arrogant over the years. It is time to rein them in. This young man, Ye Ming, has kindled a fire. Sun Hoyuan, this fire will draw danger towards him. Gu Yunfeng, no matter, he possesses the strength. After concluding the conversation, Sun Hoyuan sent a message to Ye Ming. Upon learning that he had killed a deputy leader, Ye Ming felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. He harbors a peculiar penchant for immersing himself in peril, thriving in dire straits. Only in such circumstances does he find his footing solidified and his power magnified. Ye Ming, by the way, Captain Sun, I discovered something else in Ye Ming's pocket. He opened his palm, revealing a small token. On the back of the token, a phrase was inscribed: "Thieves have no morality." Observing the recently received image, Sun Hoyuan scoffed. Thieves have no morality, huh? They are even adopting slogans now. Sun Hoyuan, check if Wu De has one of these as well. After sending this message, Sun Hoyuan quickly added, Sun Hoyuan, never mind, knowing your habits. You have likely left the scene spotless. Ye Ming, you truly understand me. With no other option, Sun Hoyuan began his own investigation. Soon, he uncovered information indicating that the token originated from an organization known as the Golden Basin Society. This was an illegal organization dedicated to training thieves. However, its leader had died 3 years prior, and no further information about the Golden Basin Society had emerged since. Unexpectedly, it has resurfaced, and even the deputy leader of the Black Wind Gang is involved. Quite intriguing. The backers behind this are likely a significant force. Sun Hoyuan compiled recent theft cases and found an astonishing pattern. Nearly 90% of thieves, after committing their crimes, would flee to coastal cities. Once they entered these coastal cities, they would vanish without a trace. This coastal city is named Blue Sea City. Within Blue Sea City, there exists a well-known joint venture enterprise, the Yuanguang Group. Thus, the Golden Basin Society and the Black Wind Gang may very well be connected to the Yuanguang Group. The great demon nurtures the little demon, and the little demon repays the great demon. What a grand chess game this is. However, we have encountered an unexpected move. Sun Hoyuan's gaze settled on the computer screen, specifically on a contact, Ye Ming. Chapter 72, The Perilous Secret Realm of the 10,000 Sword Pool. After dealing with Wu De, Ye Ming returned home and immediately began to absorb the bloodthirsty origin root. As a treasure recommended by a figure of Gu Yunfeng's stature, Ye Ming eagerly anticipated its effects. The gory, ginseng-shaped root hovered before Ye Ming, exuding tendrils of crimson energy. Under the influence of the shadowy presence, this sanguine essence infiltrated Ye Ming's body. In an instant, a fervent warmth surged from his chest, enveloping him entirely. White steam emanated from his form, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. His robust muscles appeared to ripple, and beneath his skin, red veins emerged, pulsating as if they were breathing, sometimes deep and subtle, at other times starkly visible. As he exhaled a long, murky breath, Ye Ming's gaze grew resolute. He clenched his fists, and the display before him unfolded. Vitality, 700,770. Mental strength, 700,770. The figures had increased directly by 70. Ye Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, dark tendrils extended from behind him. Ye Ming, though my autonomy has not improved, my strength has undeniably augmented. The voice of the shadowy presence echoed. Ye Ming noticed crimson patterns appearing on the dark tendrils, their black and red hues intertwining, and the aura they emitted was increasingly foreboding. While his level had not risen, his power had at least doubled. Just then, his phone rang. It was a message from Sun Hoyuan. At such a late hour, could it be that the Gene Pin Society has been investigated thoroughly? Ye Ming thought as he opened his phone. Sun Hoyuan, the investigation is complete. The Gene Pin Society was initially a puppet of the Source Light Group, responsible for stealing wealth, ferocious beast materials, and other resources, which were transported to the Source Light Group through special means. Ye Ming, I recall the Source Light Group is a joint venture. Does that not mean the stolen wealth has fallen into the hands of other nations? Sun Hoyuan, indeed. On a small scale, this is mere theft. On a grand scale, it undermines national interests, robbing the nation of its wealth, and taking money from the pockets of the people to hand over to foreign powers. Ye Ming, this is truly infuriating. Sun Hoyuan, 3 years ago, the leader of the Gene Pin Society offended the Source Light Group and was killed, leading to the society's downfall. Now, however, it has resurfaced, and I suspect the Source Light Group is once again pulling the strings. Ye Ming, we cannot simply sit back and wait. Sun Hoyuan, the organization has already commenced an investigation and established a task file titled Ingrained Malice. You were the first to discover the Gene Pin Society and possess the most information, so I have taken the liberty of assigning you this task. Ye Ming thought to himself, I hardly have much information, having been preoccupied with killing. Nevertheless, he understood that Sun Hoyuan had a reason for assigning him this task. Ye Ming, Captain Sun, are you suggesting? Sun Hoyuan, upon completing the task, your credentials will be sufficient for me to recommend your promotion to an intermediate assassin. Intermediate assassin? Ye Ming's expression reflected astonishment. Yet, in the next moment, Sun Hoyuan sent a document detailing the classification of ranks within the assassination hall. The ranks were as follows: low level, intermediate, high level, special, and the top 10. The higher the rank, the greater the status, privileges, and benefits one enjoyed. According to the document, those in the top 10 possessed the privilege of acting first and justifying later. In simpler terms, becoming a member of the top 10 would grant one the authority to eliminate anyone suspected of wrongdoing. Mistakes in judgment? Those who achieve top 10 status do not err. This reflects the organization's trust in them. Sun Hoyuan, upon becoming an intermediate assassin, you will gain access to the Assassination Mall, where you can procure items of your choosing. A gentle reminder, the inventory in the Assassination Mall is exceptionally rich, ranking among the top 3 in all of Dragon Country for both variety and quantity. Ye Ming, does this imply I can acquire the materials needed by a witch contract master in the Assassination Mall? Sun Hoyuan, while the materials required by a witch contract master are limited, the quantity and variety available in the Assassination Mall far exceed those found in the market. Ye Ming, that's splendid. I accept this task. Sun Hoyuan, moreover, upon becoming an intermediate assassin, your annual salary will increase to 20 million. Ye Ming, thank you, Captain Sunday. The investigation into the Gene Pin Society is still ongoing. The first task will likely be announced by tomorrow evening. Until then, I must venture into the secret realm. My advancement in the Assassination Hall cannot pause, nor can my growth within the secret realm. Ye Ming opened a web page to begin his research. Suddenly, he received a call from Gu Yunfeng. At this late hour, he is still awake? Hello, teacher, good evening. Ye Ming, to be brief. Tomorrow a new secret realm will open in Sangnan City, named the 10,000 Sword Pool. Within it lies a treasure known as the Ancient Demon Sword. You must retrieve it. Gu Yunfeng's voice resonated. Ye Ming furrowed his brow. Teacher, I already possess a weapon. I am aware, Gu Yunfeng replied. The Ancient Demon Sword is a long sword imbued with demonic energy. Your long sickle is of the darkness and shares a fundamental connection with it, albeit at a higher level. Thus, you can utilize the Ancient Demon Sword as nourishment to enhance your long sickle. This revelation left Ye Ming astounded. Is such an effect truly possible? Ing Yu nodded, consuming other weapons to enhance itself. Indeed, the Divine Fallen Scythe possessed such capability. A tremor coursed through Ye Ming's heart, followed by a frown. He realized that his knowledge was still woefully inadequate. Thus, he resolved to visit the 10,000 Sword Pool the following day to seize the Ancient Demon Sword. On the next day, in the teleportation hall, over 30 individuals gathered around the portal. All were contract practitioners participating in the 10,000 sword pool event. A cursory glance revealed that the lowest among them was a second-tier practitioner, while the highest were two fourth-tier practitioners. They were engaged in lively conversation, seemingly on good terms. At that moment, a third-tier practitioner approached, ingratiatingly saying, "Esteemed fourth-tier masters, might you take me along in the secret realm? I seek no more than to follow in your wake and partake of the spoils." The two fourth-tier practitioners frowned immediately, one of them sneering, "Certainly. Pay me 500,000, and I shall guide you through." 500,000. The third-tier practitioner's expression soured. "Are you jesting? I barely earned that much from a single venture into the secret realm. Do you truly understand jest?" The fourth-tier practitioner retorted angrily. "You wish for my assistance? Who do you think you are? Have you inquired about my generosity? Since when has Sukoe ever escorted anyone for free? In the realms I traverse, the strong feast, and I wouldn't spare a bone for a third-tier insect like you." This tirade undoubtedly incited the ire of the crowd. Insults were one thing, but indiscriminate slander was another. Did he truly believe that being a fourth-tier practitioner rendered him invincible? Ye Ming frowned, casting a glance at Sukoe, yet he remained silent. Chapter 73. The fourth-tier ferocious beast, the nether sword demon. Under the arrangement of the staff, 30 contract practitioners swiftly entered the secret realm. They found themselves in a sunken, expansive area surrounded by towering mountains. The sky was a tumultuous crimson, and before them lay a vast pool. The water was thick and scarlet, resembling coagulated plasma. Within the blood pool, numerous rusted black longswords stood like lotus roots, each exuding a sanguine aura. Gazing towards the center of the blood pool, Ye Ming spotted a longsword shimmering with dual hues, red and purple intertwined, emanating a chilling presence that was enough to instill fear at a mere glance. The ancient demon sword. Ye Ming's eyes sparkled with realization. Not only had he noticed it, the other practitioners also recognized the treasure at the center of the blood pool. "Charge! Let's stir the pot. Only then will those of us with lower ranks have a chance to seize the treasure." The 30 contract practitioners surged forward, their auras unabashedly revealed. They rushed towards the center of the blood pool like a swarm. The scene descended into chaos. Ye Ming observed this tumultuous spectacle, but chose not to follow the main throng, instead opting to advance from another direction. Fourth-tier practitioner Su Kue glanced at his companion, noting their cleverness in creating disorder. However, the scale and layout of the blood pool made it impossible for true chaos to ensue. "Wu Zheng, let us proceed from another angle." The blood pool was a massive circle. At this moment, 3 factions charged toward its center from different directions. Suddenly, the swords embedded in the blood pool began to tremble violently, and figures coalesced from the pool's depths. They were ethereal, clutching the swords and rushing towards the crowd. The ghost sword souls were a particularly unique existence, belonging to the realm of spirit beasts. These beasts possessed frail vitality, but were impervious to pain, often engaging in life-or-death battles. As Ing Yuyu's explanation lingered in the air, a cacophony of wails erupted from the large force comprised of second- and third-tier practitioners. Thousands of ghost sword souls surged toward them, intent on destruction. The practitioners found themselves encircled, many sustaining injuries as blood spurted forth. Nevertheless, they managed to push forward while fending off the ghost sword souls, displaying a measure of combat prowess. Suddenly, hundreds of ghostly sword souls charged at Ye Ming. Alone, he was trapped within the encirclement. Observing this, the main force inwardly cursed his recklessness, thinking, "Who told you to act so pretentiously, seeking to charge alone? Now that you're ensnared, deal with it yourself." Su Kue and Wu Zheng exchanged glances at Ye Ming. Upon sensing the aura he exuded as a third-tier practitioner, Su Kue scoffed, "What audacity! A third-tier practitioner believes he can contend with us fourth-tier masters?" Suddenly, the sharp crescent strike of Ye Ming's scythe sliced through the air. With the divine fallen armor adorning him, he unleashed the crescent strike, obliterating all the ghostly sword souls in his path. In an instant, he tore open a breach in the solid circular encirclement. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of light, darting out. His speed was unparalleled. Whenever a ghost sword soul attempted to block his path, a mere swing of his scythe sent its head flying. In the blink of an eye, he was free. Ye Ming had drawn closer to the ancient demonic sword, becoming the individual nearest to the center of the blood pool. What the hell? How can a third-tier contract master possess such strength? Su Kue cursed angrily, hastening his movements. Yet, even as he unleashed his full power, the incoming ghostly sword souls swarmed him like pesky flies, incessantly harassing him and hindering his advance. Ah! Boom! A deafening explosion resonated. Behind Wu Zheng, a spectral image of the Saintess materialized. With terrifying energy surging through his fists, each of his strikes unleashed violent detonations, while fending off the ghostly Sword Soul's assaults. Wu Zheng shouted, "Sukuei, keep charging forward, I'll clear the path for you." Understood. Wu Zheng unleashed all his energy, carving a bloody path. Sukuei dashed forward, gritting his teeth as he quickened his pace, watching Ye Ming nearing the center of the blood pool. Kill 3rd tier Ghost Sword Soul, Realm Experience 5. Spiritual Technique Experience 5. Kill 3rd tier Ghost Sword Soul, Realm Experience 5. Spiritual Technique Experience 5. The system's voice echoed in Ye Ming's mind. He found himself surrounded once more by the ghostly Sword Souls. However, wielding a long scythe, he swung relentlessly, slicing through a batch of ghostly Sword Souls before darting towards another group, moving like a black whirlwind dancing amidst the blood pool. The other 3rd tier contract masters were aghast at this scene. What is going on? Aren't we all 3rd tier? Why is your combat power so terrifying? Could it be that the Saintess you contracted is different from ours? Wait, someone noticed a clue. His contracted spirit's aura is rather peculiar. Could he possibly be a witch contract master? Witch contract masters may be weak in the early stages, but once they mature, they surpass Saintess contract masters of the same realm by a significant margin. What the hell? Are witch contract masters really that powerful? Wasn't it said that they were inferior to Saintess contract masters? As the crowd was stunned, Ye Ming swung his scythe, severing the last obstructing Ghost Sword Soul. He stepped onto the platform at the center of the blood pool, gazing at the ancient demonic sword that was firmly embedded in the ground. His brows furrowed as he rushed forward, grasping the ancient demonic sword tightly, and then exerted his strength. No! Sukuei's anxious shout rang out. But it was too late. With a blinding flash of red light, a torrent of crimson and ghostly purple energy surged from the ground. The two forces intertwined, ultimately coalescing into a terrifying figure. It wielded a red and a purple demonic sword, adorned with enormous bull horns atop its head, its face grotesque, with sharp teeth glinting ominously. Its upper body was bare, while its lower half was clad in armor, an overwhelming aura erupting at that moment. A 4th tier ferocious beast, the spectral sword demon. Sukuei's pupils widened. Its power was among the upper echelon of 4th tier ferocious beasts. To confront it, one would need to be a contract master of at least 4th tier with a spirit of level 6 or higher. This is bad. We cannot remain in this secret realm any longer. Earlier, when Ye Ming was about to draw the sword, Sukuei felt a powerful aura emanating from underground. However, he never anticipated that the existence beneath was the spectral sword demon. Even if Wu Zheng and I teamed up, we would undoubtedly be no match for the spectral sword demon. This damned newly opened secret realm is indeed fraught with pitfalls. I can't believe I paid 100,000 to participate. As Sukuei cursed inwardly and prepared to leave, suddenly, clang, the sound of metal clashing erupted. A series of black ripples spread outward. Sukuei and the others looked up. In the sky, the spectral sword demon wielded its dual swords, unleashing a barrage of cutting sword light. Meanwhile, Ye Ming, with his long scythe in hand, moved like a phantom, continuously evading the spectral sword demon's onslaught while managing to inflict damage. Ye Ming was engaged in battle with the spectral sword demon and seemed to hold the upper hand. Sukuei erupted in expletives. This is utterly absurd. Chapter 74. Spectral Sword Demon, the Death of the Ghost Blade General. The 4th tier ferocious beast, the Spectral Sword Demon, possesses immense combat prowess and wields a formidable sword technique. Even I stand no chance against it. Sukuei's eyes widened, trembling at the sudden turn of events. Not just him, but Wu Zheng and the other contract masters in the team turned their gaze towards Ye Ming. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. Ye Ming, wielding his long scythe, unfurled his black wings, engaging in an aerial duel with the spectral sword demon. The realm of darkness unfurled as he unleashed his aura, dark tendrils slicing towards the spectral sword demon. The latter swung its dual swords to cleave through the dark tendrils. With a swift movement, Ye Ming advanced, the scythe blade slicing through the air, descending in a fierce slash. A chilling light flickered. The spectral sword demon raised its swords to block. But Ye Ming's power was overwhelmingly potent, cleaving it down from the air. Boom! It crashed heavily to the ground, dust and debris swirling. Sukuei, witnessing this scene, was horrified. What nonsense is this? A third-tier contract master repelled the spectral sword demon? Just as he was in shock, two streaks of light surged from the dust. One of the streaks was the spectral sword demon, wielding its dual red and purple swords, its eyes gleaming with a murderous crimson light. Beside it, unexpectedly appeared another formidable beast of the fourth tier, the Demon Blade General. Armed with a katana and clad in samurai armor, its eyes, visible beneath the demonic mask, radiated a fierce crimson and brutality. The fourth-tier beast, the Demon Blade General, alongside the fourth-tier Phantom Sword Demon, manifested within this cursed realm. The sudden emergence of the Demon Blade General left all present in utter astonishment. Ye Ming furrowed his brow, while he could vanquish a single fourth-tier beast. Facing two bloodline-strong high-tier beasts simultaneously was uncharted territory for him. Ye Ming, came the voice of Shadow, I shall engage the Demon Blade General. The Phantom Sword Demon is yours. It is agile and possesses exceptional swordsmanship, but as long as you evade its sharp attacks, victory is within reach. Should you unleash your full power, you may even achieve a decisive blow. As Shadow's words faded, dark tendrils coalesced behind Ye Ming. Their tips transformed into spears and shields, engaging the Demon Blade General in a fierce exchange. Ye Ming, observing the Phantom Sword Demon charging towards him, felt his gaze harden. He chose not to evade, but rather to plunge downward with his scythe in hand. As a top assassin, he prided himself on his prowess. A mere fourth-tier beast? Why should he shy away from its ferocity? In the blood-red sky, his dark silhouette streaked across like a shooting star. As he neared the Phantom Sword Demon, the domain of darkness unfurled. When it fully enveloped the Phantom Sword Demon, Ye Ming's form vanished into the shadows. The Phantom Sword Demon paused, bewildered, only to feel a sudden chill at its back. Gripping its dual swords, it swung fiercely behind it. Clang! A glint of cold light flashed. With all his might, Ye Ming drove the scythe through the Phantom Sword Demon, severing its neck in an instant, its head flying away. Successfully slain the Phantom Sword Demon, gaining 60 realm experience and 60 spirit technique experience. Having accomplished this, Ye Ming flapped his dark wings and charged towards the Demon Blade General. Shadow's conjured shield thrust forward, momentarily freezing the Demon Blade General in place. With a swift thrust, the dark spear pierced its body. It roared in fury as the scent of blood coalesced within it, causing its form to swell violently, muscles bursting through its armor. Howl all you want. Perish. The Demon Blade General's rage had not yet subsided when Ye Ming appeared behind it, scythe descending with the power to cleave through steel. The Demon Blade General was split in two from head to tail, disrupting the casting. Real combat is not a stage performance. The enemy will not afford you the luxury of unleashing your ultimate technique. Successfully slain the Demon Blade General, gaining 70 realm experience and 70 spirit technique experience. With the fall of both fourth-tier beasts, their forms dissolved into an eerie essence, returning to the center of the blood pool, ultimately coalescing into the ancient demon sword. Ye Ming descended, seizing the ancient demon sword. The moment he grasped it, the divine fallen scythe began to tremble violently, a manifestation of its excitement. What should be done next? Ye Ming was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, the divine fallen scythe unleashed a powerful suction, drawing forth streams of blood-red essence from the ancient demon sword, which were then consumed by the scythe. The divine fallen scythe has devoured the ancient demon sword, becoming even more powerful, capable of effortlessly slicing through the hide of fourth-tier beasts. With a resounding clash, the essence was fully absorbed. The divine fallen scythe, satisfied, melded into Ye Ming's body. The ancient demon sword lost its previous luster, becoming dull and lifeless, resembling a sword forged from blackened coal, clattering to the ground before ultimately disintegrating into powder. Is it over? Su Kuei and Wu Zheng exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions blank. As fourth-tier contract masters, they had come with grand ambitions, only to be overshadowed by a mere third-tier contract master. This young man is no ordinary individual, Wu Zheng mused, gazing at Ye Ming. I believe he is a formidable adversary and could also be a reliable ally. Su Kuei frowned. What do you mean? I wish to recruit him. With him on our side, we could achieve great feats, Wu Zheng declared. Upon hearing this, Su Kuei furrowed his brow in disbelief. Are you joking? Recruiting a stranger is a grave mistake. What if he has ulterior motives? We would all be doomed. Wu Zheng shook his head. The Golden Basin Society is not a place for permanence. Petty thievery will eventually lead to downfall. I seek to undertake a significant venture. A significant venture? Su Kuei's frown deepened. Isn't the two of us enough? Wu Zheng shook his head. Not enough. What exactly do you intend to do? I plan to incite a rebellion against the leader of the Golden Basin Society. Then lead our brothers to rob the bank in Yuanyun City and escape to the outer realms with the bounty, living freely. As he observed Wu Zheng's earnest demeanor, Su Kuei swallowed hard, his voice trembling. This is madness. Success or failure defines us. Life is but a fleeting moment. If we succeed, we can live lavishly abroad for a lifetime, rather than languishing within the Golden Basin Society. Wu Zheng gritted his teeth. He had never been one to shy away from danger. The mind may not be particularly sharp, yet the courage is undeniably abundant. So, you wish to enlist an outsider to conspire against the Golden Basin Society with us? Wu Zheng remained non-committal. To be precise, it involves assassinating the president of the Golden Basin Society. Are you out of your mind? The president is a fifth-tier contract master. Su Kuei exclaimed in anger, asserting that even if we were to conspire, we should not involve an outsider. If they hear you plan to undertake such a perilous endeavor, they would be foolish to agree. Wu Zheng shook his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. You fail to understand. I sense a malevolence within that young man, a murderous intent. He may not be an ordinary person. Perhaps he is an assassin from some organization. Moreover, I won't explicitly mention the conspiracy to him. I will simply recruit him first. The Golden Basin Society is currently in need of manpower, and this seems fortuitous. Su Kuei remained apprehensive. Reminding him that they were not from Tsangnan City and were unfamiliar with the locale, he implored him not to act recklessly. Rest assured, nothing will go awry. Should anything happen, I will take full responsibility. Chapter 75. The Golden Basin Society wants me to join? Surely you jest. After departing from the Wanjian Pool, Ye Ming turned to explore other secret realms, the Demon Cave Mountain, the Ghost Fox Cliff, and the Great Tomb. These three realms share a common trait: abundant ferocious beasts. Within these realms, Ye Ming transformed into a ruthless harbinger of death, mercilessly claiming the heads of the savage creatures. From a divine perspective, it resembled a session of a roguelike game, filled with the exhilarating thrill of slaughter. Successfully killed a third-tier ghoul, realm level 7. Spiritual skill experience 7. Successfully killed a third-tier ghoul, realm level 7. Spiritual skill experience 7. Successfully killed a third-tier ghoul, realm level 7. Spiritual skill experience 7. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in his mind. Ye Ming opened his panel. Name: Ye Ming. Spirituality: max level. Realm: third-tier contract master. 25162110000000. Mental power: 770. Vitality: 770. Contract spirit: Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level upgradable. Spiritual skills: Dark Domain, level 78. Demon Armor of the Fallen, level 7 and 8. Eternal Night Descends, level 7. Spirituality talent: Slaughter Growth, Demon Emperor's Battle Intent. His realm experience had reached 250,000, leaving just over 700,000 to ascend to a fourth-tier contract master. If he exerted himself diligently, he might achieve that status before the start of school. Of course, such an approach could be deemed a waste of time. Ye Ming's current objective was to elevate his vitality and mental power to 1,000. Once he reached that threshold, his strength would surge dramatically, rendering even fourth-tier ferocious beasts insignificant. He could then hunt down groups of fourth-tier beasts, thereby accelerating his experience gain, saving time and effort. This was undoubtedly the optimal path to break through. By the time Ye Ming exited the secret realm, it was already 8 in the evening. The sky was darkening, with ominous clouds obscuring the twinkling stars. Upon emerging from the teleportation hall, he stood quietly at the entrance, awaiting something. In the next moment, Wu Zheng and Su Kuei emerged. They were not the least surprised to see Ye Ming. Speak your mind. You followed me for a day, and I refuse to believe you merely wished to tag along for the ride in the secret realm, Ye Ming stated, his expression impassive and his tone frigid. Ever since leaving the Wanjian Pool, regardless of the secret realm he ventured into, Wu Zheng and Su Kuei had trailed him, even waiting at the portal of solo realms like persistent shadows. Relax, there's no need to be tense. We harbor no ill intentions, Wu Zheng remarked, glancing at the streetlights lining the road and the ultra-high-definition cameras around them. He offered a sheepish smile. Would it be possible to have a word in private? Not convenient, Ye Ming replied curtly. Wu Zheng was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor instantly cooling. My friend, that's rather uninteresting. I genuinely wish to converse with you. Although I am unaware of your true identity, I have a knack for discerning character. If I am not mistaken, you must be a professional assassin, correct? Ye Ming's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any emotional response. You think too much. You know whether it is true or not. Wu Zheng chuckled. I share this with you merely to convey that you, as an assassin, engage in activities that are best kept hidden. I am quite similar. Hence I wish to recruit you into our ranks. Oh, Ye Ming's eyes narrowed. This individual had seen through his identity as an assassin and presumed he was of a similar ilk, seeking to recruit him? An invitation from a criminal. How intriguing. Ye Ming nodded. Elaborate further. Are you familiar with the Golden Basin Society? Ye Ming. Oh, I know it all too well. Evidently. You have piqued my interest. Let us relocate to discuss this further. In a bar bustling with a mix of patrons, Ye Ming and Wu Zheng convened in a private room. Do you know about the Golden Basin Society? Vaguely, I have heard of it, but the details elude me. I could provide you with an introduction. Wu Zheng proceeded to divulge information about the Golden Basin Society. In summary, it is a thieving organization, with its president being a fifth-tier contract master. Although it had previously been obliterated, it has recently revived with the assistance of a mysterious group, vigorously seeking new recruits. In the city of Yuanyan, Ye Ming pondered deeply. The distance from Yuanyan City to Cangnan City exceeded 2,000 kilometers. It was no wonder that Wu Zheng and Su Kuei did not recognize him. They were not from Cangnan City at all. Had they been, they would have undoubtedly known that Ye Ming was the top scholar from Cangnan. I have shared everything with you, what should be said and what should not. Friend, I see that you possess considerable strength and have experience as an assassin, which is why I have invited you to join us. Wu Zheng declared, draping his arm over Ye Ming's shoulder. You know how difficult it is to make a living these days, especially for someone like you. A witch contract master, 1 in 10,000 is hard to find. Although your abilities are commendable now, there is always the risk of retribution from your killings. And the probability of backlash is even greater for an assassin. Thus, it would be wiser to join the Golden Basin Society and work alongside us. Ye Ming furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he contemplated. He was weighing whether to swiftly subdue Wu Zheng and Su Kuei or to play along, infiltrate their ranks, and ultimately capture them all. No rush. Take your time to consider. Just give me your answer before dawn. Wu Zheng handed Ye Ming a business card before departing with a flourish. Upon exiting the private room, Su Kuei, filled with concern, inquired, Are we being too reckless? What if he refuses and reports us? Not at all, Wu Zheng replied confidently, waving his hand dismissively. When I asked him about joining the Golden Basin Society, I detected hesitation in his eyes. Such hesitation cannot be feigned. Therefore, we shall await the outcome. 3 hours remain until dawn. Let us reconvene at 11 o'clock p.m. During this interval, we must remain mobile. If he agrees, we will take him along in the morning. If not, we will leave early. Wu Zheng was astute and brimming with self-assurance, convinced that his decisions were infallible. Inside the private room, Ye Ming interlaced his fingers against his forehead, only lifting his phone to message Sun Hoyuan once he was sure Wu Zheng and Su Kuei had departed. Just then, a message from Sun Hoyuan arrived. Sun Hoyuan. Ye Ming, good news. The organization has just learned that 2 members of the Golden Basin Society are in Cangnan City. One named Su Kuei and the other Wu Zheng. Sun Hoyuan, I will send you their locations and details. Capture them if possible and extract the location of the Golden Basin Society's headquarters. Ye Ming, Yuanyan City. Sun Hoyuan. What do you mean? Ye Ming, the headquarters of the Golden Basin Society is in Yuanyan City. Ye Ming's response left Sun Hoyuan momentarily speechless. No way. Am I misunderstanding this? Sun Hoyuan, where did you get this information? Ye Ming, Captain Sun, would you believe me if I said Wu Zheng and the others were trying to recruit me? Sun Hoyuan, I believe that's absurd. How could that be possible? Sun Hoyuan was deeply skeptical, yet he recognized that Ye Ming was not one to lie. After a lengthy discussion, Sun Hoyuan was convinced. Sun Hoyuan, the world is full of surprises. One can never predict what will occur in the next moment. How absurd. Ye Ming, I find it hard to believe as well, but the truth remains. Captain Sun, what should I do next? Sun Hoyuan, did they mention what the highest combat power of the Golden Basin Society is? Ye Ming, they did not. But the 2 who invited me are both 4th-tier contract masters. I suspect the highest power level exceeds that. Sun Hoyuan reviewed the information but refrained from assigning a task. Instead, he replied, Sun Hoyuan, infiltrating the enemy's ranks is a perilous endeavor. You are merely a 3rd-tier master, so I respect your choice. My choice, naturally, it is to strike. Opportunities are fleeting, and who knows when the next will arise. While danger is present, one must possess the resolve to embrace it when choosing the path of an assassin. Moreover, Ye Ming had confidence in his abilities. While he may struggle against a fifth-tier contract master, escaping unscathed would pose no challenge. Sun Hoyuan, if you have made your decision, proceed as you see fit. Upon success, you will be promoted to an intermediate assassin. Ye Ming. Thank you, Captain Sunday. After concluding their conversation, Ye Ming promptly called Wu Zheng using the business card. During the call, he did not explicitly state his intention to join the Golden Basin Society. Instead, he expressed a desire to familiarize himself with the working environment. Meanwhile, Sun Hoyuan sat in a chair, his brow furrowed. After a fierce internal debate, he ultimately sent a message to a fifth-tier contract master. Sun Hoyuan, are you available to provide covert protection? Ghostface, who? Sun Hoyuan, a newcomer. Ghostface, newcomers are not worthy of my protection. They are often overambitious and underqualified. I disdain newcomers. Sun Hoyuan, he is different. Ghostface, what makes him different? Sun Hoyuan, he is a witch contract master, and the deputy hall master holds him in high regard. The night was pitch black, with ominous clouds obscuring the bright moon. After concluding the phone call, Wu Zheng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Ah, I was not mistaken. This fellow was once an assassin and now seeks to join our Golden Basin Society. Su Kuei furrowed his brows. He did not explicitly state his desire to join us, but merely mentioned wanting to take a look. A mere visit equates to joining. Once he steps into the Golden Basin Society, it becomes our territory. Even if he possesses considerable strength, we outnumber him. What is there to fear from a third-tier contract master? Wu Zheng's words swiftly silenced Su Kuei. Indeed, regardless of his response, luring him into our domain and giving him a beating would suffice. Currently, the Golden Basin Society comprises 20 members, half of whom were coerced into joining. The following day, Ye Ming accompanied Wu Zheng and Su Kuei to Yuanyin City. Yuanyin City, significantly different in scale from Chang'an City, had experienced a catastrophic event a year prior, an incident involving a rampaging beast in a secret realm. A sixth-tier beast mutated, breaking through to the seventh tier, shattering the confines of the secret realm and wreaking havoc in the city, causing destruction across 70% of its area. The city is now in the midst of reconstruction, leading to a mingling of various elements and the emergence of several criminal factions. In Yuanyin City, a precarious balance of power has formed among 5 factions: the Nanshan Society, the White Tiger Gang, the Bayou Family, the Black Cloud Martial Arts Hall, and our Golden Basin Society. Su Kuei raised his head proudly upon mentioning the Golden Basin Society. Perhaps from this day forth, it would become a 4-way balance of power. Ye Ming smiled, remaining silent. Under the guidance of Wu Zheng and Su Kuei, they first took the elevator from the city center, then proceeded to an abandoned parking lot on the outskirts. They searched for a sewer grate adorned with the Golden Basin emblem, pried it open, and jumped down. Navigating through a convoluted network of sewers, they finally arrived at a grand door. Upon pushing it open, a multitude of gazes converged upon them. The room, relatively spacious, was dimly lit by a swaying yellow chandelier. The walls were worn and mottled, and due to its subterranean location, dampness had allowed moss to flourish in the corners. A group of bare-chested men clustered around a table, some engaged in gambling, others polishing blades, while a few skewered rats onto daggers, roasting them over charcoal. A thick odor assaulted Ye Ming's senses, prompting him to furrow his brow as he scanned the room. There were 25 individuals in total, 10 ordinary men and 15 contract masters, the highest among them being of the 3rd tier, 3 in total. Thus, Wu Zheng and Su Kuei ranked as senior members within the Golden Basin Society. Suddenly, the door slammed shut, and the bare-chested men closed in. Wu Zheng and Su Kuei rolled up their sleeves, their expressions fierce, advancing toward Ye Ming like the rest. What do you intend to do? Ye Ming asked, his brow knitted. Su Kuei chuckled. Once you step through the door of the Golden Basin Society, you shall not leave easily. As a newcomer, we elders must extend a proper welcome. Brothers, let us get to it. With that command, over 20 figures lunged at Ye Ming, brandishing sharp knives, their fierce gazes reminiscent of ravenous tigers, intent on devouring him alive. Just then, the door was kicked open from the outside with a thunderous crash, capturing everyone's attention. Under the watchful eyes of all, a man clad in a white suit, wielding a metallic cane, strode in. He was followed by 2 burly men in suits, their heads shaved and their expressions menacing. The sound of their heels striking the floor echoed as the suited man entered the room, casting a glance at the gathered crowd, and bellowed, "What chaos is this? Return to your seats at once." With a single command, the bare-chested men shrank back to their places. Wu Zheng and Su Kuei stood beside Ye Ming, watching the suited man with furrowed brows. "Vice President, what brings you here?" Qin Chuanming did not respond but approached Wu Zheng, raising his hand. Slap. A resounding blow struck Wu Zheng's face. He followed with another swift strike. Slap. Su Kuei's face swelled as well. "Vice President, what is the meaning of this?" Wu Zheng shouted hoarsely. Qin Chuanming, hearing this, kicked Wu Zheng away, exclaiming, "You clueless fools. Do you even realize who you have brought back? He is the top scholar from Tsangnan City this year, personally recruited by the Vice President of Tsinghua University. How dare you lay a hand on him?" Wu Zheng and Su Kuei were taken aback, turning to Ye Ming with expressions of astonishment and confusion, as if to say, "Why didn't you mention your background sooner?" Ye Ming met their gaze, replying with a silent, "You never inquired. Fools. If I hadn't conducted a thorough investigation, you would have made a grave mistake today." Qin Chuanming, seething with anger, dealt another slap to each of them, rendering them subdued. Ye Ming stood firm in place. "Having witnessed the entire farce unfold, I infiltrated the Golden Basin Society, only to be recognized by the Vice President, which rendered the situation rather delicate." Bang! After delivering a series of punches and kicks to Su Kuei and Wu Zheng, Qin Chuanming wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief and, panting, approached Ye Ming. With an apologetic expression, he said, "I am sincerely sorry, Mr. Ye Ming. My two subordinates have acted thoughtlessly and have offended you. Here is a token of my goodwill. I hope you will graciously accept it." Behind him, 3 bodyguards presented a box filled with cash, amounting to several million. Ye Ming accepted the money. Qin Chuanming maintained his smile, saying, "Well, Mr. Ye Ming, since you have accepted the money, our humble establishment cannot accommodate such a formidable presence as yours. If there is nothing else, may I escort you home?" "No need," Ye Ming replied, turning to exit the room. However, before leaving, he took out his phone and sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. "Ye Ming, I have been discovered. They offered me money to leave, which I have accepted. But I sense that matters are far from simple. My intuition warns me that they will not let this go easily. Someone may be plotting to kill me." Sun Hoyuan. Indeed, it is the president of the Golden Basin Society, a 5th-tier contract master. In the room, watching Ye Ming's departing figure, Wu Zheng struggled to stand and hastily exclaimed, "Vice President, this kid knows too much. We cannot let him live." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Qin Chuanming delivered another kick. "You think this is something a simpleton like you could have deduced? Anyone who enters the Golden Basin Society must die." Wu Zheng continued to shout, "Then why give him money and let him go? This is merely to lower his guard. Do you truly believe that kid is weak? Let me be honest with you. Even I am not his match." Qin Chuanming, infuriated, nearly lost his composure. He ignored Wu Zheng as he waited to confirm that Ye Ming had indeed left. Once assured, Qin Chuanming took out his phone and sent a message to a contact. "Qin Chuanming, President, we can proceed." In the dim and damp sewer, Ye Ming walked forward calmly with a briefcase in hand. His gaze was fixed ahead, appearing somewhat dazed as if deep in thought. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him, brandishing a katana and lunging toward Ye Ming with alarming speed. The blade glinted ominously in the darkness. "Die!" the shadow shouted fiercely. Yet, in the next instant, an aura of darkness emanated from Ye Ming, and a shadowy domain unfolded instantaneously. Ye Ming melded into the darkness as the katana struck, slicing through the void. The shadow's pupils dilated in horror as an icy breath brushed against him from behind. Gripping his sword, he summoned his strength to execute a spinning slash backward. Clang! The long scythe collided with the katana, producing a metallic resonance. Ye Ming discerned the identity of the sword wielder. A man with a high forehead and a small tuft of facial hair, resembling a warrior from the land of cherry blossoms. A person from the land of cherry blossoms? So, the Golden Basin Society is indeed backed by the Sourcelight Group. Ye Ming's expression turned colder. He tightened his grip on the scythe, unleashing his full power. Bakuga! The intensity of his strength surged exponentially. Kawajita's eyes widened as he desperately swung his katana to defend himself. Clang! 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 The sounds of metal clashing reverberated through the air. Every strike Ye Ming made was with all his might. Kawajita, the president of the Golden Basin Society and a 5th-tier contract master, faced Ye Ming, who was merely at the 3rd tier. The disparity in their realms was significant, leaving Ye Ming with no choice but to fight with all he had. Thunderstrike! Suddenly, Kawajita shouted as arcs of electricity danced along his katana. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he charged at Ye Ming, his body transforming into a streak of lightning. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a man wearing a ghostly mask discarded his cigarette, his hands morphing into claws as he lunged at Ye Ming. Boom! Kawajita and the masked figure collided, causing wastewater to splash and dust to rise. The masked figure, with a cold smile, looked at Kawajita, mockingly remarking on the absurdity of a fifth-tier master engaging a mere third-tier. Kawajita glared. "Who are you?" "Bakani," the masked figure cursed, his claws shimmering with a chilling light as he seized Kawajita's katana and exerted a sudden force. Crack! The katana shattered. Kawajita's pupils contracted as 5 sharp blades flashed before his eyes. With a sickening sound, Kawajita's head was cleaved into several pieces. He was dead. The masked figure exhaled deeply, his claws reverting to hands as a white aura dissipated. Turning to Ye Ming, he furrowed his brow upon noticing Ye Ming observing him with a calm demeanor. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Ye Ming paused, questioning why he should feel fear. "I have slain Chuan Jitian. Do you not fear for your life? You were sent by Captain Sun. Why would you wish to kill me?" Upon hearing the name of Captain Sun, the visage behind the ghostly mask fell instantly. His intentions to intimidate dashed as he realized that Captain Sun had already divulged everything. He shrugged his shoulders, letting out a resigned sigh. Ye Ming deemed this individual somewhat childish, yet he recognized the strength he possessed. He must be a fifth-tier contract master. With Chuan Jitian's demise, the Jinpan society was essentially obliterated. "I shall attend to the aftermath. Await my return." The ghostly figure dashed into the room where the Jinpan society resided. A minute later, he emerged with bloodied hands. "The mission regarding the Jinpan society has concluded, and you, newcomer, possess a certain intrigue. With your third-tier resilience against a near fifth-tier adversary, and managing to suppress him in combat, commendable indeed. You are a contender worthy of the table." The ghostly figure spoke with a hint of levity. Ye Ming disregarded his words, retrieving the briefcase from the ground and presenting it to the ghostly figure. "The ill-gotten gains." "Oh." The ghostly figure accepted it. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they parted ways. On the return journey, the ghostly figure vented his frustrations to Sun Hoyuan. "Captain Sun, you have not been forthright. Knowing my penchant for scaring newcomers, why inform Ye Ming of my intent to assist him? You are already a fifth-tier master. Must you persist in such childish antics? Moreover, who told you I informed Ye Ming of your assistance? Did you not say so?" "I did not." "Damn, this is truly peculiar. What troubles you?" "That lad, under the uncertainty of my identity, remained unaffected by my intimidating domain." Chapter 78. The Fall of the Slaughtering Maul and the Dark Crystal as a fifth-tier contract master. The ghostly figure wielded a remarkably unique spiritual technique known as the intimidation domain. Within this domain, anyone unaware of his identity and rank would experience an inexplicable dread. Previously, during his confrontation with Chuan Jitian, he had unleashed this very domain. Following the skirmish, he had neglected to retract it. His original intention was to instill fear in the newcomer, Ye Ming. Yet, astonishingly, Ye Ming not only withstood the intimidation but appeared immune to its effects. How bizarre. The ghostly figure furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Ye Ming was immune. This enigma was known solely to Ye Ming himself. In his past life as a top-tier assassin, he had encountered countless life-and-death situations, fearing nothing, not even death itself, so why would he succumb to an intimidation domain? Upon returning home, the hour was late. After bathing, Ye Ming lay in bed and swiftly drifted into slumber. Before closing his eyes, he cast a glance at the room where Yi Shuang resided, still shrouded in darkness. Sister Yi Shuang was a night owl, typically retiring around 1 or 2 in the morning. It seemed she was still occupied with a mission. Drawing the curtains, he soon succumbed to the soothing sounds of slumber. The following morning, the vibration of his phone roused him from sleep. Upon checking, it was a message from Sun Hoyuan. "Ye Ming, congratulations on successfully becoming a mid-level assassin. Your annual salary has risen to 20 million. Furthermore, the Slaughtering Mall has been activated for you." The Slaughtering Mall was an expansive virtual trading platform established by the Slaughtering Hall. Access to this mall necessitated a series of identity verifications. Unless one was a top-tier magnate from the Dragon Country, only assassins of the Slaughtering Hall could gain entry. Ye Ming observed his phone as Sun Hoyuan had sent him an exclusive link. Upon clicking it and entering a multitude of details, he accessed the mall. The interface resembled that of the video games he had previously played, displaying a dazzling array of products. "Congratulations. You have successfully acquired 500 contribution points. 500 contribution points were a generous benefit for newcomers from the slaughtering hall, a substantial fortune, sufficient to purchase materials from a 6th-tier ferocious beast. Product: Dark Language Book. Type: Historical Treasure. Description: An ancient tome from beyond the realm, imbued with a curse and a dark aura, inscribed with obscure ancient scripts. Price: 300 contribution points. Product: Purification Crystal. Type: Rare Treasure. Description: A product originating from a mysterious purification pool in another realm, containing purifying power. It can mitigate the backlash of which contract masters and cure ordinary individuals of poison and dizziness. Price: 599 contribution points. Product: Icewing. Type: Ferocious Beast Material. Description: Sourced from the 6th-tier ferocious beast, the Icewing Phoenix. It contains the power of frost. Absorbing it may result in the growth of wings, albeit with a mere 1 in 100,000 chance. Price: 769 contribution points. Ye Ming's gaze traversed the mall's page, examining a dozen items, yet the lowest price commenced at over 300 points. The more desirable items exceeded 500 points. The newcomer's reward of contribution points felt insufficient. I require more contribution points, Ye Ming mused. To acquire contribution points, there were 2 avenues: gifting or undertaking missions. I had not activated the marketplace before, thus the tasks I executed were not included in the statistical scope. This system seems rather unscientific. Ye Ming felt he had lost countless contribution points in vain. Ye Ming, search for the fallen magic crystal, a shadowy voice suddenly echoed. Ye Ming's eyes brightened. Although he was unaware of what the fallen magic crystal was, it was evident that it was a valuable item, especially since the omnipotent Dark Knight Demon Emperor had spoken. Without a second thought, he clicked the search bar and entered the query. Product: Fallen Magic Crystal. Type: Rare Treasure. Description: A super mineral from beyond, infused with dense dark energy. Touching it with bare hands will reduce your body to mere sludge. This is an exceedingly dangerous item. Please purchase with caution. Price: $59.99. Ye Ming, what? 5,999. This item is clearly beyond my current capabilities. He silently withdrew his hand from the mouse, sighing in frustration. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ye Ming noticed someone had sent him a friend request. Upon clicking, he saw it was his teacher, Gu Yunfeng. He accepted the request and promptly asked, "Good evening, teacher. Please don't stay up too late. Take care of your health." Gu Yunfeng replied, "At my level, I do not require rest. I heard from little son that you activated the marketplace, so I thought to send you some good items." Ding ding ding, a message arrived. Ye Ming noticed his contribution point balance beginning to fluctuate. Received a gift from the Vice Hall Master. 6,000 contribution points, 6,000. That is quite a sum. Ye Ming was astonished, his expression one of disbelief. Gu Yunfeng continued, "You've received it, I trust? It may not be much, but it should suffice for your current stage. Once your strength increases, I shall provide you with more contribution points. I fear giving you too much now may instill a sense of complacency." Ye Ming mused inwardly, as expected of my teacher. To him, contribution points are merely trifles. Ye Ming's spirits lifted. With contribution points at his disposal, he could redeem the Fallen Magic Crystal. Fallen Magic Crystal. Price: $59.99. Although it was a considerable amount, contribution points are meant to be spent. Redeem. Redemption successful. The Fallen Magic Crystal will be delivered to your doorstep within 1 hour. 1 hour? Such speed? Ye Ming's gaze flickered with anticipation as he awaited the arrival. An hour later, a drone descended from the sky, precisely arriving at Ye Ming's window. The drone, crafted from color-changing materials, boasted a camouflage ability of up to 90% in the air. Its noise was completely masked, flying as quietly as an insect. Remarkably, it arrived exactly on time. Ye Ming marveled at the precision. The Assassin's Hall truly deserved its reputation as the nation's largest assassin organization. Such equipment is indeed top-notch. The collection process was straightforward. The drone scanned Ye Ming's facial features to unlock the metal box, which was then delivered from the cabin. Upon confirming receipt, Ye Ming retreated to his room and entered the password to open it. As he did so, a swirling purple mist poured forth, filling the air with a strange scent, sharp yet not foul. Dark Knight Demon Emperor. How should I utilize this? Ye Ming inquired. The shadowy figure's face turned crimson, and she clenched her fists, muttering, "Ye Ming, do not call me that. It makes me truly embarrassed. If you continue, I want to help you absorb the material." Ye Ming chuckled. "All right, I won't call you that anymore. It was just a jest, no need to be shy." The shadowy figure nodded. With her assistance, a dark aura surged from Ye Ming's elbow, enveloping his entire forearm. Ye Ming grasped the fallen magic crystal. "Follow my guidance," she instructed. Ye Ming took hold of the fallen magic crystal, and in an instant, a deep purple aura unfurled, writhing like worms eager to burrow into Ye Ming's body. However, the dark aura encircling his arm formed a protective barrier, thwarting the deep purple energy's intrusion. "Absorb," commanded the shadowy figure, her tone imbued with authority. The dark energy enveloped the fallen magic crystal, voraciously consuming it. When the devouring process concluded, not a trace of the fallen magic crystal remained.